Chapter 1, Spiritual Master, the strongest occupation awakened at the beginning. Li Jiuxuan, awakened successfully, life occupation chef. Shi Zhenxiang, awakening failed. Zhuge Shanjin, awakened successfully, occupation doctor. Zhang Wei, awakened successfully, life occupation lawyer. Niu Ba, awakening failed. Shi Wanjin, awakening failed. Li Ergu, awakening failed. Countless young people gathered in the spacious and bright hall. There was a constant stream of chatter, and everyone's face was filled with tension and anxiety that was difficult to conceal. There are so many people, and less than half have successfully awakened. I'm so panicked. Not only that, even if they awaken, most of them are life professions, and combat professions are really rare. Based on this probability, it would be considered a good thing if 5 out of 100 people could awaken combat professions. Why am I a blacksmith? I want to fight like a hero. Alright, be content. At least you've awakened your profession. Look at those who failed in awakening. Aren't they worse off than you? Why are you bothering with him? He's clearly in Versailles. Blacksmiths are so good, making equipment for people and making a lot of money. I'm miserable. My profession is parent. Damn, there's such a profession? Of course, it means mastering all kinds of parenting skills, such as coaxing children, taking care of them, helping them with homework, etc. I remember now. This is a high-risk job. People can die at any time. Yeah, that's why it's so miserable. On the awakening stage, figures walked by one after another, some were disappointed, and some were happy. Lu Haizhu, awakened successfully, combat profession mage. After the guiding staff on the stage announced the results, there was a sudden commotion in the hall. Oh my god, a high-level profession. Finally, a mage is out. That's awesome. I'm so envious. Come to think of it, wasn't there an awakened priest just now? I wanted to get to know him, but I was so busy chatting that I forgot about it. That's not it. It's already surrounded. It's too late for you to squeeze in now. Oh, wait for the next one. In the hall, almost every professional, even those in a daily profession, is particularly respected. Because he has a skill, he will definitely be rich or noble in the future. The combat profession is even more sought after by countless people. Every combat professional is destined to be a superior person from the day he awakens. In the crowd, a tall and handsome young man looked around, feeling a little nervous. His name is Zhang Feng. He was not originally from this world, but traveled here from Blue Star 18 years ago. From a baby to now. Know the rules of this world very well. 300 years ago, the game world merged with reality, and countless powerful monsters appeared in the human world. At the same time, it also gives humans some special abilities. Everyone has the opportunity to awaken their career at the age of 18. Occupations are generally divided into 2 categories, life occupations and combat occupations. There are many occupations in life, including blacksmith, nanny, lawyer, doctor, etc. Every professional is a leader in his or her corresponding industry. The combat professions are divided into spiritual teacher, beast master, talisman master, magician, warrior, assassin, priest, shooter. Every professional is extremely rare and precious. Of course, there are differences in strength among combat professions. There are 3 relatively strong advanced professions: mage, spellcaster, beast master. These 3 professions can fight against thousands of enemies alone in the later stages. In addition, spiritualists are in a class of their own. Because it is so special. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly to relieve the tension in his heart. Soon, it was his turn. Zhang Feng walked onto the stage. In front of him was a translucent ball the size of a basketball. It's called the Awakening Stone. He placed his hands on it according to the staff's instructions. He only felt an inexplicable force quietly penetrate into his body and go straight to the meridians throughout his body. In an instant, it was as if some seal was broken, and a dazzling light burst out from Zhang Feng. At this moment, the hall was silent. The staff nearby also covered their mouths in surprise. Zhang Feng, awakened successfully, combat profession spiritualist. Hiss. So powerful? This is the second high-level professional today. High-level professions, the awakening rate in the world is less than 0.001%. Billions of people worldwide, combined, the number of people awakening to advanced professions each year may be less than 100,000. Zhang Feng? He seems to be from number 1 middle school. His theoretical scores and physical fitness levels always rank first in the school, and he's even consistently ranked in the top 3 in the city. It's just, the psychic class is a bit tricky. P.S. I'm just saying that while this class is strong, it has a major flaw. This isn't a taunt, this isn't a taunt, this isn't a taunt, and it's not a trashy class, this isn't a trashy class, this isn't a trashy class. I hope you'll stop commenting that this is a taunt. Indeed, any one of the mages, spellcasters, and beast masters would be highly sought after, but a spiritualist. This class is incredibly unique, widely recognized as the strongest class in the late game. However, it has a major flaw: its development is too slow. While other warriors of the same generation might have already reached rank 9, he's still stuck at rank 2. The world is strongest in the late stage, but many people may not have the late stage. No way, you've read too many novels. With such a strong profession, there must be a powerful guild to recruit and train you. Why do you still need to get resources yourself? Brother, you didn't pay attention in the theory class. The difficulty of becoming a spiritual master lies in the fact that you can't just accumulate resources. The key to becoming a spiritual master lies in spiritual power. It requires long periods of meditation to expand the spiritual power reserves. Only when the reserves reach a certain level can one upgrade. Experience gained in killing monsters isn't the problem, the speed at which you can increase your mental strength through meditation is the key. In addition, certain stages require a large amount of spiritual materials as support, which is very expensive. If investing in a full-level mage requires 1 billion, then investing in a spiritualist would probably cost hundreds of billions, or even more. That's a 100-fold difference in investment. More importantly, even with so much investment, there's still no guarantee that the business will actually develop. The investment is huge, and the risk is even greater. It takes decades to develop, and if things go wrong, it will all go to waste. Few unions can afford it. The overall cost-effectiveness is not as good as the 3 advanced professions, and it's not even as good as ordinary combat professions. By the time you've developed, they'd have already used their resources to train 8 or 9 full-level mages. So, the profession of spiritualist does feel a bit lonely at the top. It's like a rich girl, beautiful, gentle and noble. But if you saw someone on the street, would you dare to approach them? Could you marry them? It's out of my reach. By the same token, a psychic is like a rich girl, and the union is like a man. I can't afford it at all. Even for the world's number 1 union, recruiting and training 4 or 5 spiritualists is already the limit. The rest can only rely on their own meditation and development, and survive on their own. Zhang Feng was not far from them, so he naturally heard their discussion. He expressed his agreement with this. The profession of psychiatrist is a very special profession. In the later period, he became extremely powerful, controlling everything with a single thought, and was recognized as the strongest in the world. But this profession is so powerful that it requires an extremely large amount of resources and a lot of time to develop. In addition, upgrading requires mental strength, constant meditation, and takes up a lot of time. Other professions can level up by simply killing monsters and gaining experience. A psychic needs both mental power reserves and experience, and both must meet the requirements in order to upgrade his level. This results in extremely slow development. Currently, the highest level psychic in the world seems to be only level 8. Moreover, it took 60 years and numerous forces to accumulate countless resources to achieve this. Figuratively speaking, a spiritualist is like a jigsaw puzzle with millions of pieces. Put it together and it will amaze the world. But the process of piecing together millions of pieces is extremely difficult and slow. By the time he reaches the first level of meditation, his contemporaries may have already reached the 3rd level. You are at level 2, while others are at level 6. You have just reached the 3rd level and have gained a certain level of combat power, but others have already reached the maximum level and become gods. In contrast, people would definitely prefer to make friends with and train fast-growing professions such as warriors and mages, which are short-term investments with quick results. Who is willing to wait for you to meditate and develop for decades? Psychologist is such a contradictory profession. The mistake is that it is too strong. The stronger the profession, the more resources it requires and the more difficult it is to develop. There may be quite a few awakened spiritualists in the entire Kyushu kingdom. But there are only a few dozen people who can get resource support. Nothing else. I can't afford to raise them all, so I have to focus on training some of them. Now, the places for key training are basically full. Those who wake up later have no chance at all. The Tianyuan City Guild had tried to recruit quite a few psychics before, but in the end, none of them made it past the third level. On the contrary, because of the huge amount of resources invested, the union was almost bankrupted. 99% of the investments and favors given to spiritualists are wasted. Investments and favors in other professions will basically pay off quickly with a 95% probability. In comparison, of course, it is better to use resources on careers with high returns. So now, the psychic has become the strongest but least advantageous profession. Basically, it all depends on self-development. Improving meditation speed depends on talent on the one hand and resources related to mental strength on the other. Both are indispensable. Otherwise, with 50 years of meditation and hard practice, it would be considered good if I could reach the third level. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's heart sank. Decades of meditation. Damn. The monks in the temple probably have a better life than me. However, just when Zhang Feng was feeling lost, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. God-level spiritualist system awakening. Zhang Feng was stunned on the spot and was overjoyed. The benefits for time travelers come late, but they arrive. The chi is here. P.S. The protagonist has few skills in the early stage, and cannot yet fully utilize the characteristics of a psychic. After the third job, he will advance in his profession around chapter 50 and will awaken various spiritual skills. For example, mental puppet, eye technique similar to Sharingan, illusion reincarnation, etc. In the novice stage, I couldn't find an opponent because I was too invincible, so I couldn't really use my skills. In the middle period around chapter 50, starting after the third transformation, you can fully explore the story. So I hope you will read more, as it will become more exciting as time goes on. Chapter 2 Infinite Spiritual Power, One Step Away. God-level spiritual master system, bound to host, Zhang Feng. Reward meeting gift, please check. Open. Zhang Feng muttered to himself. Congratulations on obtaining the God-level buff, infinite mental power, a single thought can reach the sky, fearless of gods and demons. Infinite mental power. Zhang Feng was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted. He was so excited that he almost lost control. At this moment, only the two elegant and noble words on the blue planet in his previous life could express his feelings. Holy crap. Oh shit. What the hell? This is a direct one-step approach. The reason why psychics develop slowly is because it is too difficult to increase their mental strength. But now, he directly possessed unlimited mental power and didn't need to meditate at all. It makes up for the fatal flaws in the development of psychics. Reward 2, Unlimited Equipment Backpack. Compared with the first reward, the second reward is not much worse. For ordinary professionals, the initial capacity of their equipment backpack is only 50 slots. Even for the big guys at level 8 or 9, those with large backpacks can only barely exceed 10,000. This infinitely large equipment backpack is probably the only one of its kind in the world. Open the career panel. Nickname unedited, number of edits remaining, 1. Occupation, spiritualist. Spiritual power, infinite. Spirit strength, 50, maximum radiating distance, 5 meters. Level, LV.10 rotations. Health, 500. Strength, 30. Defense, 15. Agility, 9. Stamina, 30. Combat power rating, 1 star. Note, combat power evaluation is a comprehensive assessment based on the attribute panel. It only represents the minimum strength level under full status. Actual combat power may vary. It is for reference only. Instructions for the growth of the maximum spiritual power divergence range, each level increases by job number plus 15 meters. That is, at 0 job, each level increases by 5 meters. At 1 job, each level increases by 10 meters. And so on. Zhang Feng's mind became clearer at this moment. The infinite mental power made his thinking much faster. But there is still an invisible constraint that limits the use of mental power. Obviously, this is too low a level. If mental power is compared to a bullet, his body is equivalent to the barrel. There are unlimited bullets, but the barrel is too small, so you can only fire 1 bullet at a time, and the firepower is limited. If he increases his own level, it is equivalent to increasing the caliber of the gun barrel. The more bullets fired at the same time, the stronger the firepower. But these are not problems. With infinite mental power, do you still need to worry about how to upgrade? Jiang Feng opened the system panel again. God-level spiritual master system. There are only 3 lottery wheels on the screen, and the functions are simple and clear. Ordinary turntable, golden turntable, supreme turntable. Among them, the golden will requires him to complete 3 turns to unlock it, and the supreme will requires 7 turns. So only the normal turntable is open. Every time you level up 5, you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Current lottery chance, 0. This function is not available for the time being, so Jiang Feng looked at it for a few seconds and then closed it. Open the personal skills panel. Innate skill 1, active. Your mental strength is twice that of other professionals. Strong mental power will make you think quickly and keep you in a good mental state at all times. Anyone whose mental strength is not higher than yours cannot have a negative impact on your thinking and mind. Mental strength is not equal to reserves. Jiang Feng has unlimited mental power reserves, but its strength is still at LV.1. You need to increase the player level to enhance it. Innate skill 2, control. For living things. 1. One's own mental strength is higher than that of the opponent. 2. Your own level is not lower than the opponent's. If these 2 conditions are met at the same time, you can instantly control the other party and control all their actions and consciousness. For non-living things, can control objects through the air. The maximum total weight of objects that can be moved is mental strength 1 kg. This knowledge has been taught in theoretical classes in school. This is where the power of the spiritual master lies. Control living things, including wild monsters, bosses, and other humans. He can fly with his sword, attack with his sword, and take someone's head from 1,000 miles away as easily as taking something out of his bag. In the later stages, when the mental strength is strong enough, one can also control water droplets, control flames, and control all visible entities. The teacher summarized the lesson in one sentence. A full-level spiritualist. Approximately equal to the sum of the 6 major professions: maximum level warrior, maximum level beastmaster, maximum level mage, maximum level assassin, maximum level talisman master, and maximum level shooter. It can be seen how amazing the development of this profession is. Of course, all of this is based on the premise of sufficient mental strength. Without spiritual support, it is nothing. Therefore, ordinary spiritualists only have a certain combat power after the second transformation. Otherwise, if your mental strength is too little or too weak, even if you control the other person, your mental energy will be exhausted before you can control the other person to do anything. But obviously, Jiang Feng doesn't have to worry about this. He thought about it, and a large amount of mental power wrapped around the vase not far away. The next moment, the vase suddenly floated in the air. The feeling of controlling objects from a distance is simply too great. Jiang Feng couldn't wait to think about the scene of himself flying freely in the air with a sword. However, he can only control objects weighing up to 50 kilograms now, and his own weight alone is already overweight. So the idea of flying with a sword has to be put aside for the time being. Warning: the release of spiritual power is strictly prohibited in the city. Please retract it. This is a first warning. If there are 3 cumulative violations, it will be considered a crime. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the awakening hall, and everyone looked towards Jiang Feng at the same time. Jiang Feng looked embarrassed. I was so excited just now that I forgot a rule. That is, you cannot release mental power at will in the urban area. Because the psychic's ability is too buggy and can control other humans. Therefore, in order to prevent anyone from having bad intentions, special mental detection devices have been installed in all places in the city, used to restrain all spiritualists. Of course, if you want to release your mental power, it is not impossible, but you need to go to a special place where mentalists practice. Or if the environment at home is suitable, you can also report your home address and practice at home. After collecting his mental strength, Jiang Feng suddenly remembered that his nickname had not been edited yet. Every professional has a nickname, which is equivalent to a second name. Whether it is trading, entering dungeons, guilds, etc., nicknames are used everywhere. Moreover, after entering a wild monster map or dungeon, your personal appearance will also change. The names and appearances are different, which perfectly distinguishes combat from life. Everyday life is one identity, fighting is one identity. Edit nickname. Brother Feng. Sorry, the nickname is already used. Mysterious Man. Sorry, the nickname is already used. Dark Knight. Sorry, the nickname is already used. Hiss, it's so difficult to come up with a name. Divine Wind. Nickname can be used, are you sure? Finally, one of them passed. Use. Ding. You have confirmed your nickname, Kamikaze. Do you want to continue adjusting your character's appearance? Continue. Next, Jiang Feng took action. Pinching the face. Eyes, eyebrows, nose, etc. Adjust your height. The adjustable range is 1 meter to 2.5 meters, and Jiang Feng chose 1.85 meters. There are also fat and thin, clothes, etc. After adjusting all the parameters, another handsome man appeared on the screen, with an elegant and calm temperament. There is a kind of tranquility and confidence in his eyes that seems to control everything in the world. Character image adjustment completed. When the player enters or exits the wild monster map or dungeon, it will automatically switch. After finishing these settings, Jiang Feng walked straight out. It's time to test your strength. AI Drawing Works download reader benefits, given from time to time. Image source, AI Drawing Reader benefits are given from time to time. Image source, AI Drawing Reader benefits, given from time to time. Chapter 3 Happy Map Clearing, Direct Max Level. Boss appears. Jiang Feng opened the player panel. Choose and experience. The transmission option was immediately displayed above. Shallow Sea Beach, suitable for players LV.1 LV.5. Green Plains, suitable for players LV.1 LV.10. Sunset Forest, suitable for players LV.1 LV.20. Jiang Feng's eyes were fixed directly on the most difficult one, the Sunset Forest. There are LV.1 monsters and LV.20 monsters in it. It might be dangerous to go in rashly, but Jiang Feng was not unprepared. He opened the player panel and took out a piece of armor from his backpack. Jiang Feng is an orphan. When he was 4 years old, both his parents were killed in a sudden attack by a beast tide. He was lucky enough to be rescued by a professional. Both my parents were working professionals, so we had some savings at home. Now that both his parents have passed away, all their savings are left to him. This armor is also one of the savings. Guardian's Armor, green quality. Type, armor. Occupational restrictions, none. Level restriction, none. Attributes, health plus 5,000, defense plus 400. Equipment quality is divided into 7 levels from low to high, namely white, green, blue, purple, red, black, gold. Green quality, and level-less equipment. It can be used to resist level 30 monsters without any problem. Wearing it, Jiang Feng's safety is absolutely guaranteed, at least in novice maps like Sunset Forest. The surface of the armor is black and looks very hard. Jiang Feng thought about it, and the armor automatically attached to his body. It doesn't need to be done like putting on clothes. Teleport. Player Kamikaze teleported to the map Sunset Forest. As the scene before his eyes changed, Jiang Feng found himself in a dense jungle. Through the puddle next to me, I could see that my appearance had changed. His body shape and clothes were also different from when he came in. Jiang Feng walked forward cautiously. You can often see some wild monsters running around. Jiang Feng focused his eyes on them, and their information was automatically displayed on the player panel. Red-eyed rabbit, LV.1. Life, 200. Introduction, a herbivorous animal that roams the jungle, with poor eyesight and keen hearing. Skill, sprint running at an extremely fast speed. There is also a little wolf. Jungle wolf, LV.1. Health, 350. Introduction, bad temper, likes to rush around. Skill, pounce after a short charge, leap with all your might and tear the enemy apart with your claws. Because this is the outskirts of the forest, so most of the monsters around are LV.1. Jiang Feng directly released his mental power. The mental power covered the 2 wild monsters. In an instant, Jiang Feng realized that he seemed to have established a connection with something, and his mind became unusually active. I seemed to have a vision of the little wolf and the red-eyed rabbit in my mind. Looking at the 2 wild monsters again, their eyes were dull and they stood there motionless. Jiang Feng tried to give simple commands, and they acted like puppets. After some attempts, Jiang Feng gradually became familiar with the feeling of mental control. Under his control. The little wolf pressed its body down, gathering strength in its hind legs, and assumed a hunting posture. Pounce. The little wolf leaped with all his might, and pounced towards the red-eyed rabbit not far away, opening his claws in the air. Puff! The wolf cub's sharp claws pierced the red-eyed rabbit's body without any suspense, and blood spurted out. Not far away, there was another little wolf standing there in a daze, watching the show. 8 out of 10 times I try to catch a red-eyed rabbit, it gets away. Why doesn't it run away when you catch it? The red-eyed rabbit fell to the ground, and at the same time, a prompt popped up on the panel. Kill LV.1 red-eyed rabbit and gain 10 experience points. Congratulations to the player for reaching LV.2 on the kamikaze level. Level 2. Easy as pie. Zhang Feng just gave orders throughout the whole process. This is the advantage of a spiritualist. If it were any other professional, given the red-eyed rabbit's agility, it probably wouldn't be so easy to kill it. Continue. Kill LV.1 red-eyed rabbit and gain 10 experience points. Kill LV.2 short-tailed rat and gain 20 experience points. Kill LV.2 long-nosed macaque and gain 20 experience points. Congratulations to the player for reaching LV.3 on the kamikaze level. In less than 3 minutes, it was upgraded to level 3. Its own attributes also continue to increase as the level increases. Next, Zhang Feng wandered in the jungle, enjoying this feast. Every time you walk through a place, there will be a lot of corpses of wild monsters left on the ground. Kill LV.5 two-headed wolf, gain 50 experience points. After controlling the wild monsters to kill each other again, a ball of light fell to the ground. The ball of light automatically flew to Zhang Feng and then disappeared. This is the automatic pickup function of the backpack. If equipment is dropped, the player does not need to worry about it, the system will directly lock it for automatic pickup. Zhang Feng opened his backpack and took a look. Wolfskin vest, white quality. Type, armor. Professional restriction, warrior. Level limit, LV.5. Attributes, health plus 800, defense plus 40. A very ordinary piece of armor, far inferior to the guardian armor he was wearing. Closing the backpack, Zhang Feng continued to sweep. About 2 hours later, Zhang Feng walked deep into the jungle. Around him, more than a dozen high-level white wolves followed him in an orderly manner. Whenever there was a living thing, he would immediately control these white wolves to rush forward and kill it. The screen is full of kill reports, and there are balls of equipment light all over the ground. Zhang Feng felt so happy. He could no longer remember how many wild monsters he had killed, but he knew that he had collected no less than 100 pieces of equipment in his backpack. Not all wild monsters will drop equipment. According to official statistics, the equipment explosion rate is about 10%. In other words, he may have killed no less than 1,000 wild monsters now. Finally, after killing a black bear. Congratulations to the player for reaching LV.20 on kamikaze level. Level has reached the maximum, please go to the job transfer hall and accept the first job transfer task. Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, infinite. Spirit strength, 1000 maximum dispersion distance, 100 meters. Level, LV.20 rotations. Health, 4500 plus 5000. Strength, 660. Defense, 335 plus 400. Agility, 29. Stamina, 130. Combat power rating, 35 stars. You've maxed out so quickly? I haven't had enough fun yet. Zhang Feng really enjoyed the feeling of leading the beasts to kill people everywhere, and he felt like he wanted more. He opened his equipment backpack. There are still 2 pieces of equipment suitable for him. Swift boots, white quality. Type, shoes. Occupational restrictions, none. Level limit, LV.20. Attributes, agility plus 2, stamina plus 10. The other is a sword. Silver moon blade, white quality. Type, weapon. Occupational restrictions, none. Level limit, LV.20. Attribute, strength plus 100. Special attribute, 5% chance to cause double damage to the target when attacking. The silver moonblade has a translucent silver body, is smooth and clean. Although its attributes are average, it is definitely beautiful. Zhang Feng was admiring it carefully. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Uneasy emotions emanated from the white wolf spirit, containing fear and submission. Zhang Feng turned around and took a closer look. A 5-meter-tall, burly black bear was running towards him, roaring. I can't believe it. The boss of Sunset Forest actually came to me on his own initiative. Is it because I killed too many monsters? The black bear roared loudly, and it was obvious that it was very angry. The next second, it actually spoke human language. Intruder, die. Chapter 4 This boss, please help me clean up the monsters. Tyrant Bear, LV.20. Life, 8,000. Introduction: Sunset Forest boss, extremely violent, with a strong body that combines strength and speed, and extremely destructive power. Skill 1, Wild Roar causes mental intimidation to the enemy, adding 30% weakening. Skill 2, Powerful Spin. Spread your arms and spin at high speed like a top, destroying everything around you. Skill 3, Earthshaking. Strike the ground with both fists, causing violent vibrations within a 100-meter radius. The closer the distance, the greater the damage. Double damage is dealt to the center within 3 meters. Special drop, 10% chance to drop random green quality equipment. The tyrant bear rushed towards Zhang Feng like crazy, and its deafening roar kept echoing. Zhang Feng felt a trace of spiritual power in it. Obviously, it used its first skill, Wild Roar. However, all mental attacks have a prerequisite, that is, its mental strength must be higher than that of the opponent. But Zhang Feng is a psychic, and his strength is twice that of an average person. The mental strength of wild monsters is comparable to that of ordinary professionals. Therefore, Zhang Feng's mental strength is twice as strong as it, and this kind of attack has no effect on him at all. The tyrant bear seemed to have noticed this as well. It stopped roaring and then spread out its arms, intending to perform a powerful spin. However, before it could start, an invisible force suddenly came and broke into its mind very forcefully. In just a moment, it lost its self-awareness. Yes, it is just absolute obedience to the master's orders. Zhang Feng pointed his finger in the air, and the originally arrogant and violent tyrant bear became the overlord of the Sunset Forest. It lay quietly on the ground like a puppy, wagging its tail vigorously. Good. Go and kill all the other monsters in this jungle. Zhang Feng's level has reached the upper limit of the current stage and he does not need to gain any more experience. But he can collect equipment. Excess equipment can also be sold for money. What's more, it's just a matter of moving your mouth, so why not do it? After receiving the order, the tyrant bear sensed it briefly and then ran towards the depths of the jungle. Because the distance of the mental power is limited, the farthest is only 100 meters, so Zhang Feng controlled another LV.15 Skylark. Let it carry you flying, follow the tyrant bear closely, and maintain mental control. Roar! The tyrant bear rushed into the group of wild monsters and killed them crazily, while a group of white wolves followed behind to clean up the mess. Zhang Feng opened the system panel idly. Lucky wheel. Number of draws, 4. Note, this lucky draw opportunity is only available for the normal wheel. The gold wheel and the supreme wheel have separate ways to obtain the number of times. You can get a lottery once every 5 levels. Now you are at level 20, which means you have got 4 chances. Zhang Feng looked at the turntable, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. But don't be fooled by the lottery of 10 cent on Blue Star. Lottery! The turntable started spinning rapidly. After a few seconds, the speed began to slow down and gradually stopped. 50,000 gold coins have been automatically deposited into the backpack. You can choose to deposit them into the corresponding trading card. 50,000 gold coins? Good. Continue. Draw 50,000 gold coins. 100,000. The third time. Draw 3 10x enhanced spirit experience cards, automatically added to backpack. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, and he finally drew out a special reward. Opening the backpack, a card covered with purple and gold patterns appeared in front of him. There is also a 3 displayed in the upper right corner of the equipment grid. Strengthening Spirit Experience card. Within half an hour after use, the strength of your own spiritual power will be increased to 10 times the original value, and the range of your spiritual power will be expanded to 10 times the original value. This item cannot be used in combination. Zhang Feng now has unlimited mental power reserves, but what he lacks is strength and range. This card is a perfect match for him. Pretty good. There is one more chance. Lottery. Draw 3 random green quality equipment treasure chests, automatically collected into backpack. Random green quality equipment. Another nice prize. Zhang Feng opened all 3 treasure chests in one breath. One of them is a mana restoring necklace exclusive to the mage profession, and the other is a beast taming ring exclusive to the beast tamer profession. The third one is a ring. Spirit Wind Ring, green quality. Type, jewelry. Occupational restrictions, none. Level restriction, none. Attributes, health plus 1000, agility plus 5. Special attribute, 24/7 alert to unusual air movements within a 50-meter radius. If an object approaches rapidly, an alert will be issued immediately to the player. A change in the air? An alarm? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng controlled a white-faced eagle not far away with just a thought. He casually controlled it to rush towards him. At this moment, a faint light flashed on the ring, and a voice sounded in my mind. Similar to an alarm. I see. This function is quite practical. In this way, you don't need to release your mental power all the time to be alert to your surroundings. What's more, people are always careless and make mistakes, and are in poor condition. If they relax at any time, they may put danger in their own hands. But the equipment 1T. It will play its role at all times. After the 3 treasure chests were opened, Zhang Feng was quite satisfied with today's harvest. Close the system panel. Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and took out the silver moon blade again. Now that I have enough strength, let me practice flying with my sword. Tianyuan City, Job Transfer Hall. Lin Wu, awakened successfully, combat profession Fire Mage. The awakening is still ongoing. Fire Mage. Too strong. Isn't this going to take off immediately? Brother Lin is the second person in our class to awaken a high-level combat profession. Brother Lin is invincible, he's simply a monster. I heard that fire mages are very powerful at level 1, and can easily kill level 2 monsters. Lin Wu stepped down. When he heard the compliments from people around him, he unconsciously revealed an arrogant expression. He came in front of several people. Palms facing up. Buzz. A fireball suddenly appeared, and the surrounding air was rapidly heated up. I have 2 innate skills, one is the fireball technique. There's another one, it's flamethrower. Come on, I'll take you to try it out. Lin Wu struck a cool pose and walked out of the hall. Several people followed closely behind him. Brother Lin is mighty, Brother Lin is domineering. There's absolutely nothing wrong with following Brother Lin. He's a fire mage. We warriors and archers can't compare to him. By the way, I heard there's another person in our class who has awakened a high-level profession. Who is it? The university bully Zhang Feng. He has awakened his psychic profession. A psychic? This profession, it's hard to describe. The chances of it actually developing is too low. Yeah, even if he develops, who knows when it will happen. He's nowhere near as promising as Brother Lin's fire mage. I'm betting my entire fortune. In the future, Brother Lin will definitely be a powerful figure standing at the top of the world. Do you need to gamble? That's the truth. At this moment, listening to their flattery, Lin Wu, who was walking in front, became more and more proud and his mentality became a little inflated. Open the experience transfer page. He skipped the shallow sea beach and the green plains and chose the sunset forest without hesitation. Lin Wu shook his head. Come on, I'll help you level up. Join me and teleport together. The people behind him saw the words sunset forest and suddenly hesitated. Ahem, Brother Lin, this sunset forest is at LV.1 LV.20 map. Isn't it a bit too dangerous? We just awakened. Yeah, why don't we go to the shallow sea beach? I'm afraid. Seeing Lin Wu's angry expression, he quickly stopped talking. One person saw that the situation was not good and immediately reprimanded. What are you talking about? Brother Lin is a fire mage, do you understand? Are you afraid of a mere sunset forest? Look how cowardly you are. Lin Wu groaned. Humph, you guys are cowards, but Wuzi still understands me. Wuzi's face was full of smiles. That's right, I've followed Brother Lin for 3 years, so I do have some ability to flatter him. This not only gave Brother Lin face, but also earned me a lot of goodwill. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I have relied on Brother Lin. The others didn't dare to say more at this moment. After all, he is a high-level professional, especially a fire mage, a profession with extremely strong lethality and great prospects. If you don't hold on tight now, you won't have a chance later. Several people looked at each other and joined the team. Sunset Forest, teleport. A few seconds later, everyone arrived at the training map, but the scene in front of them surprised them. Is this the Sunset Forest? Chapter 5 Classmates. Goodbye, I'm already a big boss. Is this the Sunset Forest? In front of them, large areas of forest were destroyed, with the corpses of wild monsters scattered all over the ground, making it a mess. Did a union come to raid it? Maybe, otherwise who can kill so many in one breath? We learned in the theory class that the wild monsters in the training map will refresh at midnight every morning. Therefore, no matter when you enter the map, there should be wild monsters running everywhere. There is no situation where all the wild monsters are killed. But the scene before them was extremely different from their perception. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Wu led a few people inside. They didn't see any living monsters along the way. This made him feel very depressed. I also want to cast Fireball to show off. Brother Lin, there's a wild boar over there. Wu Zi suddenly reminded him, and Lin Wu immediately became excited. Where? As he was speaking, a wild boar jumped out from the bushes not far away. Without any pause, he rushed towards them at full speed. Looking at the wild boar's fearless aura, even Lin Wu, who had awakened the fire mage profession, was a little scared. No, I can't let them down, otherwise they will look down on me. Flame Jet. As he raised his hand, it was as if a flame gun appeared in his palm, and a line of fire shot out instantly. Brother Lin is awesome, kill it. Flame Jet, so cool. The battle hadn't even been decided yet, but the people around him started praising him. Lin Wu was even more elated. So much so that the flames flew past the wild boar's body and hit the tree trunk next to it. Everyone was stunned. Lin Wu's heart was pounding. It's over, I'm pretending to be so great. I was so busy talking that I forgot to aim. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 15 meters. With the speed of the wild boar, it could probably rush to them in 1 second. They were really panicked. The one who regretted the most was Lin Wu. I have just awakened and should not underestimate the enemy. Why didn't I take it more seriously just now? No, I am a noble mage, and a fire mage with a bright future. I don't want to die. If you want to teleport out of the map, you need to read the bar for 30 seconds. But now, they obviously don't have the time. In desperation, Lin Wu planned to use another flamethrower to try to save the situation. But he had no combat experience, and his arms were shaking with fear. Before he could summon the flames, the wild boar rushed in front of him. It's over, it's really over now. The other few people were also very scared. Except for Wu Zi, who knew to dodge to the side, the others were frozen in place. Just when they thought they were going to die, a figure suddenly appeared overhead, blocking out the sunlight. As the shadow on the ground rapidly expanded, a huge monster fell from the sky and landed directly on the wild boar's position. Roar! Bang! The wild boar was smashed to pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The scene before him was even more shocking than a wild boar charging towards him. Several people's faces turned pale. Bear! Black bear! A level 20 black bear, 5 meters tall, with claws bigger than millstones. He fell from the sky and smashed the wild boar to pieces with one punch. Lin Wu was completely desperate. As for the wild boar just now, they still have hope of survival. But facing this black bear, they couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. Lin Wu's eyes were dull. I never thought that I, a dignified and honorable fire mage, would die just after awakening. I'm really being naughty. Why don't I just go to the shallow sea beach? You have to seek death. After being praised a few times, I don't know who I am anymore. Oh shit. Just like when they faced the wild boar just now, several people stood there in a daze, waiting for the judgment of the tyrant bear. But the result was beyond their expectations. Tyrant bear didn't even look at them and just turned and left. Everyone looked at each other, feeling puzzled. At this moment, Wu Zi keenly noticed a figure in the sky and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Lin, there's someone!" In mid-air. Zhang Feng, half lying on the back of Skylark, leisurely following behind the tyrant bear. He glanced down casually. If they were outside, Zhang Feng would definitely recognize these people as his classmates. But this is in the training map. Everyone looks different from outside, so naturally they can't recognize each other. What are you doing here after you wake up? Don't you know it's dangerous? Let's go. Zhang Feng seemed to have forgotten that he had just awakened and came in. He gave me a few bland lectures and left. After a long time, everyone finally came to their senses and sat down on the ground with their legs limp. Phew, that was a close call, I survived. What happened to that person just now? That tyrant bear seems to obey his orders very well. Beast Master? That should be it. So, the corpses of wild monsters here were all killed by him. It's almost certain. Apart from him, who else has such strong abilities? Luckily, we were lucky enough to meet a big boss, otherwise we would have died here. Thank you so much for saving my life. Okay, let's go, it's still too dangerous here. Yes, let's go quickly. Lin Wu took the initiative to ask to withdraw, and the arrogance on his face was no longer there. The other side. A message suddenly popped up on Jiang Feng's career panel. A stranger has sent you a friend request, please check. Click on it, and the nickname of the person who applied to be a friend is $. Obviously, it was one of the people he had just accidentally rescued. Jiang Feng chose to refuse. I have such strong abilities, I just need to develop them on my own. No need for messy socializing. Many people say that one more friend means one more help. But one more friend means one more trouble. The simpler the better. Wu Zi was immediately disappointed when he saw that his friend request was rejected. Alas, I knew it wasn't that easy to curry favor with someone. By the way, which big power in Tianyuan City does this young master belong to? I must find a way to investigate this later. If I can hold him, it will be much better than that fool Lin Wu. After what happened just now, Lin Wu's status in Wu Zi's heart has seriously declined. His mind is now full of Jiang Feng's figure. Capable, but not ostentatious. This is the true style of a strong man. Image source, AI drawing reader benefits, given from time to time. Chapter 6 Who said kamikaze spiritual master? I laughed at him for 2.5 years. Sunset Forest. Jiang Feng controlled the tyrant bear and a group of white wolves to travel almost the entire map. No wild monster can escape from his grasp. After killing all the wild monsters, under Jiang Feng's order, the tyrant bear and the white wolf committed suicide collectively. As the tyrant bear slowly fell down, a world announcement suddenly appeared on the panels of professionals around the world. World announcement: congratulations to Kyushu player Kamikaze for activating the hidden golden achievement God of Novices. Everyone's panel was covered with golden light, and a pair of golden wings spread out, sacred and domineering. Jiang Feng, who was checking the equipment in his backpack, was stunned for a moment. The God of Novices. There is such a thing. When you click on the achievement page, you will see that several achievement badges are already lit up. First Blood, kill a wild monster for the first time after awakening. Hunting Blade, kill more than 100 wild monsters cumulatively. Change clothes, wear a piece of equipment. These achievement badges are all light green, and there are no prompts or attribute bonuses. It will light up automatically when the conditions are met. It has no other use except for display. In addition to these badges, there is also a golden badge lying quietly in the achievement list, which is extremely eye-catching. There is a note next to it. Novice God, reach level 20 within 10 days of awakening, and obtain 1,000 pieces of equipment in the Novice map. God of Novice badge bonus, each upgrade increases the 5-dimensional attributes by an additional 20%. The 5 attributes, namely life, strength, defense, agility, and stamina, are also called universal attributes and are possessed by all professionals. As for other attributes, such as mental power and mental strength, these are profession-specific attributes that only mentalists have, and other professions do not have. Similar ones include Mage professional attributes, mana. Beast tamer occupational attributes, beast taming space. Priest professional attributes, vitality essence, etc. 5-dimensional attributes, under normal circumstances, each level up. Health plus 200 number of job changes plus 1. That is to say, at the 0th transformation stage, for each level up, your health will increase by 201, or 200 points. In the first transformation stage, each level up will increase your health by 202, or 400 points. The second transfer is 600 points. And so on. Then with the permanent bonus of the badge. At 0th turn, each level up will increase your health by 241, or 240 points. 480 points at one turn. 720 points at the second turn. The attributes increased at each level are higher than others, directly widening the attribute gap by 20%. The same is true for the other 4 attributes except life. Zhang Feng opened the personal attribute panel. Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, spiritualist. Spiritual power, infinite. Spirit strength, 1000 maximum dispersion distance, 100 meters. Level, LV.20 rotations. Health, 5300 plus 6000. Strength, 782. Defense, 395 plus 400. Agility, 33 plus 7. Stamina, 150 plus 10. Combat power rating, 44 stars. The attributes he obtained from the previous upgrade actually received corresponding bonuses. The combat power rating also increased from 35 stars to 44 stars. The number after the plus in the brackets indicates the attribute bonus provided by the equipment. He currently wears 3 pieces of equipment. Guardian armor, green quality, attributes, health plus 5000, defense plus 400. Swift boots, white quality, attributes, agility plus 2, stamina plus 10. Spirit wind ring, green quality, attributes, health plus 1000, agility plus 5, special attribute, alert. As for weapons, there will be corresponding bonuses when using it, but when not in use, put it in the backpack and it will disappear. With his own attributes and equipment, Zhang Feng's health reached 11,300 points. That's 3,300 more points than the Tyrant Bear's 8,000 health points. You know, at the same level, the attributes of human professionals in all aspects are far inferior to those of monsters. But Zhang Feng has surpassed him now. Among them, the attributes provided by equipment account for more than half, which shows the importance of equipment bonus. Zhang Feng felt that he should put more effort into his equipment. Zhengzhou, Tianwang City. The most central, prosperous, important and powerful city in Kyushu. It is the center of power for the entire Kyushu kingdom. The headquarters of Kyushu's first trade union, Shinting, is here. At this moment, countless powerful people gathered in the internal conference room of the Shinting Union, and the weakest ones were all 7th-level powerful people. A middle-aged man in his early 50s with a dignified face walked out, with some white in his hair and beard. His name is Zhao Qiankuan, and he is the vice president of the Shinting Union. Zhao Qiankuan said solemnly. You all saw it, someone unlocked the achievement God of the Novice. Reach level 20 within 10 days of awakening and obtain 1,000 pieces of equipment. This means he killed at least tens of thousands of wild monsters. The strength is incredible. This is the second person in Kyushu's history to achieve this feat since that person. Having said that, he changed the subject and said with emotion. Alas, it's embarrassing to say this. I thought that after Jojo became stronger, life would be better. I didn't expect that because of its overall strength, countless other countries would unite to fight against Jojo. A tiger fighting alone against a pack of wolves may be extremely powerful, but it will eventually run out of energy. If this continues, Jojo will inevitably be at a disadvantage. Until we seize control of the Tower of God, Kyushu will never be at peace. Since this fellow named Kamikaze has earned this title, it naturally means he possesses the corresponding potential to conquer the Tower of God. This means that this person plays a decisive role in the outcome of this battle. The announcement was made to the entire world, so other countries must have also learned of this news and would definitely send people to assassinate him. So, be sure to find him as soon as possible and protect his safety. If people from other countries get there first, our last hope will be dashed. Everyone in the conference room was silent for a moment. Someone suddenly sighed. Jojo is so big, how can we find it? As soon as these words were spoken, the other people also looked worried. The professional data in this world is not controlled by anyone, but belongs to a mysterious force that controls the game world. PS, game server. At the same time, it does not allow anyone to collect players' career data on a large scale. Jojo Kingdom once wanted to establish its own professional information database, allowing each professional to register his or her information, including job transfer information, time of entering the training map and other data. However, the next day, all the collected data disappeared inexplicably. Since then, people have understood that the will of this world does not allow any player to control a large amount of information, which is a measure to protect the personal information of each player. Therefore, up to now, there is no authoritative organization that can retrieve the information of professional players. Nicknames are highly confidential information for personal professionals. As long as you don't reveal it yourself, no one will know. It is extremely difficult to find a professional in such a vast country like Kyushu who only knows a nickname but not his or her corresponding name. Why don't we make the news public and tell everyone in Kyushu that we must devote all our efforts to the cultivation of divine wind. Once Kamikaze finds out, he'll naturally come looking for us. Zhao Qiankun shook his head. It won't work. We don't know the exact location of the Kamikaze. If he shows up and is approached by assassins from other countries, it would be a perfect opportunity for him to die. Besides, if we can release news, those assassins can also release news. By then, all kinds of news will be mixed together, and it will be difficult to distinguish between true and false. The situation will be even worse. Besides, are you sure he'll come find us once he hears the news? If someone calls you out of nowhere and tells you you've won 10 million and asks you to go to a designated place to claim the prize, would you go? Of course, the first reaction is that this is a scam. No normal person would believe that. Everyone nodded in agreement with Zhao Qiankun's analysis. Then how do we find it? Zhao Qiankun smiled confidently. This divine wind is the key to Kyushu. We'd rather search slowly than expose it rashly. Everything is based on stability. As for how to find him, it's not difficult. First, secretly gather information to see which city's novice map has experienced large-scale monster slaughters in the past 10 days. In this way, the search target can be narrowed down to a certain range. By then, it will only be a matter of time before we find him. When everyone heard this, they all gave a thumbs up. As expected of Vice President Zhao, he's so cunning and resourceful. Why didn't I think of this method? Zhao Qiankun didn't refute, but just glared at him. Okay, this matter of finding someone is highly confidential. I need everyone here to take action personally. Remember, the investigation mission must be kept secret. Never make it public. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the conference room disappeared. Zhao Qiankun let out a long breath. Kamikaze. Novice God achievement. Is he a mage, a spellcaster, or a beastmaster? Little Tiger bot document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable, don't step into pits. Or rather, spiritual, never mind, it's impossible. Absolutely not. The psychic's development speed is extremely slow. It's been less than 10 days since they awakened. How can they be so strong? If anyone says Kamikaze is a spiritual master, I'll laugh at him for 2.5 years. Whispering sound. Chapter 7 Earning a lifetime's worth of money in one day is such a relief. Teleport out of Sunset Forest. Zhang Feng's figure appeared out of nowhere on the street, and his appearance and figure automatically recovered. Not far from him, Lin Wu and his group were walking towards him. Zhang Feng. What a coincidence. You just came out of the training map? Lin Wu greeted him casually. After all, they were classmates and he couldn't pretend not to see it. Yeah, I just finished my training. Zhang Feng replied. Lin Wu didn't ask him where he went, automatically assuming it was the shallow sea beach. He didn't think there would be anyone as brave as himself who would dare to go to the Sunset Forest right after awakening. I heard you awakened the psychic, the strongest profession. If you become rich in the future, remember to take care of your old classmates. Lin Wu said this, but he had different thoughts in his heart. So what if the psychic is strong in the later stages? The probability of him developing is too low. This profession is like a lottery, every ticket has huge potential, and you could win a 5 million jackpot. But the odds are so low that people are starting to disdain the lottery. The same is true for the profession of psychiatrist. As long as you are not recruited by a big guild when you just awaken, you will basically have no chance later. It is very likely that you will live a mediocre life and achieve nothing. So in Lin Wu's opinion, a psychiatrist like Zhang Feng who develops alone has no future at all. Fire mages like him are the most popular. Lin Wu glanced at Wu Zi calmly. Wu Zi's ability to read people's expressions was also very strong, and he immediately understood what he meant. Greeting is fake, showing off is real. Ahem, Zhang Feng, you may not know this yet, but Brother Lin has awakened the mage profession, and he's a very powerful fire mage. After I awakened, many guilds came to invite me, but Brother Lin rejected them all. With Brother Lin's talent, he has a good chance of joining the top guild in Tianyuan City in the future. The 5 sons praised him. However, on the other side, Zhang Feng just replied indifferently. Ah, congratulations then. As a time traveler, his mind is naturally much more mature than others. How can you not see that these two are singing the same tune? Aren't they just trying to show off? I guess Lin Wu is waiting for me to flatter him. But there is nothing wrong with it. Young people are full of vanity and like to pretend. Zhang Feng was not interested in arguing with a bunch of immature kids like them. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. See you sometime. Zhang Feng left straight away. Lin Wu stood there, feeling a little unhappy. I'm a fire mage, and you're so calm? Have you ever heard the saying, there is no strongest profession, only the strongest player? I really thought I was so great just because I awakened a spiritualist. Being a strong professional doesn't mean you are strong too. Brother Lin, this guy has no vision. Don't be angry with him. An awakened spiritualist, without a powerful backing, will basically spend their entire lives meditating and has no future. Wu Zi sighed on the side. After a while, Brother Lin will be as majestic and impressive as the big boss in Sunset Forest. By then, Zhang Feng might not even be able to get a number if he wants to follow you, Brother Lin. After hearing what Wu Zi said, Lin Wu felt a little relieved. That's right, only those who have strength are the real bosses. He also needs to be promoted as soon as possible. When the day comes when I am as powerful as that big boss in Sunset Forest, Zhang Feng, hee. See how you dare to ignore me. High Chamber of Commerce, Tianyuan City Branch. As a result, I walked into a hall with countless small rooms that looked like public telephone booths. This is the self-service vending room. Everyone can operate and sell equipment independently without any staff intervention. Zhang Feng entered a self-service trading cabin. Take out the equipment from the backpack one by one and put them into the identification chamber. Tusk necklace, white quality, appraisal price, 150 gold coins. White wolf cloth armor, white quality, appraisal price, 180 gold coins. Blue recovery necklace, green quality, appraisal price, 1,600 gold coins. In addition to what he was wearing, there were 998 pieces of equipment in his backpack. It took Zhang Feng a full hour to finish the performance. A total of 995 pieces of white quality equipment, 3 pieces of green quality equipment, total price 156,400 gold coins. Are you sure you want to sell it? 150,000 gold coins. This number surprised Zhang Feng a little. The average person's monthly income is only 300 gold coins, or 3,600 gold coins a year. 150,000. Little Tiger documents anti-theft printing, find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable don't step into pitfalls. That's enough for an average person to earn for more than 40 years. Even his parents have awakened to their careers. The annual income is only 30,000. And now, he sells the equipment he made in one day, or more precisely, in 4 hours, for 150,000. Combat professions are extremely popular. Zhang Feng sighed in his heart. But he overlooked that not every combat professional was as perverted as him. Confirm. Please insert the transaction card, or you can apply for an anonymous transaction card. Zhang Feng thought about it and applied for an anonymous transaction card. Because if you use your own card, a bunch of salespeople might come to your door the next day. People who sell houses, do masseuses, and sell insurance are also annoying. Printing an anonymous transaction card, deducting 10 gold coins for handling fee. Since your balance exceeds 100,000, a silver card will be printed for you. There is a maximum storage amount limit for transaction cards. The vast majority of people use bronze trading cards, which can store up to 100,000 gold coins. Above that are silver trading cards, which have a cap of 1 million. Gold trading card, upper limit is 10 million. Platinum trading card, upper limit is 100 million. Diamond trading card, upper limit is 10 billion. King level trading cards, no upper limit. Zhang Feng's parents left him 80,000 gold coins, and he also used a bronze card. This was his first time coming into contact with a silver card. Transaction card has been printed, card balance, 156,390. A trading card popped out. The card was silver in color and had a white tiger engraved on it. With a hint of nobility. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered the 2 gold coin cards with a face value of 50,000 in his backpack, totaling 100,000 gold coins. Open the backpack, select and use. Check the card balance again, 256390. I have to say that this way of using rewards set up by the system is very convenient. After putting away the card, Zhang Feng left the trading cabin and walked towards the second floor of the Chamber of Commerce. Selling equipment is just a process. His main purpose of coming to the Chamber of Commerce is to consume. Chapter 8 Different Treatment, 5-star difficulty maxed out. Hello, welcome. What do you need to buy? Equipment or materials? As soon as Zhang Feng arrived at the second floor of the Chamber of Commerce, he saw a sweet-looking shopping guide girl in uniform greeting him. He thought for a moment. Let's take a look at the equipment. I need psychic class equipment, or equipment with no class restrictions, and the wear level is within LV.20. Those sold were all junk equipment, which Zhang Feng didn't like. So I came here specifically to buy some good ones. When the young lady heard this, her eyes lit up. He turned out to be a spiritualist. This profession is a rare one in the Chamber of Commerce. Most spiritual practitioners are either meditating or reflecting, and very few have time to practice. Naturally, there is no need to buy any equipment. Coming to buy equipment means that he has reached the level where he can experience combat. And according to Zhang Feng's words, she could know that Zhang Feng's level was at least above level 20. Of course, please follow me over here. Under the guidance of the shopping guide, Zhang Feng came to a counter. The equipment for the psychic profession is currently out of stock. Since customers don't usually demand a lot, we rarely prepare it. But there are a lot of non-professional equipment. Following her instructions, Zhang Feng looked at the equipment displayed on the counter. Broad-bladed iron sword, white quality, usage level, LV.20. Attribute, strength plus 80. Tiger bone ring, white quality, wear level, LV.20. Attributes, agility plus 1, stamina plus 7. Serrated dagger, white quality. Is there any higher quality one? Green or blue equipment? The salesgirl was stunned for a moment. It seemed that this was a rich man. Over here. Windproof boots, green quality, wear level, unlimited. Attributes, agility plus 15, stamina plus 50. Price, 8,000 gold coins. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows when he saw the price. Such a big difference? He sold a piece of green equipment for less than 2,000 gold coins, but it cost 8,000 to buy it, a threefold difference. However, Zhang Feng thought about it briefly and felt relieved. Equipment without occupational or level restrictions is generally rare, and its general attributes are higher than those of ordinary equipment. It's reasonable to sell it at this price. Glancing back and forth at the counter, I saw that most of the items inside were green quality equipment. There was only one blue one, which was a hammer, and Zhang Feng couldn't use it. Finally, I successfully bought 3 items, spending a total of 26,000 gold coins. Wind-resistant boots and wolf tooth necklace. There is also a sword, the green quality silver moonblade. In this way, his original white quality silver moonblade could be thrown into the warehouse. After completing the equipment replacement, Zhang Feng is currently wearing the following equipment. Spirit Wind Ring, green quality. Wolf Tooth Necklace, green quality. Guardian's Armor, green quality. Windproof Boots, green quality. Silver Moon Blade, green quality. In addition to weapons, each professional can wear 6 pieces of equipment. Zhang Feng now only lacks a headdress, that is, a helmet, and a back ornament, that is, wings. But there is no suitable one at the moment, so Zhang Feng can only do this for now. After buying the equipment, Zhang Feng left the Chamber of Commerce. Half an hour later, he arrived in front of a majestic building. Job Change Temple. A place used to accept job transfer tasks and complete job transfers. When you walk in, the decoration inside is the same as outside, showing majesty and grandeur everywhere. Just one pillar is so big that 3 people holding hands cannot hold it. Even though Zhang Feng had lived on Blue Star and seen many magnificent buildings, he couldn't help but admire them at this moment. The reception is located in the very center. Behind the counter stood a girl with small, delicate features and long hair like a waterfall. The girl with long hair is dressed in a professional outfit, she is tall and very sexy. However, perhaps because the work was too boring, she looked listless and lazy. Hello, I'm here to change jobs. How many turns? The long-haired girl asked reflexively, then raised her head and glanced at Zhang Feng. She was originally very casual, but suddenly she became energetic. It's obvious that she is a face control. Seeing that Zhang Feng was handsome, her attitude immediately changed, and even her voice became hushed. Ahem, may I ask how many quests do you want to take? 1 turn. Handsome guy, go to the end and turn right. In room 3, there is a blue job transfer crystal. Just put your hand on it. The job change crystal will automatically display the job change tasks for you. The difficulty is divided into 5 levels, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars being the highest. From what I've observed, most people's missions are of 1 star difficulty, with very few 2 star. Anyway, it's not that difficult. I wish you all the best. The long-haired girl secretly gave him a wink, but Jiang Feng pretended not to see it and ignored it. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. The job change stone exists naturally in this world, and the job change temple also exists naturally. The so-called staff are just there to provide guidance so that every job changer can quickly find the corresponding job change stone. Simply put, the girl with long hair is equivalent to an NPC character in the game. As for information registration, it is useless even if you register. The next day it was all gone. The world's will does not allow anyone to collect information on a large scale, and registration is one of them. After Jiang Feng left, another bearded uncle walked to the counter. The long-haired girl's smile suddenly disappeared and she returned to her previous laziness. It should be here, room 3, the blue job transfer stone. Jiang Feng put his hands on it, and a special spiritual power instantly emanated and surrounded him. It seems to be testing something. The next second, Jiang Feng's information panel automatically opened. Player Kamikaze, Occupation, Spiritualist, Level, LV.20. The mental power reserve has reached the requirement. Meet the first job transfer requirements. The corresponding job transfer task is being generated for you. The difficulty of the task is related to the player's strength to a certain extent, but it is not completely proportional. Task generation. 5-star difficulty, rolling stone monsters are rampant. Please go to the Thorn Jungle LV.20 and clear the rolling stone monsters there. Kill 100 rolling stone monsters to complete the mission. Advanced reward, kill 150 times and receive double the job transfer bonus. Tip, the mission period is 3 days. If you fail to complete it, you can claim it again after 7 days. The mission difficulty will be reduced to 4 stars. Players can also choose to give up now, and the system will immediately convert it to a 4-star difficulty job transfer mission for you. Would you like to accept the call? Jiang Feng secretly complained in his heart. Others give it 1 star, but I give it 5 stars. It's targeted. Accept. Mission start. Countdown, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Chapter 9 The sudden appearance of the secret book merchant. Job transfer quest sheets, from the 1st to the 3rd level, all levels of difficulty quest sheets are available, at a great price, don't miss it if you're passing by. Brother, change your job, give me a cheat book. Outside the job transfer temple. A fat man in a green jacket was squatting nearby. Whenever someone came out, he would go up to them and introduce his secrets. At this moment, in front of him, there was a young man with a sad face and an ugly expression. Is your secret book really useful? When the fat man shook his head, the flesh on his face trembled. What are you talking about? I, fatty, have never told lies. Look, I've been selling secret manuals here for so long. If they didn't work, someone would have found me long ago. Anything produced by Fatty is of the highest quality. It's a time-honored brand, worthy of your trust. The young man frowned with an expression of disbelief. Have you been selling it for a long time? Then why haven't I seen you before? The fat man looked unnatural and coughed lightly twice. Ahem, I used to sell it on the East Street of Tianyuan City. I only came to the West Street these past few days, so of course you haven't seen it before. Really? Honest, fair, and great price. A copy of the manual is only 200 gold coins. I wouldn't cheat you out of just 200 gold coins, would I? Hearing him say this, the young man was also a little moved. After all, for professionals, 200 gold coins are really nothing. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and complained. Oh, if it was a 1-star task, I wouldn't be worried, but for some reason, I was given a 2-star task. It's too difficult. Fight 3 LV.20 withdraw. With the burst of power from a warrior like me, I'm afraid I can't even break its defense. Don't even think about killing 3, even 1 is enough. Do you have any tips? The fat man waved his hand and took out a backpack filled with various secret books. After searching through it, he finally took out a book. Here, the King Kong's fighting secrets. One hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods. The young man took out 200 gold coins and handed them to him, then took the secret book and flipped through 2 pages, and his frown immediately relaxed. I see. That's its weakness. Thanks, bro. I'll come back to buy it if I need it next time. The fat man looked like a veteran in the underworld. He clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you for your support." The young man left. The fat man looked towards the entrance of the job transfer temple. I just happened to see Jiang Feng walking out. Brother, do you want to change your job? Here's the cheats. I guarantee you'll pass the level. Jiang Feng glanced at him and ignored him. The fat man was turned down, but he didn't plan to give up and continued to introduce himself enthusiastically. Brother, I'm not lying to you. This is Fatty's secret book. It's a 100-day-old brand. It's trustworthy. Seeing how persistent he was, Jiang Feng smiled jokingly. Thanks for the recommendation, but I don't need it. Seeing Jiang Feng's confidence, the fat man didn't bother him anymore. Okay, I'll help you succeed in your mission. You can come back if you need me in the future. After Jiang Feng left, the fat man shook his head secretly. This kid looks so relaxed, it seems that's not the case. The difficulty of the job transfer task is related to your strength. If that kamikaze were to change his job, it would, as expected, be a 5-star difficulty. What does 5-star difficulty mean? Even the guy who obtained the hidden achievement of God of Novice many years ago only managed to complete it with a lot of resource support. Moreover, in the history of the world, he is the only one who has completed a 5-star job transfer task. If Kamikaze accepted the job change mission, it would probably not be so easy to pass. Unless, he gave up the 5-star difficulty. Alas, this damn world will actually not allow large-scale information collection. Otherwise, if we build a database, wouldn't it be easy to find someone? Forget it, this is not the time to complain. We must speed up the process. The fat man looked at a figure who had just walked out of the job transfer temple and greeted him enthusiastically. Quest cheats, selling cheats. In a residential house in Tianyuan City. Jiang Feng ate something, drank a large glass of water, and burped in satisfaction. Then, opened the career panel. Select job change quest map Thorn Jungle LV.20 LV.20. Teleport. There was a flash of light, and Jiang Feng came to another world. Looking around, there were thorns covered with sharp spikes everywhere. The sky was dark and gloomy, looking very depressing. Ha! A cold wind blew, bringing desolation and sadness. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. Why is it so quiet? Didn't they say there was an influx of rolling stone monsters? Jiang Feng released his mental power, covering the entire area within a radius of 100 meters. Suddenly, he felt a movement. Crack! Not far away, a big bulge appeared on the ground. The next moment, the bulge began to move. A 2-meter-tall monster made entirely of stone emerged from inside. There are also thick stone scales on the back. Like a larger version of a pangolin. Jiang Feng looked at it, and the corresponding information was displayed on the panel. Rolling Stone Monster, LV.20. Life, 10,000. Description: a life form nurtured within the earth, its entire body is covered in hard stone armor. It lives in groups and has a strong reproductive capacity. Skill 1, Death Roll: curl up into a stone ball, roll rapidly, and collide with or crush the enemy. Skill 2, Stone Armor: rebound when in stone ball state, any attack will be rebounded as long as the attack does not exceed its defense limit. Skill 3, Group Charge: the rolling stones have strong collective honor. If one is attacked, the others will counterattack simultaneously, crushing the enemy with numbers. Special drop: 3% chance to drop blue quality ancient stone armor. Jiang Feng saw the rolling stone monster walking towards him step by step. Every step is solid. You don't even need to fight to know that its power is definitely not small. At the same time, dense noises were heard from the surrounding ground. One after another, rolling stone monsters appeared. It was as if dozens or even hundreds of 2-meter-tall burly men were walking towards him. Who wouldn't be terrified by this scene? Strong defense, great strength, and fast speed. They are social creatures, so when they fight in groups. Jiang Feng felt that if he were a soldier, facing such a situation, he would probably be absolutely helpless. But sorry, I'm a psychic. Chapter 10 The first turn is completed. Draw the 10,000 swords, return to the origin. Control. Jiang Feng had a thought in his mind. A rolling stone monster in front stopped instantly. As his mental power gradually expanded, more and more rolling stone monsters were controlled by him. Bang! A rolling stone monster swung its fist and hit its companion behind it. A trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the rolling stone monster that was beaten. "We are teammates, why are you hitting me?" Under Jiang Feng's control, more and more rolling stone monsters began to attack their companions. For a normally developed level 20 psychic, controlling 3 rolling stone monsters of the same level is already the limit. But Jiang Feng possesses infinite mental power, so controlling not only 3 at the same time, but even 300 or 3000 is no problem at all. If necessary, he can even fight until the end of time. View of the scene from above. In the vast thorny jungle, hundreds of LV.20 rolling stone monsters surrounded Jiang Feng. Anyone, even 100 professionals, would have to avoid his edge. But Jiang Feng stood calmly among the many rolling stone monsters, safe and sound. Kill a LV.20 rolling stone monster and gain 200 experience points. Store 20 experience points. Drop job transfer quest certificate 1. Kill a LV.20 rolling stone monster and gain 200 experience points. Store 20 experience points. Drop job transfer quest certificate 1. Kill messages kept popping up. Jiang Feng was suspended in the air on his sword. He took out a half-drunk bottle of coke from his backpack and leisurely watched the battle below. There are 100 of them. 120 pieces. 140 pieces. Suddenly, a bright blue ball of light appeared, and Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. It was blue-quality equipment. Open the backpack. Ancient stone armor, blue quality. Type, armor. Occupational restrictions, none. Level restriction, none. Attributes, health plus 15,000, defense plus 1,500. Special attributes. When receiving a single damage of no more than 15,000, you will be 100% immune to damage and 50% of the damage will be reflected. When receiving a single damage exceeding 15,000, the armor will block it first. After deducting 15,000 damage, the remaining damage will be borne by the player. The armor will be broken after blocking up to 3 times. As expected of blue quality, these attributes are amazing. The attributes were even better than the white quality LV.100 equipment he had seen at the Chamber of Commerce. Within 15,000 damage, 100% blocking is enough to withstand most wild monsters below LV.100. As for other professionals? Generally speaking, professionals of the same level often have lower attributes than wild monsters of the same level. So if you can stop wild monsters, you can naturally stop other professions as well. Unless the other party has better equipment than him. However, blue quality is already the highest quality equipment that can be worn within LV.100. Higher purple quality items generally require a level of LV.100 or above to wear. Therefore, this situation can basically be ruled out. Kill a LV.20 rolling stone monster and gain 200 experience points. Store 20 experience points. Drop job transfer quest certificate 1. While Jiang Feng was checking his equipment, the number of rolling stone monsters killed had reached 150. The number of job transfer mission certificates in the backpack has also reached 150. Okay, time to go. There's no need to linger any longer now that the mission is complete. After all, he is not short of money now and does not need to buy too much equipment. Teleport. After the reading was finished, Jiang Feng returned to his home. In less than 2 hours, the job transfer task was completed. It's not dark yet, let's hurry up and complete the job transfer. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Feng arrived at the entrance of the job change temple. I found that the fat man who was selling the secret book was still there, and he was shouting very loudly. So dedicated. Jiang Feng sighed and walked past him. Walked straight into the job change temple. The long-haired girl was still sitting at the counterboard. When she saw Jiang Feng, there was some surprise on her face. Handsome boy, you finished it so quickly? Yeah, that's pretty simple. You can complete the job transfer there. Turn right in front and go to room 3. You will find the blue job transfer stone. Thanks. Arriving at room 3, Jiang Feng placed his hand on the job transfer stone, and the job transfer stone immediately responded. Nickname, Kamikaze, first level mission submission. 150 job transfer certificates detected in backpack, mental power reserves meet the standard. Congratulations to player Kamikaze for successfully completing the first transformation and gaining a 30% bonus to all current attributes. 30%. Jiang Feng was amazed, it was so high. We learned in the theory class at school that different star level job transfer tasks will provide different attribute bonus ratios after completion. Completing 1-star and 2-star tasks will increase all attributes by 5%. 3 stars, 10% bonus to all attributes. As for the 4 and 5 stars mentioned above, the teacher did not teach them and they are not in the textbook. According to Zhang Feng's estimation, it is at most 5% or 10% higher than the 3-star level. But unexpectedly, it doubled to 30%. Advanced mission completed, attribute bonus doubled, increased to 60%. Zhang Feng almost forgot that there are advanced tasks. All attributes are increased by 60%, which makes the gap with others quite terrifying. Stored experience is released, and the player level is increased to LV.35. Zhang Feng's attribute panel has changed. Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, Infinite. Spirit strength, 3100 maximum divergence, 250 meters, PS. Some people think the distance is short, but in the later stages it will rise to thousands of levels, which is quite a distance. There must be a development process, so this is the first turn. Level, LV.35 first level. Health, 15,680 plus 16,000. Strength, 2,331. Defense, 1072 plus 1,500. Agility, 78 plus 20. Stamina, 420 plus 50. Combat power rating, 117 stars. The attributes are increased by 60% from the original level 20, and then the level is increased to 35, with another increase. Zhang Feng's attributes more than doubled. The job change rewards haven't ended yet. Job change quest reward, Spiritualist passive skill precise perception. Perception, players can sense any movement within the area covered by their mental power and gain full vision within the area. In fact, the original mental power also has a certain perception, but it is relatively vague. This skill is equivalent to making perception more refined. To put it another way, it is equivalent to having a perfect God's perspective. After the rewards were distributed, Zhang Feng opened the system panel. The number of wheel draws has been increased to 3. With such a blind box of roulette in front of him, Zhang Feng couldn't resist. Smoke. Draw 50,000 gold coins. Draw 50,000 gold coins. In the blink of an eye, there was only one draw left. Hiss, what a pit. It seems that 50,000 gold coins is the guaranteed reward in this turntable. Last time. Extracted the Spiritualist's active skill book 10,000 swords returned to the origin, and automatically stored it in the backpack. Hearing the prompt, Zhang Feng was instantly alert. 10,000 swords return to their roots? Chapter 11 I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. 10,000 swords return to the origin, sword control technique, control sword weapons to attack, with 2 attack modes. Mode 1, Sword Rain, control all swords to perform area attacks. Control 100 swords, single sword attack power, strength 1. Control 1000 swords, single sword attack power, strength 10. Control 10,000 swords, single sword attack power, strength 30. Mode 2, Integration, concentrate all strength at one point and burst out instantly, counted as a single damage. Control 100 swords, burst power, strength 30. Control 1000 swords, burst power, strength 100. Control 10,000 swords, burst power, strength 500. Note, the swords you control must all be the same. If there are any differences, you cannot use it. P.S. There will be upgrades later, such as using chi to transform swords, etc. Skills always have to develop from weak to strong. Looking at the skill description, Zhang Feng took a deep breath. Controlling 10,000 swords and using unity can create a maximum explosive power of strength 500. Crazy. His current strength is 2,331, 500 times that is 1,165,500 points. Without considering the attribute bonus of equipment, a normal professional needs to reach LV.900 to reach this health volume. He was a LV.35 psychic, but using the skill of 10,000 swords returning to the origin, he could actually kill an unequipped LV.900 professional in one blow. This damage is quite horrific. Of course, this is just an ideal situation, and in reality it is far from achieving this effect. On the one hand, he doesn't have 10,000 identical swords now. On the other hand, professionals all have a certain defense value, which will reduce some damage. There will also be corresponding equipment bonuses to increase life, defense, and other attributes. Judging from a comprehensive analysis, if Jiang Feng were given 10,000 identical swords now, it should be no problem for him to kill a professional of around LV.500 in seconds. Skill panel. Skill 1 passive, active double spirit, continuously active. Skill 2 active, control everything with a single thought. Skill 3 passive, perception vision penetration, perceive everything. Skill 4 active, 10,000 swords return sword rain locks the sky, combines into one explosive kill. Jiang Feng analyzed his skills before he obtained 10,000 swords return to the origin. The first and third skills are only auxiliary, and only the second skill can be used for combat output. Moreover, he can only control wild monsters whose level is not higher than his to fight. If he encounters a high-level wild monster and there are no low-level wild monsters around for him to control, he will be in danger. But now there is 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Even if he encounters wild monsters or professionals of a higher level than himself, he can still fight. Even killing enemies over 100 levels is no problem. But now the problem arises again. He has to get 10,000 swords first. Go to the Chamber of Commerce. But it's a bit late now. The Chamber of Commerce should be closed. Let's wait until tomorrow. Jiang Feng walked out of the job transfer temple and heard a familiar hawking voice coming towards him. Selling cheats for clearing levels, don't miss it if you pass by. Hey, kid, nice to see you again. How's your job transfer going? The fat man was quite outgoing and started chatting with Jiang Feng directly. It's okay, not too difficult. The fat man nodded, then changed the subject. You look so young, you must have just started. Fatty, I want to ask you something. What's up? Has there been any large-scale monster slaughter in the novice zone map here in the past few days? Jiang Feng? Killing wild monsters? I don't know if killing all the wild monsters in Sunset Forest counts. However, regardless of whether it counts or not, he cannot disclose his information, as it is private. Besides, why is this fat guy asking about this? As if seeing the doubt in Jiang Feng's heart, the fat man took the initiative to explain. Ahem, I've received a bounty. Someone is offering a high price of 300,000 gold coins to find a strong newcomer to accompany their son to the novice map for training and ensure his safety. And it has to be the top-notch one. So, I'm just asking around to see where large-scale monster slaughters are occurring. This proves there's a strong newcomer. 300,000 gold coins. Jiang Feng couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This guy is really rich. He spent 300,000 gold coins just to find a temporary bodyguard for his son. He cleared all the wild monsters in Sunset Forest, and the equipment that dropped was only sold for 150,000. It's really nice to do business with rich people. However, despite his size, Jiang Feng was not moved. On the one hand, he had completed the first transformation and his level exceeded LV.20, so he could not enter the novice map. On the other hand, he doesn't need to. If you want to make money, just go and clear the map yourself. It just requires some mental energy. Don't even mention spending 300,000 gold coins to hire him. Even if the #1 union in Jojo wanted to recruit him and train him with all their strength, he would not go. The world is a dangerous place, and there are people with bad intentions everywhere. The more people you come into contact with, the more trouble you will get into. I have unlimited mental power and a lottery system, it would be great to develop safely. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but praise the nickname function of this world. He has completely different appearances and identities in the human world and the training map. Everything in the map was done by Kamikaze and has nothing to do with him, Jiang Feng. As long as he doesn't say it himself, no one can find out. I don't know, ask someone else. Jiang Feng responded briefly and was about to leave, but was stopped by the fat man. He flipped his palm and handed over 300 gold coins. My dear brother, you just changed your job and should have some experience with the newbie circle. So, I'd like to trouble you to keep an eye out for any newbies with strong abilities. For example, the Divine Wind who completed the Novice God achievement in the recent announcement is quite suitable. These few gold coins are just a small token of my appreciation. If you can find someone suitable, I'll offer you a generous reward of 30,000 gold coins. The fat man stuffed the money into Jiang Feng's hand and turned around to continue soliciting customers. Jiang Feng seemed to be thinking about something. Kamikaze? Interesting. It even involves me. It seems that the nickname Kamikaze has become famous. Damn world announcement. Jiang Feng sighed. Alas. I also want to be low-key, but my strength doesn't allow it. Chapter 12, Crafting Equipment? 100 Pieces at First Sight. The next day, Jiang Feng arrived at the Chamber of Commerce early in the morning. The female shopping guide who greeted him was the same one from last time. As a shopping guide who has worked for many years, she has an extraordinary memory and recognized Jiang Feng at a glance. Hello, our Chamber of Commerce has just received a new batch of LV.20 wearable green quality armor. You can take a look. No, I want to buy some swords, regardless of profession, or some for the psychic profession. Okay, please follow me. The two came to the weapons area. Jiang Feng glanced around and frowned slightly. The equipment in the weapons area includes various items such as staffs, axes, and beast-taming rings. Swords do not account for a large proportion of them, with only a few dozen in total. It doesn't even meet the minimum configuration of 100 swords, and the quality and variety are uneven, including long swords, short swords, and blunt swords. Are these the only sword weapons you have? The shopping guide looked surprised. There are dozens of them to choose from. Isn't that enough? Excuse me, how much do you need? At least 100, the more the better. Oh, I see. Sorry, the Chamber of Commerce can't meet your needs at the moment. I personally suggest you go to a blacksmith shop and have it custom made. Blacksmith shop? Yes, there are craftsmen who specialize in making equipment. As long as you provide enough materials, they can make weapons or equipment of any quantity and quality. Moreover, the equipment we craft has no level restrictions and has better attributes than the equipment dropped by ordinary monsters. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and nodded. Why didn't I think of that? There is no better way to get tailor-made equipment in the wild. Thanks for the reminder. You're welcome. After a brief farewell, Jiang Feng left the Chamber of Commerce. East District of Tianyuan City. Sancher Blacksmith Shop. The largest and most reputable forging shop in Tianyuan City. It was jointly opened by the three brothers of the Shi family, Shi Sen, Shi Lin, and Shi Mu. I don't know if it's a genetic problem, but all three of them are blacksmiths. In the reception hall. There is no bright and beautiful decoration, just a very ordinary cement floor and some discarded garbage left over from the manufacturing equipment. As you walk into the hall, you can still hear the noise of equipment crafting coming from the room behind. The eldest of the three brothers, Ishimori, was chatting with a guest at the moment. Create a green quality armor? As for materials, you need to provide 1 piece of any green quality equipment and 3 pieces of white quality equipment. Also, we need to add a forging crystal. The cost of crafting is 1,500 gold coins. After Ishimori finished speaking, the other party looked embarrassed. The crafting cost is so high? 1,500 gold coins can buy a green piece of equipment directly at the Chamber of Commerce. I've already provided you with all the necessary materials, why are you still asking for so much money? Are you trying to trick me? One price, 500 gold coins. Ishimori has a muscular body, an unshaven beard, and holds a hammer in his hand. At first glance, he looks like the type who is difficult to mess with and has a bad temper. But his subsequent performance not only did not show any sign of anger, but rather a bit of aggrieved. Brother, this can't be too low. Every time you craft equipment, there's a certain chance of failure. The cost of materials for reforging after a failure is out of our own pocket. 1,500 gold coins, that's barely enough to cover the damage. Any less and we'll have to pay for it. Ishimori is a big man, but he explained things earnestly like a vegetable seller. However, no matter what they said, the other party refused to buy it. Alright, I'll go check out other forgeries. After the guests left, Ishimori looked depressed. The side door was pushed open and 2 men as strong as him walked out. They were the other 2 of the 3 brothers, Shi Lin and Shi Mu. Brother, didn't the deal come to fruition again? If there's no more business, this forging shop will go bankrupt. Ishimori shook his head and sighed deeply. Alas, I shouldn't have taken that order. Damn the greedy wolf guild. As the largest construction shop with the best reputation and the largest scale in Tianyuan City. Originally, there was no need to worry about business issues. But half a year ago, the second union in Tianyuan City, the Tanlang Union, came to them to place a large order. A total of nearly 80 pieces of equipment were crafted, most of which were green quality, and a few were blue quality. The other party delivered the materials but did not pay the manufacturing fee. Said it would be given after the order was completed. Considering that they were the second union in Tianyuan City, the three brothers chose to believe it. As a result, after the construction was completed, the other party had no intention of paying and kept delaying. In order to build this batch of equipment, they paid for the loss of materials out of their own pockets and also borrowed a lot during the process. As a result, the three brothers' shop was almost bankrupt. Hundreds of workers have been owed money for 3 months now. The human world has a guard organization dedicated to protecting the rights of civilians and non-combat professionals. It is equivalent to the police station in Blue Star. But when they reported the incident, it was defined as a civil dispute and the security team was told it was inconvenient to intervene forcibly. Only when the debt has been owed for 1 year or more can it be classified as an act that affects public order. Only then will the guards take action personally. But now, the time has not come yet, so no one will help them to reason. So the three of them could only allow the greedy wolf guild to run rampant for the time being. Well, alright, you two, go onto the road and solicit business. Now we can only try to get as many orders as possible. See if we can salvage it. The three brothers were discussing when a figure suddenly walked into the hall. Excuse me, is this a forging shop? The person who came was Zhang Feng. As soon as the three brothers saw the business coming, they immediately smiled and greeted them warmly. Yes, what do you want to build? Zhang Feng said without hesitation. I need a batch of swords, the more the better. Let's make 100 first. The three brothers' originally enthusiastic faces suddenly froze, and their expressions gradually became unfriendly. They had just been cheated by the greedy wolf guild, and now another one came. He just opened his mouth and mentioned 100 swords, which was even more arrogant than the greedy wolf guild. Ishimori took a step forward and said with a hint of coldness. You can craft equipment, but please provide all the materials and crafting costs first. If you don't have it, you can't build it. Zhang Feng didn't notice the unhappiness in their tone. Because in his impression, blacksmiths generally have strong limbs and speak in a rather blunt manner, so he naturally didn't care. The materials are not available yet, but they will be available soon. I came here this time to ask how much materials are needed and how much it will cost so I can prepare it. The three brothers looked at each other, with some distrust in their eyes. How much materials and money would be needed to make 100 swords? Are you preparing now? You probably won't be able to save enough in a year. Isn't this just kidding us? At this point, the three of them didn't want to talk anymore. But Zhang Feng hasn't done anything bad to them yet, so it's not easy for them to drive him away directly. What kind of sword do you want to make? Ishimori asked in a calm tone. Zhang Feng thought about it. A sword of normal length, green quality will do. Zhang Feng knew that it would take a long time to forge such a large number of swords into blue quality. Maybe a few months. He couldn't wait that long. However, the quality of white is too poor, so it is not cost-effective to make it alone. So just make green quality ones first and use them later, and then make and improve them when you have time. To craft a green quality sword, you need 1 piece of any green quality equipment, 3 pieces of any white quality equipment, and a forging crystal. The additional crafting cost is 1,500 gold coins. Because the equipment created has no level restrictions, its attributes are relatively high, and it has growth attributes, it can be further forged and improved later. Therefore, crafting equipment is much more expensive than purchasing a piece of equipment of the same quality. Zhang Feng listened to his explanation and silently calculated in his mind. 100 swords, that is any 100 pieces of green quality equipment, 300 pieces of any white quality equipment, 100 forging crystals, and the crafting cost is 150,000 gold coins. Gold coins, the combined balance of his 2 trading cards now makes him worth more than 300,000, which is more than enough. Just kill monsters and you will get enough equipment quickly. Forging crystals is easy, you just need to go to the material copy to obtain them. Okay, give me half a day and I'll give you the materials in the afternoon. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he left in a hurry. The third brother Shermu snorted coldly at this moment. Humph, why are you pretending? There are only a few famous second-generation rich people in Tianyuan City, and there is no one like him. Judging from his age, he must have just awakened not long ago. If he can't produce it, then just say he can't produce it. Why are you giving him so much time? You're really good at pretending. Ishimori patted his shoulder. Forget it, young people are just bragging for the sake of face. I can understand. After all, they didn't cheat us, so there's no need to curse like that. Shermu glanced at Shersen with an indignant look on his face. Humph, big brother, you just have too good a temper. You should have kicked him out just now. Just wait and see. If he doesn't bring the materials this afternoon, I'll definitely give him a good scolding when we meet on the street later. The second oldest, Sherlin, also felt that Shermu was too irritable, so he started to advise him. Third brother, that's enough. Don't be so confident. There are exceptions to everything. What if someone really gets it? Shermu's face darkened when he heard this. How is that possible? If he can really get the materials and gold coins to forge 100 swords this afternoon, my son will be born with his last name. No sooner said than done. Chapter 13 Quick Collection, Enter the Dungeon. AI Drawing Reader Benefits, given from time to time. Fire Poison Desert LV.20 LV.50. Teleport. When he arrived at the training map, Zhang Feng suddenly felt a gust of hot wind mixed with sand and dust, blowing on his face and causing burning pain. The sun in the sky was also very scorching, and Zhang Feng felt his skin burning in just a few seconds. Tip: the Fire Poison Desert map has a scorching buff that will continuously stack on the player, 1 layer every 3 minutes. When it reaches 10 layers, the player will be poisoned by fire and will continue to burn for 3 days. Suggestion: the burning buff will only cause damage when it reaches 10 layers. Players can exit the map before 10 layers are stacked. The applied buff will automatically dissipate at a rate of 1 layer per hour. Burning buff, fire poison? This map is quite interesting. This means that he can't stay here for more than 30 minutes, so he needs to speed up. Zhang Feng looked around and saw the endless desert with sand dunes and gullies everywhere. Where are the wild monsters? I guess it's hiding underground like the rolling stone monster in the thorn bush. Zhang Feng released his mental power to test. Sure enough, the entire desert seems peaceful, but it is actually full of dangers. Perception. Perception: players can sense any movement within the area covered by their mental power and gain full vision within the area. In Zhang Feng's mind, his consciousness seemed to be suspended in the air, and he could see everything on the ground clearly. Like a god's perspective. And this perspective can be moved at will. Here we come. 30 meters diagonally ahead, a black pair of pincers emerged from the sand. Then a dark green scorpion with a body length of nearly 2 meters was seen crawling out from inside. Desert Scorpion, LV.40? Life, 12,500. Description: a creature that lives in the desert. Its tail stinger and pincers are highly toxic, causing paralysis, muscle stiffness, and slow movement. Skill 1, Venom Jet Tail Stinger sprays venom at extremely fast speed. Skill 2, Underground Assault Drill underground and move quickly, using pliers to attack the enemy. Skill 3, Cut off the tail to survive. If in danger, you can actively cut off the tail. The tail will have a brief moment of consciousness, which can be used to hold the enemy back, allowing the body to escape. Special drop: 15% chance to drop random green quality equipment. Zhang Feng casually glanced at the information on the panel and his heart tightened. I encountered a LV.40 monster right after I arrived. What bad luck! He is only LV.35 now, which is lower than the opponent's level and cannot use mental power to control the opponent. Wanjin Guizong is not mature yet and cannot play a big role. There is really a lack of means of attack. This scene further strengthened Zhang Feng's determination to speed up the production of sword weapons. However, being unable to control the other party does not mean that Zhang Feng is helpless. If you can't control it, you can control something else. There are many wild monsters hidden under the sand, many of which are below LV.35. Come out. Zhang Feng released his thoughts and instantly established a spiritual connection with countless monsters underground. Small monsters began to appear one after another. LV.33 Desert Scorpion, LV.34 Fire Beetle, LV.31 Long Beach Flying Mosquito. Countless monsters within a radius of 100 meters surrounded the LV.40 Poisonous Scorpion. The poisonous scorpion froze in place for a moment. Venom Spray. The stinger fired venom, accurately hitting a fire-breathing beetle. The beetle twitched and trembled on the spot, losing the ability to move. But in the brief moment it attacked, other monsters surrounded it. Even though the poisonous scorpion had reached LV.40 and was far ahead of them, the huge gap in numbers was something it could never make up for. Soon, the poisonous scorpion was eaten beyond recognition. It didn't even have the chance to use its best skill of cutting off its tail to survive. Kill a LV.40 Desert Scorpion and gain 400 experience points. Zhang Feng led countless armies of monsters and rampaged across the desert. Kill all the way and control new wild monsters along the way. The kill prompts are basically one after another, and you can't stop at all. On average, 3 or 4 monsters are killed every second. In just less than 10 minutes, Zhang Feng reached the maximum level again. Congratulations to the player Kamikaze for reaching LV.50. Level has reached the maximum. Please go to the job change temple to accept the second job task. 10% of the excess experience will be temporarily stored and released after the job change. Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, Infinite. Spirit strength, 4600. Maximum dispersion distance, 400 meters. Level, LV.50. First level. Health, 22,880 plus 16,000. Strength, 3,360. Defense, 1680 plus 1,500. Agility, 124.8 plus 20. Stamina, 600 plus 50. Combat power rating, 135 stars. Zhang Feng glanced at his equipment backpack and saw only 200 pieces of equipment in total, of which only 18 were of green quality. There is still a long way to go. Continue. Kill a LV.47 fire beetle, gain 470 experience points, store 47 points. Kill LV.48 desert scorpion, gain 480 experience points, store 48 points. With a higher level army of monsters, Zhang Feng's monster killing speed has been improved to a higher level. Basically, on average, 7 or 8 kill notifications are sent out per second. 29 minutes. The scorching buff has been stacked to 9 layers. The number of equipment collected in Zhang Feng's backpack reached 1,880, including 122 pieces of green quality equipment. There are enough materials to make 100 swords. It's time to leave. Zhang Feng stayed in place for 30 seconds and teleported away just before the 30 minutes were up. Next, he opened the material copy page. Forging material copy. Primary forging crystal dungeon restricted level, LV.1 LV.50. Intermediate forging crystal dungeon restricted level, LV.51 LV.200. Advanced forging crystal dungeon restricted level, LV.201 LV.800. Zhang Feng's current level can only allow him to enter the primary dungeon. Teleport. Zhang Feng came to a valley. There were no plants around and it was barren. Not far ahead, there are 4 dark caves, crowded with professionals who come to obtain forging crystals. This is the first time for player Kamikaze to enter this instance. Please see the introduction. A prompt popped up on the panel. Check. Introduction. In the Valley of Giant Snakes, countless LV.50 giant snakes use their bodies as containers, guarding the crystals in the valley for generations. Defeat the giant snakes to obtain the crystals in their bodies. This dungeon has 4 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, and infernal. The higher the level, the more giant snakes there are, and the higher the upper limit of crystals you can obtain. Simple mode, single acquisition limit, 1. Normal mode, maximum single acquisition limit, 3. Hard mode, maximum single acquisition limit, 10. Purgatory mode, single acquisition limit, 30. Players need to use the second level forging material dungeon scroll to open the entrance. You can invite other players to form a team to help, up to 2 people, and no scrolls are required to help teammates. Dungeon scroll? Zhang Feng only realized after seeing the introduction that he needed a copy scroll to enter. What if there is no one? Then we have to form a team. Just rub it. Chapter 14. Sorry, I really have infinite mental power. I have a scroll and need a teammate above level 45 to help me. Play on easy difficulty. After completing it, I will pay 20,000 gold coins. I'm level 41, a priest, and can heal 5,000 HP in 1 minute. Any boss would like to guide me? I'm level 48, a water mage. I can guide you through normal mode with a success rate of over 30%. Anyone with a scroll, come find me. The scene was very lively, with countless people looking for suitable teammates. After all, even in simple mode, it is not easy to kill a giant snake LV.50. At the same level, wild monsters are much stronger than professionals. If you enter alone, 1v1, there is a high probability of failure. Dungeon scrolls are extremely rare items with a very low drop rate. Many times, obtaining a scroll depends purely on luck. When someone kills a wild monster, a scroll will drop. Some people may kill 100,000 of them, but they may not get any drops. Therefore, without any assurance, no one would be willing to take the risk of such a precious scroll. Teaming up with strong people becomes the safest and most successful method. A young man in blue clothes appeared in the crowd. When people saw him, they immediately surrounded him. "Brother Lei, take me with you. Brother Lei, I've been waiting in line for many days. Please take me through this once." I only want one crystal, the other two are yours, Brother Lei, take me with you." Lei, who is a LV.50 mage, and a thunder mage with extremely powerful attack power. "I've been hanging around in this dungeon for a long time, often leading teams. The success rate of passing the simple mode is basically above 95%. The success rate of normal mode is also 70%. He is one of the few big guys at the scene. Over the past few months, he has made a fortune by leading teams and collecting a portion of the crystal rewards." Surrounded by the crowd, Lei Hu said loudly, "Come one by one. Those who want to play normal mode and are LV.45 or above, please stand forward." Soon, those who wanted to form a team with him lined up, and there were as many as 20 or 30 of them. Seeing this, Zhang Feng felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Is this possible? It seems that having scrolls is nothing new. The one who has the ability to lead others through the levels is the real boss. Zhang Feng immediately showed his strength. "I'm a LV.50 psychic. Anyone with a scroll, come join us." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent for a moment. Did I hear you right, psychic? What a strange word. I haven't seen a psychic in ages. Those who awaken this profession are either meditating or contemplating, rarely coming out to fight. Did you hear him just now? He said he was level 50? Level 50 psychic? If that's true, he's definitely a big shot. Countless people looked in the direction of Zhang Feng, trying to find a definite answer. Seeing this, Zhang Feng took the initiative to show some information on his panel. Occupation, Spiritualist First Transfer. Level, LV.50. Now, everyone was no longer calm. A psychic, and at level 50. If this is used to pass a dungeon, it will definitely be 100% successful. As we all know, psychics can control wild monsters whose levels are no higher than their own through consciousness. If there were a psychic to help, those giant snakes LV.50 would pose absolutely no threat. Countless people looked Zhang Feng up and down, with a myriad of thoughts in their minds. LV.50 psychic, a bit too young. Normally, a spiritualist who can meditate to level 50 is usually in his mid-20s, close to 30 years old. But Zhang Feng's appearance showed that he was at most in his early 20s. Without a doubt, this is genius. Boss, please take me with you. I have 2 scrolls. Hey, stop pushing, or I'll do something. Just do it, am I afraid of you? All of a sudden, everyone who had been queuing in front of Lei Hu just now all ran to Zhang Feng. Not only that, people from far away also rushed over when they heard the news. Boss, please take me through the normal dungeon. After I finish, I only want 1 crystal, and the remaining 2 will be yours. Me too, and after the task is completed, I will give you an additional 10,000 gold coins as reward. Do you understand first come first served? Go line up at the back. First come first served bullshit, it should be strength first. What are you, a LV.41 scumbag, fighting for? You. In order to compete for the opportunity to form a team first, some people even reduce their own reward distribution. After all, the opportunity to complete 100% of the normal mode does not come every day. Maybe the boss will come once and there will be no second time. No one wants to miss it. As for Lei Hu, although he is very strong, the probability of passing the normal mode is only 70%, and there is no guarantee that he will pass. If you fail, you will lose everything. One has a 70% success rate, the other has a 100% success rate. Even a fool would know which one to choose. More and more people gathered at the scene. Although the probability of a scroll dropping is very low, there are too many people. With so many people in Tianyuan City, there must be some who are lucky enough to get the scroll. In less than 3 minutes, the number of people asking to be led exceeded 200. However, Zhang Feng's next words made everyone quiet down. I'm playing on the infernal difficulty level, who's coming? Normal level copy, only 3 crystals at a time, too slow. It's better to play purgatory and get 30 pills at a time, which is so cool. But others don't think so. Ahem, boss, isn't this too risky? That's the Purgatory difficulty, facing 30 level 50 snakes at the same time. If I remember correctly, a first level psychic wouldn't be able to control so many monsters of the same level. I'd definitely win on normal difficulty, but Purgatory. Boss, is this your first time playing a dungeon? You don't know the difficulty of the Purgatory level, so it's better to just play the normal one. Yeah, don't be too risky, or if you fail, the scroll will be wasted. The reason why they gave up the opportunity to team up with Lei Hu and came to find Zhang Feng was because they saw his advantage of 100% clearance on normal difficulty. But now, Zhang Feng is going to challenge the difficulty of Purgatory. This made everyone back off. On the other side, Lei Hu looked at Zhang Feng with a disdainful sneer. TSK, you're just a psychic, look how awesome you are. He even dared to challenge the Purgatory mode. That's facing 30 LV.50 giant snakes at the same time. Even if you can control wild monsters with your mental power, you can't control so many. A newly transformed psychic has limited reserves of mental power. Controlling 3 wild monsters of the same level is already the limit. Do you think you have unlimited mental power? Funny. Chapter 15 Snap your fingers and the world will be peaceful. Sigh, what a pity. A LV.50 psychic who originally had a 100% clearance on normal mode has to go through infernal difficulty. Whether I can pass the level or not is secondary. I might even lose my life if I fail. Killing 30 LV.50 snakes in 10 minutes is something I wouldn't even dream of. The condition for passing the material copy is to kill all the big snakes within 10 minutes. If you fail to complete it, you will not be considered to have passed the level and will not receive any rewards. Seeing that Zhang Feng was not going to change his mind, everyone left. Only a few people are still watching. Zhang Feng also understood, after all, the difficulty of Purgatory was too risky for them. However, he would not reveal his trump card of infinite mental power. In that case, then don't blame me for taking coercive measures. The scary thing about the psychic profession is not just controlling wild monsters, but also people. This is a copy world, not a human city, so he can give full play to his abilities. Buzz. A young man not far from Zhang Feng felt a buzzing sound in his brain and then lost his self-awareness. But on the surface, there was nothing abnormal about him. Zhang Feng went straight to the entrance representing the difficulty of Purgatory. At the same time, the young man he controlled followed behind him, took out a scroll and handed it to him. As a burst of light bloomed at the entrance to Purgatory, the figures of the two attracted the attention of everyone present. Hey, Lao Wang, are you crazy? You actually gave him the scroll? You're crazy, even if he's a psychic, you can't trust him like that. Wait, a psychic? I remember that a psychic can control people. Could it be that Lao Wang is being controlled by him? Asshole, you're taking advantage of your status as a spiritualist to do whatever you want. I have to teach you a lesson. Combined with the young man's unusual behavior, people have vaguely guessed the truth. For a moment, everyone was extremely angry, and hundreds of people surrounded Zhang Feng, intending to stop him. However, Zhang Feng was not too panicked when faced with this situation. He reached out and snapped his fingers. Bang! At this moment, everyone's eyes became dull and they froze in place, not moving. The whole world is quiet. I'm sorry, since you guys won't cooperate, I have no choice but to do this. After saying that, Zhang Feng activated the scroll and opened the entrance to the Purgatory sub-difficulty level. Teleport. Zhang Feng's eyes went dark, and the next second he appeared in a dimly lit cave. Clearance conditions: kill all 30 ancient king snakes within 10 minutes. In front of him, a giant snake as thick as a bucket and 20 meters long stared at his figure with its eyes. Ancient king snake, LV.50. Life, 15,000. Description: Guardian of the Forging Crystal. Killing it will give you the Forging Crystal. Special drop: 3% chance of dropping an ancient king snake pet egg. Pet eggs. This is a must-have for all beast tamers. A beast tamer does not control wild monsters in the wild, but needs to make a contract from the pet egg stage. In this way, when the cubs are born, they will regard the beastmaster as their own parent and be completely loyal to the beastmaster. However, a beastmaster does not contract with only one beast, but can contract with multiple beasts. Therefore, pet eggs have become their most popular product. However, the source of pet eggs is scarce and the drop rate is low, so they have been in short supply for a long time. In the Chamber of Commerce, an extremely ordinary pet egg can be sold at a high price of 100,000 gold coins, which is almost as much as the forging fee of forging 50 swords. Jiang Feng then vaguely understood why so many people were hanging out in the dungeon map. I'm afraid it's not just for those forging crystals, but more for trying my luck and seeing if a pet egg can drop. Roar! The ancient king snake made a roar similar to that of a dinosaur, and Jiang Feng actually felt a hint of destructiveness from it. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and more roars came from the depths of the cave. Countless giant snakes appeared. There is no doubt that the sound it just made was to tip off the enemy. Jiang Feng activated his mental power. In an instant, all the ancient king snakes were controlled by him. 30 ancient king snakes began to attack each other, half of them bit the other half to death. In just a moment, only 15 were left. Then do the same. 8 heads. 4 heads. 2 heads. The last one left was crawling on the ground, and Jiang Feng effortlessly stabbed a sword into its head. Kill LV.50 Ancient King Snake, gain 500 experience points, store 50 points. Congratulations on clearing the Purgatory difficulty level, and receive 30 green quality forging crystals as a reward. On the ground, the corpses of the ancient king snakes gradually disappeared, replaced by 30 green light balls. What a pity, no pet eggs dropped. Dungeon challenge ends. Another flash, and Jiang Feng returned to the entrance. Perhaps because the ancient king snake's cave is very close to here, the mental control Jiang Feng had previously set on them did not exceed the range and has been maintained until now. Jiang Feng took out 3 and threw them to the young man. After all, I'm using someone else's scroll, so I can't use it for nothing. These 3 forging crystals are my reward. After all, even if they formed a normal team and cleared the normal mode, they would only get 3 crystals. Jiang Feng definitely did not treat them unfairly by making such an allocation. Very good. Next. Putting the young man aside, Jiang Feng chose another guy holding a scroll. Continue the same operation. Jiang Feng can complete a purgatory copy every 3 minutes. It took him nearly 2 hours to complete this 35 times. In fact, there were quite a few people who owned scrolls at the scene, and the total number was probably no less than 300. However, most people's scrolls are kept in their equipment backpacks. Jiang Feng can control their minds and actions, but cannot control their career panels and backpacks. So, he can only look for those who held the scroll in their hands. 35 photos, that's all. Jiang Feng counted the harvest. After deducting the 3 forging crystals he gave each of them as a reward, he still had 945 forging crystals left. There are also 16 ancient king snake pet eggs. With these gains, Jiang Feng left with satisfaction. The moment he was teleported away, the mental control over everyone present was automatically released. What happened just now? I don't remember anything. All I remember is, a psychic forcibly controlled someone and made them enter the purgatory dungeon. Lao Wang? Oh, Lao Wang, where's you? Are you alive? What? Why should I die? Wait, what happened to the forging crystal in my hand? Where is the scroll? Who stole my scroll? Me too. The scroll is gone, but there are 3 forging crystals. Could it be that guy? That's right, he must have manipulated us to obtain the scroll and then enter the dungeon. Besides, it's very likely that I entered on my own, because I don't have any signs of combat at all. Then why did he leave us 3 forging crystals? He didn't want them himself? Is it possible? How could someone work for free without getting paid? I think he must have cleared hard mode or even infernal mode. People get 10 or even 30 forging crystals in one clearance, so what's the big deal about leaving 3 behind? Hiss, that's true. Speaking of which, exchanging 1 scroll for 3 crystals is quite a good deal. This is much better than forming a team on your own. Indeed, it's worth it. Many people who obtained the forging crystals suddenly changed their attitudes. There was no anger as before, only relief. Some people who stored the scrolls in their backpacks and failed to obtain the forging crystals secretly regretted it in their hearts. In addition, although it has been a long time since the incident, everyone is still frightened. This is because Jiang Feng has no ill intentions. If he had any other intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Spiritual master, worthy of being the world's strongest profession, so terrifying. No, he's just a first-level spiritualist. How could he be so strong? Apart from anything else, his mental energy reserves alone are not enough. How could he control all of us at the same time? Someone noticed something was wrong. Yes, he's a level 50 psychic at the first level, but he's controlling over 400 of us at the same time. That's quite unusual. Everyone looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Chapter 16. Is this a slap in the face? The child doesn't even have his surname anymore. Sancher blacksmith shop. Ishimori smiled as he saw off a guest, then immediately looked worried. Due to the Tanline Union's arrears, he had to delay paying workers' wages for 3 months, causing many workers to go on strike. As a result, the forging capacity of the entire blacksmith shop declined and the amount of business it could handle dropped sharply. The less business you do, the less money you make. The less money you make, the less you can pay wages. The longer it takes to pay wages, the more workers will go on strike. The more workers go on strike, the less business can be sustained. It's a vicious cycle. Unless a large sum of money can be brought in now, this shop will only die a slow death. Brother, they are here to ask for wages again. What should we do? Sherlin hurried over with an anxious look on his face. Ishimori shook his head, feeling depressed. What can we do? Let's discuss it with them again and see if we can delay it for another month. The two were silent. Hello, I'm here to make equipment. Suddenly, a greeting came from the door, and the two of them habitually forced a smile to greet the customer. However, after seeing Jiang Feng's appearance clearly, Shursen was stunned. It's him. The young man from this morning is here again. I'm here to give you the materials. Jiang Feng said nothing, waved his hand, and countless equipment filled the hall. This is 100 pieces of green quality equipment, plus 300 pieces of white quality equipment. And the 100 forging stones in this bag. How do I pay with gold coins? Do I pay by card? As Jiang Feng spoke, he opened a pocket, revealing 100 sparkling forging stones inside. The two brothers were stunned by the whole operation and were speechless for a long time. I thought Jiang Feng was just talking about sending the materials in the afternoon, but I didn't expect him to really send them. Is this the offspring of some newly rising powerful force? Ishimori looked at the equipment all over the floor and couldn't help swallowing. If this order could be successful, his blacksmith shop would be saved. Second brother, what are you standing there for? Go and pour some tea, good quality. Ha? Oh, I'll go right away. After Sherlin left, Shursen rubbed his hands and gestured to Jiang Feng respectfully. Please sit down, please sit down. Jiang Feng waved his hand. No, I'm in a hurry. After paying the gold coins, I still have to go to the Chamber of Commerce. Despite saying this, Ishimori still moved a chair for him quickly. After all, this is a noble person who has a bearing on the fate of his blacksmith shop. Ahem, may I ask what kind of sword you would like to make, such as length, blade thickness, etc.? No requirements, just one thing, all swords are the same. Jiang Feng took out the silver moon blade from his backpack and showed it to him. Green quality, 100, the sooner the better. If it's done well, there will be future cooperation. After all, 10,000 swords returned to the origin does not have too many requirements on the specific shape of the sword, the main thing is the quantity and unified style, so Jiang Feng is too lazy to design anything himself. Of course, although quantity is required, the quality cannot be too bad. Otherwise, if one skill is used, half of the sword will be damaged. How can you play the game then? That's why Jiang Feng set the green quality requirements. Seeing Jiang Feng being so decisive and straightforward, Shursen knew that the deal was basically done. I was immediately overjoyed. You are such a noble person. You are truly a noble person. Don't worry, I will make it beautiful for you. 10 days, oh no, 5 days, that's not right, 3 days. 3 days is enough time. Come pick it up in 3 days. I guarantee that it will be delivered on time and the quality will be guaranteed. The normal construction speed will definitely take 10 days to complete. But at this moment, Shursen was extremely grateful to Jiang Feng and would never dare to neglect him. Even if he had to go without sleep for 3 days and work overtime, he would finish it as soon as possible. 3 days? Sure. The two of them finalized the matter with just a few words. When he saw 150,000 gold coins arrive in his account, Shursen finally felt relieved. Then, he quickly picked up the equipment on the ground. Of course, he didn't have enough space in his storage backpack, so he moved some of it to the warehouse. Brother, where are the people? As soon as Jiang Feng left, Sherlin came out quickly with a cup of tea. Seeing Shursen laughing wildly, his heart skipped a beat. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Don't scare me. Even if the business fails and the blacksmith shop can't continue, the three of us brothers have our own skills, so we can always make a living. Don't go crazy. Ishimori glared at him and managed to calm down. Second brother, you are crazy. I'm telling you, we're alive. Just now. After hearing his explanation, Sherlin became excited instantly. Brother, is it really done? You didn't lie to me, did you? Marvelous. In his excitement, he even forgot that the tea was freshly poured. He took a sip and grimaced in pain because it was so hot. Okay, stop drinking tea and go pay the overdue wages. Also, tell them to triple their wages for the next 3 days and work overtime for me. Don't let me down, my dear. Sherlin took Shersen's trading card and left in a hurry. Build in the factory. The third brother Shermu is trying to calm the workers down. But nearly 100 workers kept shouting and refused to listen to his explanation, which made him very annoyed. The two sides have been in a standoff for 2 days. The workers settled down here, determined not to leave until they got their wages. Shermu looked at the scene and felt a surge of despair. At this time, Sherlin ran over. Old three, guess who came just now? Who is it, from the Greedy Wolf Guild? How dare they come here? No, not from the Greedy Wolf Guild. Who is that? It's the kid who came this morning. Ugh, that little brother. Shermu reacted for a moment, his eyes changing slightly. What's that guy doing here? Is he trying to play tricks on us again? He asked me to forge 100 swords, why didn't he just go up to the sky? Damn it, let me beat him up. Shermu was in a bad mood and wanted to rush forward immediately, but was stopped by Sherlin. Third brother. Behave yourself. I'm telling you, they've delivered the materials. All the forging materials, plus the 150,000 gold coins for the forging fee, not a penny less. Now, there are 150,000 gold coins in this card, which is more than enough to pay them. Forging workers are ordinary people who are responsible for quenching, hammering, and other tasks. The monthly salary is 300 gold coins. There are about 100 people in total, and the total salary for 3 months is 90,000. 150,000 is definitely enough. After hearing this, Shermu looked incredulous. Second brother, what did you say? He came to deliver materials? It's fake, how could he? Shermu suddenly felt guilty and even stuttered when he spoke. Sherlin looked at him with emotion and sighed. Old third, I've told you countless times, don't be so impulsive in what you say or do. Look, isn't this the end? When your child is born, he will have someone else's surname. Sherlin smiled and then walked towards the workers to prepare to pay their wages. Shermu was left with a look of regret on his face. Damn it, it's all my fault for being an asshole. Now children have to take someone else's surname. Well. Chapter 17 Luxurious, Extravagant Life? Brother, how do you make this sword? Just use the most common one? Of course not. Even though they didn't ask for it, we can't be so ignorant. We must make it both majestic and beautiful. Listen up, second brother, third brother. I've figured out that those bastards in the Greedy Wolf Guild are just pretending to be rich without any money. People who are truly wealthy and powerful never show off and are very low-key. Did you notice? That guy's gear backpack is huge. It's big enough to hold 400 pieces of equipment, and it's probably not even full yet. When ordinary professionals first awaken, their backpack capacity is only 50 slots. With each subsequent level up, the capacity increases by 1 slot. But this guy is so young, only in his early 20s at most. It's unrealistic to say that he has reached level 350 so quickly. The only possibility is that he bought a backpack expansion item. Backpack expansion items. Those are rare items that you can't get even if you have money. How could he get so many if he didn't have some connections? A true hidden boss. So, as long as the equipment we create this time satisfies the boss, I'm afraid we'll have a lot of business in the future. After Shersen's analysis, Sherlin and Shermu also suddenly understood. Big brother is really thoughtful, I admire you. In that case, we must be extremely focused on this construction. Of course. Go tell the workers at the back to work harder. If you can get it done, each of them will receive an extra 100 gold coins as a reward. Oh, third brother, you better remember this, do you hear me?
Mu had just been scolded by Lin, and now he was scolded again by Senator. He didn't dare to speak anymore. I had no choice but to lower my head and reflect silently.
Tianyuan City, Sihai Chamber of Commerce Branch.
Zhang Feng entered the self-service vending cabin and took out the ancient king snake pet egg from his backpack. The price displayed on the screen, 70,000 gold coins. It seems a bit low, but the purchase price is normal. This level of pet eggs can be sold at the Chamber of Commerce for up to 100,000 gold coins, but that is the price the Chamber of Commerce sells to the outside world. Now that it is being purchased, the price will naturally be lower. There are 16 pet eggs in total, with a total selling price of 1.12 million gold coins.
Please confirm whether it is sold? Confirm. Congratulations on the successful sale.
Please insert the transaction card and the machine will automatically transfer the money to you.
Payment successful, card balance, 1326400.
If your balance exceeds the silver trading card limit, your card will be automatically upgraded to a gold trading card. The maximum balance that a silver trading card can hold is 1 million gold coins, while the maximum balance that a gold trading card can hold is 10 million. 1.32 million is obviously beyond the functional scope of the silver trading card.
Zhang Feng waited patiently for a minute, and the trading card upgrade was completed. The original white tiger pattern on the card turned into a golden eagle. Its eyes are sharp, it is noble and arrogant, and it is more imposing than the white tiger. After coming out of the sales cabin, Zhang Feng came to the second floor of the Chamber of Commerce. This was the third time the salesgirl had seen him, so she greeted him naturally. Are there any better wings?
Preferably ones with no level or class restrictions.
Equipment without level and occupation restrictions is considered all-purpose equipment.
Not only does it have higher attributes than general equipment with restrictions, but it can also be upgraded through forging. It is a semi-permanent equipment and does not need to be frequently replaced every time it is upgraded. The reason for choosing to buy wings first is very simple, which is to increase one's speed. Although he can fly with a sword, his flying speed is also affected by his own agility attribute. In addition, when 100 swords are successfully forged, when he controls the swords to perform 10,000 swords return to the origin, the flying speed of the swords will also be affected by his own agility attribute. Therefore, improving his agility attribute is crucial for him. In addition, the speed of flying with a sword and the speed of flying with wings can also be superimposed. With wings, his speed can be further improved.
Can I ask, what price range do you want? The salesgirl asked softly. About 1 million. Sir, 1 million.
The shopping guide thought he had heard it wrong and confirmed again. After all, Zhang Feng came to buy equipment the day before yesterday, and only bought things worth less than 30,000 gold coins. As a result, when he arrived today, he asked for 1 million gold coins. This made her unable to react for a moment. Looking across the entire Tianyuan city, there are only a handful of people who can afford equipment at this price.
This is a big customer. Yes, about 1 million. Also, the higher the agility bonus, the better.
The salesperson swallowed quietly.
Please follow me.
After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Feng picked out one from a variety of wings.
Shimmering wings, blue quality. Occupational restrictions, none. Level restriction, none. Attributes, health plus 6,000, agility plus 100, stamina plus 500. Special attributes, consume 300 stamina to use flash once, teleporting to a designated location. The maximum teleportation distance is 300 meters. Each use has a 24-hour cooldown. Price, 960,000 gold coins. Wing-type equipment is inherently more expensive than other parts of equipment.
A pair of white-quality LV.1 wings can cost as much as 20,000 to 30,000. This kind of blue-quality wings with no level and no occupation restrictions are sold for 960,000 gold coins, which is also a normal price.
Okay, this is it. I want it.
Zhang Feng flipped his hand casually, and the gold trading card appeared in his hand. The shopping guide girl couldn't help but widen her eyes.
Which powerful young master was this? He was so rich.
She thought she was just looking at him. Respectfully taking the trading card with both hands, she couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng a few more times.
He is handsome and rich. It would be great if I could marry him.
The transaction was completed, and Zhang Feng put on the wings directly. The wings automatically hide themselves in the form of a special energy and can be summoned at any time when he needs them.
Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, spiritualist. Spiritual power, infinite. Spirit strength, 4600 maximum dispersion distance, 400 meters. Level, LV.50 first level. Health, 22,800 plus 22,000. Strength, 3,360. Defense, 1680 plus 1,500. Agility, 128.8 plus 120. Stamina, 600 plus 550. Combat power rating, 158 stars. It was worth spending 960,000 gold coins, my agility and physical strength almost doubled. The combat power rating also increased from 135 stars to 158 stars. Good value for money. After leaving the Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Feng shook his head with emotion. 1 million gold coins. It was equivalent to 20 million on Blue Planet, and he spent it all in one go. This is unimaginable on Blue Planet. However, it's money that is spent, so there is no need to feel bad about it. At worst, you can earn more. With his ability, earning 1 million gold coins would only take a few hours if he thought about it. It's so extravagant, spending money like water. But this feeling is so good. Chapter 18 Disguise plus Spirit Crystal. Draw 50,000 gold coins. Current number of draws, 2. After a night's rest, Zhang Feng started the roulette wheel lottery again early in the morning. The number of lottery draws is kept here, and I always feel uncomfortable if I don't use them all. But after using it, I feel even more uncomfortable. Just giving this little bit of gold coins is rubbish. Continue. Special skill extracted, disguise, automatically learned. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a thank you for your patronage. Disguise can change one's appearance, body shape, clothing, etc. at will. This skill is limited to the human world. The skills are learned automatically, and Zhang Feng has already mastered how to use the skills in his mind. A thought came to his mind. I immediately turned into an old man with wrinkled skin and gray hair. She changed again, becoming a young and beautiful woman. Not only her facial features changed, but even her body changed. However, these changes are only superficial and do not affect the mind. Even though he became a woman, his sexual orientation was still that of a normal man. Simply put, it is equivalent to a very realistic sleight of hand. Good. With this skill, I can develop more quietly. Zhang Feng has always been worried that if he grows too fast, he will attract countless people's attention, and then he will definitely be in trouble. Maybe it was taken away for biopsy research. But now, he can go out disguised as an elderly man. I am 80 years old and I have become a spiritualist. It makes sense, right? Number of draws remaining, 1. Last time, draw. Extracted the spiritualist skill Spirit Crystal Condensation Method, automatically learned. I won again. Looks like I'm lucky today. Method of condensing spirit crystals, can condense a pair of spirit crystals. Spirit Crystal. It was taught in the theory class at school. This is a real-time communication tool, similar to a mobile phone on the Blue Planet. The two parties holding the spirit crystal can transmit information to each other at any time and any place without any interference. In this world, although humans possess various special and powerful abilities, they are far behind Blue Planet in terms of technology. Currently, the effective means for people to communicate remotely and continuously basically relies entirely on spirit crystals, especially in training maps and dungeons. However, the output of spirit crystals is far from meeting people's demand. Because this kind of crystal can only be condensed by spiritualists, and the condensation process cannot be interrupted, it needs to be formed in one go. This requires a large amount of mental energy at one time. Therefore, only spiritualists with rank 5 or above can barely condense the spiritual power reserves successfully. The difficulty and slow speed of psychics development are obvious to all. There may be no more than 100 psychics above level 5 in the entire Kyushu kingdom. Therefore, this kind of spiritual crystal is extremely rare and precious in Kyushu and even in the whole world. The price of a pair of spirit crystals in Jojo Kingdom starts at 5 million gold coins. Under fierce competition, they can even be auctioned for tens of millions. After learning about the skill information, Zhang Feng felt slightly excited. This isn't a spiritual crystal, it's clearly money. He is now making weapons, 10,000 swords, and the cost of making them alone is 15 million gold coins. That's when money is needed. If he only relied on selling the equipment to make money, it would probably take him 10 days or half a month to get enough money.
But with this skill, you only need to condense a few pairs of spirit crystals. It's simply against the will of heaven. Zhang Feng did it right away, sitting cross-legged and entering a state of meditation.
Stretch out your arms, palms facing up. Waves of mental power burst out from his mind and continued to gather in his palm.
Gradually, the mental power began to materialize, taking the shape of a small translucent bead. And it slowly grows larger in the process of continuous convergence and condensation. It's no wonder it takes at least a 5th-level spiritualist to condense it.
Just such a small crystal consumes so much spiritual energy.
Zhang Feng felt that the mental power he mobilized was enough for him to control hundreds of wild monsters. And with so many of them, only a small bead with a diameter of less than 5 mm was condensed. It can be seen that in order to fully condense a pair of spiritual crystals, a considerable amount of mental power is required.
However, this is nothing to Zhang Feng.
I can't say anything about the other things, but I have enough mental strength, as much as you want.
Time passes quietly.
In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Zhang Feng successfully condensed a pair of spiritual crystals. It's a palm-sized translucent ball, very heavy and feels cool to the touch. On the 3rd day, Zhang Feng used disguise to transform himself into an old man and went to the Chamber of Commerce, operating the self-service vending machine as before.
However, a sentence appeared on the screen.
Due to the special nature of the items, self-service sales are not possible.
Please go to the auction room on the 3rd floor for consignment.
Zhang Feng was slightly surprised.
Auction?
Image source, AI drawing reader benefits, given from time to time. Chapter 19 The Mysterious Old Man, the 5th-level spiritual master.
Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Tianyuan City Branch.
Zhang Feng went up to the 3rd floor in the appearance of an old man. Although there is no need to verify the origin of auction items. But after all, spiritual crystals are very unique. According to the world's cognition, only spiritualists of the 5th level or above can condense them. If he were to auction it with his real identity, it would probably cause a lot of suspicion and trouble. It would be better to just pretend to be an old man who has been meditating for many years and has just reached the 5th level of spiritual master. Of course, even without the ability to disguise himself, he would still use his robes to cover his appearance so that others would not see his real age. In this way, others will not associate his age with his professional level.
In addition, in this world, professionals cannot obtain information from each other.
Even if there is a LV.1000 professional standing opposite him, as long as Zhang Feng does not actively display his information, the other party will definitely not be able to see through him. Therefore, in terms of professional level, there is no need to worry about being exposed.
Go up to the 3rd floor.
Under the vigilant gaze of several guards at the door, Zhang Feng walked forward slowly. As he entered the reception hall, there was a cool breath in the air, which made him feel refreshed and his heart unconsciously calmed down.
Zhang Feng glanced down. If I'm not mistaken, it's because of the material of the floor.
Some special materials are scattered in certain training maps or copies. When used in buildings, it can have some unexpected effects. For example, water stone can cool the air, firestone can heat it, green algae stone can purify the air, etc. The material used for the floor here should be the meditation stone that is only found in some advanced maps.
A piece of flooring could be worth thousands of gold coins.
The cost of decorating the floor of the entire hall alone reached millions of gold coins, not to mention other things. As expected of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, the #1 Chamber of Commerce in Zhuzhou, it is so wealthy that even a small branch in Tianyuan City is built so luxuriously. Zhang Feng swept his eyes across the magnificent hall and walked towards a room not far away according to the instructions on the wall. On the door of the room were 3 large golden characters printed, "Appraisal Room." Pushing the door open, the room was somewhat empty, with only a young woman sitting quietly at the table. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, the woman raised her head, revealing her disastrous face. Even Zhang Feng, who had seen 3,000 internet celebrities on Blue Star in his previous life, couldn't help licking his lips. A light pink cheongsam was draped over her shoulders, with a hint of snow white faintly visible through the opening on the side. The woman walked out quickly from behind the table, her soft, white calves and feet under the cheongsam being particularly eye-catching.
Old man, do you have anything to auction?
Yeah. Zhang Feng's voice was a little low, just in line with the feeling of an elderly man.
Hello, my name is Yumei, you can just call me Xiaoyu. May I ask what you are auctioning?
Zhang Feng waved his hand, and a pair of crystals appeared on the table. Yumei only took one look and her expression suddenly changed. As an appraiser at this auction house, she is quite knowledgeable and can easily identify rare treasures such as spirit crystals. She pursed her lips.
Old man, is he a spiritualist?
Jiang Feng did not answer her, but changed the subject.
That's not something you should ask. Just follow the procedure.
Logically, the auction house has no right to inquire about customers' personal information, so Jiang Feng doesn't need to explain anything to her. Yu Mei also realized her rudeness at this moment and bowed quickly.
I'm sorry, old man. It was Xiaoya who spoke too much. It's just that, the spiritual crystal is quite special. Xiaoya isn't a spiritualist, so she can't identify it. Could you please wait for a moment? I need to ask Master Qijin from the auction house to come over. Can.
Jiang Feng didn't hesitate and sat down on a chair beside him, closing his eyes to rest. Yu Mei carefully poured him a cup of tea and then hurried away. A few minutes later, Yu Mei came back with a middle-aged man in green clothes.
Old sir, this is Master Qijin from our Sihai Chamber of Commerce.
He is a third-level spiritual master.
Yu Mei introduced softly.
Hearing his identity, Jiang Feng's heart moved slightly. This was his first time to come into contact with other spiritualists.
I couldn't help but look at it carefully again. He was wearing a light blue outfit, with a silver seal hanging on his chest. It was engraved with the logo of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and there was a number next to it, 3. This was certified by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, indicating that he was a third-level spiritualist. While Jiang Feng was observing him, Qijin was also observing Jiang Feng. A psychic is not a common profession, let alone a psychic who is at least a 5th level and can condense spiritual crystals. It is absolutely impossible that he is an unknown person. So while Qijin was looking at him, he was also secretly guessing Jiang Feng's identity in his heart. But obviously, he had no clue.
Qijin moved closer to the pair of spiritual crystals and observed them carefully. He placed his hand on the crystals and input a stream of spiritual power.
The 2 crystals reacted instantly, as if electric currents were flashing through them.
Real spiritual crystal. Qijin's eyes instantly showed a bit more respect, and when he looked at Jiang Feng again, he couldn't help but bow slightly. A 5th-level spiritual master is a guest of honor throughout the entire Jojo Kingdom. He was just a small 3rd-level spiritual master, and his status was respected in front of others, but in front of this person, he was not worth mentioning at all.
The old man never reveals his true identity. Senior, do you want to auction it now?
Yes,
the sooner the better. I'm in a hurry.
Yes, of course.
Qijin turned and looked at Yu Mei. An auction will be held in auction room number 5 soon. Please replace the last lot with the one for this old gentleman. After giving a few more instructions, Yu Mei took out a thick, black token. Hold on, old man. This is the VIP room entrance card for auction room 5. It's about to begin in a few minutes, and your spirit crystal will be the last to appear. Okay. Jiang Feng took the token and left the appraisal room.
Qijin and Yu Mei also watched him leave respectfully until his figure disappeared.
Master Qijin, is he really a 5th-level spiritualist? Yu Mei asked in a low voice. Yes, there's no doubt about it. Psychics have a certain intuition for each other. I can confirm that he is indeed a psychic. As for the specific level, I can't sense it. However, judging by his age and temperament, he is very likely a 5th-rank spiritualist. Even if it's not, there are still rank 5 spiritual masters or even higher-level ones behind the scenes. However, there are only so many spiritual masters above the 5th rank. I've read the information of most of them, and this one is not among them. Could it be that he has just reached the 5th rank recently? Master Qijin, do you need someone to investigate his background? Yu Mei asked.
The Sihai Chamber of Commerce has branches all over the country, and they are not only engaged in business operations, but also secretly carry out some information tasks, and their ability in investigation is also quite strong. Qijin narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and shook his head. Not yet. We can't afford to offend someone of this level. If we conduct a private investigation and cause dissatisfaction on the other side, the consequences will be unbearable. Even if the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, who is already a rank 9 expert, comes, we will definitely treat him with courtesy and not look down on him. In short, we will receive you with the highest etiquette. I understand. Yu Mei responded and left. Qijin sighed deeply. The profession of spiritualist is full of hidden talents. I wonder how many powerful people are hiding in the dark and have never shown their faces.
I'm just a mere rank 3 spiritualist, I'm nothing. Chapter 20, an invitation from the first guild Shinting? No, not interested. Led by a maid, Jiang Feng walked into auction room number 5. The auction hall was very large and could accommodate at least 5,000 people. As soon as you enter, you will hear bursts of noise and overwhelming discussions all around. I heard that the last lot was changed. Is this true or false? Really? There was an emergency notice just now, saying they've replaced it with a pair of spirit crystals. Spirit crystal? When did a 5th rank spiritualist appear in our Tianyuan city? Who knows? Maybe he keeps a low profile and doesn't show up in public. I've coveted a treasure like the spirit crystal for a long time, but I've never been able to buy it. This time, I must get it. Don't bother with it. A treasure of this level would cost several million. With your little wealth, you can only dream about it. Jiang Feng walked into a separate private room. At the same time, the auction began. On the stage, in the center of the lights, a woman in a light red cheongsam walked out with a charming figure. It's her. The person in charge of hosting this auction is the woman in the appraisal room just now, Yumei. Yumei spoke, her voice was tender and numb, and every move she made was full of gentleness. Jiang Feng glanced at the seats and found that countless men were looking at her with passionate eyes. There were also a few of them sitting in the corner, covering their bodies with robes, their bodies trembling, and no one knew what they were doing. Are these people really here for the auction? 9th lot, 10 forging crystals. Starting price, 100,000 gold coins. Single increments must be no less than 1,000 gold coins. Bidding begins now. Jiang Feng took a glance. One forging crystal was worth at least 10,000 gold coins. If the remaining 845 were auctioned off, wouldn't they be worth 8.45 million gold coins? But this was just a thought, he still had to keep it to forge equipment for himself. Okay, the auction is almost over. I'm sure everyone has seen the announcement. Now we'll be showcasing the last lot of this auction. When Yumei said this, countless people in the auction hall immediately perked up. This is what they have been waiting for. As the curtain slowly opened, a pair of crystal-clear spiritual crystals instantly appeared in people's sight. A pair of spirit crystals, starting price, 5 million gold coins, each increment must be no less than 100,000 gold coins. Start bidding now. Seeing his things appear, Jiang Feng sat up a little straighter. 7 million. Someone in the seat simply shouted decisively, directly raising the price from 5 million to 7 million. It can be seen that he is determined to win. However, there are many people who want to compete. 8 million. 8.3 million. 8.4 million. Spirit Crystal, a communication tool without any restrictions. Whether in the human world, in the training map, or when both parties are in different copies, they can communicate in real time without any obstacles. Whether it is team collaboration to hunt wild monsters or team up to break through dungeons, it is of great help. Moreover, this thing is permanent. As long as it is not destroyed by external forces, a pair of spirit crystals can be used for a lifetime. So people are willing to spend a lot of money. After all, opportunities are rare. If you miss it, you may never encounter it again. 9.9 million. 10 million. In the blink of an eye, the price has risen to 10 million. This figure is enough to equal the total price of the previous 15 lots. At this point, there were very few people bidding. After all, in Tianyuan City, there were not many people who could come up with so much money on the spot and were willing to do so. 12 million. A low voice slowly floated over. This courage overwhelmed countless people present. Jiang Feng looked in the direction of the sound, slightly surprised. The person who made the bid was the fat man who was selling the cheats for passing the job transfer mission at the entrance of the job transfer temple. Is he so rich? 12.1 million. Someone raised the price tentatively. 13 million. The fat man calmly lowered his price. In the end, the spirit crystal was sold for 13 million gold coins. The auction items were traded in person. The fat man took the crystal from Yumei and narrowed his eyes slightly. He pulled out a token. I'm from the Divine Court, the #1 guild in Kyushu. May I ask who sent these spirit crystals? When Yumei saw the word Shinting, she raised her eyebrows, obviously a little surprised. But he quickly suppressed his emotions. I'm sorry, the auction house has regulations. We have to keep our customers' information confidential. Please forgive me.
The fat man seemed to have expected this and his expression was calm.
Could you please tell that person that I want to invite him to join the union?
Sure. A fifth-level spiritualist is a mainstay in any place, even the Divine Court is no exception.
Although the Divine Court already has no less than 10 spiritual masters, who would think that such strong people are not enough? The auction is over.
You may hand it an anonymous platinum trading card to Jiang Feng. The transaction price is 13 million. The auction house will take 10% of it, so the final amount you will receive is 11.7 million gold coins.
Good.
Also, congratulations, old sir.
Someone from the Divine Court Union just came to me and asked me to tell you that they'd like to invite you to join the union. Yu Mei smiled.
However, Jiang Feng had a blank expression on his face and said calmly, "Then please tell him that I'm not going."
Joining a union is a waste of time. Isn't it good for me to develop peacefully on my own?
Besides, he was pretending to be a fifth-level psychic. If he really joined, he would be exposed. Yu Mei looked incredulous when she heard his answer. "Old sir, that's the Xinting, the #1 union in Kyushu. How many people dream of entering such a powerful force but have no chance?
Now that I'm being actively recruited, you actually refuse? I know. No."
After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he left.
Yu Mei was left alone to doubt her life. Chamber of Commerce lounge area.
The fat man waited for a reply with full confidence.
A few minutes later, Yu Mei came over. The fat man looked puzzled. Where is he? Why didn't he come with you?
Well, he rejected your invitation.
Yu Mei said softly. What? He actually refused.
Why did he refuse?
How could he refuse? This is also the first person in history to refuse the Divine Court's active invitation.
The fat man was speechless for a long time. His psychics are all freaks. Chapter 21 10,000 swords return to the origin progress, 110,000.
The day after the auction ended.
Sancher blacksmith shop. When Jiang Feng appeared, the three Ishimori brothers immediately greeted him warmly, not daring to be negligent at all. The third brother Shermu had learned from his last lesson and his attitude had changed greatly. He stood by with the tea that had been prepared long ago. "Hello, the 100 swords you requested have been forged.
Please follow me." Jiang Feng didn't say anything, just nodded slightly.
Arriving at the warehouse, 100 swords were neatly placed on wooden shelves, gleaming with silver light, illuminating the entire room with brilliance.
Jiang Feng casually pulled out a handful.
The sword is silvery and heavy, and feels cold to the touch. The handle and the sword are engraved with complex patterns, which not only enhance the aesthetics but also add a touch of sharpness. Jiang Feng focused his gaze on the sword, and its information was automatically displayed on the panel. Silver Dragon Blade, green quality can be improved by forging. Type, weapon. Occupational restrictions, none. Level restriction, none. Attribute, strength plus 1,500. Special attributes, when used, it is accompanied by a dragon roar, vibrating the surrounding air and generating small air blades, causing an additional 10% damage. Increase strength by 1,500 points. Jiang Feng was secretly shocked. An ordinary white quality weapon with a wear level of LV.50 generally has a strength bonus of 300-500, while a green quality one has a strength bonus of 500-800. Even a higher level of blue quality can only increase the attribute by 800-1200. The forged weapons are only of green quality, but their attributes are higher than the blue quality attribute bonuses dropped by monsters. Sure enough, the forged ones are the best. It's normal to think about it. He only spent a few thousand to buy a green equipment with no level limit and no grade restriction at the Chamber of Commerce. However, to forge such a sword, 1 piece of green equipment, 3 pieces of white equipment, a forging stone, and a forging fee of 1,500 gold coins were used. The total cost is at least 20,000 gold coins. After investing so much, if it is not better than ordinary equipment, then there will be a problem. Not bad. Jiang Feng praised with a smile. On the one hand, they forged 100 swords within 3 days, which was very efficient. On the other hand, he didn't have any requirements for the appearance of the sword, but they took the initiative to add some decorations, making it extremely beautiful. He was very satisfied with this service attitude. Jiang Feng waved his hand casually, and 10 forging crystals were thrown out. Ishimori caught it in a panic, his expression blank. "You are." Tip. Zhang Feng said without turning his head. The three Ishimori brothers looked at each other, their expressions filled with unconcealable excitement and joy. No one knows the value of forging crystals better than them. Just these 10 are equivalent to 100,000 gold coins, which is equivalent to their net profit for 3 months.
What a big deal!
After receiving these 10 forging crystals, the three brothers' attitude towards Zhang Feng became visibly more respectful. Zhang Feng casually put the 100 swords into his backpack and turned to look at Shi Sen.
I will need to create a lot of equipment in the future. Are you interested in in-depth cooperation?
I want the entire shop to serve me exclusively and not accept other people's business. As for the cooperation fee, just ask. When Shi Sen and the others heard Zhang Feng's words, they were all stunned.
Specially for him?
No matter how bad their Sancher blacksmith shop was, it was still known as the best blacksmith shop in Tianyuan City. He even threatened to make us serve him exclusively.
This tone is too loud.
Just these few words made them understand Zhang Feng to a higher level. Originally, they speculated that Zhang Feng might be from a trade union, running errands on behalf of the union, and that the resources and equipment were only built for the union. But now listening to his tone, it doesn't sound like he's running errands for others.
Ahem, can I ask how much business will be in the future?
If it's only a few dozen or 100 or 200, it's really not worth it to lose so many old customers for these businesses. It will not be considered a loss unless the business volume reaches 500 pieces within a year. Zhang Feng also understood his concerns and said after thinking for a moment.
At least 10,000. And subsequent casting upgrades will be needed to improve quality.
Hiss. The three brothers looked at each other, unable to believe their ears.
10,000 pieces.
This. I have never seen such a domineering person before, but I have seen one today.
No problem, of course no problem. After a few brief exchanges, the two sides immediately finalized the cooperation matters.
Watching Zhang Feng leave, the three brothers were so excited that they danced with joy. Brother, this is a big business.
You don't have to worry about it anymore. Holy crap! 10,000 pieces. The cost of crafting them alone is 15 million gold coins.
The few 100,000 gold coins I advanced to the Greedy Wolf Guild is nothing. If we can continue this cooperation, we won't have to worry about it in the future.
Okay, don't be too happy too soon.
Ishimori was the first to calm down.
Our Sancher blacksmith shop's forging capacity is limited.
We worked through the night to complete these 100 pieces in just 3 days. According to what he said, the materials for crafting 1,000 pieces of equipment will be delivered in a few days. If we have 1,000 pieces, it will take nearly 2 months to complete them at a normal speed.
I'm afraid this speed is too slow. So, go and recruit people quickly, the more the better.
If that doesn't work, we'll go to other blacksmith shops and hire them at a high price.
They pay 300 a month, and we pay 500.
The more people there are, the faster the forging will be.
This is the only way to satisfy the boss. Do you understand? Sherlin and Shermu couldn't help but give Shirsen a thumbs up. Brother, you are indeed so thoughtful.
Ishimori crossed his arms across his chest, a smug look on his face.
Good days are coming. One of the secrets to making a fortune. Meet a noble person. Meet a wealthy noble person. They meet a wealthy and appreciative person. It is obvious that Zhang Feng is their benefactor. At this moment, Shermu suddenly felt that it might not be a bad idea for the child to take his surname. Chapter 22 10,000 swords return to their origin, with astonishing power. AI painting reader benefits, given from time to time. AI drawing download reader benefits, given from time to time. Hello, I need a combat training room, a bigger one. Hello, old man.
The largest training room in Tianyuan City currently has an area of 3,000 square meters and charges 300 gold coins per hour.
Is this acceptable?
Sure, swipe the card.
It is always best to test out newly acquired skills first. Going into the game blindly is not a wise move.
After completing simple formalities, Zhang Feng entered the training room as an old man. It was very empty inside, with only a few simulated dolls, motionless like sculptures.
This puppet is made of a special material. Whenever it is attacked, it will repair itself at an extremely fast speed and can withstand up to 500,000 points of damage. At the same time, the level of damage caused can be judged based on the degree of damage. Zhang Feng looked at the sign beside him, which had detailed criteria for damage assessment. Every 1% damage represents 10,000 points of damage. Note, this puppet has no defense, so there is no corresponding damage reduction. The damage is 1% 30% higher than the actual combat damage.
Please evaluate it yourself. Zhang Feng came to the center of the training ground and his mental power moved slightly. 100 swords were summoned one after another, circling around him continuously, which was a visual feast. In the middle of it, there are also the deafening roars of dragons, and the roar's echo, which is breathtaking. 10,000 swords return to the origin, sword control technique, control sword weapons to attack, with 2 attack modes.
Mode 1, Sword Rain, control all swords to perform area attacks.
Mode 2, Integration, concentrate all strength at one point and burst out instantly, counted as a single damage.
Zhang Feng thought of the method of performing Wanjian Guizong in his mind. 10,000 swords return, Sword Rain.
All the swords turned around, with the tips pointing towards the puppet in front. Like a rainstorm hitting the ground, they shot out towards the puppet madly with great momentum. Swish, swish, swish. The air seemed to be cut and rustled. The sword blade stabbed into the puppet and penetrated directly into its body.
The invisible air blade even left some scars on the puppet. Damage level 0.534%.
Almost at the same time, this damage value was displayed on all the dolls. Zhang Feng's own strength is 3360, plus the silver dragon blade strength bonus of 1500, the total strength is 4860. At the same time, when releasing 10,000 swords returning to the origin, the dragon's roar will vibrate the surrounding air, generating air blades and causing an additional 10% damage.
So the final damage is 5,346.
This corresponds exactly to the puppet's damage level of 0.53%. After this experiment, Zhang Feng had a certain understanding of 10,000 swords return to the origin, Sword Rain. The damage is not great, but it has a huge attack range. Zhang Feng called back the sword and condensed his mental power into another form. The distribution of the sword's positions changed immediately. They are no longer scattered around him, but can fly anywhere at will. Zhang Feng kept trying, sometimes placing the sword in a cross shape, sometimes in an O shape, and even spreading it into a sphere with the puppet as the center. But no matter how he manipulated it, the tip of the sword always pointed at the target he had chosen.
10,000 swords return to oneness.
At a command, all the swords rushed towards a puppet at an extremely fast speed. As the swords converged, the dragon roar shook the earth, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shocking everyone's heart. The silver light suddenly flashed, and the sword blades became one. 100 swords pierced a puppet at the same time. The force generated in an instant caused the puppet to explode and repair itself continuously.
Damage level 16.03%.
Return to 1, control 100 swords, power, strength 30. The burst damage directly reached 30 times the previous level, reaching 163,800 points.
What is the concept of this damage? A LV.100 professional, without any equipment bonus, has less than 50,000 HP points.
Even if he has equipment and defense and damage reduction, at best he can only withstand about 100,000 damage. Zhang Feng's attack, with a force of over 160,000, was enough to instantly kill a fully armed LV.100 professional. These are just 100 swords.
If 10,000 swords were collected, the effect. I can't imagine it.
After trying a few more times, Zhang Feng left the training room satisfied.
My level has been stuck at LV.50 for several days. It's time to take on the second job change mission. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the entrance of the job transfer temple.
Zhang Feng turned into the image of a middle-aged man. Because he found that there was no information registration of any professionals in this world, he could switch identities at will. Otherwise, with his original identity, upgrading from LV.20 to LV.50 in 3 days would definitely arouse suspicion. When I got here, the fat man who was selling the secret book before was still squatting here. It turned out that Zhang Feng didn't know the fat man's identity and thought he was just a pure businessman traveling around. But after experiencing the scene at the auction and the fat man's invitation, he understood. It turned out to be someone from the number 1 guild in Kyushu, Xinting. By the way, the people from Xinting can't possibly be so idle as to come to the small Tianyuan city to sell secret manuals. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered the first time he met Fatty. He asked him to help find someone, a newcomer with strong abilities. Maybe this was related to him. But he didn't care about that. Let them do whatever they want, just don't disturb you. Jiang Feng and the fat man passed each other, and the other party did not notice anything unusual. When I entered the job transfer temple, I was greeted by the same young girl with long hair as last time. Because Jiang Feng now looked like a middle-aged man, she naturally couldn't muster any passion, and said without even raising her head. Turn right ahead, Hall 4, the yellow job transfer stone. Player Kamikaze, Occupation, Spiritualist, Level, LV.50.
Check if the mental power reserve meets the standard. Meet the conditions for the second job change. The corresponding job transfer task is being generated for you. The difficulty of the task is related to the player's strength to a certain extent, but it is not completely proportional. Task generation. 5-star difficulty, please go to Gravel Valley LV.51 LV.100 and kill 3 common LV.100 monsters. Advanced reward, kill a LV.100 map boss and receive double the job transfer attribute bonus. Because your level does not meet the requirements to enter the Gravel Valley, the teleportation permission will be temporarily opened for you and will be automatically released after the mission is completed. Tip: the mission period is 3 days. If you fail to complete it, you can claim it again after 7 days. The mission difficulty will be reduced to 4 stars. Players can also choose to give up now, and the system will immediately convert it to a 4-star difficulty job transfer mission for you. Would you like to accept the call? Jiang Feng's eyes twitched. 5 stars again. And the job transfer tasks are getting harder each time. At least I managed to kill a wild monster of the same level last time. This time, he was asked to jump to LV.50 to kill a LV.100 monster. This is outrageous. However, for him who had achieved some success in 10,000 swords returning to the origin, this was not a difficult task. I got it. Chapter 23 The Girl's Naive Misunderstanding. Gravel Valley LV.51 LV.100. Teleport. Arriving at the Gravel Valley, Jiang Feng looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. This is not gravel, this is broken mountain. Any piece of rubble is dozens of meters wide and high, and there are even huge rocks that are hundreds or thousands of meters long. Jiang Feng stood in the pile of rocks, as small as an ant. Boom! There seemed to be thunder. Jiang Feng looked in the direction of the sound and found that 2 huge monsters were fighting. Their stone fists collided violently, sparks flew. Shield Mountain Stone Monster, LV.52. Life, 22,000. Description: a species that lives in the Stone Valley and relies on devouring rocks. Rocks are their life source. They have immense strength and exceptional defense. Skill 1, Source of Life swallows stones to quickly recover. Skill 2, Extreme Shield Defense raise the stone shield behind you to the front, gaining 30% damage reduction. Skill 3, Flash Attack consumes a lot of physical strength to teleport and surprise attack the enemy. Skill 4, Meteorite shakes rocks, splitting them, and then throws the rocks into the sky, creating a meteorite-like attack. The Shield Mountain Stone Monster looks similar to a human, but is much stronger than a human. It's like the body shape of an 800-pound fat man. The 2 stone monsters punched so hard that the ground shook. However, as they were fighting, they suddenly stopped and headed towards Jiang Feng. It is obvious that they are still somewhat hostile to humans. Jiang Feng stood on a tall piece of gravel, his hair flying and his clothes fluttering. He put his hands behind his back and summoned 100 swords out of thin air. 10,000 swords return to oneness. In an instant, countless sword lights streaked across the sky and stabbed towards the huge stone monster. Bang! The stone monster exploded and turned into countless pieces of rubble that rolled around. Upon seeing this, the other stone monster immediately used Flash Attack and teleported to a space 50 meters away in a moment. However, Return to 1 is a specific skill. As long as he does not escape from the control range of Jiang Feng's mental power, the sword will continue to track him. Bang! The second stone monster was also shattered. Kill the Shield Mountain Stone Monster LV.52, gain 520 experience points, store 52 points. What a pity! I haven't completed my second job transfer yet, so I only have this little bit of experience. Let's complete the mission first. Jiang Feng flew on his sword, shuttling through the Gravel Valley, constantly searching for his target. Shield Mountain Stone Monster, LV.63. Shield Mountain Stone Monster, LV.57. Shield Mountain Stone Monster, LV.66. Jiang Feng searched for more than 2 hours, but the highest level he saw was only LV.71, and he couldn't see any LV.100 at all. He increased his flying speed. However, after 3 hours, all I could see was rubble and gravel. This map is not like Sunset Forest. The wild monsters in Sunset Forest have a certain distribution pattern. The outer area has low-level monsters, while the inner area has high-level monsters. But here, there are no rules at all. All wild monsters seem to be evenly distributed, with LV.80 and LV.50 mixed together. Zhang Feng wanted to find a LV.100 wild monster, but he had no direction to follow, so he could only run around like a headless fly. In the blink of an eye, a day passed and Zhang Feng still gained nothing. This gravel valley is huge. At this rate, I'm afraid we might not even be able to find him in 3 days, let alone kill him. Zhang Feng continued to search forward. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Found it! Shield Mountain Stone Monster, LV.100. And there are 2 of them. However, it seems that someone has already gotten there first. I saw a woman in green clothes constantly dealing with the 2 Shield Mountain Stone monsters between them. She held a bow in her hand, which was cold and chilling. She pulled it lightly with her jade hand, and ice arrows shot out suddenly. There is no doubt that the woman's profession is shooter. And he's an ice shooter. The shooter profession is best at long-range output and pulling. This is also the reason why she can deal with 2 LV.100 stone monsters at the same time and not be at a disadvantage. In the distance, Luo Qingxue shot 2 ice arrows at the same time, each aimed at a stone monster. While reducing the opponent's agility, she also retreated, always keeping a certain distance. The offensives of both sides were basically equal. However, just being on par is not enough, she wants a kill. This is her 3rd job mission, kill 3 LV.100 wild monsters in the gravel valley. If she continues like this, even if she runs out of energy, she probably won't be able to complete the task. After widening the distance again, Luo Qingxue gritted her teeth and decided to give it a try. Ice arrow, turret. The bow in her hand instantly enlarged 3 times, and the arrow formed by it also became 3 times the original size, which was comparable to the diameter of an ordinary artillery shell. But at the same time, the weight has also increased a lot. She also couldn't move as fast as before. Luo Qingxue bit her red lips. You must shoot him within 20 seconds, otherwise there will be no chance. She is currently about 400 meters away from the stone monster. With the speed of the stone monster, even if it was slowed down, it would reach her in 20 seconds at most, so she only had 20 seconds to attack with peace of mind. Swish! Huge ice arrows were shot out and hit the stone monster accurately. When the hard ice and stone collided with each other, the ice arrow was slightly stronger and pierced straight into the body of the stone monster. However, the stone monster is not completely without intelligence. They knew that the woman's move was powerful, so they both used extreme shield defense, raising the huge stone shields behind them in front of them to block the woman's attack. Under the 30% damage reduction buff of the stone shield, the power of the ice arrow is no longer enough to cause damage to it. Flash attack. Suddenly, a stone monster shuttled through space, crossed a distance of several hundred meters, and came to Luo Qingxue. The stone fist smashed down heavily. Luo Qingxue was so frightened that her lips turned pale. She wanted to cancel the ice turret and avoid the attack, but there was simply no time. It's over. As the shadows grew, the stone fists fell on her head. At the critical moment, a sharp dragon roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Accompanied by a vibrating and buzzing sound, countless swords broke through the air and killed the stone monster with one strike at lightning speed. The stone monster's body exploded and turned into countless pieces of rubble that rolled to the ground. Luo Qingxue felt a surge of fear as she dodged the falling debris. Who is this? He actually killed me instantly. This is a LV.100 stone monster, and it is extremely good at defense. How could he be killed so easily? In the moment when Luo Qingxue was stunned, the sound of another stone monster being blown up came from the distance. Then, a figure in white slowly came into her sight, standing on a sword and floating in the air. Countless pieces of rubble splashed down around him. However, the man did not move, not even a hint of evasion. The swords around him automatically cleared away all the rubble around them, creating a safe space for him. This kind of unrestrained and calm temperament made Luo Qingxue's heart move slightly, and she couldn't help but whisper. So handsome. Zhang Feng turned his head, glanced at Luo Qingxue, and said calmly. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your wild monsters. But since you can't kill it, it belongs to me. Luo Qingxue's chest rose and fell slightly. It's okay. I want to thank you for saving my life. How about adding me as a friend?
I'll definitely repay your kindness when I have the chance. On the other side, Jiang Feng stared at her with an expressionless face.
Is there a chance for sure? I've heard this a lot on Blue Planet. I will definitely treat you to a meal if I have the chance, and I will definitely invite you to play if I have the chance. In the end, it's all empty talk. This kind of promise is the most unreliable. No need to add friends, just now. Since you want to thank me, then take some practical action. Luo Qingxue's pretty face changed slightly when she heard this. What's the meaning? Now, actual action, he won't want.
As Luo Qingxue was thinking, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated and her cheeks gradually turned red and hot. She bit her lip, feeling panicky. He saved my life, which is a great favor from heaven.
But repaying love with one's body. Still here. This. Like. It's a bit cold.
Luo Qingxue is only in her early 20s and is still a young girl. I tend to daydream a lot on a daily basis. Now hearing what Jiang Feng said, I couldn't help but think of many things. However, just as she was struggling with her inner thoughts, Jiang Feng's next sentence made her thoughts freeze instantly.
Go help me find the next LV.100 stone monster. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. If two people go, they will die, but if one person goes, it will be fine. Archer professionals have extremely strong vision and have eyesight exceeding 6.0 from the moment they first awaken. The field of vision is dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Therefore, it was most appropriate to let Luo Qingxue help him search for the target. Are you also doing a job change mission?
Yes. Luo Qingxue felt relieved that she was lucky enough to meet someone who came to do the third-level task, and it seemed that the other party should be someone who was doing the same third-level task as her. Otherwise she might have ended up here.
So, are you a mage or a spiritualist?
There are two possibilities for being able to fly a sword, either it is controlled by a psychic or by magic, so she couldn't be sure of Jiang Feng's occupation. Jiang Feng did not answer her question. Because the more you expose, the greater the risk, you must always be on guard against others. What's more, the two sides were not very familiar with each other. Luo Qingxue also realized at this moment that Jiang Feng had little intention of talking to her, and didn't even have the desire to look at her more. This made her feel a little uncomfortable.
She is a young girl. This man is not moved. Come up.
Jiang Feng controlled a sword and floated it in front of her.
Luo Qingxue stepped forward and then slowly rose into the air.
A moment later, the two set off. Out of caution, Jiang Feng controlled Luo Qingxue to fly in front, while he followed behind, so that he could always monitor Luo Qingxue's every move.
Two figures flew quickly in the air, searching for their target.
About 10 minutes later, Luo Qingxue called him.
Over there. I saw LV.101. Jiang Feng immediately changed direction and flew towards the place she pointed.
But before they flew far, Luo Qingxue suddenly shouted.
Wait, don't go there. What's wrong?
Jiang Feng asked puzzledly. It was too far away to see clearly just now, but now that I'm closer, I realize there's not just one LV-100 Shield Mountain monster, but a whole group of them, at least 20.
And among them, there is also a boss level 1. If the two of us go in, we will definitely die. Let's find someone else who's alone.
In the back, Jiang Feng became excited instantly when he heard her say boss level. Killing an LV.100 boss can obtain the advanced reward of the job transfer task, which is exactly what he wants.
Well, it's true. The two of us will definitely die if we go in. But I'll be fine if I go alone.
As soon as she finished speaking, the sword under Luo Qingxue's feet suddenly fell, sending her to the ground. Looking at Jiang Feng again, he flew straight towards the group of Shield Mountain stone monsters in the distance.
Luo Qingxue was stunned. Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. When looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu.
It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps.
What's the meaning? If two people go, they will definitely die, but if you go alone, it will be okay? What kind of logic is this? Hey, don't you understand what I'm saying? Come back quickly. Aren't you just going to die?
No matter whether Jiang Feng is a psychic or a mage, both are considered high-level professions, and it is not surprising that he can kill 1 or 2 LV.100 Shield Mountain stone monsters in seconds. But facing more than 20 of them at the same time, physical strength alone is not enough.
Luo Qingxue is a person who values love.
She is extremely grateful to Jiang Feng for saving her life, and naturally she cannot watch her savior die in vain.
I followed him immediately.
In the distance, Jiang Feng had already arrived at the group of stone monsters in Shield Mountain. Just as Luo Qingxue said, there are at least 20 LV.100 stone monsters below. As for the boss, it is in the center of the group of stone monsters.
Shield Mountain Stone Monster, LV.100. Life, 55,000. Description: Leader of the Shield Mountain Stone Monster population. Skill 1, Source of Life swallows stones to quickly recover.
Skill 2, Extreme Shield Defense raise the stone shield behind you to the front, gaining 40% damage reduction. Skill 3, Flash Attack consumes a lot of physical strength to teleport 3 times and surprise attack the enemy.
Skill 4, Meteorite shakes rocks, splitting them, and then throws the rocks into the sky, creating a meteorite-like attack.
Skill 5, Fatal Substitute. When receiving a fatal attack, the damage can be automatically transferred to other stone monsters nearby.
Compared with other LV.100 stone monsters, this boss has more powerful skills.
The damage reduction of the second skill, Polar Shield Defense, reaches 40%, and the number of teleportations of the third skill, Flash Assault, is also increased to 3 stages. And a new skill, Fatal Stand, has been added.
That means that if you want to kill it, you must kill all the other wild monsters first. Or you can attack it directly. Anyway, it will automatically transfer damage.
Attacking it is equivalent to attacking all the wild monsters on the scene.
This saves him from having to keep changing his attack targets.
Get twice the result with half the effort. 10,000 swords return to oneness. The sword under Jiang Feng's feet withdrew, the flashing wings behind him spread out, and his body hung high in the air. The swords gathered together and moved along a special trajectory, gradually emitting a strong silver light.
The silver sword broke through the air and stabbed towards the boss. Bang!
The boss was safe and sound, but a stone monster not far away fell to the ground. Kill a LV.100 Shield Mountain monster, gain 1000 experience points, and store 100 points. As this attack was launched, the stone monsters below also discovered Jiang Feng's figure and began to attack him.
Flash attack. Those stone monsters activated their teleportation skills and appeared beside Jiang Feng in an instant.
Several stone monsters attacked at the same time, blocking almost all of Jiang Feng's escape routes. At the critical moment, Jiang Feng activated the flashing wings.
Shimmering wings, blue quality.
Special attributes: consume 300 stamina to use flash once, teleporting to a designated location.
The maximum teleportation distance is 300 meters. Each use has a 24-hour cooldown. Flash.
In the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng instantly traveled from a height of 200 meters to an altitude of 500 meters. The stone monsters wanted to continue chasing, but the teleportation distance of Flash Assault was simply not enough.
Moreover, this skill consumes too much physical strength.
They will be exhausted after releasing it 5 times at most, so they cannot release it multiple times in a row without any scruples. At this moment, Jiang Feng was temporarily safe. These stone monsters are really hard to deal with. Jiang Feng's mental power radiating range at this moment is only 400 meters, so the maximum control distance of the flying sword is also only 400 meters. Flying at an altitude of 500 meters can indeed avoid the stone monster's attack, but you will not be able to attack it.
It seems that the only option is.
Jiang Feng flipped his hand, and a card shining with golden light appeared in his palm. Tenfold Mental Enhancement Card. Within half an hour after use, the strength of your own mental power increases to 10 times the original value, and the range of mental power dispersion also expands to 10 times the original value.
Chapter 25. Why is there such a huge difference between people? When Jiang Feng was confronting the group of stone monsters, Luo Qingxue was on the way.
She looked into the distance, a look of resentment appearing on her face.
Humph, you're just showing off. If you hadn't saved my life, I wouldn't bother saving you.
You know you can't win, but you still don't retreat quickly.
Really? Luo Qingxue quickened his pace, wanting to go to provide support quickly.
But his way was suddenly blocked by several LV.100 Shield Mountain stone monsters. She drew her bow and shot an arrow.
But the power of the ice arrows is nothing compared to them.
Luo Qingxue glanced at Jiang Feng, then looked at the stone monsters surrounding her, hesitated again and again, and felt very conflicted.
Forget it, let's give it a try. At least we can hold a few of them back and help relieve his pressure. However, if he insists on showing off his bravery and seeking death, there's nothing I can do. Luo Qingxue fought and retreated.
As a shooter, if you just pull them from a distance, it should be no problem to hold back a few of them. Soon, the two sides distanced themselves from each other, and she also diverted some of her attention to observe Jiang Feng's battlefield. However, the scene before her really shocked her. I saw the river breeze fanning its wings and soaring up, like a dragon soaring into the sky, or like an eagle soaring into the sky, leaping to an altitude of 2,000 meters. Beside him, countless long swords broke through the air, drawing silver streaks of light. It seems disorganized, but in fact it has a clear goal. Under his control, the swords attacked the Shield Mountain Stone monster boss on the ground.
Bang!
The boss used the fatal substitute skill to transfer the damage to a stone monster, which exploded on the spot, with debris flying everywhere. Jiang Feng did the same thing, and the explosions at the scene were loud and powerful. On the ground, the boss stared at Jiang Feng with his eyes. It could never have imagined that the life-saving skills that it was proud of were actually used by Jiang Feng as a tool to kill members of its tribe. Flash attack. It briefly gathered its strength and then leaped up. Use the skill's 3 consecutive displacements to jump directly to a height of 900 meters. But it is obvious that this location is still quite far from Jiang Feng. So it continued to perform. 1,800 meters. 2,700 meters. 3,600 meters. It successfully jumped to a height similar to Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng had already noticed its intention and flew down in advance, directly creating distance between them. If you have the guts, keep dodging.
Let's see how much physical strength you have. Anyway, my mental strength is unlimited. Jiang Feng's expression was calm and he was confident.
The stone monster boss was furious when he saw this, but he had no other options as he couldn't even touch the human being. Under Jiang Feng's continuous attacks, there are fewer and fewer stone monsters around, and the number of fatal substitutes that the boss can use is also getting fewer and fewer.
Once all the other stone monsters are dead, it will be its turn. Roar! The boss seemed to be sending some signal.
The next second, all the stone monsters gathered together in an orderly manner. He picked up the huge rock next to him and smashed it, then aimed at Jiang Feng and threw the broken rocks into the air.
Countless stones shot into the sky, densely packed, like a hail of bullets.
Jiang Feng saw this, but remained calm.
I'm a spiritualist. Are you trying to control objects with me?
Buzz. An invisible mental force field unfolded, and the thrown grapple stopped in mid-air, then turned around and shot towards the ground. Jiang Feng's mental strength is 4,600 at this moment.
The total weight of the controllable objects is 4,600 kilograms.
Adding the 10-fold increase from the Spirit Enhancement card, the total controllable weight reaches 46,000 kilograms.
A weight of 46 tons.
There is no problem at all in controlling some of the stones while flying the sword. The rocks fell rapidly, and the impact force was so great that the formation that the stone monsters had just formed was instantly broken up.
In the distance, Luo Qingxue witnessed the whole scene and couldn't help but cover her mouth in amazement. Not only can he control swords, he can also manipulate stones.
So he's a spiritualist.
But, is he a LV.100 psychic that strong?
To manipulate so many rocks at once, weighing 30 or 40 tons, I'm afraid only a spiritualist of at least the 5th rank or higher can do it.
At this moment, Luo Qingxue was full of curiosity and questions about Jiang Feng. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng's battle was coming to an end. On the ground, all the other stone monsters were dead, leaving only the boss alone. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. 10,000 swords returned to oneness. Silver light flashed and the sound of explosion resounded through the sky. The burst damage of Return to 1 is as high as 144,810 points. Even if it uses Extreme Shield Defense, which has a 40% damage reduction, the remaining power is still enough to kill it with one blow. After collecting the job transfer certificate dropped by the boss, Jiang Feng's 10x Spirit Enhancement card has little time left. In the distance, Luo Qingxue was still struggling with those stone monsters. If there was only one, she still had hope of killing it, but when facing multiple ones at the same time, she could only rely on distance to keep up with them. Jiang Feng was speechless upon seeing this. I told you I could do it myself, but you insisted on following me. Don't you know your own strength? Women are sentimental. It's both an advantage and a disadvantage. Let me help you again.
Jiang Feng could also see that Luo Qingxue was supporting him and taking the initiative to help him share the pressure. Otherwise, she could just leave directly. At least those stone monsters would not be able to stop her. Although he was not in any danger without Luo Qingxue to restrain the stone monsters, the other party had helped him after all.
He could not just sit back and watch in this situation.
The long sword swooped down, and Zhang Feng flew above Luo Qingxue's head.
10,000 swords return, sword rain. Countless sword lights flashed across the stone monster's body, causing continuous damage to it.
Soon, several stone monsters fell to the ground seriously injured. Luo Qingxue put away her longbow and looked at Zhang Feng, having many questions in her mind that she wanted him to answer. But when he saw Zhang Feng's extremely calm, aloof and silent face, he swallowed the question that was on the tip of his tongue. She had a hunch that even if she asked, Zhang Feng wouldn't tell her. After thinking for a moment, she said softly,
"Ahem, thank you very much. I wanted to help you, but ended up owing you a favor. How about adding us as friends?
I'll definitely repay you when I have the chance." In mid-air, Zhang Feng put his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind.
"No need. We may not meet again in the future. Besides, it's just a few stone monsters. It's just a casual thing. It can't be considered a favor." After saying that, Zhang Feng was about to leave. Luo Qingxue looked disappointed. "Then we'll meet again someday. Congratulations on your successful third transformation."
Hearing his words, Zhang Feng paused.
"What are the 3 turns?" I just turned around. Long after Zhang Feng left, Luo Qingxue was still shocked.
They are both at LV.100, but others can easily kill dozens of stone monsters of the same level in seconds, while she has a hard time killing 2. The more Luo Qingxue thought about it, the more she felt inferior.
How could the difference between people be so huge? However, she didn't know that Zhang Feng was only LV.50 now, not LV.100 as she thought.
If I knew the truth one day, I would be heartbroken.
Chapter 26 The only skill in the world, Divine Eye. Nickname, Kamikaze, second job quest submission. Check backpack job transfer certificate, mental power reserves meet the requirements, job transfer task completed.
Congratulations to player Shinfeng for successfully completing his second transformation and gaining a 30% bonus to all current attributes. Advanced mission completed, attribute bonus doubled, increased to 60%.
Stored experience is released, and the player level is increased to LV.80. Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, infinite.
Spirit strength, 11860. Maximum dispersion distance, 850 meters.
Level, LV.80. Second job.
Health, 58,080 plus 22,000.
Strength, 8,616. Defense, 4,168 plus 1,500. Agility, 314 plus 120. Stamina, 1,500 plus 550. Combat power rating, 289 stars.
Zhang Feng's original health was 22,800, and the attribute bonus was 60%, which is 36,480 points. From LV.50 to LV.80, each level up increases the health bonus by 240 number of job changes plus 1, which is 720. The total bonus at level 30 is 21,600. Therefore, the added health value is 58080, plus the 22,000 points provided by the equipment, the total health reaches 80,080 points. It is nearly 30,000 more than the health bar of a LV.100 Shield Mountain Stone Monster boss.
World announcement, congratulations to Kyushu player Shinpo for triggering the hidden Golden Quest achievement transformation to Divine General.
At this moment, another announcement popped up on the panels of players around the world. Just like the last achievement announcement of God of Novices, the panel was filled with golden light, sacred and majestic.
Zhang Feng looked surprised. Another hidden golden achievement completed?
Opening the achievement system, many of the bronze and silver achievement badges were lit up, and there was also one more gold achievement badge. Job transformation, this badge represents your qualifications to become a god and receive the blessing of the world's will. Job transformation badge bonus, rewards the world's only god level special skill Divine Eye. Pick up active skills, automatically learned. Information about the new skills automatically emerged in Zhang Feng's mind. Divine Eye can ignore the world's rules and view any player's personal information panel without being detected by any force.
After seeing the skill description, Zhang Feng held his breath and couldn't believe it.
Ignore the world rules and view any player's personal information panel. You should know that this world highly protects the information of every professional and does not allow anyone to collect professional information on a large scale. Moreover, no matter how big the level gap is, professionals cannot detect each other. All these measures are obviously intended to protect the privacy of everyone's information. But now, it actually gave itself a divine eye skill, specifically for detecting other people's information. Moreover, it is the only skill in the world, only he has it, no one else has it. Is this the favor of the world's will? Skill panel. Skill 1 passive, active double spirit, continuously active. Skill 2 active, control everything with a single thought. Skill 3 passive, perception vision penetration, perceive everything. Skill 4 active, 10,000 swords return sword rain locks the sky, combines into one explosive kill. Special skills. Skill 1 active, divine eye information detection, completely secret. Jiang Feng felt that the vision in his left eye became clearer, and there was a unique power flowing. This power is neither mental nor physical, but a very special and mysterious power that has never been encountered before. The power was powerful yet ethereal, full of penetration, as if it was enough to see through the rules of the world. Jiang Feng walked out of the job transfer room and came to the temple hall. Focus your eyes on the long-haired girl at the reception desk. Suya, female, non-professional, 19 years old, unmarried. Unmarried? Can you see this? There doesn't seem to be much information to display for non-professionals, only this one. Jiang Feng looked at the other figure who came to change jobs. Li Dali. Nickname, King Kong 857. Occupation, warrior. Level, LV.100 second level. Life, 48,645 plus 2,500. Strength, 7,288. Defense, 3,921 plus 340. Agility, 246 plus 15. Stamina, 1350 plus 30. Combat power rating, 264 stars. This guy is already level 100, and the warrior profession has innate extra strength and defense bonuses. However, his 5-dimensional attributes are lower than Jiang Feng's level of LV.80. On the one hand, he does not have the upgrade bonus of the God of Novice badge. On the other hand, the job change task he accepted should be relatively easy, and there won't be that many attribute improvements after completing the job change. After observing the attributes, Jiang Feng turned his attention to his nickname. Even the other party's nickname in the training map and dungeon can be viewed. Jiang Feng thinks this skill is really a bit abnormal. It's like he's stripping someone's underwear off while they're walking down the street. Any professional has no privacy in front of his divine eyes. This skill is too buggy. Walk out of the job change temple. The fat man who sold the secret book was standing on the roadside, holding a spiritual crystal in his hand in a daze. Jiang Feng used the divine eye on him. Zhu Beiji. Nickname, Fatty Sihai. Occupation, Beastmaster. Union, Divine Court level 9. Level, LV.997th turn. Life, 216-1200. Strength, 253,406. Defense 171896. Agility, 10,913. Stamina, 66210. Combat power rating, 1335 stars. Zhu Beiji? This name is interesting and suits the person well. But, why is he, a powerful warrior of the 7th level, almost reaching the 7th or 8th level, wandering around the small Tianyuan city every day? Jiang Feng shook his head. Never mind, as long as it's none of my business. Jiang Feng turned his head and looked in another direction. However, this sight really made him gasp. A tall man in black wearing a hat. Stan Daily, South Korea. Occupation, assassin. Level, LV.575th turn. There was another person not far away from him, who was also thin and had bowed calves. Yamaki Village, Cherry Blossom Country. Occupation, talisman master. Level, LV.543 turn. Looking further away, there is a strong figure. George Jason Lon Tiangua. Occupation, mage. Level, LV.826 turn. Jiang Feng was confused. When did so many powerful people appear in the small Tianyuan city, and many of them are from abroad? Even the Lord of Tianyuan City is only at the 5th level. Could it be that there are usually so many, but I just don't know about it? After failing to come up with any conclusion, Jiang Feng simply stopped thinking about it. Why bother with so many things? As long as it doesn't affect you. You can't be here to kill me, right? Chapter 27 The biggest joke. Zhang Feng's mental strength is exhausted.
In a villa in the eastern district of Tianyuan City. This is the office of the second union in Tianyuan City, Tanlang Union.
In the conference room, several figures were sitting casually on the sofa. A strong, muscular man with a beard spoke first, with some dissatisfaction in his tone.
Jackal, you said you would help me bring down the Three Stones blacksmith shop, but why haven't you succeeded yet? Jackal is the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild and also a 5th-level warrior.
He frowned, and all the wrinkles on his face gathered together. His already thin figure looked even more emaciated. He was only 35 years old, but he looked like an old man in his twilight years. He looks like a skeleton, and he doesn't even need makeup to play a zombie.
However, it was precisely his body shape that gave him an invisible sense of intimidation.
Even the bearded man opposite him couldn't help but be frightened when he saw him like this.
Hey, I, old who, always do things for money, so don't frame me. His Sancher blacksmith shop can't even pay its employees right now.
It's only a matter of time before it closes.
Why are you so anxious?
The jackal's voice was feminine and trembling, similar to that of a eunuch. When the bearded man heard his voice, goosebumps appeared all over his body. He suppressed his discomfort and said,
Can't they pay salaries? Go and see, do they look like they can't pay salaries?
We are even hiring people on a large scale, expanding production, and the factory is getting bigger and bigger.
Who would believe me if you told me he was going to go bankrupt? The bearded man's name is Su Chang.
He opened the second-ranked blacksmith shop in Tianyuan City, Xiangxing Blacksmith Shop.
He was determined to make strong the first signboard of Tianyuan City.
However, no matter how hard he tried, he was always suppressed by the Sancher Blacksmith Shop. So I started to have a crooked idea. Spend a large sum of money to hire people from the Greedy Wolf Guild and ask them to bring down the Three-Stone Blacksmith Shop. As a result, not only did it not go bankrupt, but it is getting better and better.
This is also the reason why he came to talk to the jackal today.
When the jackal heard his words, his mustache twisted and the skin on his face blended together, leaving wrinkles all over his face.
How come?
I asked them to make nearly 100 pieces of equipment, and I also asked them to advance a lot of material costs.
A rough estimate shows they lost at least 1 million gold coins. How can they still have money to operate?
The bearded man frowned.
Then I have to ask you.
The jackal thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, our Greedy Wolf Guild always does things for money, and we will definitely not destroy our reputation. I'll take someone there later to see what's going on. I'll make sure everything is done properly. If all else fails, I'll have someone disguise themselves as a foreign assassin and sneak into Kyushu, causing a scene and destroying his blacksmith shop.
Are you relieved now?
The bearded man stood up and said as he walked out. Then I'll trust you again.
If it's still not enough, I'll refund the money. Death Quicksand LV.51 LV.100.
Zhang Feng floated in the air on his sword.
The most deadly thing on this map is quicksand. Anyone who stays in the same position for more than 3 seconds will fall into the quicksand. So you have to keep moving all the time.
Countless unsuspecting people entered here, and eventually all became exhausted from the constant movement.
Even teleporting out is impossible. Because teleporting away requires 30 seconds of reading the bar on the spot.
The only way is to kill a few more wild monsters, pile up their corpses together, use the gaps left by the sinking corpses of the wild monsters, stand on them and teleport out. But all these rules don't matter to those who can fly. At this moment, Zhang Feng controlled the sword and killed one wild monster after another.
Kill the LV.88 spiky cactus and gain 880 experience points. Kill the LV.93 toxic scorpion king and gain 930 experience points. Kill LV.98 desert flying snake and gain 980 experience points. Congratulations to player Kamikaze for reaching LV.96. While gaining experience from killing, the backpack automatically picks up equipment light balls one by one.
In high-level maps, the drop rate of high-quality equipment is also significantly higher. Green quality equipment accounts for about 1/5 of all dropped equipment.
Occasionally, a few pieces of blue equipment will drop. Kill a LV.95 swift shark and gain 950 experience points. Another piece of blue quality equipment dropped. Zhang Feng was very satisfied.
Although he does not wear these equipment, they will definitely be useful for improving the quality of his sword forging in the future.
Your silver dragon blade is currently of green quality.
If you want to forge it to blue quality, you need a random blue equipment, a random green equipment, and 3 forging stones. In the future, the quality of 10,000 swords will need to be improved, and the demand for equipment materials will be huge.
So any equipment, the more the better.
It seems that this kind of sandfish has a higher chance of dropping.
Zhang Feng made a quick observation. He killed 35 sharks, half of which dropped equipment, with a very high drop rate.
Therefore, killing the shark first is the best option. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng opened his arms and poured out his mental power.
Skill 3, Perception. Anywhere covered by mental power, the player can sense any movement and gain full vision within the range.
The spiritual force can penetrate all the dust in the air, directly penetrating the sand layer and seeping into the ground. Any visual obstacles are useless in the face of Zhang Feng's mental power. Not to mention the creatures below the surface of the sand, even if they are hidden hundreds of meters deep, Zhang Feng can find them in an instant.
That's quite a lot.
Zhang Feng exerted a little force. In an instant, the desert within a radius of several hundred meters surged and churned like a boiling sea.
Countless sharks were caught and suspended in the air. Next second,
a rain of swords fell from the sky, circulating again and again, never stopping. Under Zhang Feng's control, the sharks were pierced and cut into pieces by sword after sword, and then died.
Kill LV.88 Swift Shark and gain 880 experience points. Kill a LV.75 Swift Shark and gain 750 experience points.
This wave killed about 400 sharks and dropped 167 pieces of equipment. Although the explosion rate is not as exaggerated as before, it is still pretty good.
Very good, keep going.
Zhang Feng was just about to move to another place to continue his practice, but at this moment, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard not far away. Several figures quickly enlarged and surrounded him.
8 people in total. The leader was a woman wearing a black leather jacket and had a cold expression.
She looked Zhang Feng up and down, her eyes filled with contempt.
It's like selecting goods.
After a while, several people completely surrounded Zhang Feng. The woman stepped forward, licked her lips, and gave a malicious smile.
Hey, honorable spiritual master. Hee, if it were any other time, I wouldn't dare to provoke you.
But now, after your display of power just now, I'm afraid you may have very little mental strength left. Among all combat professions, the most difficult one to deal with is definitely the psychic. Because a psychic can control anyone of no higher level than himself with a thought, he is 100% sure to win in a battle of the same level. But no matter how strong a profession is, it has weaknesses. The weakness of a psychic lies in his endurance. His mental power reserves are limited, and his recovery speed is quite slow. As we all know, a spiritualist without spiritual power is almost the same as an ordinary person. The woman took advantage of this professional weakness, waiting in secret and taking advantage of the situation to rob. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Hand over all the equipment you just acquired, then strip naked and dance for me, your sister, and I'll spare your life.
After the player is killed, the equipment in the backpack will disappear with the player's death and will not be dropped.
So the woman could not kill Zhang Feng directly, she could only threaten him to hand him over voluntarily. 2. I will make you suffer utter torture and then die in humiliation.
Bang!
She cracked the long red whip in her hand to show her majesty. Surrounded by the crowd, Zhang Feng looked around with a smile on his face and a calm expression. He shook his head, feeling emotional. Alas, I am so blind that the robbery happened to me. Let me tell you a joke. I, Zhang Feng, have run out of mental strength.
Chapter 28 The hunter suddenly became the prey. Name, Hu Yu. Nickname, Tanlang Yunu. Occupation, Mage. Union, Tanlang Union Level 3. Level, LV.100 second level.
Life, 48,645 plus 6,000.
Occupation, Assassin. Union, Tanlang Union Level 3. Level, LV.95 second job.
Health, 45,645 plus 1,800. Zhang Feng took a quick glance and remembered the information of several people clearly.
All 8 of them were from the Greedy Wolf Guild.
Except for the leading woman who was a mage, the remaining 7 are assassins.
Almost an all-assassin lineup.
The assassin profession is known for its agility, and its advantage lies in being able to fight and run. Just like the hyenas on the grassland, they are very rogue. They dare to provoke rhinos, elephants, and lions. If they find that they cannot beat them, they will just use their agility to escape.
He is a professional grassland bandit.
Judging from the identical wings behind them and their offensive and defensive positions, there is no doubt that this is a professional and well-trained bandit group that specializes in this kind of robbery.
Hey, kid, what are you doing? I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Do you want the equipment or your life?
Huyu stretched out his hand, palm facing up, and the red elements in his hand gathered, igniting a flame, ready to attack at any time. On the opposite side, Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looking a little excited. Since he woke up, he had hardly ever had a head-on fight with other professionals. This was the first time.
He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, smiling. You are quite courageous, woman.
You know I am a psychic, yet you still dare to set your sights on me.
But
Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly, and there was a hint of sharpness and cruelty in his smile.
being too bold is sometimes not a good thing. Buzz. Invisible spiritual fluctuations spread out in an instant, silently and like a ghost. 6 of the 8 people were instantly controlled by Jiang Feng.
As for the other 2, Jiang Feng is currently only at LV.97 and has not yet reached LV.100, so he cannot control them for the time being. The woman has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter and is still full of confidence.
10 seconds. It seems you are not going to compromise. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Kill him, quickly and decisively.
At the woman's command, the man beside her immediately flapped his wings and rushed towards Jiang Feng.
However, the next second, he stopped in mid-air.
Because among the 7 assassins, only he moved, while the others stood there, motionless.
What's going on?
The woman suddenly looked panicked.
You should be out of energy now.
Her father was a psychic who was close to the 3rd level, so she knew the abilities and spiritual reserves of psychics very well. It was because she was sure that Jiang Feng's mental strength was exhausted that she dared to show up.
As a result, the reality is completely different from what we imagined.
Jiang Feng heard her question, chuckled, and did not answer. 10,000 swords returned to oneness. Silver light burst out, the air trembled, and it rushed towards the assassin who was not controlled.
Bang!
The man's body exploded on the spot, leaving no trace of his body, and blood splattered onto the woman's face.
The woman's already surprised face became even more terrified.
Just kill him like that.
He is level 98 and the strongest person in the team except her.
In the past, when they robbed someone, even if 8 people surrounded him together, it would still take several seconds to fight. But Jiang Feng's methods left her no time to react.
It's a one-shot kill.
If this method were used on me, then. At this moment, she no longer cared about why Jiang Feng still had so much mental strength. Her mind was filled with fear of being dominated by Jiang Feng. As the woman was terrified, Jiang Feng controlled the swords to circle and fall in the air until they surrounded her. Countless sharp sword tips pointed at the woman's head, flashing cold light under the sunlight. The woman smelled the breath of death at this moment. She looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. In just a moment, the situation of the battle was completely reversed.
The hunter has become the prey.
Jiang Feng circled upwards, overlooking the 7 people below. He released the control, and the 6 people under his control immediately resumed their actions. Seeing this scene, several people looked confused.
What happened to me just now? Was I controlled by him? Wait, what's with all the blood on me? Where's the deputy captain? Why can't I see him? Captain, the sword's around you.
After a brief exchange, even a fool would understand what had happened. Several people looked up at Jiang Feng's figure, and a trace of fear suddenly arose in their hearts. Some people subconsciously wanted to escape, but as soon as they moved, their bodies lost their freedom again. Jiang Feng said in a deep voice. I'll give you 2 choices.
1. Hand over all your equipment, and I can let you go. 2. Like your vice captain, reduced to ashes. 5 seconds to think about it. 5.
Jiang Feng could have killed them directly, but that would have been too much of a loss. Of course, you have to squeeze it first. However, the psychic can only control the actions and consciousness of the person, but cannot use the other party's career panel or take items out of the backpack.
So I can only use this threatening method like the woman did. It can be considered as a way of giving someone a taste of his own medicine. 4. 3. As the countdown was about to end, the fear of death lingered in the hearts of several people. They didn't have time to think and quickly took out the equipment from their backpacks. But Jiang Feng took a look and was not satisfied. You guys are almost at LV.100, and you only have these few pieces of rubbish white equipment?
Everyone must bring out at least 10 pieces of green quality equipment. Those who fail to meet the requirement will die.
2. Zhang Feng is still counting down.
The people below became even more panicked. They did have a little idea in mind, wanting to take out a few pieces of equipment at random to get by, and hide the real good equipment in the backpack. But unexpectedly, Zhang Feng saw through it at a glance.
Bang! Several more pieces of equipment were taken out. Zhang Feng used his mental power to catch the equipment to prevent them from falling into the quicksand.
I really can't collect 10 pieces of green equipment.
Can I owe you money first and pay you back later? Me too.
I only have 9 items, just one missing.
Can you please make an exception?
Zhang Feng put all his equipment into his backpack and ignored their pleas.
In a trance, it seemed as if an invisible knife was flying towards everyone.
The 6 people except the woman all trembled and their eyes were dull.
6 swords flew over and stabbed straight into everyone's throat.
Blood was splattered at the scene. The woman was dumbfounded.
Didn't you say that if I handed over my equipment?
You have no credibility.
Above, Zhang Feng smiled with emotion.
Of course I have credit, but not with people like you.
I wouldn't be so stupid as to leave myself a future enemy.
Swish! The sword flashed, and the woman's body exploded. She left this world with unwillingness and regret. Zhang Feng comfortably counted the harvest. 68 pieces of green equipment, 125 pieces of white equipment. Those who are robbers are really rich.
But now, it all belongs to me. Chapter 29, Another Greedy Wolf Guild? Those who stand in the way will die. Kill LV.98 Desert Flying Snake and gain 980 experience points. Congratulations to player Kamikaze for reaching LV.100.
The level has reached the maximum.
10% of the excess experience will be temporarily stored and released after the job transfer is completed. Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, Infinite. Spirit strength, 14860. Maximum dispersion distance, 1150 meters. Level, LV.100. Second job.
Health, 72,480 plus 22,000.
Strength, 10,676. Defense, 5,248 plus 1,500. Agility, 386 plus 120. Stamina, 1860 plus 550. Combat power rating, 318 stars.
Has reached the Spiritualist career change stage. Please pay the Psychic's exclusive job transfer materials before you can accept the job transfer task. Required materials, Energy Stone 10, Spirit Stone 10, Lapis Lazuli 10. Professional job changes are also divided into different stages.
The first and second job changes simply improve your own attributes.
The third job change will result in a qualitative leap in professional characteristics. For example, an ordinary warrior may change his job for the third time to become an Iron Warrior, an Undead Warrior, or a Death Knight. An ordinary shooter may change his job for the third time to become a Frost Shooter, a Flame Shooter, or a Poison Shooter, etc. On the basis of the original profession, special elements are added. From a certain perspective, before and after the third transformation, they are almost two different professions.
There is no problem for a LV.101 third turn professional to fight 3 LV.100 second turn professionals at the same time.
There is only a difference of 1 level, but there is a world of difference in strength.
The two cannot be compared at all. In addition to the third turn, the 7th and 10th turns also have this effect. These 3 stages of job transfers can be considered the watershed between professionals.
However, the greater the benefits of changing jobs, the more difficult it is. In the past, players could directly accept job transfer tasks for the first and second job transfers, but for the third job transfer, they needed to collect the corresponding materials first. Energy Stone, Spirit Stone, and Lapis Lazuli, each one is as difficult to obtain and as rare as a piece of blue quality equipment.
This shows how difficult it is.
I wonder what special attributes I will gain after completing the third transformation.
I'm really looking forward to it. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited when he thought about his career advancement.
Forget it, there's no need to rush.
Let's take it one step at a time. Let's prepare the Wanjian Guizong first. Tianyuan City.
Sancher Blacksmith Shop. Shursen looked at the people from the Greedy Wolf Guild in front of him with an expressionless face and a cold voice.
Sancher Blacksmith Shop doesn't do business with the Greedy Wolf Guild. Please come in.
The jackal simply ignored his words and walked forward with a smile.
Brother Shur, what are you talking about?
The union was in a bad state recently and suffered huge losses, so it was unable to pay the construction costs in time.
When my union gets better in the future, I will definitely pay you back with interest.
Ishimori groaned in his heart as he listened to his words.
The loss is too big? Who are you kidding?
You are the second largest guild in Tianyuan City, with so many strong people.
Send people to the training map to brush equipment, and the money will come out. If you don't want to give it, just say you don't want to give it. What bullshit? Stop talking nonsense and take the money or get out. Otherwise, I'll call the guards.
The Guard is an independent agency in the city and has extremely high law enforcement powers.
Not to mention the Greedy Wolf Guild, even if the city lord comes, we have to cooperate.
Seeing Ishimori's indifferent attitude, Jackal changed the subject. Brother Shur, don't be so impulsive. I came here mainly to ask if this blacksmith shop has any operating problems or difficulties. Although the financial issue cannot be resolved for the time being, my Greedy Wolf Guild will definitely help with other issues if it can. To express my apology for the delay in paying my brother for the construction.
What do you think? The jackal's tone and expression were very sincere, and there was nothing wrong with him. However, Ishimori no longer had any good feelings towards the Greedy Wolf Guild, and he didn't believe what the jackal said at all. Would you be so kind as to help me solve the problem?
I'm afraid it will add fuel to the fire. There's no problem running the blacksmith shop.
I don't need your help either. Please.
When the jackal saw that Ishimori didn't buy his trick at all, his expression suddenly turned cold.
After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice.
In that case, who will take his leave? Before you leave, let me remind Brother Shur that assassins from abroad have been rampant recently.
Many have already sneaked into Jojo in an attempt to disrupt the order in Jojo.
Brother Shur, be careful.
After saying that, Jackal led the group away.
Ishimori felt a surge of anger in his heart. How could he not understand that this was a threat to him? Even if there are assassins, they will go to Zhongzhou, where important people gather.
How come you come to this small Tianyuan city?
Oh, this is difficult. This is troublesome. Although the Guard advocates for protecting the rights of civilians, it cannot be perfect after all. Even if a threat like this is reported, it will be groundless and the Guard team will not send people to provide 24-hour protection based on his one-sided statement. If the Greedy Wolf Guild really targeted him, he might be assassinated one day. If the Guard team intervenes again, it will only be in hindsight and they will be held accountable afterwards. And there's no guarantee the murderer will ever be found.
Just like running a blacksmith shop peacefully, why is it so difficult? It seems we have to leave Tianyuan City. Ishimori was in a very low mood. After finally marrying a wealthy man, I thought life would get better, but... Ishimori sighed again. About 10 minutes passed.
Zhang Feng stepped into the hall of the blacksmith shop. Seeing Ishimori, he took out thousands of pieces of equipment without saying a word and filled the hall with them. These are the materials for 900 swords, but there are only 845 forging stones, so we're still short.
You can do it first.
I'll get enough forging stones and send them to you tomorrow. As for the gold coins, transfer them. Zhang Feng did not hesitate at all and paid the full construction fee on the spot.
However, Ishimori couldn't be happy. I'm sorry, my blacksmith shop may not be able to continue operating. Just now.
Shursen explained to Zhang Feng in detail the whole story of his feud with the Greedy Wolf Guild. During the process, his face looked very ugly and he sighed almost every time. Zhang Feng frowned slightly as he listened.
The Greedy Wolf Guild?
Another member of this guild.
It's okay that he's arrogant in the training map, but he's also so rampant in the human world.
If someone bullies others, he has no business doing it and no interest in doing it. But the Sancher blacksmith shop now belongs to him and makes equipment specifically for him.
To round it off, he is still one of them.
To suppress the 30 blacksmith shops would be tantamount to suppressing him. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's lips curled slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes.
Ishimori couldn't help but shudder when he saw his expression.
Zhang Feng stared at Shursen with sharp eyes. You guys, continue to make equipment for me.
As for the Greedy Wolf Guild, I will make them disappear.
Shursen was shocked by Zhang Feng's words.
Make?
the greedy wolf guild, disappear. This is even more arrogant than the last time when we asked them to make 100 pieces of equipment. With the lessons learned from last time, he didn't think Zhang Feng was bragging. After all, it took less than 5 days to get the materials for crafting 900 pieces of equipment, so he could take them right away.
Is this something that ordinary people can do?
At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder where Zhang Feng came from.
He was so confident that he wanted to make the second guild of Tianyuan City disappear. Opposite.
Zhang Feng didn't explain too much to Shi Sen, but just repeatedly told him to continue making equipment.
After explaining everything, he left.
The greedy wolf guild.
Zhang Feng believes that he is not a troublemaker.
But since someone blocked his way, he naturally would not show mercy.
Kill those who deserve to be killed. Chapter 30 Equipment Evolution, Perfect Attribute Enhancement. Tanlang Guild, inside the villa.
The jackal sat on the sofa with a grim expression. Well, Ishimori, since you were so ungrateful, don't blame me for being cruel.
You guys, go back and prepare, we're going to take action tonight.
The person next to him was stunned for a moment when he heard this.
President, there are guards patrolling the city from time to time. If we are caught doing something like this, it would be a capital crime. Bang!
The jackal slammed the table.
What are you talking about? Don't I know that I will lead you to die in vain?
The men were scolded by the jackal and dared not make a sound.
Go and see if Xiaoya has returned. I need her to create chaos in the city and attract the attention of the guards. As long as we can lure the guards away, killing Ishimori will be a piece of cake.
The damage that a single professional can cause is too great, and without strict restraint, the world will fall into chaos. Therefore, the Kyushu Kingdom has expressly prohibited any professional from using their professional abilities to disrupt order in the urban area. If anyone dares to violate the rules, the lighter punishment will be detention, and the more serious punishment will be execution on the spot. Therefore, if you want to kill someone in the city, the action must be covert enough so that no one can catch any clues. Let his sister who you create some small incidents first to attract the attention of the guards, and then he would take the opportunity to take action. This kind of plan of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west almost always works. As for why it had to be Huyu. Because her boyfriend is one of the team leaders in the guard team. With this relationship, as long as Huyu doesn't cause too much trouble, the problem can basically be solved.
But, President. But what? Sister Yu hasn't come back yet.
The jackal frowned slightly.
Is she leading the assassin group out again? How long has she been teleported into the training map?
About 3 hours.
3 hours?
The Death Quicksand map requires constant flying or switching positions. With her stamina, she can only last for 8 hours at most. If there's combat involved, it will be shorter.
It's almost there.
She should be teleported back in 3 or 4 hours.
When she comes back, let her come find me. Yes, President. Draw 50,000 gold coins. Draw 300,000 gold coins.
Draw a random green quality equipment treasure chest.
Normal spinning wheel, current number of draws remaining, 7. Draw 50,000 gold coins, 3. Normal spinning wheel, current number of draws remaining, 4.
Hiss. Zhang Feng was speechless.
Am I so unlucky? I always get a guaranteed reward.
If 50,000 gold coins seemed like a lot when he was short of money before, but now it is nothing to him. As for the random green equipment treasure chest, it opened a necklace exclusive to mages, which was not for him.
Draw 50,000 gold coins. Extract blue quality equipment evolution stone 3, automatically placed in the backpack. It's finally shipped. Zhang Feng opened his backpack and checked the item information. Blue quality equipment evolution stone, players can upgrade any equipment below blue to blue quality. The evolved equipment will have the best attribute bonus for the current quality, and can also choose special attributes. Zhang Feng was confused by this introduction. He was too lazy to analyze it and just tried it directly. He took out an equipment evolution stone. The light on the stone was spinning, revealing a mysterious aura. Then he attached the stone to his ring. Spirit Wind Ring, green quality. Type, jewelry. Occupational restrictions, none. Level restriction, none. Attributes, health plus 1000, agility plus 5. Special attribute, 24/7 alert to unusual air movements within a 50-meter radius.
If an object approaches rapidly, an alert will be issued immediately to the player. With a burst of colorful light flashing, the stone transformed into a special power and merged into the equipment. At the same time, a prompt popped up on the panel. Netherwind Ring Green quality has been upgraded to Netherwind Ring Blue quality.
Attribute improvement, health plus 1000, health plus 3000. Attribute improvement, agility plus 5, agility plus 20. Jiang Feng originally thought it was just a simple quality improvement, but the prompts were not over yet. Evolve equipment to gain the best attribute bonus of the current quality. Health plus 3000, health plus 6000. Agility plus 20, agility plus 50. This is not difficult to understand. Even if two pieces of equipment are of the same blue quality, the attribute bonuses are not exactly the same. Some have plus 3000 health, and some have plus 3500 health. The evolution stone allows the attributes of the Spirit Wind Ring to reach the upper limit of blue quality equipment. It can be said to be quite good. However, Jiang Feng still underestimated the function of the evolution stone. Please select the special attributes of the equipment. Choose one reserved option, 24/7 alert to any unusual air movement within a 500-meter radius. If an object approaches rapidly, an alert will be issued immediately. This option is to increase the alert range of the original special attribute of the Spirit Wind Ring from 50 meters to 500 meters. Option 2 New item, when a player attacks, there is a 10% chance of triggering a small explosion, causing an additional 20% damage. Option 3 New item, when the player's health drops below 30%, 10% of their health will be restored within 3 minutes. There are 3 options in total. Jiang Feng thought about it. He has 10,000 swords returned to the origin, so he is not short of damage, so option 2 can be ruled out. Option 3, if it is an immediate 10% recovery, he might consider it, but if it is a recovery within 3 minutes, if it is during a battle, the opportunity is gone, so it is ruled out. Choosing the range alert among them can give him a little more security in the human world, which is quite appropriate. After all, in the city, he couldn't release his mental power at will, so he couldn't be alert to his surroundings at all times. It would be dangerous if you ran into some desperate criminals or lunatics who wanted revenge on society. The warning function of the Spirit Wind Ring just fills this gap. Just choose it. Spirit Wind Ring, blue quality. Attributes, health plus 6000, agility plus 50. Special attribute, 24/7 alert to any unusual air movement within a 500-meter radius. If an object approaches rapidly, an alert will be issued immediately to the player. The abnormal movements detected by the Spirit Wind Ring are those that suddenly accelerate and approach. If it is just the normal flying movement of a bird, it will not be triggered. There are still 2 evolution stones, Jiang Feng thought about it. There are only 2 shortcomings of a psychic. One is that his mental power is limited and his sustained combat capability is relatively weak. Another flaw is that he is relatively fragile. Once a high-level professional or wild monster gets close to him, he will be in great danger. Jiang Feng has infinite mental power, so naturally he doesn't need to consider the first point. The second point is what he needs to solve. If you want to solve the troubles in close combat, it is also very simple. Either improve your close combat ability, or never let anyone get close to you. You can plan and win the battle from thousands of miles away. To improve combat effectiveness, he is a psychic, so how strong can his close combat ability be? It is better to expand your own advantages and maximize them. As long as I'm fast enough, no one can ever hit me. After choosing the direction, Jiang Feng took out the wind controlling boots and shimmering wings. Wind control boots, blue quality, wear level, none, occupation restriction, none. Original attribute bonus. Attributes, agility plus 15, stamina plus 50. After evolution. Attributes, agility plus 80, stamina plus 300. Choose one of 3 special attributes. Option 1, not affected by the deceleration buff. Option 2, extra 20% speed increase in non-combat state. Option 3, physical strength recovery speed doubled in non-combat state. What Jiang Feng wants is speed in combat, it is useless in non-combat status. Decisively choose the first option. Shimmering wings blue quality, wear level, none, occupation restriction, none. Original attribute bonus. Attributes, health plus 6000, agility plus 100, stamina plus 500. Special attributes, consume 300 stamina to use flash once, teleporting to a designated location. The maximum teleportation distance is 300 meters. Each use has a 24-hour cooldown. After evolution. Attributes: health plus 9000, agility plus 150, stamina plus 800.
Special attributes: consume 300 stamina to use flash once, teleporting to a designated location.
The maximum teleportation distance is 500 meters. Each use has a 12-hour cooldown.
All 3 equipment evolution stones have been used up, and there are still 2 chances to draw.
Continue. Draw 300,000 gold coins.
Draw 3 10x Spirit Experience cards, automatically added to backpack. AI drawing download reader benefits, given from time to time. AI drawing download reader benefits, given from time to time.
Chapter 31. Chapter 31. I am right in front of you, but you don't know it. What? Xiaoya hasn't come back yet.
The headquarters of the Tanlang Guild. The jackal's face looked very ugly, and a feeling of unease was brewing in his heart. Huyu has been in the death quicksand map for 10 hours. Normally, she should have exhausted her physical strength and it would be impossible for her to stay in it any longer.
But she didn't come out.
This shows a very cruel fact: she may be dead.
What about the others?
She brought a group of assassins with her. It's impossible that the others didn't come back either.
President, none of them came back.
The jackal felt increasingly heavy-hearted at this moment.
It was both unexpected and reasonable that Huyu was in danger.
After all, no one can guarantee their own safety.
But none of the 8 people came back, which is a bit puzzling.
Moreover, 7 of them are assassins, a profession with the highest agility attribute and best at chasing or escaping. The only one who could have kept 7 assassins alive in one fell swoop was a psychic. But Huyu is so smart, he will definitely wait until the other party has exhausted his mental power before showing up.
How could he directly provoke a mentalist who is in full condition? Could it be that we encountered a larger robbery group?
When the jackal was puzzled, a middle-aged figure walked in, staggering.
The person who came was Jackal's father, Hu Xiong, a LV.99 second-level psychic. Old man, why are you coming to the guild instead of meditating properly?
The jackal asked casually, his tone somewhat cold and even a little disgusted. Because the entire Tanlang Guild has invested a lot of resources in his father, but after so many years of meditation, he is only at LV.99, and he only reached it recently.
It will probably take another 2 years to reach LV.100.
Completing the 3rd transformation is even more of a distant goal. Having put in so much energy but gained nothing, the jackal deeply regretted his decision. He also blamed Hu Xiong in his heart for not living up to his expectations and for his slow meditation speed, which wasted so many of his resources and energy. Hu Xiong was also in a low mood.
Seeing Jackal looking dejected and without any dignity as a father. If you have something to say, tell me quickly. I'm very annoyed. The jackal looked impatient.
Hu Xiong was silent for a moment, then took out a translucent crystal the size of an egg from his backpack.
This is one of his skills, Life Crystal. There are 2 crystals in the life card.
If one of them is destroyed, the other will receive the 10 seconds of vision before it was destroyed. The other crystal of the life card was placed on his daughter Huyu. Hu Xiong's voice was vicissitudes, and he choked with sobs. Alas, she's dead. He activated the crystal, and a picture gradually unfolded. In the picture, Huyu was surrounded by countless silver swords, and several people around him had their throats pierced by swords, with blood spurting out. Finally, countless swords flew around and exploded Huyu's body with one blow. The jackal stared at Zhang Feng's figure high in the sky with a cold look in his eyes.
How dare you kill someone from my greedy wolf guild? Do you think I'm a jackal who's easy to mess with?
Since the footage only had a 10-second replay, Jackal had no idea why Huyu was being harassed by a psychic.
Of course, he didn't care why. Huyu? My biological sister? She's dead, so be it.
What he cared about was that someone in Tianyuan City actually dared to attack the people from his Tanlang Guild, which showed that they did not take him, the jackal, seriously. Asshole, it's always been us, the greedy wolf guild, who rob and kill others.
How can anyone else rob and kill me? This guy, I will remember you. After I kill Ishimori, you'll be next. Snort. The jackal sat down on the sofa with an angry look on his face. Old man, is there anything else? If not, get out of here.
Hu Xiong looked at his son's attitude towards him, sighed, and slowly walked out. Outside the villa, Hu Xiong had just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by a union member.
What's up? Before he could answer, a mental force suddenly invaded his brain. The next second, his eyes became dull and he lost consciousness. The subordinate opposite him suddenly transformed into his appearance.
The Union headquarters is private territory and has been registered accordingly. The use of mental power is not prohibited, and there are no mental power detection devices.
So even if Jiang Feng used his mental power to control Hu Xiong, no one would discover it. Even if he was discovered, he could easily escape with his advantage in disguise. Who would have thought that there are people in this world who can change their appearance and body shape at any time? Even their clothes can be changed.
It can be called a powerful tool for fishing in troubled waters.
Inside the villa.
Just a few minutes later, Hu Xiong appeared in the hall again. The jackal glanced at him and vaguely felt that Hu Xiong was a little different from before.
He seemed less decadent and more confident.
But he didn't care. I think it was because of Hu Yu's death that aroused some fighting spirit.
What are you doing here again?
Hu Xiong waved to his subordinate standing by.
Go out first. Let's talk about something, father and son. The person next to me left. The jackal couldn't help feeling suspicious when he saw his mysterious look. Old man, what do you want to say?
Hu Xiong said solemnly, I just tracked down that guy's location.
Now let's go kill him.
The jackal was very surprised.
Tracking? How did you track?
After the explosion of my life crystal, there will be a spiritual residue, which will leave a trace of spiritual power on the people around it. That kid has the mark of my spiritual power on him, so.
The jackal listened to his explanation and nodded slightly. Residual mental energy? Makes sense. Where is he? Just left Tianyuan City and headed towards the wasteland. I think I'm leaving Tianyuan City.
The jackal smiled when he heard this.
I've actually made it to the wasteland. God is really helping me. This world does not belong entirely to humans.
There are many unknown creatures in secret places.
Human beings simply built cities and lived in them.
The areas outside the city are collectively called wastelands, which are undeveloped and not under human jurisdiction. In the city, there are guards to supervise and people dare not challenge disputes at will, but in the wilderness there is no worry. Now that he heard that Jiang Feng had run to the wasteland, he could just kill him without any scruples. Humph, this guy is quite clever. He wants to run away after killing the people from my greedy wolf guild.
But, can you run away? You never thought I'd set my sights on you.
At Jackal's command, Hu Xiong took him out.
It was dark now.
Under the cover of night, a barely noticeable smile appeared on the corner of Hu Xiong's mouth.
You would never have thought that the person you want to kill is both far away and right in front of you. If it wasn't inconvenient to take action in Tianyuan City, you would be dead now.
Jiang Feng admired silently in his heart.
This disguise technique is really useful. Chapter 32, Another Reversal of Hunter and Prey. Name, Jackal. Nickname, Tan Lang.
Occupation, Soul Control Mage.
Level, LV.437 5th turn.
Life, 412,300 plus 80,000.
Combat power rating, 512 stars. Inside Tianyuan City, Hu Xiong and Hu Lang were moving quickly towards the outside of the city.
At the same time, Jiang Feng used the divine eye to observe the information about the jackal, which was somewhat different from what he saw in the Union recruitment brochure. In order to attract more people to join their guilds, professional guilds usually publicly display some information about the strong people in the guild to show their strength and increase their appeal. The jackal's level was announced as LV.450 in the enrollment brochure, but his actual level was only LV.437. It seems that he is a bluffing guy.
Jiang Feng's attention returned to his job. Soul Controlling Mage.
The combat methods of this profession are very special. You have to kill others first, obtain their souls, and then store them in your body. When needed, release those souls and control them to fight. To put it simply, this kind of job involves stepping on the corpses of others to get to the top. It is certain that the jackal has killed quite a few people. Judging from his attitude towards Hu Xiong, this person has become numb to life and family affection. Along the way, what the jackal mentioned most was the dignity of the greedy wolf guild and his own face. It was obvious that he wanted to kill himself not because of Hu Yu's relationship with him, but because the people from the greedy wolf guild were killed, which damaged his dignity.
This made him very dissatisfied. In the blink of an eye, the two had left Tianyuan City and entered the wasteland. When they arrived here, the two of them slowed down. Because there are all kinds of people in the wasteland, you may encounter a newcomer of the first level, or a big boss of the 9th level. If you act too arrogantly,
you will inevitably offend people you cannot afford to offend. The jackal was well aware of this, so he restrained himself a little.
How far is it? It's about 500 meters ahead. I'm not sure of its exact location. I need to get closer. 500 meters? That's enough. Let me release the revenant to search. The jackal spread his arms, palms facing each other. It seemed as if the space was torn apart, and a crack appeared in the air. Light gray, translucent ghosts flew out from inside and spread out in a fan shape towards the front. In just a few seconds, at least 300 ghosts were released. And most of them are just ghosts used for reconnaissance, not for combat. The number of ghosts he actually stored was probably no less than 1,000. This shows how much killing there was. The jackal closed his eyes and concentrated on receiving the information sent back by the dead soul, but he did not notice the actions of Hu Xiong behind him. At this moment, Jiang Feng's mental force field expanded, completely covering the area within a radius of 500 meters. 100 silver dragon blades appeared quietly. Now is the right time to take action. In battle, the means are not important, only the results matter. If Jiang Feng can win by a sneak attack, he will never be stupid enough to fight head-on. 10,000 swords return to oneness. Under the bright moonlight, the silver sword suddenly shone, like twinkling stars in the dark night sky. Each sword slides along a specific trajectory, rotates, and quickly accumulates power. The jackal raised his eyelids slightly, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. The information sent back by hundreds of ghosts was complex and numerous, and he needed to concentrate on receiving and filtering it. The sound of breaking air around him made him very irritated. Hey, old man, are there any flying monsters around? Clear them out and don't let them disturb me. Did you hear that? I called you, Puff. In an instant, the jackal was caught off guard by the sword energy and spit out a mouthful of blood. He stared with wide eyes at the huge bloody hole in his abdomen in disbelief. Who? The jackal uttered a question with difficulty. His body was so weak from the pain that he half knelt on the ground. Jiang Feng's own strength is 10676, plus the 1500-point bonus from the silver dragon blade, for a total of 12,176 strength points. The burst damage of return to 1 is strength 30, which is 320,280 points. 320,000 damage. Of course, as a 5th level warrior, the jackal has extraordinary defense and a certain degree of damage reduction. Jiang Feng used his divine eyes to check the jackal's information panel. Health, 236,000, 412,300 plus 80,000. The life force, which originally numbered nearly 500,000, instantly dropped by 260,000, leaving only 236,000 points. Do it again. As the silver sword soared into the air, Jiang Feng was also retreating quickly. The jackal would soon realize that if he continued to stay here, he would only suffer a fatal counterattack from the jackal. The dying counterattack of a 5th level strongman should not be underestimated. Therefore, the best option is to retreat first. On the other side, after taking a breath, the jackal finally understood the source of the attack. Hu Xiong. No, that's... The jackal looked at the silver sword circling and whistling around him, and felt inexplicably familiar. Isn't this the method of killing who you shown in the Crystal of the Fate card? It turned out to be that guy. The jackal was gritting its teeth and had a ferocious look on its face. Asshole. You fooled me. You're actually crying stop thief. You're truly more sinister than me, the jackal. Jiang Feng still looks like Hu Xiong now, but Hu Lang has confirmed that the person in front of him is definitely a fake. He knew Hu Xiong's strength clearly and knew that he couldn't possibly be that powerful. One blow can knock off 260,000 drops of his health. According to his guess, the other party is at least close to the 5th level, or even a 5th level psychic. Facing such an opponent, he must give his all. The jackal cast a spell again with both hands, and the crack opened. Countless more powerful ghosts flew out instantly. However, it was too late. Return to 1 has now completed charging. The sword light gathered by 100 swords shot out at an extremely fast speed, passing through the layers of blocking souls and hitting his head with one blow. Bang! The scene was like a landslide. The huge noise and airwaves blew away the fallen leaves on the ground. The jackal's body was blown to pieces, and a few pieces of flesh could be vaguely seen falling. At the same time, noisy and hurried footsteps were heard from the direction of Tianyuan City. The real Hu Xiong is leading the members of the Greedy Wolf Guild and is rushing here. President. No way, the president is really dead.
Quickly seal off the scene and don't let the murderer escape. He fought a fierce battle with the guild master and must have been seriously injured. By the way, that guy seems to be able to disguise himself.
Everyone, show your faceplate and prove your identity.
Anyone who fails to reveal their panel will be treated as a murderer. The vice president of the Tanlang Guild began to take charge of the situation at this moment. Upon hearing this, everyone at the scene showed their panels. However, even if the vice president asked them to, they would never rashly reveal private information such as nicknames.
As long as I can prove that I am not the murderer, it will be fine.
Some people revealed their levels to prove that they did not have the ability to kill the jackal. Some people showed off their physical strength to prove that they were in good shape and had never experienced a big battle. Zhang Feng disguised himself as a union member and mixed in with them. After all, there were so many people in the union, and it was nighttime, so they couldn't tell who they were.
Level, LV.102nd level. Zhang Feng revealed his information. The vice president took one look and ruled him out as a suspect. How could a LV.102nd level guy kill a 5th level jackal?
After a thorough investigation, no one found anything.
Damn it, the murderer got away. If I catch you, I will definitely avenge you.
Although everyone said this, they were actually glad in their hearts that the murderer did not show up.
After all, what can they do to someone who can even kill the president? It's just a pretense, a show. Among them, the most eye-catching performance was that of Hu Xiong.
At this moment, he was lying on the ground crying bitterly, and his expression showed his endless grief.
However, Hu Xiong's inner thoughts were completely different from his behavior. You deserve it. You unfilial bastard. I am your father. You've been calling me old for so many years.
If I wasn't weak enough, I would have cleared out the sect long ago.
Now he is killed, this is retribution. Pooh. Chapter 33, News about the Divine Wind.
Hey, have you heard that the leader of the Greedy Wolf Guild was killed in the wasteland?
Is this true? He was a rank 5 expert, a top figure in the entire Tianyuan city. How could he die like that?
Of course it's true.
My cousin is from the Greedy Wolf Guild.
As soon as the jackal was killed, they rushed to the scene and checked everyone one by one, but they couldn't find the murderer.
Hiss, this is amazing. With so many people surrounding them, they didn't even find any trace of the murderer. Alas, the wasteland is too dangerous. Don't leave the city unless necessary.
There are guards in Tianyuan City, but outside it's really. To be able to kill a rank 5 expert in such a short time, the opponent must be close to rank 6, or even above rank 6.
Who knows? Maybe he provoked some big boss.
After all, the Greedy Wolf Guild is quite arrogant. Since ancient times, arrogant people will suffer misfortune.
This may be retribution.
At the entrance of Sanshur blacksmith shop, the three Ishimori brothers listened to the discussion of the people around them, looked at each other, and their eyes were full of uncertainty. Shirmu swallowed his saliva, looking dazed.
Brother, do you think, is this who did it? Ishimori took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling.
It has been an hour since he heard the news, and he still hasn't recovered. He still remembered the tone Zhang Feng used when he spoke to him, calm and casual, as if it was as easy as stepping on an ant to death.
Although he didn't dare not to believe it, he didn't dare to believe it completely either.
After all, Zhang Feng said it too easily, which inevitably made people suspicious. However, facts proved that he had greatly underestimated Zhang Feng's strength. Just one night later, news came that the jackal had been killed.
Now, even if Zhang Feng said in front of him that he could kill the president of the Shinting Union, he would not have any doubts. I'm afraid it's correct. Even if it's not him, it must be the force behind him. This person may look young, but his background is unfathomable.
The three of them looked at each other, their expressions becoming more solemn. Second brother, third brother, listen carefully. These things are not for us to worry about, and we shouldn't ask about them.
We just need to complete the task assigned by that person.
As long as we can satisfy the boss, the business of our Sanshur blacksmith shop will definitely be guaranteed in the future. With the protection of the boss, you will rise to great heights. Shirlin and Shirmu were excited.
Big brother is right. We just need to do what we should do. By the way, you two, remember to keep a low profile. Don't leak any information about the boss, and don't cause trouble outside. Otherwise, if you are too ostentatious, you will end up like the jackal sooner or later. Ishimori gave a few instructions.
Sherlin on the side suddenly fell into deep thought.
Brother, we don't seem to have any information about the boss. We don't even know his name.
Ishimori was also stunned when he heard this.
It seems so.
From the beginning to the end, he never revealed any information about himself to them. He just dropped the materials and transferred the gold coins, and then came to collect the equipment at the agreed time.
No words were spoken during the entire process.
Even gold coin transfers are done using bearer transaction cards. The more Sherson thought about it, the more surprised he felt, and he felt a little more awe towards Jiang Feng.
This boss is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much.
On the second day after the jackal was killed, the Tianyuan City Guard issued an order to check every person in Tianyuan City one by one and require everyone not to go out for 3 days. After all, the sudden appearance of such a mysterious and powerful person has seriously threatened the stability of Tianyuan City.
If you can kill a jackal today, you can kill others tomorrow. Although there are suspicions of personal grudges, the danger cannot be completely ruled out.
If the authorities do not respond, it will surely lead to panic and misery among the people.
Hello, please reveal your occupation level and cooperate with the investigation.
Jiang Feng glanced outside the door. The guard team was composed of powerful men, including 2 fifth-turn strongmen, 6 fourth-turn strongmen, and several third-turn strongmen. It seems that this investigation really took a lot of effort.
Level, LV.100 second job. Okay, it's okay, let's go to the next one. After eliminating Jiang Feng's suspicion, the guards left in a mighty manner.
The emergency investigation period lasts for 3 days.
Anyone who goes out during these 3 days except the escort team will be treated as a suspect.
So Jiang Feng could only stay at home for the time being and didn't dare to move around.
It's a good time to take a break. City Lord's Mansion.
A woman in green is testing out her new skills after completing her 3rd transformation. The arrow flew past, releasing extreme coldness. Even the moisture in the air was condensed wherever it passed.
Clang!
The icy arrow shot straight through the training doll, leaving a small hole in its hard material. However, looking at the damage data displayed on the training doll, Luo Qingxue shook her head in disappointment. I've already completed the 3rd level, and the most damage I can do with one arrow is 20,000. That guy hadn't even reached level 3 yet, and he could kill a stone monster with 55,000 HP in one strike.
The gap is too big.
The scene of Jiang Feng killing the group of stone monsters unconsciously emerged in Luo Qingxue's mind.
The difference in strength between the two is huge. Luo Qingxue sighed and looked up at the sky out of habit. When will my aunt come back? I've been on this mission for over half a year. The aunt she was referring to was the mayor of Tianyuan City. He went out on an important mission half a year ago and has not returned since then.
All affairs in the city are handled by the guards.
As a result, the city lord's mansion is almost deserted and looks very desolate.
She was the only one living in such a huge building, and there wasn't even a sentry post.
Luo Qingxue complained for a while and then went back to practice.
However, at this moment, a figure walked in on his own.
Luo Qingxue felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Who?
Xiaoxue, relax. You don't even recognize your uncle. A voice came from a distance. Then, a bloated figure appeared. If Jiang Feng were here, he would definitely recognize that this is the fat man who sells secret books in the job transfer temple every day. Zhu Beiji. Luo Qingxue was stunned for a moment when she saw him, and then greeted him warmly.
Uncle! Didn't you say you would come to see me last month? Why are you here only now?
The fat man waved his hand.
Oh, don't mention it. The union has too many tasks lately.
Actually, I arrived in Tianyuan City more than 10 days ago, but they assigned me a temporary mission.
I happened to be here, so they gave it to me.
So, it was delayed for another half a month.
Luo Qingxue asked doubtfully, didn't you join the Shinting Guild? That's the #1 guild in Zhuzhou. What kind of missions can you have in Tianyuan City? The fat man shook his head and grinned, keep it secret. Tisk, forget it. Girl, let me see how much you have improved. Have you reached the 3rd level? Of course. Luo Qingxue became proud when talking about her profession.
After 3 years of awakening and reaching the 3rd level, she considered herself to be an absolute genius girl. However, the pride on his face only lasted for a moment before disappearing, replaced by a hint of loss. The fat man noticed her abnormality at a glance. What's wrong? Is someone bullying you? Tell my uncle who it is, and I'll teach him a lesson.
Luo Qingxue was silent for a moment and said, "No. I have my aunt's city lord badge on me. Who in Tianyuan City dares to bully me? It's just. A few days ago, I was doing a third-level mission and met someone." When the fat man heard Luo Qingxue's words, he didn't care at first. He thought it was just a normal complaint from a junior in front of his elders. But later on, the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong, and his expression gradually became serious. "Xiaoxue, you said he was able to kill dozens of level 100 stone monsters in a row by himself?" "Yes." "Humph, my aunt said I was strong, but it turns out she was just kidding me." The gap between ordinary professions and advanced professions is indeed irreparable. "I was." Luo Qingxue was still complaining, but the fat man's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. How could a psychic who wasn't even at the third level be so strong? This person was definitely extraordinary. Could this person be the kamikaze? Chapter 34 Eumaeus conjecture. In a blink of an eye, the 3-day investigation period ended. During these 3 days, Jiang Feng rested and condensed 2 pairs of spirit crystals. A rough estimate shows that it can be auctioned for at least 20 million gold coins. When he arrived at the Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Feng still disguised himself as the old man from last time. Yumei stood up to greet him very respectfully. "The old gentleman is here again, welcome, welcome. This time, you are here." Jiang Feng directly took out the 2 pairs of spirit crystals and said softly, "Help me auction them." Yumei gasped when she saw this. In less than a week, 2 pairs of spirit crystals have been condensed. This thing is not steamed buns, you can steam a big pot at a time. Condensing each pair of spirit crystals requires a large amount of mental power, and even a 6th-level spirit master will need nearly 10 days to complete it. Moreover, every time the concentration ends, it takes a long time to fully recover the mental strength. As a result, this person came up with 2 pairs in just 1 week. Yumei was shocked, but then her mind turned and she thought of a possibility: maybe it was condensed and accumulated in the past. This is the only explanation. Yumei made a temporary arrangement to replace both pairs of spirit crystals in the 2 most recent auctions. About 2 hours later, the auction was completed. 1 pair was sold for 12.6 million gold coins, and the other pair was sold for 13.1 million gold coins, totaling 25.7 million gold coins. After deducting the 10% handling fee, the total amount received was 23.13 million gold coins. Jiang Feng's current card balance totals 33.58 million gold coins. On the blue planet, it is roughly equivalent to 6 billion. This is an extremely terrifying number. By the way, old sir, after you left last time, I specifically applied for a token from headquarters. They specifically asked me to pass it on to you. I hope you can accept it. Yumei said as she handed over a palm-sized token. Jiang Feng took it. The token feels cold and very heavy. The exclusive logo of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is engraved on both sides, and in the center is a number, 7. Jiang Feng recognized it was the VIP token of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce, with branches spread across the 9 provinces, is the country's leading top chamber of commerce with enormous influence and wide distribution. Its VIP certification is also quite important. VIP levels are divided into 110 levels from low to high, and the number 7 represents the level of VIP 7. Level 5 VIP card can be obtained as long as you reach a certain consumption level. Levels 6-10 above require special authorization from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. It is a special form of proactive goodwill gesture by the Chamber of Commerce, representing that the Chamber of Commerce attaches great importance to this customer. Those holding the token will enjoy certain priority and purchasing discounts at any branch of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce across the country. In a small city like Tianyuan City, there are only a handful of people who can obtain a level 3 VIP card, and it is probably difficult to find anyone who can obtain a level 5 card. And Jiang Feng, unexpectedly, got a special VIP card, not level 6, but level 7. The appearance of this token really shocked Jiang Feng. So what? Isn't it just auctioning off a few spirit crystals? Perhaps because of the existence of infinite mental power, Jiang Feng overlooked how difficult it was for an ordinary mentalist to develop, and how difficult it was to condense a pair of mental crystals. How rare is a spiritualist who can condense spiritual crystals? Even in the Shinting Union, the status of a 5th-turn spiritualist is higher than that of a 6th-turn or almost 7th-turn thunder mage. The title of the world's strongest profession is not just talk.
Therefore, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is worthy of the title for giving this level 7 VIP token.
Of course, if the truth about Zhang Fengkai's second transformation were exposed, that would be a different story. Senior, if you need anything in the future, you can enjoy a 20% discount at any branch of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce with this token. Also, if you and others like a certain product, the one with the higher VIP level will have priority in purchasing it. In addition, you can participate in underground secret auctions held by some branches exclusively for high-ranking VIPs. You may explain the function of the token to Jiang Feng in detail. This was Jiang Feng's first time encountering this, so he listened carefully. Please keep the token, Senior.
If you need anything else, please let Xiaoya know.
We will do our best to serve you. Jiang Feng nodded and asked in a low voice. I need some materials. Power Stone, Spirit Stone, Lapis Lazuli. Yumei blinked, smiled, and seemed to be thinking about something.
Energy stones are general auxiliary materials for job transfers. They are widely used in the third and fourth job transfers and above, and are used by many professions.
There is nothing special about them.
Spirit Stone is a material that is only needed for a psychic to change his job, which is normal.
But Lapis Lazuli. This is a material that is only used by the third-level spiritualist. This person has already reached level 5, why is he buying this? Could it be that it was bought for some younger generations?
Thinking of this, Yumei felt that her guess was almost correct. Senior, as a level 7 VIP of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, you have a distinguished status. I won't charge you any money for these materials.
Xiaoye is here to give you a free copy on behalf of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Please wait.
As one of the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce, Yumei naturally has the power to call upon some items. Jiang Feng was surprised when he heard it.
Free gift. There is such a good thing?
Yumei waved to the waiter outside the door and handed him a warehouse token. Go to the warehouse and get 1 energy stone, 1 spirit master, and 1 lapis lazuli. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Feng was suddenly stunned.
1. You must have misunderstood me. I want 10. Cough cough. Jiang Feng coughed. Wait. I need 10 of each.
At this moment, Yumei was also dumbfounded.
10? Does a third-level spiritualist need so many? Isn't 1 of each enough? If it's 10, she doesn't have that much credit available. Senior, this.
Yumei was about to speak but was interrupted by Jiang Feng with a gesture.
Don't bother, I can buy it myself. Is there enough inventory?
Yumei was stunned for a moment before she regained her composure.
Senior, I'm so sorry. Xiaoye just thought you were just buying 1. If I were to take 10 of each, it's true, it wouldn't be enough. The current inventory of energy stones and lapis lazuli in the warehouse is barely sufficient.
As for the spirit stone, there are only 3 in stock at the moment, and 1 of them is also on today's auction list. How about this? Xiaoye will give you an energy stone, a lapis lazuli stone, and 2 spirit stones.
This is the maximum amount I can use. For the rest, you will need to go to the auction house and bid in person. No need. I told you I can buy it myself.
Jiang Feng raised his voice, with a hint of anger in his tone. After all, he is one of the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce, but he is so careless in his work.
Why didn't you ask me how much I needed earlier? Now it's like I'm trying to blackmail you. If the foreigners next door see it, they will think I can't afford it.
Jiang Feng left with big strides.
Yumei was left standing there with an awkward expression. 10 of each.
I remember that normally, a third-level spiritualist only needs 1 of each item. Why is this person? She pondered for a long time and was shocked.
Could it be that he has 10 spiritualists under his command who are about to reach the 3rd level? That's right. Otherwise, why would he buy lapis lazuli?
It seems that the power behind this mysterious spiritualist is more hidden than I thought.
Then do I need to report this to headquarters again? Chapter 35, Big Injustice? I'm the joke, okay?
Although materials such as energy stones can be obtained in specific copies, you can only get 1 per copy, unlike forging stones where you can get dozens at a time. It's too slow to gather them all at this speed. Therefore, if the Chamber of Commerce has goods, Jiang Feng will of course give priority to buying them. After all, he is not short of money.
Auction Room 8, Room 303.
This is the best private room in the entire venue number 8. At this moment, 2 figures were sitting in it, patiently looking through the auction catalog.
Uncle, why did you bring me here? I don't need anything.
Shu Beiji grinned and said, Xiaoxue, for a shooter, it's not enough to just rely on range and attack speed. The most important thing is vision, the ability to control the overall situation. Although your vision is broad, it is far from enough. I saw that one of the items being auctioned in this venue today is a spiritual iodot. Using it, your field of vision can be doubled. By then, our corresponding combat capabilities and ability to coordinate the overall situation will be greatly enhanced.
Just think of it as a gift from your uncle.
Luo Qingxue looked at the starting price of 2 million gold coins in the catalog and felt a little embarrassed. She subconsciously wanted to refuse.
However, he couldn't resist the fat man's words and finally accepted it. Let me see if there's anything else good. Fatty asked for the list of items to be auctioned for the next 2 days so that he could study it carefully. However, just as he was concentrating on his research, the door of the private room was suddenly knocked.
Who is it?
The fat man was a little annoyed.
This was the first time he was disturbed in the auction house's private room. There were a few more knocks on the door, and then it was pushed open.
A waiter came in. Excuse me, could you two please move to the private room on the second floor? We will be receiving an important guest here later.
I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this has caused you too. As an apology, this Chamber of Commerce will provide you with a free opportunity to bid at a 10% discount.
Thank you for your cooperation. After hearing the waiter's explanation, Fatty and Luo Qingxue were full of confusion.
They were able to sit in this private room because of the power of the Tianyuan City Lord.
Is there anything more honorable than the City Lord's order in Tianyuan City? The fat man looked a little unhappy. Can't you see we're all seated?
Let your VIP go to another private room.
How can you chase someone away after entering the room?
The service staff also looked embarrassed when they saw this. At this moment, another soft voice came from outside.
Please forgive me, both of you.
Because the guests we are receiving this time are level 7 VIPs, exclusively certified by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, according to regulations, they must be given the highest treatment.
Please understand. The person who came was Yume.
When the fat man heard the words level 7 VIP, he was stunned and extremely surprised.
There are people of this level in Tianyuan City?
You know, even he, a beastmaster who is almost at the peak of the 7th level, and a member of the Shinting Union, is only barely qualified to get the level 6 VIP token of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce.
If it's level 7, it's one level higher than him. This is something we can't afford to offend, so just give way. Xiaoxue, let's go. The fat man had no choice but to take Luo Qingxue to the private room on the second floor. But he did not leave immediately.
Instead, he hid in the dark and observed secretly. When he saw the old man in Zhang Feng's disguise, his eyes suddenly lit up.
It's actually him.
The one who refused my invitation to join the club last time.
No wonder he was able to obtain a level 7 VIP badge.
The Sihai Chamber of Commerce was really efficient. They won him over so quickly. Geniuses and strong people are always the most popular among major forces. Especially those psychics who have developed to the 3rd level or above. Therefore, whenever a corresponding target appears, all major forces will rush to grab it, for fear of being a step behind. Even behemoths like the Shinting Union and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce are no exception. This is also the reason why the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was able to issue the level 7 VIP token so quickly.
No, I can't miss this opportunity. I have to find another chance to try.
On the 3rd floor, Yume personally led Jiang Feng to the private room.
After everything was taken care of, the auction began.
The goods in front are nothing more than some ordinary items such as equipment and forging stones. Jiang Feng was not very interested, he was just waiting for the materials he needed.
This equipment is called Spirit Eye and can double your field of vision.
The starting price is 2 million gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 50,000.
Bidding begins now.
After the host introduced the product, people began to bid and the competition was very fierce.
2.2 million. 2.4 million. 2.45 million. 2.85 million.
In less than a minute, the price had soared to nearly 3 million gold coins. At this time, a calm voice came from a private room on the 2nd floor.
4 million.
Jiang Feng listened to the voice and felt vaguely familiar. It sounded similar to the voice of the person who bought his spirit crystal last time.
Is it a coincidence? As expected, the Spirit Eye was finally sold for 4 million gold coins.
Amidst the noise, the host took out the next item for auction.
The small round plate was covered with red satin, making it bulge out. Someone at the scene raised questions. Isn't it lapis lazuli? Why doesn't it look like it? I don't know.
I saw in the auction catalog that it was a lapis lazuli stone.
How come it's so big? Could it be a mistake?
Amidst various questions from the audience, the host began the introduction.
First of all, I want to apologize to everyone.
We were originally planning to auction off a piece of lapis lazuli here. But plans changed, so the Chamber of Commerce made a last-minute change to the item.
Next, let me introduce the items for this auction.
10 lapis lazuli stones, 10 energy stones, and 3 spirit stones. All the materials are put up for auction. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became noisy.
So many materials are being auctioned off. That's crazy. Who needs so much? Who is this idiot who came up with this stupid idea?
Even if it's a union purchase, they wouldn't buy so much at once.
What on earth is the Sea Chamber of Commerce doing? Isn't this the equivalent of selling 10 urns in a package?
Who would be so foolish as to buy 10 of something that can only be used once?
In the private room on the 3rd floor.
Not only were the people in the outer seats confused, but even Jiang Feng was confused. Listening to the discussions of the people present, he finally understood one thing. It turns out that other people's 3 turns are different from his. For other people who have reached the 3rd level, basically only 1 of each material stone is enough, but he actually needs 10. Just like the job transfer task, others got 1 star while he got 5 stars, and everyone was treated differently.
No wonder Yume didn't ask him the quantity when she mentioned it as a gift, and just assumed it was 1.
Therefore, it can be inferred that the current package auction of these materials was undoubtedly arranged by Yume specifically for him. This set of materials has a starting price of 8 million gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 300,000 gold coins.
Bidding begins now.
The auction started, and Jiang Feng decisively bid 8 million. In the huge auction hall, Jiang Feng shouted, and the scene instantly fell silent.
No one dared to believe that someone would actually buy this thing?
What a complete injustice.
8 million per time. 8 million twice. 8 million 3 times. Congratulations to the VIP in box 303 for successfully bidding for 8 million gold coins. The transaction was completed unexpectedly quickly.
At this time, people began to realize that something was wrong.
What a big injustice. This is clearly prepared for the people in box 303.
They deliberately sell the items in packages to discourage people from bidding, and then the deal is completed at the lowest price. This not only complies with the rules of the auction house, but also is a secret operation to a certain extent.
It is really clever.
Those who were originally laughing at Jiang Feng suddenly felt that they were the ones being laughed at.
In a room on the 2nd floor, the fat man understood everything in an instant.
You, Sea Chamber of Commerce, are you shameless enough to win over people like this?
If these materials were auctioned separately, the final total transaction price would definitely not be less than 20 million gold coins. As a result, it was sold for 8 million in the form of a package auction.
What we are selling is not the materials, but the favors.
That woman Yume is really scheming.
Alas, no wonder I, Fatty, failed to win him over.
Because I'm not cunning enough. Chapter 36 Storm Altar, Jiang Feng's Confidence. 3rd turn material collection. Power Stone, 1010. Lapis Lazuli, 1010. Spirit Stone, 310. There are still 7 Spirit Stones missing. Jiang Feng opened the material exclusive copy. Or it can be said to be a copy exclusively for psychics.
Because only spiritualists who have reached the 3rd level can enter here.
Spirit Altar LV.100 LV.100, restricted to professions, spiritualist. Teleport. Welcome to the spiritual altar. This map has 5 altars.
Players can sacrifice a certain amount of spiritual power to the altars to receive the altar's reward spirit stone.
Hint, a mental storm will occur every 5 minutes.
The storm will randomly select an altar to descend upon, causing continuous mental damage to the people on the altar.
Jiang Feng looked forward.
From a distance, you can see 5 towering altars standing on the ground.
The overall appearance of the altar is like an inverted wine glass.
Below is a pyramid-shaped base, connected in the middle by very slender pillars, and above is a bowl-shaped structure. The overall structure gives people a weird feeling, just like spiritual power, mysterious and indescribable. Zhang Feng flew towards the altar on his sword.
3 minutes later, Zhang Feng arrived at his destination.
There were about 100 figures in front of him, all of whom were people like him who came to obtain the spirit stone.
Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious.
This made Zhang Feng feel much more relaxed. It is not difficult to understand. After all, they all come here to obtain the spirit stone, and the way to obtain it is to sacrifice their own spiritual power.
There is no conflict of interest between them.
There will be no contradiction.
In addition, their mental strength is much lower than Zhang Feng's.
Even if someone has bad intentions, they cannot pose a threat to him. After landing, Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and was very satisfied with the friendly environment here. However, he discovered a strange phenomenon: the vast majority of these people were meditating. But there were very few offerings at the altar.
"Brother, are you here to get the spirit stone?"
Zhang Feng was thinking when a man came towards him. He looked about the same age as Zhang Feng, both in his early 18 years old. However, Zhang Feng understood that this was just the other party's appearance in the game world. In the human world, he might be 30 or even 40 years old.
"Yes," Zhang Feng responded.
"Good luck."
Zhang Feng became even more confused when he heard this. "Wish me good luck? Is there any luck involved in this thing?" Seeing Zhang Feng's puzzled look, the man took the initiative to explain. Sacrificing spiritual power is not that simple. It requires a continuous input of mental energy for up to half an hour. Did you see the psychic storm that happens every 5 minutes in the map introduction? Half an hour is enough for you to experience 5 or 6 mental storms. If a storm ever hits the altar you're on, it's over.
At this point, if you evacuate in time, you'll only suffer a little mental damage. If you don't evacuate in time, your spirit will likely be torn apart and you'll become an idiot.
Got it?
Zhang Feng suddenly understood. It turns out this altar is so dangerous. There are 5 altars, and one altar is randomly selected every 5 minutes to cause a spiritual storm. Half an hour counts as 5 chances. The probability of success is 4/5 to the power of 5, which is approximately 32%. The success rate of each challenge to the altar is only 32%, which is indeed not high. And after each failure, you have to meditate again to restore the damaged mental strength.
For a psychic, recovering mental strength is a very boring and lengthy process. That's why there are so many people meditating here. Then, what if I don't evacuate? Since it's a mental storm, can't I also use my mental power to resist it? The man hesitated for a moment and said, "Sure. But, if I can carry it through, the amount of mental energy required for the sacrifice will most likely be insufficient, and it will still be useless. And if you try to hold on for the 4th or 5th time and your mental strength is suddenly exhausted, you'll be blasted into an idiot." No one dared to take the risk. Zhang Feng nodded, understanding.
He turned to look at the altar.
Insufficient spiritual power? For me, that doesn't exist.
After another brief exchange, Zhang Feng felt that he had a sufficient understanding of the rules. He jumped up and stepped directly onto the altar. Mental power surged out and instantly established a connection with the altar.
The sacrifice begins.
Below, everyone saw Zhang Feng's actions and looked up from time to time to observe Zhang Feng's situation. A few people must have rested enough, so they also jumped onto other altars. Soon, all 5 altars were occupied.
Time passes by little by little.
At a certain moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds and a strong wind blew suddenly.
The first storm is coming.
Except for Zhang Feng, the other 4 people all remained highly vigilant, so that they could retreat in time in case the storm came to their altar.
Woo!
It seemed as if someone was whispering at the scene, or as if some creature was roaring, and all kinds of chaotic sounds echoed in everyone's mind.
It gives me a splitting headache.
This is just the aftermath of the spiritual storm. The real storm is quietly gathering on a certain altar at this moment.
It is the altar next to Zhang Feng.
Seeing this, the man jumped out of the altar. However, he was still a step too late, and the mental storm invaded his body like thunder. The man's body stiffened on the spot, and he lost control of his body. When he landed, he sat on a rock with his legs spread apart. The people around him silently prayed for him in their hearts. "I hope I didn't fall and become a eunuch." 5 minutes later, the mental storm struck again. At a certain moment, an alarm sounded in Zhang Feng's mind. The early warning function of the spirit wind ring.
proof that something was approaching him at an abnormal speed. Jiang Feng was surprised. Isn't this ring used to sense the wind? How could it even detect spiritual power? He looked up and suddenly realized what was going on.
If I'm not mistaken, it was the weather changes brought about by the mental storm that caused the spirit wind ring to react. So this time, the place where the storm fell should be the altar where he was. Jiang Feng's energy sank into his dantian, and his mental power output increased again. Layers of mental power wrapped around his body, forming an invisible shield. At the same time, the 10x Spirit Enhancement card is also in hand.
In case of any accidents, you can also use the enhancement card to avoid risks. Bring it on!
As he expected, a spiritual storm descended upon the altar where he was. It was a power formed by the convergence of countless sounds, sometimes the howling of evil spirits, sometimes the roar of wolves. It contains endless violence and sadness, constantly influencing Jiang Feng's emotions. However, under the protection of his huge amount of mental power, this force could not cause him any harm at all. At best, it just made him a little irritated. The storm passed quickly and Jiang Feng was still safe and sound. The people in the audience couldn't help but marvel. This brother has perseverance, he's a tough guy, he actually managed to hold on. Indeed, if it were me, I would have given up long ago. Not only that, I have a terrible headache even here, let alone at the altar.
I do admire you, but it's time to come down. You've withstood a mental storm, and the remaining mental energy is not enough for the sacrifice.
Alas, there are always people who refuse to believe in evil and want to try it out, and they won't turn back until they hit a wall. I was no exception at first.
It doesn't matter.
You'll know when he fails later. On the stage, Jiang Feng continued to offer sacrifices with peace of mind. He tried to increase his mental power output, but the altar's absorption speed remained unchanged.
It seems that this is the rule, people must go through 5 crises. 5 minutes later, the third mental storm condensed again.
Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and cursed in his heart.
Fuck you, here we go again.
Through the induction of the spirit wind ring, Jiang Feng could sense that the breath of the storm had locked onto the altar where he was.
Damn, is it so difficult to get a spirit stone?
No wonder the Chamber of Commerce only has 3 in stock.
The mental storm is coming again. The chaotic mental fragments cut into his mental power inch by inch like a knife. Although he possesses infinite mental power, his spirit can still be hurt.
Jiang Feng felt as if he had been through the 18 levels of hell, and his heart was haggard.
Indeed, if you carry too much of this stuff, you will not be able to bear it. He's already taken it on twice, is he going to continue? This is the first time I've seen someone so stubborn. Forget it, don't worry about it. There are always people who like to commit suicide. It will be too late to regret it later. Time passes by little by little.
The scene experienced the 4th and 5th times, but fortunately, it did not happen to him.
5 successful crossings.
The sacrifice continued, and after about 3 minutes, the altar stopped absorbing spiritual energy. A spirit stone slowly took shape in the center of the altar.
Finally succeeded in obtaining one.
At this moment, everyone in the audience was staring at Jiang Feng curiously.
This guy, he carried it twice and even succeeded in the sacrifice. Does he have any equipment that can amplify his mental power? He seems to be a wealthy man. It seems that the equipment that increases spiritual power is only produced in the dungeon in Zhengzhou.
The cheapest one sells for 30 million gold coins.
Oh, I'm so envious. I wish I had one too. Ha! Look, he's started again. Damn it! Does this guy want to sacrifice twice in a row? Is he crazy? Even with mental power amplification equipment, he can't stop it from playing like this. How much can it amplify? If you want to change your job, 1 spirit stone is enough. Why do you need a second one? Who knows? Maybe he wants to sell the extra ones for money?
After all, this thing costs 500,000 yuan apiece at the Chamber of Commerce.
It's really valuable. I don't think it's possible that someone who can afford to buy spiritual power amplification equipment would be short of this little money? That's unclear. Who knows what this guy is thinking? Challenging himself?
Seeing that Jiang Feng had no intention of stopping, everyone looked at each other with shock in their eyes. It seems he's determined to gamble on that 32% chance of success.
This is a life-threatening situation. Chapter 37. They are all LV.100 psychics, why are you the only one who stands out?
Every time you sacrifice your mental power, you will encounter 5 random mental storms, with a success rate of 32%. Generally speaking, some people are lucky and succeed at once, and then leave with ease. Some people are extremely unlucky and may not be able to dodge it 7 or 8 times. Generally speaking, the people in the audience have tried at least 3 times on average and have a clear understanding of the rules of the altar and the amount of mental energy required. Seeing that Zhang Feng actually wanted to try to obtain 2 spirit stones in a row, in their eyes, this was nothing short of a fool's behavior.
Tisk, you're showing off.
One is enough for your job change, but you want a second one.
How greedy. Alright, never mind. I've never seen anyone think their life is too long. If he wants to die, then let him.
On the stage, Zhang Feng did not react at all and let them talk. Not everyone needs only 1 spirit stone to change their job, and not everyone can only sacrifice once. It is very foolish to use your own limits to measure the strength of others.
Boom.
The sky suddenly changed and a spiritual storm came.
The ring of spirit wind gave another warning.
There was no doubt that the target of the storm was himself again. When the storm came, everyone at the scene turned their eyes to Zhang Feng.
The people outside the altar were more nervous than those on it. No way, this is the 3rd time, and he can still resist. We're both LV 100 psychics, so why is his psychic power so abundant? It must be fake.
I sacrificed a spirit stone and then withstood 3 spirit storms.
Am I under an illusion? There are 3 ways to increase your spiritual power reserves.
One is to improve as the level increases. The second is to wear mental power amplification equipment, with the amplification ratio ranging from 1% to 50%. The third is to use some special spiritual materials for expansion, but the effect of this expansion will weaken as the number of times it is used increases, and the maximum expansion ratio will not exceed 30% under normal circumstances. Therefore, even if they are both at LV.100, everyone's spiritual reserves are different.
But generally speaking, the gap will not exceed twice.
Even if Zhang Feng had the best mental power amplification equipment and countless expansion materials, at best he would only have 80% more reserves than a normal person.
Sacrificing once and enduring 2 mental storms is not impossible.
But now it's the 3rd time, and he is still alive and well, which is a bit unbelievable. However, their surprise was yet to come. After several random storms, Zhang Feng ushered in his 4th one.
Still safe and sound.
The 2nd spirit stone was successfully obtained. Now, everyone was getting nervous, and they even lost the mind to meditate. They just focused their attention on the altar where Zhang Feng was.
Is he really LV.100? I feel like even a LV.200 player can't compare to him. Someone even counted for him.
Withstand the mental storm for the 5th time.
The 6th time. The 7th time. The 8th time.
My God, he's already sacrificed himself 7 times in a row and withstood the mental storm 8 times.
Is he even human?
Before I knew it, more than 3 hours had passed. When Zhang Feng got the 7th spirit stone, he finally stood up.
3rd turn material collection. Power stone, 1010. Lapis lazuli, 1010. Spirit stone, 1010. Successfully completed.
Zhang Feng glanced around, looked at the shocked eyes of countless people, and smiled calmly.
My mission is completed. I'll leave first. Good luck to you.
As he spoke, a sword appeared out of thin air and hovered over the edge of the altar. Zhang Feng took a step forward, flew on his sword, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. The man who had just explained the rules of the altar to Zhang Feng could not calm down for a long time. When he first met Zhang Feng, he thought he had another fellow in trouble. In the blink of an eye, he sacrificed 7 times in a row, obtained 7 spirit stones, and left in a leisurely manner.
And he's still here. Comparing the two, the gap in my heart is really too big.
On this day, Zhang Feng's figure left a deep impression in the minds of countless people. I just wonder how much mental power this guy has.
That's fucking outrageous.
Thanks to the lukewarm Yanhe, Yifeng Erlong, Yuhuan, the deep-eyed Sarazawa Fumino, Tao Ran who likes the lyrebird genus, Ling Fengshui, username 9976-239-5249, Sedek Yoshinobu of Jintian Overlord Mountain, Sibu Guanji, user 10112430, anonymous, Feng Ji is crazy, Shuzhong Xingji, Yan Ling Ji, Nuonyuo, who likes to eat glutinous rice steamed chicken, the supreme elder of the Zhatian Gang Honglu, username 444383056366988, Jinyan, username 111018557926, user 11049363, Zhouwan Shui. The Starry Boy, Muhua, Jotsong, who likes to eat cold meat, Silver Moon Starry Sky Lord, the 6th Lanling King, Sense of Ritual, Sunset Afterglow, a gift from Yi Jun. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The assassin appears and the atmosphere is wrong. At the entrance of the job transfer temple. For some reason, the fat man who used to sell secret books has disappeared. But there are still as many hidden strong people on the streets as ever. Even more than what Zhang Feng saw a few days ago. Just with a casual glance, Zhang Feng saw no less than 10 people. Among them, 3 are from the Sakura country, 4 are from the Blue Sky country, and 3 are from the South Korea country. The lowest one is at the 4th level, and the highest one is even at the 7th level. Of course, not all of them are foreign, there are also some from Kyushu. But the number is much smaller. Judging from their appearance alone, these people are no different from the people of Kyushu. Moreover, some people even spoke Kyushu language fluently and talked with people around them from time to time. If he didn't have divine eyes that could see through these people's information, he probably wouldn't be able to discover the other party's true identity. I don't know what these people are doing in Tianyuan City. Zhang Feng took a few casual glances without stopping and walked directly into the job transfer temple. Although their behavior was rather suspicious, Zhang Feng didn't bother to pay attention to it as long as it didn't involve him. He walked into the room with ease. Zhang Feng activated the job-changing crystal. Nickname, Kamikaze, Occupation, Spiritualist, Level, LV.100. Accept the third job mission. Backpack material testing, completed. Check if the mental power reserve meets the standard. Already met the conditions for the third job change. The corresponding job transfer task is being generated for you. The difficulty of the task is related to the player's strength to a certain extent, but it is not completely proportional. Task generation. 5-star difficulty, please go to the Regional Boss Challenge Dungeon Dragon's Lair LV.51 LV.150. At the time of settlement, rank in the top 3 in terms of damage caused to the dragon boss. Advanced reward, rank first in damage and receive double the job transfer attribute bonus. Tip, this quest has no time limit, but you only have one chance to complete it. Entering the dungeon counts as one chance to complete it. If you fail to complete it, the system will reassign you a new job transfer quest, and the difficulty will be reduced to 4 stars. Would you like to accept the call? Zhang Feng's face turned black. LV.51 LV.150. You really know how to game this system. It gets harder each time. It says 5 stars, but in reality, the difficulty of this task is probably even 6 stars. I got it. After opening the transfer page, Zhang Feng found the dragon boss copy. Time until next opening, 6 days, 8 hours, 35 minutes. 6 days left to open? It's a rip-off. We still have to wait for 6 days. That's a bit boring. Boom. Zhang Feng was complaining about the job transfer system in his heart. Suddenly, there was a sound of fierce fighting outside. Zhang Feng came to the hall and looked out curiously, only to see 2 strong men fighting in mid-air. Both of them were very powerful. One of them held 2 swords in his hands, attacking at tricky angles and aiming at vital points with every move. His swordsmanship was filled with the aura of the underworld. Zhang Feng's divine eye activates. Kudo Ichiro Sakura Country. Occupation, Dual Blade Warrior. Level, LV.535th turn. Health, 765,000. Combat power rating, 903 stars. Seeing the other party's identity as a Sakura country, Zhang Feng was no longer surprised by his underworld swordsmanship. The weapon used by the person fighting against him was boxing gloves, which were translucent black and appeared to be extremely hard. Litian Kuzu Kingdom. Occupation, Berserker. Level, LV.512 5th turn. Life, 742,300. Combat power rating, 845 stars. When the 2 men fought, they attacked with all their strength, and every time the double swords and boxing gloves touched, an unbearable harsh sound was made. The sword energy raged at the scene, destroying countless buildings. Of course, this does not include the job change temple. After all, for such an important place, the materials used in its construction are also extraordinary. In mid-air, the 2 collided again and Li Tian was knocked back. After all, his level was lower and his equipment attributes were relatively poor, so he was slightly at a disadvantage in the battle. Young master, hurry up, I'll hold him back.
Li Tian took advantage of the gap when he was being beaten back and shouted towards the distance, then continued to fight.
Zhang Feng followed his gaze. A young figure was seen hurriedly fleeing the scene under the protection of several people. There was another person chasing him quickly from behind.
Another person from Sakura country. A 5th level assassin at level 580.
The assassin's speed is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people, and the distance between the two sides is rapidly shrinking. The people around the young man stayed behind to cover the rear, ready to delay the opponent's attack. However, they were only at level 4 and could not even withstand a single blow from the opponent, making them no match for him at all.
The assassin from Sakura country was still chasing at high speed and was about to succeed. However, at this moment, two figures blocked his way. They are two 5th level strongmen in the Tianyuan City Guard.
Other members of the guard team also arrived with them. Everyone, temporarily retreat to the job transfer temple to hide and stay away from the battlefield to avoid accidental injuries. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they hurried to evacuate the surrounding crowd. I have to say that Kyushu's guards are really well trained and have clear division of labor when dealing with emergencies. Seeing that something was wrong, the two strong men from the Sakura country fled in a hurry.
Li Tian and two 5th level strongmen from the guard team began to pursue him.
The scene returned to calm. However, because the safety outside cannot be guaranteed for the time being, the guard team requires everyone to stay in the temple and not move around at will. Zhang Feng was naturally among them.
What's going on? Does anyone know?
Seeing that the situation was basically under control, people started discussing again.
I'm not very clear.
I just saw that man suddenly took out two knives and slashed at a young man, but was blocked in time by the man wearing boxing gloves. Then this scene broke out.
I recognize that young man. He doesn't seem to be from Tianyuan City, but from Lincheng, 500 miles to the north. He's a super genius. He completed the second transformation within less than a month of awakening. Completing the second transformation in 1 month is indeed incredible. But people from Lincheng, why did you come to our Tianyuan city?
They must be going to the Chamber of Commerce to buy something. They were just asking me where the Chamber of Commerce is.
I see.
The Chamber of Commerce in Lincheng is out of stock, so it's normal for them to come to us to buy.
But why was he assassinated? Was it because his enemies were seeking revenge? Who knows? I've never seen the two people who attacked me before.
They obviously just came to Tianyuan City recently.
I can't rule out the possibility that they were seeking revenge. If you want revenge, go outside. Fighting inside the city is not very rational.
If a rank 5 expert gets caught fighting inside the city and is caught by the guards, he will definitely be sentenced to death. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Feng roughly understood what had happened. A genius came to Tianyuan City and wanted to buy something at the Chamber of Commerce. As a result, he was assassinated by two people from Sakura country on the way. However, the young man was protected by someone, so the assassination failed. Then, this is what Zhang Feng saw. However, Zhang Feng did not agree with the reason of revenge they discussed. Because there were not only those two foreigners at the scene, there were many others hiding in the crowd who were not exposed. It's impossible that so many people are here to seek revenge. The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more strange it felt. He leaned against the wall and gradually fell into deep thought. Chapter 39 Impossible, absolutely impossible, unless he cheats. 6 days later, Zhangzhou, Tianyuan City. Zhao Qiankuan, vice president of the Shinting Labor Union, was anxious in the conference room. In front of him, the table was filled with spirit crystals, no less than 100 of them, each representing a contact. Not long after, a spirit crystal on the table lit up. Zhao Qiankuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "How's it going? Did you find that kid?" A voice came from the other end of the call. "We found him, but we were still a step too late. The boy was shot by an assassin from South Korea and was seriously injured. Although he's no longer in danger of death, he probably won't wake up for a while. I estimate it will take at least 3 days. So, for now, we can't completely confirm whether he is a kamikaze or not. I've researched his other information. He's from Lincheng, Dongzhou, named Li Shang. Occupation, spellcaster. He awakened 28 days ago, and in less than a month, he's already completed his second transformation. Someone who's seen him in action said he has a strange skill that can curse monsters of his own level or lower to death. Once a wild monster is marked, it will continue to lose health until it dies. The whole process will not take more than 3 hours. Zhao Qianquan felt a slight movement in his heart as he listened to his description. Completing the second transformation in less than a month can truly be called a top talent. And the death curse skill is equally incredible. With this skill, as long as he keeps adding marks to wild monsters, he can keep killing them. The possibility of completing the God of Novice achievement and the transfer to Godly General achievement is very high. Zhao Qianquan now has a pretty clear idea in his mind. This Li Shang is most likely the Divine Wind. Those assassins will definitely not give up. We must protect him. Wait 3 days until he wakes up and asks for his nickname, and we'll be able to confirm his identity. The spirit crystal flickered, quickly transmitting messages. Don't worry, I've already messaged the others, they'll be here soon. That's good. Crystal regained her composure and hung up the call. Zhao Qianquan was just about to sit down when another crystal next to him lit up again. He was stunned for a moment, then answered the call. Old Zhu, what's wrong? There was silence on the other end for a moment. President, please don't call me that. It's too rude. I'd be happy if you called me fatty, but you just... Okay, Lao Zhu, what's the matter? I'm busy. Tell me quickly. A sigh came from the crystal. Never mind. It's up to you. President, I came to you to tell you something. I discovered a genius in Tianyuan City. He is very likely the Divine Wind. Zhao Qianquan raised his eyebrows. Your news is too late. I knew it 6 days ago. Isn't it that Li Shang? No, I'm not talking about him. The person I'm talking about is a spiritualist. He hasn't even reached level 3 yet. He single-handedly killed over 40 level 100 Shield Mountain monsters in half an hour, including a boss. Also, he didn't kill the monster by controlling it, but by using his mental power to control the sword. Let alone anything else, just the amount of mental energy he possesses is incredible. I think he is very likely the person we are looking for. Zhao Qianquan was listening attentively, but when he heard the fat man say the word spiritual advisor, he rolled his eyes on the spot. Old Zhu, are you kidding me, psychic? The psychic's development speed is obvious to all. Do you think it's possible for him to reach level 20 in 10 days? There are 2 conditions for upgrading a psychic. The first is that the experience level reaches the required level, which can be increased by killing wild monsters. The second is to meet the requirements for mental energy reserves, which requires long-term meditation to increase. The latter is the main factor restricting the development of spiritual teachers. Old Zhu, you know that even the most outstanding spiritualist in the entire Jojo took 2 months to reach level 20. Not to mention that the person you mentioned is already close to the 3rd level. How could he possibly reach that level without 3 to 5 years? The person we are looking for only awakened within a month. The profession of psychic is a bit too ridiculous. Zhao Qianquan directly rejected Zhu Beiji's point of view. After thinking for a moment, he changed the subject. But, before he reaches level 3, he's actually been able to kill dozens of LV.100 monsters. He's truly a rare talent. This kind of strength is far beyond the reach of even the majority of the younger generations in Zhongzhou. Old Zhu, I'll leave this person to you. There may be several battles breaking out near Lincheng in the next 2 days. Tianyuan City is so close to Lincheng, it is very likely to be affected. You will be temporarily responsible for protecting him for the next few days, and see if you can get him into the Union. As the vice president of Shinting Union, the first union in Jojo, Zhao Qianquan naturally considers the Union and Jojo. Although he did not think that the person Zhu Beiji was talking about was kamikaze, he admitted that the other party was definitely a top genius. Of course, geniuses need to be protected. As for Zhu Beiji, a beastmaster at the peak of the 6th level, close to the 7th level, it is definitely enough to let him provide temporary protection. Old Zhu, is this okay? Since Zhao Qianquan had already said this, Zhu Beiji did not continue to argue. When he proposed this idea to Zhao Qianquan, he didn't actually have much hope, he just wanted to give a simple report. After all, even he himself found it outrageous. For a psychic, it would take less than a month after awakening for him to develop to the point where he could kill dozens of LV.100 wild monsters. It's really a fantasy. It's like saying that a human baby can fight a tiger just 1 year after birth. Can you believe it?
Which spiritualist can grow so fast? Unless you cheat. Chapter 40 Hug the thigh? No, hug the giant leg. How's the construction going?
Sancher blacksmith shop. When the three brothers of the Shur family heard the voice, they were startled and quickly put down their work and went to greet it.
Boss, please come sit over here.
Zhang Feng was taken to another reception room by three people.
The environment here is completely different from the outside.
There is no noise from equipment manufacturing and no pungent smell of equipment waste. The decoration of the entire room is brand new and luxurious, with almost no signs of use.
This is the reception room that the three brothers of the Shur family spent a huge amount of money to customize specifically for Zhang Feng. It is only used to receive Zhang Feng. Strive to give Zhang Feng the best service experience.
Zhang Feng didn't hesitate and sat down directly.
Shur Lin and Shur Mu poured tea and served snacks skillfully, just as they had rehearsed before.
Ahem, as expected, we have almost finished making the 900 swords you requested.
Give me another half an hour, and the last batch will be finished soon. What do you think?
Ishimori seemed extremely cautious in his words, actions, and gestures. Outsiders may not know, but he knows that the background of the person in front of him cannot be underestimated.
Jackal, one of the strongest men in Tianyuan City, can be killed just like that.
Zhang Feng was a little surprised when he heard this.
Why so fast?
Last time it took 3 days to make 100 swords, but this time, it took 900 swords.
It was completed in just 1 week. It's really unexpected. Ishimori quickly replied. That's right.
You entrusted us with such an important construction task, so we naturally cannot let you down. So, we temporarily recruited a new group of forging workers, expanding the team from the original 100 to the current 500. Of course, the forging speed has also increased a lot.
This is how we were able to complete the construction task within 7 days.
The most important and crucial step in creating equipment is to fuse the forging crystals.
Equipment without fused forging crystals is just an ordinary piece of iron. Only after fusion can it have the corresponding quality and become exclusive equipment for professionals.
The key step of fusing and forging crystals can only be done by those who have awakened the blacksmith profession. But for other steps besides this, only ordinary workers who know some forging techniques are needed. Therefore, the three Ishimori brothers were only responsible for the fusion of the forging crystals, and left everything else to the workers.
This will further save time and improve efficiency.
After Ishimori finished speaking, he smiled broadly, as if waiting for praise. Seeing Jiang Feng's satisfied smile, he felt a lot more relieved. After waiting for another half an hour, Shursen led Jiang Feng to the warehouse. As soon as you enter the room, you will be greeted by dense, shimmering silver light, which is extremely spectacular.
900 silver dragon blades.
Together with the 100 swords in Jiang Feng's hands, there are exactly 1,000 swords in total. After checking and confirming that there were no quality issues, Jiang Feng waved his hand and put all the swords into his backpack. Then, he waved his hand again and took out the materials to make 1,000 swords. These are the materials Jiang Feng collected in the past 6 days while traveling between various training maps and forging crystal copies.
Of course, there's more to it than that.
His backpack even contained enough materials to forge the remaining 9,000 swords, but he didn't take them out all at once. After all, the Sancher blacksmith shop is of limited size and cannot accept so many forging tasks at one time. Moreover, completing 900 swords in 7 days was a very fast speed, but it was still a bit slow for Jiang Feng.
He wants to cast a wide net.
Jiang Feng looked at Shursen and said in a serious tone.
I've got a task for you. Ishimori bent forward in surprise, concentrating. Just give me your orders.
Find more people, have them each bring materials for forging 10 swords, and go to the various blacksmith shops in Tianyuan City and surrounding cities to distribute the tasks and disperse them to complete them.
Of course, don't go to Lincheng for now. Strive to complete the task of forging 10,000 swords as quickly as possible. How?
Shursen's face looked a little ugly when he heard what Jiang Feng said.
Find additional blacksmith shops to take on tasks. Are you dissatisfied with the slowness of the Sancher blacksmith shop? This is the rhythm of being abandoned by the boss.
Jiang Feng saw the confusion in his heart and continued. In addition to the original forging costs and materials, I will pay you an additional 500 gold coins for each sword to cover the cost of finding and dispatching manpower. Also, I will set aside a portion of forging tasks to ensure your Sancher blacksmith shop doesn't sit idle. As long as there are no problems with your forging, I guarantee that your Sancher blacksmith shop will prosper forever.
How about this? If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it. After all, we are asking them to work for us, so how can we not give them enough benefits?
Shursin was originally very embarrassed, but when he heard what Zhang Feng said, he suddenly became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Yes, of course. On the premise of ensuring that his Sancher blacksmith shop has sufficient tasks, he will distribute the extra tasks to other blacksmith shops.
Moreover, he can receive 500 gold coins for each additional task. Excluding the cost of finding and dispatching personnel, he can still earn 300 gold coins without doing anything. Why not do such a good thing? Okay, in addition to the 1,000 copies of the materials just now, I will give you another 1,000 copies. The rest are just extra distribution tasks. If you do a good job, I'll give you more.
9,000 pieces of crafting materials, with a market value of over 100 million.
Although Zhang Feng had a certain degree of trust in them, he couldn't be completely defenseless.
The materials are worth hundreds of millions of gold coins.
If they can't resist the temptation and abscond with the money, it will be a loss.
So Zhang Feng didn't dare give them too much at once.
It can only be released in batches. Have you memorized everything?
Of course, sir, don't worry, I will make sure it's done beautifully for you.
Transfer 3,500,000 gold coins. Transaction completed.
Shursin and the other two watched Zhang Feng leave and were so shocked that they were speechless. Shurmu's body was shaking slightly, and he was extremely excited. I thought forging 900 swords would be the end, but now I have another task to forge 2,000 swords.
Hiss.
It's hard to imagine how huge the force behind this person is that actually requires so many weapons.
Brother, what we are holding is not an ordinary thigh, it is a giant leg. Chapter 41 Watanabe Wells, Special Investigation, Locking Tianyuan City. Watanabe-san, are you sure that Li Shang is really the person we are looking for?
In a hidden jungle outside Tianyuan City, several figures gathered together stealthily, and there was someone next to them who was responsible for keeping watch.
Ju-san, I'm afraid I made an error in judgment.
That day, I arrived at Tianyuan City and detected a strong residual vitality nearby.
It was unprecedented and extremely powerful.
It just so happened that Li Shang and his group arrived here at that time.
I thought it was him.
But now, that kid has left Tianyuan City, but that super strong vitality is still around here. This means the target I detected was not him at all.
The divine wind we are looking for should still be in Tianyuan City. When everyone heard Watanabe-I's analysis, they all nodded without any doubt.
Because Watanabe-I had a special skill, which was to detect the remaining vitality in people. Every time a professional upgrades his level, it is a sublimation of vitality and the replacement of old cells with new ones. During this process, the body will expel the old vitality from the body. These life forces form residues around the body and slowly dissipate over time. Watanabe-Ichi can judge the speed of the opponent's recent upgrade by detecting how much vitality is left. The more residue there is, the faster the opponent's upgrade was in recent times, and thus the stronger their talent can be judged.
It was thanks to Watanabe-Ichi's special skill that they were able to lock the search area to Tianyuan City. However, this skill is a range detection, and the detection results are particularly vague. He could only confirm that this aura was in Tianyuan City, but he could not pinpoint it to a specific person. In addition, this skill has a 3-day cooldown period. 6 days ago, he used his skills and detected the target's aura in Tianyuan City. After briefly inquiring about Li Shang's affairs, he felt that the possibility was very high, so he locked his sights on him. But 3 days ago, when he used his skills for the second time and searched for Li Shang's location, he found that the results were completely different from the previous ones. At that time, he began to sense something was wrong. After careful consideration, he just activated his skill again, aiming at the range of Tianyuan City, and found that the aura was still there. This is how we came to the conclusion just now: Kamikaze is still in Tianyuan City. Watanabe-san, you take them and continue searching. I'll go notify the others. One person was about to leave when he was stopped by Watanabe too. Ju-san, don't go yet.
The previous assassination attempt on Li Shang has already alerted the enemy. The top leaders of Jojo are now mobilized on a large scale.
We are not able to contend with them. If we attract those freaks from Kyushu here, we won't stand a chance of winning.
So, the best way is not to tell others the truth and let them think that Li Shang is the kamikaze. This way, the others can hold those guys from Jojo back over there, and we can take the opportunity to secretly search Tianyuan City.
Isn't this perfect? Watanabe Aiden's analysis caused everyone to sigh in admiration. As expected of Brother Watanabe, this is a smart guy. I admire him so much. Okay, there's no time to lose, let's act now. Tianyuan City, training room.
Zhang Feng had just finished testing the Return to One, which had 1,000 swords. Looking at the damage ratio displayed on the doll, he was extremely shocked. Converted into damage, 1,217,600 points. If he had these 1,000 swords when he killed the jackal, he wouldn't have needed to launch a sneak attack.
It can kill with one strike. After testing the skills, Zhang Feng opened the panel. Dragon Boss Dungeon LV.51 LV.150. Due to next opening time, 6 minutes and 53 seconds. 6 minutes until opening. The third job mission is about to be completed. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look forward to what changes his career would have after the third transformation. The Dragon Boss Dungeon LV.51 LV.100 is now open. All qualified professionals in the Dongzhou area are eligible to enter. Please select the destination. Dragon Boss Copy 1. Dragon Boss Copy 2. Dragon Boss Copy 3. Dragon Boss Copy 100.
Tip: there are 100 parallel copy worlds open simultaneously. Each copy world is exactly the same, with no limit on the number of people. Countdown to the end of the instance: 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Please send within 1 hour, you will not be able to enter if you exceed the time limit. Zhang Feng randomly chose an entrance and clicked to teleport. Before seeing the screen, Zhang Feng heard the system prompt. Player Xinfeng, welcome to the Dragon Boss Dungeon 1. Please wait for people to gather at the temporary gathering point. The dungeon will officially open in 1 hour. The scene in front of Zhang Feng's eyes changed, and he found himself in a white world. The surroundings seemed to be nothingness, extending infinitely with no end. And on this platform, countless people like him who entered for the first time were looking around curiously. Suddenly, someone came running towards him from a distance, right in front of him. Zhang Feng instinctively used his sword to defend himself. However, his sword went straight through the opponent's body as if it were nothing. It's as if neither side exists. Someone nearby enthusiastically explained to him, "Brother, it's your first time here, don't be nervous. This is just a temporary relay station. We all exist here in the form of projections, and no one can harm each other. We can only enter the real dungeon world after the official transmission starts in an hour." After listening to his explanation, Zhang Feng finally understood. He tried to hit his chest with his right hand, but it went straight through his body without any hindrance. It does appear to be a projection. I see. Thank you very much. Zhang Feng put away his weapon and looked around again. There were huge crowds of people. A rough estimate is that there were at least tens of thousands of people at the scene. And the number of people is increasing rapidly. Kyushu, named after its 9 occupational regions, is the largest country in the world with the most occupational regions. Each area is an independent copy system. Simply put, the Dongzhou copy only allows people in Dongzhou to enter, and people from other areas are not allowed to enter. The entire Dongzhou has a population of nearly 1 billion. Among them, ordinary people account for about 80%, and professional people account for 15%. Combat professionals only account for 5%, or about 50 million people. The number of people who meet the requirements to enter the Demon Dragon Boss is conservatively estimated to be no less than 5 million. The Dragon Boss copy is divided into 100 parallel copy worlds, which is equivalent to having 100 exactly the same copy worlds. 5 million people are scattered across 100 worlds, with about 50,000 people in each copy. It shows how fierce the competition is. Just looking at the number of people participating in this dungeon, Zhang Feng felt a lot of pressure. So curly. Chapter 42 Team Up? Sorry, I don't need to be a burden. Zhang Feng waited patiently in this temporary virtual world for the official transmission to begin. There are many people around who are looking for each other to form a team. Whether it is a training map or various dungeon maps, forming a team is a very common operation. After forming a team, the two people are immune to each other's damage and can completely trust each other. It is a very effective form of temporary cooperation. However, Zhang Feng discovered a strange phenomenon. People are looking for shooters to form teams, but no one is interested in other professions. Even though the opponent was LV.150, a high-level professional, the top among those present, he was still not very popular. Even some of the strongest warriors were trying hard to beg Archer to form a team.
Is there any trick?
Zhang Feng asked several people in a row, but they all ran away in a hurry and had no interest in paying attention to him at all. Until he took out 2 forging crystals.
Ahem.
Brother, you don't know, after entering this dungeon, there will be extremely thick fog around. The field of vision was severely compressed, with visibility less than 10 meters. It is very dangerous to move forward under such circumstances. The reason we choose shooters to form a team is because shooters have very strong eyesight. We can only see 10 meters, but the shooter can see 10 times that, or even more. Think about it, if you can team up with a shooter and have a field of view several hundred meters wider than others, that's a significant advantage. Zhang Feng understood what was going on after hearing this, and casually handed him a forging crystal.
I see. But in that case, wouldn't a psychic be better? Or is it that mental strength is also limited?
The man shook his head.
That won't happen.
Of course, a psychic's reconnaissance ability surpasses that of a shooter or any other class, but this dungeon will last 3 days, requiring continuous and uninterrupted reconnaissance and vigilance. A spiritualist's reconnaissance abilities are indeed formidable, and their combat methods are incredible, but their energy consumption is also huge. Continuously releasing spiritual energy over a large area will probably exhaust their energy within a day at most.
And the archer simply has strong eyesight.
It doesn't require much physical effort and can maintain a field of vision of several hundred meters at all times.
If it's a short, large-scale battle, the first choice for the team is of course a psychic. But in this dungeon, the first choice is the shooter. After some explanation, Zhang Feng understood the reason.
It's nothing more than thick fog blocking visibility, which requires the shooter's vision.
For him who possesses all-round spiritual perception, this little problem is not worth mentioning at all. Time passed little by little, and Zhang Feng continued to wait for the official transmission. Not far away, a beautiful figure was surrounded by countless people.
Beauty, team up with me, I'm a level 120 mage.
Beauty, follow me, I'm a level 135 Beastmaster. Don't listen to them. Team up with me. I only want 25% of the profits, and the rest will be yours. Luo Qingxue looked at their situation and didn't know what to choose for a moment.
Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure.
This is the big boss from Gravel Valley. Luo Qingxue took a few closer looks and confirmed it on the spot. It's really him.
She immediately ran through the crowd and came to Zhang Feng.
Hello, boss. Nice to meet you again. Do you want to team up?
Seeing this, the people behind Luo Qingxue looked disappointed.
What the hell?
All of us begged you to join our team, but you refused.
Instead, you went off to find someone else.
That's right, you don't even like me, a level 150 guy, but you like this kid. On the other side, Zhang Feng didn't hear her voice at all because the surrounding environment was too noisy.
In desperation, Luo Qingxue raised her voice and asked again.
Only then did Zhang Feng notice her.
Smiling. It's a coincidence indeed. But let's forget about forming a team. Luo Qingxue's expression was a little stiff.
She had never expected that she would be rejected. After all, in this dungeon, the shooter profession is very popular.
Let me ask, boss, do you have anyone to form a team?
Zhang Feng shook his head.
No.
Well. I'm a marksman, so I can always provide vision for the boss. Also, I have a piece of equipment that can double my field of view, up to 400 meters. I'll provide you with vision, so you can save your mental energy for the battle.
Otherwise, the fog inside.
Luo Qingxue thought Zhang Feng didn't know the existence of fog in the copy world, so she explained it to him again. But he was interrupted by Zhang Feng before he could finish his words.
Sorry, I don't need it. You can try to find someone else. Zhang Feng's tone was flat, and no emotion could be heard in it. He has infinite mental power to provide all-round perception, and Luo Qingxue's limited vision is useless in front of him and is completely unnecessary.
In terms of attack, her bow and arrow are very weak, and it takes a long time to kill a shield mountain stone monster. So bringing her along would only be a burden. At this moment, the people around could no longer sit still.
Good fellow.
A shooter actively sought to team up with you and you refused.
What were you thinking? Damn it.
I've been begging for a shooter for ages, and yet you've got one delivered right to your doorstep, and you still don't want it? Alas, you don't know how to appreciate your blessings. You refuse this. If I were you, I would be so happy. Beside, Luo Qingxue looked lost. I originally thought I could team up with the big guys and win without any effort. Alas, I can't hug your thighs anymore. Luo Qingxue left, and the people around Zhang Feng quickly dispersed. At a certain moment, a reminder sounded in everyone's ears. All personnel have gathered. Number of people entering this instance, 54,368. Official transmission begins. Zhang Feng perked up. Dragon Boss copy, here I come. Chapter 43 Debut. Divine Wind becomes famous. Welcome to the Dragon Boss Dungeon LV.51 LV.150. The rulebook has been sent to your backpack. Please check it out. Each player's landing location is random. Players who create a team will descend to the same location. Zhang Feng looked around and was surrounded by thick white smoke, giving him a strong feeling of suffocation. Just as those people said, the white fog severely blocks the vision. If you only rely on your eyes, you can only see a distance of 10 meters at most. Open the backpack, the rulebook. Must read for players. All players in this instance have a quick teleport buff, which allows them to teleport out of the instance after just 1 second of reading the buff. Must read 2. The Dragon Boss Dungeon lasts 3 days and is divided into 3 stages. Phase 1, Seal Collection, duration, 1 day. There are 30,000 seals scattered randomly on the map. Collecting seals can temporarily increase your own attributes to increase damage to the boss. There are 3 types of seals. Attack seal 10,000 pieces, attribute of a single piece, strength plus 1%. Life seal 10,000 pieces, attribute of a single piece, life plus 5%. Agility seal 10,000 pieces, attribute of a single piece, agility plus 1%. Tip: all seal attribute bonuses can be superimposed, with no upper limit. At the end of the first stage, those without a stamp on their backpack will be eliminated. Those without a stamp on their backpacks will be automatically eliminated? I estimate that nearly half of the people will be eliminated in the first stage. The competition is so fierce, I wonder what the rewards will be like. Let me look for it. Zhang Feng turned to the last page of the rulebook. Ranking rewards ranked by the damage caused to the boss at the time of settlement, from high to low. First place, 1 level 3 gem chest, 5 level 2 gem chests, 3,000 exchange value. Second, 5th place, 3 level 2 gem chests, 1,000 exchange value. 6th, 20th place, 1 level 2 gem chest, 500 exchange value. 21st, 100th place, 5 level 1 gem chests, 300 exchange value. Rank 101 500, 3 level 1 gem chests, 100 exchange value. 500 plus, 1 level 1 gem chest, 50 exchange value. Tip: the exchange value can be exchanged for equipment, gems, gold coins, etc. The exchange mall will be opened after killing the boss. Gem treasure chest. Gems are a special attribute bonus item that can be freely embedded in your own attribute column to provide yourself with attribute bonuses of different proportions. It is equivalent to the second set of equipment for professionals. But the bonus of gems is even higher than the cost-effectiveness of equipment. Because it is a proportional addition. For example, a level 1 strength gem can provide a 10% strength bonus. And it is a bonus after the equipment attributes take effect. Zhang Feng's current strength plus the strength attribute of the Silver Dragon Blade is 12,176. By inlaying a level 1 strength gem, it can be increased to 13,393 points. If a level 3 strength gem is inlaid, the increase will reach 30%, and the strength will be increased to 15,828 points. The highest level 10 strength gem can even provide a 200% increase, doubling the overall strength. This shows the importance of gems to a professional. Zhang Feng now finally understood why so many people were flocking to the regional boss dungeon. Countdown to the end of the first stage, 23 hours 58 minutes and 35 seconds. There's only 1 day to collect, so it looks like we have to hurry. Zhang Feng spread his arms, and an invisible mental force field covered the surrounding area. Everything within a radius of 1,150 meters appeared in his mind completely. Skill 3 passive, perception vision penetration, perceive everything? Zhang Feng felt as if he had a second soul, which was floating and flickering freely within the direction of his mental power, extremely free. Found it. Zhang Feng flew out on his sword and arrived at a place 300 meters away in the blink of an eye. There is a palm-sized seal stone on the ground. The seal is red in color and is a regular hexagon. There are simple patterns carved on it, giving off a faint aura of solemnity. This is an attack seal, a tribute, strength plus 1%. Zhang Feng put the seal into his backpack and looked at his personal panel. The strength attribute had changed. It takes effect very quickly. Player Kamikaze, your ranking has changed, please open the leaderboard to check for yourself. Suddenly, a prompt came from the system.
When I opened the panel, I found an extra function. Seal collection ranking.
Number 1, Xingtian, 1 attack, 1 health, 2 agility. Second place, Black Flame Knight, 2 attack, 1 health, 1 agility. Third place, Aoba, 1 attack, 2 health, 0 agility. Number 17, Kamikaze, 1 attack, 0 HP, 0 agility. Zhang Feng was a little surprised. It was just the beginning and these people had already collected 4, faster than him.
It makes sense.
Among those who entered the dungeon, there must be some veterans. While he was still reading the rules, the other party had already started collecting.
It seems that I have to be more serious.
Zhang Feng summoned a flying sword and stepped on it. The next second, the whole person rushed out at lightning speed. In a moment, he arrived at the next area, and at the same time, his mental power automatically sensed it. There's a life stamp 400 meters to the right, and an agility stamp 160 meters to the left. However, Zhang Feng did not stop, but continued to fly forward.
Skill 2 active, control everything with a single thought.
Under the control of his mental power, the 2 seals automatically flew to his side. The life seal is in the shape of a green, round frisbee, emitting a faint vitality. The agility seal is a sky blue triangle with bright and light colors. Next, Zhang Feng shuttled between various areas at an extremely fast speed. All the seals he detected were put into the bag without omission. At the same time, the list of rankings was changing rapidly, and the word Divine Wind rushed up and directly jumped to the first place. First place, Kamikaze, 5 attack, 3 health, 6 agility. Second place, Xingtian. 2 attack, 3 health, 3 agility. At this moment, exclamations were heard from countless places in the copy. How come this guy is so powerful that he suddenly became number 1?
I think I saw him just now. He was behind me. He only collected 1 attack seal, and in the blink of an eye, he collected so many? Wait, this name sounds familiar, I think I've seen it somewhere. Me too, I forgot where I saw it.
Hiss.
I remember now.
The announcement on the board a dozen days ago said the guy who achieved the God of Novices achievement was called Kamikaze. Now that you mention it, I remember that he also obtained a hidden golden achievement called Job Transformation Divine General. I didn't expect to run into him in this dungeon, but it seems he hasn't awakened for long.
The minimum requirement for this dungeon is LV.51. He's already reached the 2nd level so quickly? This is incredible. Alas, there is another strong competitor. Indeed, being able to obtain the hidden gold achievement shows that he is very strong, but do you have to be so exaggerated? Look at the leaderboard. While everyone was discussing, the number of Zhang Feng's seals soared rapidly. Number 1, Kamikaze, 11 strength, 9 health, 14 agility. Close and reopen the leaderboard.
Number 1, Kamikaze, 13 strength, 10 health, 16 agility. Number 2, Sky High, 3 strength, 2 health, 4 agility. In less than 10 seconds, the gap between them and the second place was 3 or 4 times larger. This terrifying collection speed was unbelievable to everyone. Somewhere in the dungeon world, a group of people stopped.
Xingtian, how do you think he did it?
The young man called Xingtian had a look of disdain on his face.
Of course, he also knew the nickname Kamikaze.
Anyone who can obtain 2 hidden golden achievements is definitely a person with both strength and talent. Even he, the top 10 geniuses in Dongzhou, dare not be compared with him. But in his opinion, these are not a cause for concern. Humph, this guy is indeed capable, but his eagerness to be on the list shows that he is extremely arrogant, a common flaw among all geniuses.
Arrogant people will eventually be destroyed by their own arrogance.
The dungeon lasts for 3 days, and this is only the first day. Experienced players know to conserve their stamina and energy for the 2nd stage of looting and the 3rd stage of the boss. But this guy used all his strength right from the start. Humph, he's in great shape now, but let's see what he'll do next. Chapter 44 Fierce Competition, Zhang Feng's Decision. As time passed, Zhang Feng's seal collection speed only increased. Number 1, Kamikaze, 67 strength, 85 health, 68 agility. Number 2, Qing Tian, 12 strength, 9 health, 11 agility. In fact, other psychics can also achieve the same collection speed as him if they go all out. But no one dares to do this, because their mental strength is limited. If you consume too much energy now, you won't have the energy to attack the boss later. In this way, no matter how many seals you obtain before, they will be useless. In the fog. While others were still moving slowly due to vision problems, Zhang Feng was already flying around on his sword. Wherever he passed, as long as there was a seal within a radius of 500 meters, it would not escape his perception. Just when Zhang Feng thought he would always be far ahead, he looked at the rankings again and found a dark horse. Third place, Red Spider, 10 strength, 8 health, 13 agility. Close and reopen, and the ranking will be refreshed. Second place, Red Spider, 15 strength, 13 health, 17 agility. Refresh again. Second place, Red Spider, 21 strength, 19 health, 20 agility. Even Zhang Feng couldn't match the speed. Besides her, there were several other dark horses that were also chasing at a very fast speed. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. A big forest hides phoenixes, and this dungeon is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Somewhere, a woman in red is moving quickly in the fog. She was alone, without any teammates. But on his shoulders sat a red spider the size of a palm. The spider spit out balls of silk threads around from time to time. The silk thread fell to the ground and seemed to come alive, weaving itself into a white silk spider. White silk spiders scattered in all directions. At the same time, another one returned from the fog. Every time a spider returns, it brings the woman a seal, and the supply continues. Another place. A man wearing a white mask and holding a golden pocket watch. As the pocket watch swayed from side to side, the man kept muttering to himself. 36th ingestion of the spell, successful, obtained a life seal. The 37th absorption spell failed. The 38th absorption spell failed. 39th ingestion of the spell, successful, obtained a power seal. The 40th time. Number 1, Kamikaze, 73 strength, 87 health, 72 agility. Second place, Red Spider, 55 strength, 43 health, 39 agility. Third place, Baimian, 49 strength, 35 health, 41 agility. Zhang Feng looked at the changes in the rankings and instantly felt the pressure. In this dungeon, he is just an ordinary LV.100 psychic who has not yet completed the third transformation. If you want to compete with those guys who have completed the third level and advanced their careers to gain various strange abilities, the bonus of the seal is essential. Therefore, he must not fall behind in collecting seals. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng flipped his hand and took out a 10x mental enhancement card. Use. At this moment, Zhang Feng's spiritual perception range directly expanded 10 times. It extends to all areas within a radius of 11,500 meters. In Zhang Feng's perception, there are also some other professionals. LV.80 Warrior, LV.103 Beastmaster, LV.79 Mage, etc. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of danger flashed. 1,000 silver dragon blades appeared out of thin air, full of momentum. This time, he not only has to collect the scattered seals, but also the seals of other professionals. Let's do a large-scale sweep. Chapter 45, So what if I'm a lone wolf? I'll still crush you. Everyone speed up and don't fall behind. In the fog, a huge team is advancing rapidly. At the center of the team was a young man in black, dressed in gorgeous and noble clothes, showing his style. He had an indifferent expression, cold eyes, and gave off an aura of keeping people at a distance. The 4 shooters are stationed in the front, back, left and right positions, using their field of vision to provide real-time surveillance for the team. In a dungeon where even marksmen are worshipped, he can make 4 marksmen willingly work for him. With such a grand ceremony and pomp, it looked like the children of a powerful family were traveling together. Anyone who sees it will take the initiative to stay away from it. In addition, in front, there was a psychic who was collecting the seals around him, and his mental force field was at its maximum. At this rate of consumption, I'm afraid my mental energy will be exhausted in a day at most. But he didn't care. Because that's his mission. How many seals are there? Asked the young man in black. The spiritualist lowered his head slightly with a respectful expression. Young Master, 59 strength, 44 health, 48 agility.
Why are you so slow? Go faster. Young Master, our field of vision is only a few hundred meters. If we go any faster, it will be very dangerous. Hearing his words, the young man's voice was slightly angry and majestic. Danger? Who do you think I am? Is there anyone in this dungeon who can threaten this young master?
He, Yilingfang, LV.150 confused psychic.
As long as you keep your mental strength sufficient, you will be almost invincible in this copy. Any professional is just a thought in front of him. Accelerate. Yes. The subordinates did not dare to refute even after being scolded.
The team accelerated forward, and the speed of collecting seals became noticeably faster.
About half an hour passed. A shooter sounded the alarm. Young Master, there are two groups of people 300 meters ahead. They should be fighting.
There are not many people, only 6 in total. The young man waved his hand casually.
Kill him.
After receiving the order, several figures rushed out. They were all powerful warriors at LV.150, 3 assassins and 2 mages.
After a while, several people returned.
Reporting to the young master, I was incompetent and only killed 1 person. The other 5 were teleported out of the dungeon. As for the seals, a total of 13 were seized. The young man put the seal into his backpack with a wave of his hand and did not blame them. Because in this dungeon, all players have a quick teleportation buff, which takes only 1 second to read. When the difference in strength between the two sides is not particularly great, it is not easy to kill the other side by force.
Return to the team and keep moving forward.
The young man casually opened the leaderboard and took a look, and found that his ranking had risen to 2nd place.
The gap with Kamikaze is very small and it will be surpassed soon. He sneered. Oomph, Whiteface, Red Spider, Skyrim. How can a group of lone wolves defeat a well-trained and unified wolf pack? My background is something you will never be able to surpass.
And this Kamikaze, get off me, I am the young master. Just when Yilingfang was about to feel proud, his expression suddenly froze. It was as if he had seen something incredible.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
He was only slightly taller than me just now, how come his number suddenly increased by dozens?
Even if 3 fully equipped LV.150 psychics collected data at the same time, they couldn't reach this speed. This Kamikaze, what on earth is going on? In the other direction of the copy world, countless people stood there in a daze.
I saw swords floating above my head, with the swords arranged in a special way to form a countdown.
10, 9, 8.
Of course they understood that they had to hand over the seal before the countdown ended. But how could he hand over the seal that he had collected with so much effort so easily?
Humph, I'm a LV.150 Iron Wall Warrior. How could I be scared by your tricks? Come on, let's see whether your attack is stronger or my armor is stronger.
While uttering harsh words, the man ordered the people around him to find the other party's location. It is not difficult to see from these hanging swords that the other party is a spiritualist.
But his teammates are no pushovers either.
LV.150 Holy Light Archer, extremely sensitive to light. After using a certain reconnaissance skill, the maximum field of view can be temporarily increased to 800 meters. Even if the person controlling these swords is at LV.150 psychic, the range of his psychic power is only 750 meters, so he can easily find the opponent's position.
5, 4. The countdown continues. Hey, did you find it?
The shooter was originally very calm and felt that the threat was not a big deal. After searching for a while, he became a little panicked.
I can't see it. There is no one within 800 meters.
The soldier's face was solemn.
In that case, let's have a clash.
He shouted loudly, his whole body covered with iron armor, which was black and hard, and his fists collided, making a sound of metal.
3, 2, 1. The countdown is over.
The silver dragon blade circled and soared, and countless silver rays converged into one point, shining brightly and dazzlingly. The next moment, the two sides collided, and a strong wave of sound erupted at the scene, and the surrounding fog was shaken away. The light dissipated, revealing the man's figure. The armor was shattered, the whole person was covered in blood, and he was no longer breathing. At the same time, 5 seals fell to the ground. The other person gasped when he saw this.
That's it, in seconds.
A level 150 Iron Wall warrior, who has one of the best defenses among professionals of the same level, couldn't even withstand a single attack. Seeing that the swords were about to attack again, he didn't even have the heart to resist and simply handed over all the seals on his body. I only saw his sword, but not the person. No one can do anything about such a perverted operation. However, even after he handed over the seal, the sword still had no intention of letting him go. The silver light flickered, as if the god of death had arrived. In desperation, he had to activate the teleportation and leave the copy. In fact, Zhang Feng had not originally intended to kill both of them at the same time. His purpose is nothing more than collecting stamps and reducing his competitors. There is no need to force you to stay. The same scene happens in places big and small in the dungeon. Zhang Feng's seal collection speed is far ahead of others. Number 1, Kamikaze, 468 strength, 388 health, 512 agility. Number 2, Fengling Tianxia, 102 strength, 79 health, 94 agility. Third place, Baimian, 101 strength, 80 health, 81 agility. However, he had a doubt. He didn't know if it was a deliberate arrangement by the system, but he didn't meet any of the people in the top 100 on the leaderboard. Even though the range of his mental power radiated an area of 11,500 meters in radius, he flew hundreds of kilometers and searched countless areas. But all I encountered were small fish and shrimps. Perhaps, this is the purpose of the existence of the fog. It makes people wonder where they are, and whether their direction has changed. Perhaps, I have been going around in circles. This will help the dungeon system separate powerful players and prevent them from clashing prematurely. Is this considered raising a goo? Chapter 46 Qing Tian's confidence, the conceited will eventually be destroyed by their conceit. Countdown to the end of the first stage, midnight. End of phase 1. Those without stamps in their backpacks will be automatically eliminated. Elimination completed, remaining number 4326. The second stage begins, plunder. Please plunder as many seals as possible or protect the existing ones. The fog dissipates, vision is restored, and a real-time location map is issued. A small map appeared on Zhang Feng's panel, which was the map of the dragon boss copy. Unfolding the map, Zhang Feng discovered that there were white spots of light displayed on it. Click on the light spot and a line of information will be displayed. Number 49, Tyrannosaurus Rex 9527, 26 strength, 21 health, 14 agility. Zhang Feng immediately understood. This is the location distribution map of all players. Zhang Feng flew forward 500 meters and found that his light spot was also moving. Prove that the location shown on the map is followed in real time. This light spot disappeared. Does that mean he's dead or eliminated? Zhang Feng glanced at the rankings and found that the ranking of Tyrannosaurus War God 9527 had disappeared. The number of people counted on the rankings has also changed. There were originally 4,326 people left, but now there are only 4,301. In just a few minutes, 25 people have been eliminated. This dungeon system really has bad intentions, using this method to provoke conflict. But I like it. Compared to the previous rule of collecting seals in the fog, Zhang Feng prefers this kind of open and above-board competition. Let me see, who is the unlucky guy closest to me? While Zhang Feng was observing others, someone was secretly keeping an eye on him. On the map, a light spot was moving rapidly, rushing towards Zhang Feng's position with great momentum. The other spots of light in his direction all dodged and made way for him. Fifth place, Qing Tian, 153 strength, 144 health, 152 agility. Kamikaze? You're still too young. You only care about competing for rankings and showing off, but you don't know how to conserve your energy. You probably don't have much strength left now. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You didn't expect it? This is what I've been waiting for. On the other side, Zhang Feng naturally also noticed the abnormal behavior of a certain light spot. Qing Tian? I have some impression of him. He was the guy who was ranked first in the rankings at the beginning. Are you targeting me? This is normal. After all, he carried nearly 2,000 seals on him, which was hard not to attract covetousness. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. But I'm afraid you can't eat my prey. The two spots of light are getting closer and closer. Zhang Feng didn't move at all and just waited there. However, the opponent did not rush over directly, but stayed at a location 10 kilometers away. Zhang Feng tried to get closer to him by 1,000 meters, but the other party actually retreated 1,000 meters. The intention was clear, which was to always keep a distance of 10 kilometers from him. Whenever he made a move, the other party would follow suit. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, there are no fools who can persist until now, not to mention that this guy is in the top 5 on the leaderboard. Don't underestimate the enemy. If you go there rashly, the other party might have already set a trap. Out of caution, Zhang Feng did not take the initiative to attack, but chose to wait and see for the time being. The two remained in a stalemate for several minutes. Zhang Feng suddenly frowned. There's movement. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the ground, 30 centimeters wide. Immediately afterwards, the cracks became uncontrollable and extended in all directions. A strangely shaped creature emerged from the crack, half a foot long, its body covered in blood-red lines. This is a bloodthirsty ant. Zhang Feng looked around and saw dense swarms of blood-sucking ants crawling out of the ground one after another. Everywhere you look, it's like a bloody ocean, surging and boiling, making you shudder. Not only that, the blood-sucking ants are still dividing. One split into two, two split into four. This is the most special thing about this creature, it reproduces extremely quickly. Of course, this split is not infinite, but there is an upper limit based on the strength of the Beastmaster and the amount of physical strength called upon. But obviously, this upper limit is very high. At least hundreds of thousands. Although the blood-sucking ant has the word ant in its name, it is actually not a simple ant. Because they have wings. Simply put, you can think of them as large mosquitoes that look like ants. The lethality of a single mosquito may not be great, but the lethality of hundreds of thousands of them, even an elephant can't stand it. If you are not careful, you will be eaten to bones in an instant. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's expression became much more serious. This is one of the few people he has met since his awakening who can be called an opponent. In the distance, a blood-sucking ant was lying on Qingtian's arm. This blood-sucking ant is smaller than those around Zhang Feng, but its aura is extremely powerful. This is his beast and also the mother of the blood-sucking ants. Bloodthirsty king ant. Qingtian looked at Zhang Feng in the distance, who was constantly being enveloped by the blood-red ocean, with a smile on his face. Humph, I've said it before, those who are conceited will eventually be destroyed by their conceit. Kamikaze. You are the arrogant and ignorant fool. Yu Jian? I didn't expect he's a spiritualist. However, you consumed so much mental energy in the first stage. How much do you have left now? When your mental strength is exhausted, all your seals will belong to me. And you are merely the temporary custodian of the seal. Chapter 47. It turns out that I am the clown. P.S. The previous article has been slightly modified. The modified content is as shown in the picture. I will not add any more words. Please just look at the picture. A brief description of the modified content. Added new mental strength attribute. A center of hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty ants. Zhang Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his robe fluttering. The silver dragon blade circled in the sky, shining brightly, as brilliant as the Milky Way. 10,000 swords return, sword rain. Zhang Feng put his two fingers together and pointed downwards. In an instant, countless silver lights fell. One by one, the blood-sucking ants were nailed to the ground. The powerful impact force exploded inside their bodies, and all the blood-sucking ants affected by the aftermath of the explosion were blown away. The blood-red ocean was instantly blasted with holes, and the scene was magnificent. Continue. Rays of silver light flew into the sky one after another, and then fell rapidly, over and over again, forming an endless cycle, forming a silver barrier that completely blocked out the terrifying blood-red ocean. No matter how the bloodthirsty ants attacked, the silver barrier remained motionless. This scene is like a moth flying into a flame and destroying itself. The scene was filled with the corpses of blood-sucking ants. It was extremely tragic. In the distance, Qingtian, who was originally full of confidence, now had a very ugly expression on his face. What's going on? You should have very little mental strength left, so how can you still control so many flying swords so easily? Asshole. I just don't believe that a level 150 Beastmaster with nearly full stamina can't outlast you. I'm the 9th ranked genius in Dongzhou. When it comes to a war of attrition, I've never lost. Come on, let's see who can last till the end. Little cutie, give him another 300,000.
Upon hearing the order, the bloodthirsty king ant on Qingtian's arm shook its body, and countless insect eggs fell to the ground.
The eggs hatched rapidly and turned into blood-red blood-sucking ants, crawling towards Zhang Feng.
The other side.
Zhang Feng also noticed the blood-sucking ants supporting from the rear and was slightly surprised.
Besides? He thought for a moment and smiled easily. It seems like this guy is planning to fight me to the limit. But I'm sorry, you picked the wrong person.
Zhang Feng's wings spread out behind him and his body flew forward. At the same time, the falling silver sword rain also moved with him, clearing out all the blood-sucking ants near him. He moved calmly among the army of bloodthirsty ants without any hindrance. His sharp gaze was directed at the figure in the distance. From this moment on, this is the battlefield under my command. When Qingtian saw this, a chill flashed through his heart.
How is it possible?
My army of bloodthirsty ants can't even suppress him.
9 kilometers. 8 kilometers.
Seeing Zhang Feng getting closer and closer, he suddenly felt like backing out. Everything at the scene was beyond his expectations. This battle situation that was beyond his control really made him anxious and uneasy.
Wrong.
I don't believe he still has so much mental energy after spending so much money.
He must be bluffing to make me back down. Good job, you kamikaze, you are really scheming. But I still saw through it. After all, we have already put in so much energy, how can we be willing to retreat without any gain? Humph, as long as I keep my distance, there's nothing you can do to me.
The best way to deal with a psychic is to keep your distance and not let your psychic power reach you. Thinking of this, Qingtian suddenly regained his confidence and continued to retreat. However, at a certain moment, when he looked at Zhang Feng's position, he was shocked.
How can he be so fast?
Zhang Feng's light spot was seen moving rapidly on the map, covering a distance of 500 or 600 meters in almost 1 second.
Oops, forgot he has a lot of agility stamps.
Nearly 700 agility stamps, each providing a 1% agility attribute bonus. 700 pieces means an additional bonus of 700%.
It is 8 times the normal speed. Qingtian was really panicked at this moment.
When he came, he already thought he had Zhang Feng in his grasp and never imagined that things would develop to this point.
Damn it, what kind of freak are you? Do you have endless mental energy?
Now he no longer cared about weighing the pros and cons and just turned around and ran. However, Zhang Feng's speed was several times faster than his, and the gap between the two was so huge that there was no room for confrontation at all.
Qingtian opened the panel and wanted to teleport out of the copy.
But the feelings of humiliation and unwillingness in my heart suddenly burst out. He is ranked 9th on the Dongzhou talent list and has never been defeated in countless battles and competitions. Before coming here, he boasted in front of countless people in his family and guild that he would definitely get the honor of being ranked first in the dungeon.
At the very least, you'll be in the top 3. If I go back in disgrace like this, I will lose all my face.
Whoosh whoosh. Soon, the flying sword whizzed past his ears, forming a silver waterfall in front of him, blocking his way.
Qingtian stopped and gave up teleporting. He looked at Zhang Feng with a kind expression. Brother, wait. Actually, I was just testing you, I didn't mean any harm.
You know, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this dungeon.
If you want to achieve the final result, you can't do it alone.
As far as I know, Red Spider and Fengling Tianxia have already reached a cooperation, and many professionals in the top 100 of the rankings have also joined their alliance.
Just based on your personal words, there is absolutely no way I can compete with it.
So, I came here specifically to seek cooperation with you. My previous move was just a simple test to see how strong you are.
Pfft.
Before Qingtian could finish his words, a flying sword silently pierced through his chest. The bloodthirsty king ant reacted in time and tried to block the attack from behind for him, but was also pierced to death by the sword. Zhang Feng glanced at him with an expressionless face.
What do you take me for? A fool?
In the blink of an eye, Qingtian's body was pierced with bloody holes and was in tatters. When he was about to die, a sentence he often said suddenly popped up in his mind.
A conceited person will eventually be destroyed by his conceit. I regret it so much. Why didn't I teleport away just now?
Just for the sake of his so-called 9th on the Dongzhou genius list reputation.
So? I'm the conceited person I've been talking about. Qingtian's body fell to the ground.
The seals in the backpack also fell to the ground.
After a professional dies, the equipment or props in the backpack will disappear and will not be dropped.
However, seals are a special type of item in the dungeon world and do not follow this rule. Zhang Feng waved his hand casually, and the seal wrapped in his mental power flew towards him. A rough estimate is that there are at least 300 seals of the three types in total. A good harvest. While Zhang Feng was collecting the seals on the ground, he was about to open the map to look for the next target. However, at this moment, things took a turn for the worse. Those seals were just in the air, but the next second, they suddenly disappeared out of thin air.
Zhang Feng frowned. What's going on?
At the same time, somewhere, a guy wearing a white mask whispered.
First absorption spell, successful, obtain seal, 124 strength, 95 health, 108 agility.
Chapter 48 The most dangerous person, Zhang Feng.
Welcome to join the team.
As long as you do what our young master says, he will never treat you unfairly.
In a valley in the northern part of the copy world. Yilingfeng glanced at the rankings and was very satisfied. Half of the top 100 people have already been enrolled. I've collected more than 1,000 seals.
Looks like this time, the boss's damage ranking is top, it's a sure thing. Next to him, Red Spider was secretly shocked when he saw him doing this. Others who enter the dungeon try their best to conceal their true identities in the human world, but he is different. Directly and openly revealed his identity. Without any soldiers, he relied solely on his power background and some small rewards to make countless people willingly submit and be driven by him. This shows how important it is to have a strong background. Yilingfeng sat comfortably in the chair, stretched out, and looked lazy.
Calculating the time, Qingtian should have taken down Kamikaze by now.
However, even with the bonus of the Divine Wind Seal, he is no match for me. He opened the rankings and glanced at it casually, but the next moment, his eyes widened and his expression became a little stiff. Number 1, Kamikaze, 778 strength, 756 health, 812 agility. Second place, Fengling Tianxia, 681 strength, 742 health, 788 agility. Third place, Baimian, 236 strength, 298 health, 277 agility.
Number 4, Red Spider. Kamikaze's ranking is still there, but Qingtian's ranking has disappeared. How is that possible? This guy consumed so much energy in the first stage, and yet he was still able to kill Qingtian? There was a hint of impatience in Yilingfeng's expression. This Qingtian is such a waste. Seeing this situation, his first reaction was not how powerful Kamikaze was, but how useless Qingtian was. This guy must have underestimated the enemy and given him an opportunity to take advantage of him. Starscream, go and kill him and take his seal.
Starscream glanced at him, a hint of hesitation.
Master, I'm afraid. I can't catch up with him, you see? Yilingfeng was slightly startled and opened the map.
I saw Zhang Feng's light spot moving at an extremely terrifying speed. And his target is Shiramian, who ranks third on the seal collection list. Yilingfeng and Red Spider looked at each other and fell into deep thought.
This shouldn't be the case.
How much strength does this guy have left?
The other side.
Zhang Feng moved rapidly with the blessing of hundreds of agility seals. He was usually calm, but now he showed a hint of anger. From the changes in the number of seals on the ranking list, it is not difficult to judge that the one who stole his seal out of thin air is the guy named Baimian. Sure enough, the spellcaster's skills are all so weird.
Zhang Feng was certain that the other party was a sorcerer without even seeing the other party's face.
Because only a sorcerer can use such strange and bizarre skills.
But, intercepting my spoils midway is not a wise move.
After flying for another half a minute, Zhang Feng already saw the other party's figure. He was wearing a black robe and a white mask on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Not only are his skills weird, but his clothes are also very weird. The distance between the two sides was shrinking rapidly. The other party seemed to know that it was not fast enough, so it simply stopped and waited for Zhang Feng. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 1,000 meters, and they had entered the range of Zhang Feng's mental power. Zhang Feng did not hesitate, and 1,000 silver moonblades circled in the sky, ready to take action. 10,000 swords returned to oneness.
Baimian felt a force locking onto him.
Before they even started fighting, the aura alone was enough to make him gasp.
What a monster!
He still has so much mental power. If I were hit by him, I would probably die without a burial place.
How terrifying.
However, although he said it was terrible, he did not panic at all. In an instant, the sword energy was flying towards him. He took out his gold pocket watch and shook it gently. At the same time, brilliant white light burst out from his body again and again.
The first time I cast the shuttle spell, it failed. The second shuttle spell failed.
After 2 failures, the masked man whispered, "It always succeeds at the end, damn it." His spells have a guaranteed probability of success, which is 1 out of every 3 times. Failure the first 2 times means success the third time.
The third teleportation spell was successful.
Swish! Just before the sword energy was about to pass through his body, Bai Mian's figure disappeared. At the same time, Zhang Feng felt that the aura of Wan Jianguizong locked onto the target and lost it at this moment. Prove that the other party has left the range of his mental power. Opening the map, Zhang Feng found that he had flashed to a location 3 kilometers away from him. Zhang Feng flew on his sword and continued to track. After a moment, Zhang Feng attacked again.
But the opponent once again used that special displacement skill to create distance.
Zhang Feng paused for a moment and continued to chase. The third, fourth, and fifth time, it was still the same. After chasing a few more times, Zhang Feng smiled.
It seems that your maximum displacement distance is only 3 kilometers. Moreover, it can only be moved to a few fixed locations.
He had chased the enemy several times just now, but he did not expect to kill him easily. He was just testing his skills. The masked man flashed back and forth more than 10 times, seemingly at ease, but in fact he only had 5 real stops. And he shuttled back and forth between these 5 stops.
That's right.
How could a third-level sorcerer be so powerful and able to travel freely?
Now it seems like it's just a rat running around the house. No matter how much you run, you still can't escape from this room, right?
Zhang Feng's expression suddenly turned cold, and he held a delicate little card in his hand.
10x Spirit Enhancement Card.
In fact, he could just rely on his infinite mental power to keep chasing him and wear him out. But he didn't choose that approach.
Because he couldn't bear it.
He couldn't stand a mouse jumping up and down in front of him, not even for a second longer. Besides, if it was a war of attrition, it would take several hours to end.
He couldn't waste his time here. 10x Spirit Enhancement Card, use. Bai Nian looked at Zhang Feng's location on the map and sneered under his mask.
Heh, I'm a space sorcerer.
My ability is specifically designed to restrain psychics.
Your highest level is only 150, and your mental powers range is only 2,150 meters.
As long as I don't enter your attack range, you can't pose a threat to me.
In mid-air, Zhang Feng's figure appeared again.
Bai Nian snorted coldly. Humph, you still don't give up? The 8th shuttle spell is activated, successful. His figure instantly arrived at an area 3 kilometers away.
However, before he could stop, he saw a flash of cold light behind him.
Puff!
The tip of the sword pierced through his throat and blood gushed out.
This. We are 3 kilometers apart, how could he?
The masked man muttered to himself with his throat full of blood. But no one could answer his question, and countless flying swords came one after another and pierced through his chest. With the support of hundreds of power seals, the power attribute directly increased 80 or 9 times. Even if Zhang Feng did not use any skills, the attack power of the flying sword was unparalleled.
Dang!
Another sword slashed across his face, splitting the mask in 2. The mask fell off, and his face was covered with blood, making it impossible to see his original appearance. All I could see was deep doubt and reluctance in his eyes.
The other side of the copy world. Yiling Feng and Red Spider watched Bai Nian's name disappear from the leaderboard.
The two of them felt complicated and heavy.
This kamikaze is very tricky. Chapter 49. If you can't win, then intercept, it's courting death. Run, that pervert seems to be coming this way. Who are you talking about? It can't be that kamikaze, right? Nonsense, who else could it be but him? Let's go, or it will be too late. Damn, how could it be so fast? He flew so far in just a few seconds. What to do? I can't escape.
Seeing that Zhang Feng's light spot was about to fly to their position, the two looked at each other and opened the transmission in despair.
Alas, I'm unlucky to run into a big guy. Just accept my bad luck.
1 second after they teleported away, Zhang Feng's figure appeared. He gathered the fallen seals on the ground into his backpack and continued his search.
Zhang Feng did not go to find Yiling Feng, Red Spider, and others.
After all, the other side has more people and more power. Professionals have all kinds of abilities, and it takes a lot of concentration to deal with just one, let alone 100 of them.
He wasn't so arrogant as to think he could handle hundreds of people at once.
At this stage, plundering seals is the most important thing. On the other side of the copy world, Yilingfang also started a large-scale sweep with a group of professionals behind him. He didn't go looking for Jiang Feng either. Because from the fate of Bai Mian and Qing Tian, he understood that even if he met them, he would not be able to keep the other party, and might even lose his own people. On the map, the two people's light spots kept moving. There was no communication between the two sides, but they divided the areas tacitly. Jiang Feng swept the eastern area of the map, and Yilingfang swept the western area.
Do not interfere with each other.
The entire Dragon Boss copy has become the main battlefield for the two to compete.
Current number of people remaining in the dungeon, 3,873. Current instance remaining players, 2,654. Current instance remaining players, 1482.
Number 1, Kamikaze, 1640 strength, 1558 health, 1864 agility.
Number 2,
Fengling Tianxia, 1468 strength, 1512 health, 1544 agility.
Number 3.
Because Jiang Feng had made a name for himself in the two previous battles where he killed Qing Tian and Bai Mian, other professionals would either hand over their seals voluntarily or teleport away directly when they saw him. Jiang Feng almost picked up the seals directly, and there were rarely any fights. On the other hand, although Yilingfang has a large number of subordinates, they all have to serve him because of his powerful background. The team cohesion is very poor. Basically, they work but don't put in any effort. Therefore, every time you plunder the seal, you will waste a lot of time.
End of Phase 2. Remaining number, 1244. Phase 3, The Descent of the Dragon Boss.
After the arrival of the Demon Dragon Boss, all professions within a 1,000-meter radius are immune to each other's damage. The Dragon Boss will exist for 10 minutes. Please do as much damage as possible during this period.
The higher your ranking, the better the reward.
Player real-time location is closed.
Seal rankings cancelled, replaced by damage rankings. The boss landing location has been refreshed, please go to the map to check. Countdown to Advent, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Jiang Feng opened the map.
The light spot representing the professional had disappeared, and a big red dragon symbol appeared in the center.
Another hour to come?
Not bad, at least it gives us time to get going. Jiang Feng did not hesitate and immediately flew towards the boss on his sword. However, before it flew far, the spirit wind ring sounded an alarm. Immediately afterwards, within his mental perception, a flaming arrow shot towards him. The mental control skill was activated, and the flaming arrow stopped in mid-air. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg, and more attacks followed. Arrows came one after another, some of them were flaming, some were poisonous, and some could spin. Judging from the types of arrows fired, there are at least 10 archers on the opposite side. Jiang Feng stopped them one by one. Seeing this, several figures not far away retreated decisively without any hesitation. At the same time, the spirit wind ring sounded the alarm again. Of course, even without the spirit wind ring, his mental power would have sensed it.
This time it's behind me. Dozens of flying knives came at an extremely fast speed.
The flying knife broke through the air with great momentum, but was still stopped by Jiang Feng's mental power. The assassins then hid and fled without confronting him head-on. During this gap, the bow and arrow appeared again. Faced with continuous attacks from multiple directions, Jiang Feng's face instantly turned gloomy.
What do you mean? Don't you want me to get to the boss's location? What a calculation.
Jiang Feng raised his arm, palm facing down, and an invisible vortex of spiritual power formed in his hand. The ground trembled slightly, and the scattered gravel around was like water droplets on a hot pot, jumping and boiling. Accompanied by a clear and loud dragon roar, flying swords came out.
The silver dragon roared past, its voice tremendous and echoing continuously.
Jiang Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent at this moment, as if blood was surging, which was extremely terrifying.
Court death? Then I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 50. Are tricks useful?
Strength is the foundation.
Captain, he's going to fight back. Shouldn't we leave?
No, the young master has ordered that each team must delay for at least 3 minutes.
If you fail to complete it, you know the consequences. When everyone thought of the terrifying force behind Yilingfang, many people shuddered. Anyone who is included in the purge list by that terrifying existence will have a miserable end. Even the Kyushu government is currently helpless against it. Alright, stop being dazed. 2 more rounds of attacks should be enough.
The team leader commanded a group of shooters to attack again.
But in just one sentence, Jiang Feng's figure disappeared.
The team leader immediately had a bad feeling. Suddenly, a scream came from the left side of the team. When they turned around, they saw only a silver light flash by quickly, leaving behind a broken corpse.
Captain, save.
Before they could catch their breath, another voice came from the right, revealing a strong sense of despair.
They couldn't even see the figure clearly.
Quick, teleport, teleport. Under the threat of death, the captain no longer cared about the mission.
If I leave now, I may live a few more days. If I don't leave, I will die now.
Several beams of light suddenly lit up at the scene. In fact, they had already started the transmission before the captain gave the order. The team leader was actually the slowest. However, they underestimated Jiang Feng's speed. 1864 agility stamps, agility attribute increased 18 times. The flying sword's speed also reached a terrifying level. Swish! The flying sword swept across and took a person's life.
Hurry up, hurry up.
Looking at the blood gushing out around them, the rest of the people were extremely anxious. This 1 second of transmission time seemed so long at this moment. In their sight, countless silver flying swords flashed out, the sharp sword tips shining with cold light, rapidly enlarging in their pupils.
The feeling of death is also spreading rapidly in people's hearts. It's over.
The dragon boss refresh point.
Countdown to the arrival time, 1 second. The dragon boss arrives.
Challenge range damage free, within a 1,000 meter radius around the boss, players will not be able to attack each other. The challenge began, and countless professionals who were watching from a distance entered the challenge area. Yiling Feng looked at the pitifully small numbers on the damage rankings and sneered.
Without that guy Kamikaze, what right do you have to fight me? I'm sure to take first place this time.
As he spoke, he flipped his palm and took out a palm leaf fan-shaped weapon.
With a gentle fan, a strange wind blew towards the huge dragon boss.
The wind continued to gather strength and became stronger and stronger. In the end, a tornado actually formed, causing continuous and uninterrupted damage to the boss. At the same time, the name Feng Ling Tianxia continued to jump on the list, directly reaching the top.
Confused Spiritual Master. Skill, Transform Hurricane. This is Yiling Feng's most proud lethal skill at the moment. It deals both physical and mental damage.
While making the opponent mentally exhausted, you can also apply a 20% damage increase buff to him. The hurricane lasts for 10 seconds, during which it will lock onto the target and keep tracking it, causing a total damage of strength 15 to it. Generally speaking, the skill damage of most professions hovers between 1 times and 3 times the strength. It is extremely rare to reach more than 5 times. Someone like him with 15 times the power would be among the best in the entire Kyushu Kingdom, or even in the world. What's more, he has 1,468 power seals, which increases his power attribute by an additional 14.68 times.
Compared with everyone present, he has an almost overwhelming advantage. Boom!
The dragon cast magic flame and sprayed it in all directions.
Some professionals could not withstand the damage and had to teleport away.
The other part successfully withstands a round of attacks by relying on the bonus of life seal or agility seal. Yiling Feng controlled the object and floated in the air, dodging the boss's attacks while looking into the distance.
Kamikaze?
So what if you're powerful?
If you can't even reach the boss, all your efforts are wasted. Countdown for the disappearance of the dragon boss, 9 minutes and 33 seconds.
After Jiang Feng killed several soldiers who blocked his way with lightning speed, he took a look at the panel.
There are still 9 minutes left. We need to speed up. Countdown to the disappearance of the dragon boss, 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Countdown for the disappearance of the demon dragon boss, 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
After overcoming all obstacles along the way, Jiang Feng finally saw the shadow of the dragon boss. However, just as he was about to move, a group of winged silk spiders suddenly rushed in from all directions and completely surrounded him. Jiang Feng had no choice but to stop and fight.
There is actually an obstruction. You are Kamikaze?
A figure suddenly appeared not far away, with a blood-red spider on its shoulder.
Starscream?
Now, only those few people still have the courage to stand in front of him, and their identities are easy to judge. I can't believe you managed to get through despite so many people trying to stop you. As expected of a monster that can kill Bai Mian and Qing Tian.
However, there are only 3 minutes left.
Even if you join the battlefield now, it might be too late.
Our young master has already dealt countless damage in there. There's no hope for you to catch up.
Starscream crossed his arms and had a haughty expression. However, Jiang Feng ignored it. If you are here to stop me, prepare to die. The silver dragon blades gathered together and fell with endless power. Starscream's face changed slightly when he saw this. So fast. She didn't dare to hesitate at all and directly controlled all the silk spiders to return to defense. But those silk spiders were all vulnerable to Jiang Feng's attack. Starscream was terrified. It turns out he is so strong. With a burst of teleportation light, Red Spider's figure disappeared.
Jiang Feng also flew quickly towards the location of the dragon boss. In the challenge area, a variety of skills bloom. There are thunder and lightning from the sky, as well as earth and stone giants, or oversized beasts, all with great momentum. However, when Jiang Feng appeared in people's sight carrying a silver dragon, all of this seemed so small and insignificant. 10,000 swords returned to oneness. The silver dragon soared into the sky and then disintegrated. Countless flying swords circled in the sky, chaotic yet orderly. Yilingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Jiang Feng. If I'm not mistaken, this is the kamikaze? Humph, but you're late. This first place belongs to me. There was absolute confidence in Yilingfeng's eyes. But then, when Jiang Feng's sword exploded, his expression instantly became shocked. How could he? Just one move. It must be fake. On the damage ranking list, Jiang Feng ranks 67th with a damage of 146896660. 14.68 million damage in one move. This is based on the fact that the dragon boss has very strong defense. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He only has a few hundred more seals than me, so how come his damage is so much higher than mine? Could it be that he deliberately hid part of the seal to confuse me? Under Yilingfeng's shocked gaze, Jiang Feng launched a second attack in his ranking sword. Kamikaze, damage, 2937932 36. 10,000 swords return to their origin, charging, unleashing, sheathing the swords, and then charging again. The whole process takes only 5 seconds. This means that Jiang Feng can deal 14.68 million points of damage every 5 seconds. In just half a minute, he was already ranked in the top 5. Yilingfeng stared at Jiang Feng's ranking with his eyes wide open, his teeth almost broken. What kind of monster is this guy? He has been fighting for so long and still retains so much mental strength. Asshole. Jiang Feng's skill only lasts 5 seconds, and the damage is nearly 6 times that of Yilingfeng. This means that Jiang Feng's average damage output per second is 12 times that of Yilingfeng. The damage he dealt in 1 minute was equivalent to the damage Yilingfeng dealt at full strength in 12 minutes. Countdown to the disappearance of the dragon boss, 2 minutes and 1 second. Kamikaze, damage, 176279520, first place. At this moment, Yilingfeng's chest kept heaving, and he had an urge to tear Jiang Feng to pieces. It's a pity that professionals in the challenge area are immune to damage from each other. Besides, if they really faced each other, he really had no confidence that he could defeat Jiang Feng. In the end, he could only swallow his anger. In mid-air. Seeing that he had successfully won the first place, Jiang Feng finally devoted some of his attention to observing the people around him. With his divine eyes, it is not easy for him to find people. At a certain moment, his gaze stopped on Yilingfeng, and the two looked at each other. Jiang Feng took note of his message. Countdown to the disappearance of the demon dragon boss, 13 seconds. Player Kamikaze delivers the final blow to the dragon boss. The dragon boss dies, and this dungeon mission ends early. The damage protection area is still open. Ranking rewards. Jiang Feng opened the panel and heard a series of prompts. Reward for the top damage player, 1 level 3 gem chest, 5 level 2 gem chests, 3,000 exchange value. Reward for the final blow from the dragon boss, 1 level 3 gem chest, 1 level 2 gem chest, 1,000 exchange value. Detected the player Kamikaze corresponding job change task. Issuing completion certificates for job transfer tasks and job transfer advancement tasks. The exchange value mall is open for a limited time, please exchange within 10 minutes. AI painting download reader benefits, given away from time to time. Chapter 51 inlaid with gems, perfect ending. In the backpack, the rewards have been distributed. Level 3 gem chests 2, level 2 gem chest 6. Open. Obtain level 3 life gem, attribute, life plus 30%.
Jiang Feng took the gem in his hand and looked at it carefully. The gemstone is light green, just like a new leaf, lush and green.
Personal panel gem inlay.
There are 6 gem slots in total. Among them, the 5-dimensional attributes each occupy a position, and the 6th is the attribute column exclusive to the profession.
For example, a mage's exclusive column is mana, a beastmaster's is contract power, a shooter's is vision, an assassin's is agility, and so on.
Jiang Feng's professional specific attribute is of course mental power, which also includes a double increase in the amount and intensity of mental power.
Life gem, inlay. Crack.
With a crisp sound, the gem was successfully inlaid, and the life on Jiang Feng's panel instantly increased by 30%.
Gems can be disassembled at will.
If you encounter more advanced ones in the future, you can replace them at will.
Obtain a level 3 spirit gem, attributes, spirit reserve plus 30%, spirit strength plus 30%. I actually got a special attribute stone for the second one I opened. That's amazing.
There were also 6 level 2 gem treasure chests, which Jiang Feng opened in one go. Obtain 2 level 2 strength gems, attribute, strength plus 20%. Obtain 2 level 2 agility gems, attribute, agility plus 20%.
Obtain a level 2 stamina gem, attribute, stamina plus 20%. Obtain a level 2 defense gem, attribute, defense plus 20%. Among the 6 gems, 2 have the same attributes. Click. After successfully inlaying all the gems, Jiang Feng put the remaining 2 gems back into his backpack. Because 10 level 2 gems can be synthesized into a level 3 gem. When you have saved enough money in the future, these will come in handy. After closing his backpack, Jiang Feng focused his attention on the temporary exchange mall that appeared on the panel. Exchange value, 4,000. Item 1, level 3 gem chest 1, price, 3,000 exchange value. Item 2, level 2 gem chest 1, price, 300 exchange value. Item 3, blue quality unlimited equipment treasure box 1, price, 300 exchange value. Item 4, green quality unlimited equipment treasure box 1, price, 50 exchange value. Item 5, forging crystal 1, price, 10 exchange value. Item 6, 500 gold coins, price, 1 exchange value. See that the level 3 equipment treasure chest is worth 3,000 exchange value, and then compare it to the 10 exchange value of the forging crystal. Jiang Feng was slightly surprised. Level 3 gems are so valuable. You know, a forging crystal can be sold for 10,000 gold coins at an auction, and that is the starting price. The final transaction price is likely to reach 15,000 gold coins. And the value of a level 3 gem is 300 times that, 4.5 million gold coins. Without saying too much, the value of 2 level 3 gems is comparable to a pair of spirit crystals. But think about it, there are 50,000 people competing in this Dragon Boss copy, and only the first place winner and the person who deals the final blow to the boss will have the chance to get a level 3 gem. The acquisition process is so difficult, how can you not get good rewards? After a quick browse, Jiang Feng decisively exchanged it for a level 3 gem treasure chest. 3 blue quality unlimited equipment treasure chests and 10 forging crystals. I just used up the 4,000 exchange value. The gem chest opens and you get a level 3 agility gem. The equipment treasure chest opens. The first 2 opened up a hammer and a fist glove. Although there is no occupational restriction, it is not very suitable for Jiang Feng's abilities. The third item is a pair of wings, the wings of soaring clouds, with special attributes, acceleration, gain 30% attenuation of movement speed within 2 seconds. Compared with the flashing wings on Jiang Feng, both wings are pretty good. You can keep it as a spare and replace it when needed. Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, Infinite. Spirit strength, 14860 plus 30%. Maximum dispersion distance, 1150 meters. Level, LV.100 second level. Health, 72480 plus 30,000 plus 30%. Strength, 10676 plus 20%. Defense, 5248 plus 1500 plus 20%. Agility, 386 plus 280 plus 30%. Stamina, 1860 plus 1100 plus 20%. Combat power rating, 401 stars. Redemption completed. Now you just need to wait for the redemption phase countdown to end before you can leave the dungeon. While waiting, Jiang Feng noticed that Yi Lingfeng was staring at him with an unfriendly expression. Jiang Feng turned and looked at him with the same unfriendly look, but with a hint of sharpness. Yi Lingfeng was already angry, and seeing his eyes made him even more furious. He recruited so many capable men and arranged interceptions in advance, so he seemed to be sure of winning. The result was so unexpected. But, I'm still angry. He understood that he was no match for Zhang Feng. If it weren't for the damage-free buff, he really wouldn't dare to look Zhang Feng in the eye. When Yi Lingfeng thought of this, his eyes dimmed a little. The 14.68 million points of damage from that blow is still vivid in his mind, and it directly destroyed his pride over the years. Yi Lingfeng looked up at Zhang Feng's figure for a long time, sighing. You're such a monster. Chapter 52, Locking onto the Divine Wind. The Impending Crisis. Tianyuan City, inside a house. Zhang Feng's figure teleported out. After awakening, the body is completely different from that of an ordinary person and no longer requires food to sustain life. So even after 3 days in the dungeon, he was still full of energy and spirit. Finally, I can make the third turn. Let me see what special profession it will evolve into. Zhang Feng walked out decisively. However, before he had walked far, he suddenly realized that the surrounding environment was a little different from usual. Like a little too quiet. The neighbor who usually beats the child was silent today. The woman who was dressed frugally at the intersection and usually called out for help was nowhere to be seen. Even the unscrupulous vendors selling magic pills have stopped setting up stalls. Continue forward, turn the corner and enter a wide street. This place is usually very prosperous and has a permanent market, but today, there is no one here. What's going on? Where are the people from Tianyuan City? Zhang Feng was very puzzled. After defeating the dragon boss, everyone seemed to have disappeared. Just as he was wondering, a figure flew over from the front. He was wearing a guard uniform and was about 30 or 40 years old. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Flying is prohibited in Tianyuan City on weekdays. How could you, the guard, break the law knowingly? With some doubt, Zhang Feng activated his divine eyes. Li Taizhu. Occupation, Heavy Water Mage. Level, LV.133rd job. Zhang Feng felt a little relieved after confirming that the other party posed no threat to him. The other party stopped about 300 meters away from Zhang Feng, his eyes also very vigilant. Tianyuan City is under temporary control. Answer the questions first. What is the golden rule an archer uses to determine the direction of attack and calculate the symmetrical reversal trajectory of the bow? Temporary control. After hearing this, Zhang Feng finally understood why there was no one there. Odd changes, even remains the same. The sign depends on the quadrant. When Zhang Feng first came into contact with the education in this world, he was also confused. Many things were too similar to Blue Star. Take this mathematical rule for example. On the other side, the guards relaxed instantly when they saw Zhang Feng answer in time. Please state your occupation and level. Zhang Feng did as he was told. After all, this is one of the temporary control and screening methods, and it is not the first time he has experienced it. Moreover, when he showed his information, the other party also showed his own information and the warrant of the Tianyuan City Guard to prove his identity. Okay, no problem, come with me. After some confirmation, the guard's tone became noticeably softer. Zhang Feng asked softly, What? Do we still need centralized control? Right. Linshang has been restless these days, with frequent battles breaking out and often affecting surrounding cities. So, in order to avoid casualties, a notice was sent from above, asking all personnel in Tianyuan City to temporarily take shelter in Yangqing to the west. If I'm not mistaken, young man, you just came out of the regional boss copy. Zhang Feng nodded. That's right. Our captain asked us to continue patrolling because he was concerned that someone might have entered the boss instance and not returned. Now, everyone else has completely evacuated. You who have returned from the dungeon should be the last group. Listening to the other party's explanation, Zhang Feng couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Although the guards are not very effective in handling some life conflicts. But when it comes to real safety, we have never been slack or negligent. This also indirectly proves the good governance philosophy of Kyushu Kingdom. Zhang Feng followed the guard to a small house where there were a few people who had just returned from the dungeon. Is everyone here? Among the other guards was a second-level spiritualist. Everything is there. I've searched with my mental power and found nothing missing. Also, there's a strong man from the Divine Court Union in the City Lord's mansion. He said he would take care of the people in the City Lord's mansion. What? The Divine Court Guild. How could there be someone from the Shanting Guild in Tianyuan City? Could they be fake? Have you checked their identities? As the man was speaking, there were footsteps outside the door. What's fake? I'm the real deal, fatty. I'm one of the top 100 Beastmasters in the Divine Court. Zhang Feng looked towards the door and had already guessed what was going on before he saw anyone. Fatty, Zhu Beiji. And behind him is Luo Qingxue. The fat man showed the token to reassure them. After a brief exchange, everyone set off for Yangcheng. On the way, Zhu Beiji and Luo Qingxue kept communicating, and their words were full of riddles. Xiaoxue, you just said that Guy won the first place in the Demon Dragon boss copy, is that true? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. At the time, I was ranked 101st in damage, and was about to break into the top 100. But when he attacked, I dropped straight to 102nd. Then I looked for the leaderboard and saw his name. Then, are you sure that's his profession? Quite sure. What level? I don't know, but it shouldn't be too low. After all, he suppressed so many level 150 players. Alas, what a pity. There is so little information available that I can't even find it. The fat man sighed, and the conversation between the two ended. Zhang Feng listened and felt a slight movement in his heart. Isn't this talking about me? He and Luo Qingxue are in the same copy world, and who else could be ranked first? Now the question is, are they just having a simple discussion, or are they looking for me? The more Jiang Feng thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Outside Tianyuan City. Several figures hid in the dark, always keeping an eye on the location of the city gate. Watanabe-san, what's going on? Has your skill cooldown recovered? Wait a minute, there are still 2 minutes. All right. Watanabe closed his eyes and made a strange hand seal with his hands. There seemed to be a special power remaining in the air, rushing towards him. He was collecting the remaining breath of life force. At some point, he suddenly opened his eyes. Tangerine Mulberry. That person is still in Tianyuan City. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other with shocked expressions. Because all the people in Tianyuan City went to Yangcheng for centralized control, the area around Yangcheng was heavily guarded and they could not get close. So, they had to stay near Tianyuan City. After the skill cooldown is over, confirm whether the target has left Tianyuan City. If he left, it means that he is currently in the centralized control area of Yangcheng. That way, they can make other plans. The result, this test shows that the target is still in Tianyuan City. Watanabe-san, should we go in? Shu. Yamade. Someone sent out a silence signal, and several people immediately hid. At the same time, several figures appeared at the exit of Tianyuan City. It was Zhang Feng and his group. Watanabe-san, I've been monitoring the people coming in and out of Tianyuan City. This should be the last group to evacuate. If your test is correct, then Kamikaze must be among these people. Several people discussed in low voices, and their eyes became more and more serious. Watanabe Jing looked at the others and said in a deep voice. We have 4 5th turn, 2 6th turn, and 1 7th turn. That's enough. Get ready. P.S. Please read author's comments if you have time. Thank you. Chapter 53 The Clever Fat Man, The Real Crisis. On the way to Yangcheng, in order to speed up, Fatty Zhu Beiji released a flying beast, the flamingo. Everyone sat on the back of the flamingo and flew all the way. However, after a few minutes, the fat man suddenly ordered the flamingo to stop, his face looking a little serious. Everyone looked in the direction he was looking. I saw a large area of gray fog appearing in front of me. Looking to both sides, the fog extended for several kilometers, completely blocking the area ahead. The fat man patted a member of the escort team on the shoulder. What's going on up ahead? Is there usually fog here? The guard looked bewildered. No, I've been back and forth several times and haven't seen it. Hearing this, the fat man's eyes were suddenly filled with vigilance. As a seasoned and experienced professional, his intuition told him that there was a problem. However, the gray fog was so thick that it was impossible to observe the scene inside. Is there a spiritualist among you who can investigate the situation inside? One of the guards was stunned for a moment, as if. He turned and looked at Zhang Feng. But Zhang Feng's face was solemn and his brows were furrowed.
In fact, he had already started emitting mental power to investigate before the fat man opened his mouth. Shubeiji leaned over to him with his fat face and asked, "How's it going? What did you find?" Zhang Feng said in a serious tone, "There are a lot of giant monsters." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge figure appeared in the gray mist.
A flying monster similar to a flamingo.
However, it is larger than a flamingo, has no feathers, and its exposed skin is gray and white, which is very ugly. Like a giant, hairless vulture.
The fat man's pupils shrank slightly. This is a giant laser bird. It seems that the people ahead are from Sakura Flower Country. How do you know for sure?
Zhang Feng asked with a hint of doubt. He has divine eyes, and if he sees, he will naturally know the other party's information, but the fat man doesn't have it, but he can accurately identify the other party's identity.
How can we be sure? This kind of monster is only found in Sakura Flower Country.
100 years ago, someone in Sakura Country advanced to a very special profession, the radiation psychologist.
The power of the radiation is extremely strong.
Any person or monster that comes into contact with his spiritual power will mutate. All his family and friends suffered. That person couldn't bear that kind of blow, so he went crazy and launched mental attacks everywhere. This giant laser bird is one of the species mutated by his radiation. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. By borrowing the power of his radiation, it evolved from a relatively ordinary monster into a more powerful creature. So, the appearance of this kind of demonic beast must mean.
Boom!
Before the fat man could finish his words, a laser beam shot out from the other side, cutting a long and thin hole in the ground. The fat man did not rush to fight back, but instead controlled the flamingo to soar straight up. "Don't worry, this ugly bald guy may look scary, but he's actually very clumsy.
Back then, I could easily show off 5 of them at once."
Zhang Feng heard this and asked softly,
"What about 30? 30? Are you serious?"
The fat man stared at Zhang Feng, and when he saw that he didn't seem to be joking, he took a deep breath.
At the same time, giant figures appeared one after another in the thick fog. 5 pieces. 10 pieces. 30 pieces. It's exactly what Zhang Feng said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Damn it, run. The moment the flamingo turned around, countless laser beams attacked. The flamingo was hit on one of its wings and screamed towards the sky. The fat man looked at it with heartache. Damn it, I just don't want to get entangled with you. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Landing. Before the flamingo landed, the fat man jumped down.
At the same time, the beast controlling space opened and 3 figures rushed out instantly. One of them looked like a stone man, and did not appear to be very big, only about 5 meters tall. But when it landed, Zhang Feng could feel the entire ground shaking, causing a violent airwave, and even the flamingo almost tipped over.
Is it so heavy? The divine eye is activated. Mountain Lord, LV.950.
Description: a guardian born in an ancient stone cellar, his body is formed from countless stone souls, and its density is extremely high.
The second one was a one-horned rhinoceros with a golden horn on its head. Golden-horned rhino.
The third one looks rather strange, standing on one leg, with the other leg, or claw, hidden under its feathers.
It looks like a red-crowned crane and also like an eagle.
The simple description is that the red-crowned crane has eagle eyes and an eagle beak, and its body is shining with blood, which adds a bit of weirdness.
Ancient blood crane.
Under the command of the fat man, the 3 beasts cooperated very well. The stone man leaped deep into the air and landed on the head of the golden-horned rhinoceros, using it as a shield.
The golden-horned rhinoceros rushed towards the other party.
The laser beam from the opposite side actually bounced back directly on the stone man, leaving him unharmed.
Bang! The giant rhinoceros looks bulky, but it is extremely flexible.
With one leap, it lifted a giant laser bird into the air.
It was the one that just shot the flamingo's wing.
At the same time, the blood crane had been waiting in the sky for a long time. The other claw that was originally hidden under the feathers suddenly stretched out. The claws were sharp, slender, and blood red.
Puff!
The claws grabbed laser bird and pierced its head. Then it was thrown into the thick fog like garbage. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but praise in his heart. He is worthy of being a member of Shinting, the first trade union in Zhou. He is really capable. However, after seeing the next scene, Zhang Feng realized that he was too happy too early. After the fat man succeeded in his attack, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he controlled the flamingo to stand on the stone man's fist. The next moment, the stone man swung his arm and threw the flamingo and the people on his back into the distance like a shot put. At the same time, the fat man took back the three beasts and grinned.
Humph, do you think I'm stupid? There must be a lot of them. How can I defeat so many by myself? It's better to run first. There's no need to take the risk of a head-on fight.
Jiang Feng smiled at his smug look. Although the fat man did not have the strong demeanor he imagined, he had to admit that his choice was very wise. This is enough to prove that he does have rich combat experience.
But it seems I can't run away. Ahead, the smoke filled the air again. Name, Watanabe I Sakura Flower Country. Occupation, Life Mage. Level, LV.886 7th turn. The real enemy has appeared. Chapter 54 Jiang Feng takes action, the fat man is shocked. Besides Watanabe too, there was another guy who appeared along with the fog. Name, Tachibana SA Sakura Flower Country. Occupation, Mist Mage. Level, LV.793 6th rank. Life, 168, 4300. I don't know if it was a trap set up long ago, but fog actually appeared where everyone passed by just now. All the fog surrounded from all directions, forming an encirclement. Even in the air, no one is spared. At the same time, the giant laser birds also shrank along with the fog. The fat man took a deep breath. It seems they came prepared, it's definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision. But, what exactly is their purpose? Is it possible? At a certain moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He turned around and glanced at the people behind him, and said in a deep voice. Who among you is kamikaze? Swish, swish, swish. As the fat man asked this question, there was a sudden and dense sound of breaking air behind him. Everyone turned around and saw that dense arrows formed a fire network, with huge tentacles extending towards them. And there are more than just attacks from behind. There are also people on both sides. Thunder raged while phantoms flashed. In front, the 7th level life mage Watanabe Jing waved his staff, and a ball of black gas mixed into the mist. The gray mist turned black in an instant. There is no doubt that this is poison gas. The life mage is proficient in the laws of life and can not only repair life, but also destroy life. Compared with the attacks from the other three sides, this poison gas is the most deadly. The fat man naturally understood the key, and said quickly while opening the beast control space. I'll find a way to deal with the poison gas. The rest of the attacks are up to you. Among those present, there were 4 or 5 members of the guard team, most of whom were 3rd level professionals. There were about a dozen people left, all of whom had returned from dungeon training. One of them was at the 4th level, and the rest were at the 3rd level. Of course, except Jiang Feng. The guards were the most experienced and immediately took their positions and began to give orders. Brother, I remember you are a spiritualist, and you are only at the 2nd level. Your combat power is relatively weak at this stage. Come behind me and I will help you resist the attack. Just concentrate on releasing your mental power to help us guard the surroundings and prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack. The guard who spoke was the middle-aged man who had interrogated Jiang Feng before. He took a step forward and blocked Jiang Feng behind him without hesitation. The others present also quickly took their positions. After all, they are all people who have experienced many battles and will not lose their composure when they encounter danger. During the process, some people deployed the mage's protective shield, and some took out their own defensive equipment. Those who don't have defensive skills can only hide in the center of the team temporarily and look for opportunities to counterattack. There is also a 3rd level priest who was ready to add status to others at any time. As they were preparing to fight, the enemy's attack came as expected. Clang! An arrow hit the defensive equipment of a warrior and directly pierced a big hole in the equipment. The arrow pierced his chest and blood gushed out. No, his arrows are too strong. This guy is at least level 5. The magic rain cover released next to it did not last long and shattered directly. Although they were in the right position and remained calm in the face of danger, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great and they were completely unable to compete. As soon as the first wave of attacks began, more than half of the people could not hold on. Don't give up, keep holding on. Otherwise you will really lose. The fat man encouraged everyone while he was busy. I've already called for help. The powerful gods from the nearby divine court will be here soon. All you have to do is find a way to hold on for 20 minutes.
In fact, given their position, if they could call for support from Yan Cheng, 10 minutes should be enough. It's a pity that the fat man doesn't have the spiritual crystal to contact Yan Cheng.
I'm afraid it won't work.
It won't be able to withstand the first round of attacks.
A guard shouted.
Although he knew that he should not undermine morale, concealing the battle situation was an even more foolish act. After barely withstanding the first wave of attacks, the second wave of attacks came immediately.
It was obvious that the other party wanted to end the battle quickly and not give them any time to breathe. It's over.
I have used up all my skills and they are still on cooldown.
A mage gritted his teeth. My shield is broken too. Who still has defensive equipment?
One guard looked anxious and his voice was a little hoarse. In the center of the team, Jiang Feng was not in a hurry to attack. He was using his divine eyes to observe the information of the enemies around him.
The most important thing in a battle is to know yourself and your enemy, so that you can better respond. Who still has defensive equipment?
When Jiang Feng finished his observation, he happened to hear these words and immediately waved his hand.
Countless defensive equipment appeared out of thin air, hundreds of them. If the people present met in a dungeon, they might be enemies to each other. But here, they only have one identity, that is, people from Jojo. Especially when facing Sakura Flower Country. Therefore, Jiang Feng naturally did not hesitate to use his resources. The equipment is a bit poor, just make do with it. Jiang Feng said.
After all, he is only at the second level, and the equipment he obtains from clearing maps is also relatively ordinary. Compared with those who are at the third or fourth level, it is indeed worse.
But at this critical moment, this is a timely relief.
Everyone quickly selected their equipment and prepared to fight, but were suddenly stopped by Jiang Feng.
Wait, you guys go deal with the lightning mage, and leave the rest to me.
The people around him were shocked when they heard his words, especially the guard who interrogated him in Tianyuan City.
What nonsense are you talking about?
You're only level 100, and your current combat power. Before he could finish his words, the other party had already launched an attack. At the back were two archers, shooting indiscriminately with bows and arrows, with powerful firepower.
On the right side, there are two assassins, their figures constantly flashing, looking for opportunities to attack. As expected, the next wave is about to attack.
On the left, there is a thunder mage. Although his attacks are not as fierce as those in other directions, the lightning is instantaneous and has a wide range, and the threat to everyone is no less than that of others.
Here they come, everyone get ready, a guard reminded.
Dense swarms of arrows blocked the sky, an attack even more violent than the first wave.
This is the rhythm of ending the battle directly. No way, it's so fierce.
At this moment, many people have lost hope. The two sides are simply not at the same level of strength. However, at this moment, Jiang Feng closed his eyes and spread his arms. The 10x spiritual experience card quietly takes effect. An invisible and huge mental storm suddenly swept across all the surrounding areas.
Buzz.
Under that powerful mental force field, the rain of arrows that was about to fall suddenly stopped in mid-air. At the same time, Jiang Feng felt as if his spirit had been hit hard.
Using mental power to control the opponent's arrows is not simply controlling objects.
Instead, one should use mental strength to offset the impact of the opponent's arrow. To manipulate a stationary object, you only need to apply a force slightly greater than its weight.
But if you want to stop a flying object, in addition to applying a force to offset gravity, you also have to offset the impact force.
The attacks launched by the two 5th level shooters had an enormous impact.
The impact of an arrow weighing 5 kilograms has the force of hundreds of kilograms. If it weren't for the 10x mental enhancement card, Jiang Feng really wouldn't have the confidence to intercept them all. What's going on? Has anyone come to rescue?
He should be a strong person in the spiritual profession, probably no less than the 5th level.
Really? Where is it? I don't see it.
Seeing this scene, everyone looked around excitedly. The fat man also noticed the situation behind him, and glanced around, finally landing on Jiang Feng, with a lot of thoughts in his mind.
It was actually him. Chapter 55 Kamikaze? What a monster!
While controlling the beast to resist the poison gas, Zhu Beiji was digesting the scene just now in his mind.
If I remember correctly, the guard just now said he was only level 100. The announcement of the God of Beginners achievement only appeared 21 days ago.
That means his earliest awakening was also 31 days ago. In less than a month, he reached level 100. If it were other professions, there might be some possibility, but for a psychic, it's too outrageous. Of course, what's even more outrageous is that he is only level 100, but he can actually control the arrows of the opponent's 2 5th level archers. The impact force endured during this process is at least 20 to 30 tons. He took it on so easily. A level 100 psychic can have this level of mental strength. It's just like a fucking dream. It turns out there are strong people in the team, that's great. Phew, I was so scared. I thought I was going to die in the second wave of attacks. Luckily, there's a big guy. Everyone cheer up. With a strong spiritualist here, our pressure will be reduced by half. Behind the fat man, everyone became excited when they saw Zhang Feng easily block the opponent's arrows. Only the guard who was interrogating Zhang Feng stood there in a daze. What big boss, you know nothing. He's only level 100. Ah. The panel of a professional cannot be faked, and there is a unique aura of power flowing on it. Even if one could use illusions, one could not fake that unique aura of power. So he was sure that Zhang Feng was level 100, absolutely correct. But the opponent's arrows can even penetrate his blue quality shield, which is at least 5 turns if not 6 turns. He was not even at the 3rd level, but he was able to tie with 2 high-level archers. How could this be possible? Opposite. Watanabe Jing narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng's figure. As a life mage, he has an extremely keen sense of vitality. He can roughly judge the other party's level by the strength of the other party's vitality. However, the error is quite large, usually fluctuating up or down by 50 levels, and it is impossible to know it accurately. Strange, this person's vitality isn't very strong. At most, it's at the peak of the 2nd level or just at the 3rd level. In short, it's definitely not at the 4th level. But why can he? Could it be? After thinking for a moment, Watanabe slowly exhaled. My level perception can't be wrong. Even if the error is large, it won't be that big. Ju-san, this person should be our target. When Juzua heard his inference, his eyes were also filled with shock. Watanabe-san, do you want to confirm this again? Kamikaze is actually a spiritualist. This is ridiculous. Watanabe has a firm gaze and a deep voice. No. It's him, I'm absolutely sure. 100% sure. Ju-san, we're going to make a contribution. As long as I kill him, I can enter the Great Sakura Flower Heaven Kingdom Shrine and become the candidate for the Great Sakura Flower Heaven Kingdom's chief priest. It's just around the corner. In the center of the battlefield, attacks continued. The sky full of laser beams and lightning attacks made it hard for everyone to breathe. Although the fat man and the guard had many questions in their minds, they did not have the extra energy to ask at this moment. What's going on? The poison gas seems to be getting more and more. If this continues, we will be drowned by it sooner or later. Oh no! This poison gas is everywhere. Even the ground is starting to turn black. Look, the sky is also pressing down. What should we do? My skills do have a purification effect, but I'm only at level 3. I don't have enough mana, so the purification effect is useless. As they were talking, the fat man also realized the seriousness of the problem. He thought that his beast's fire-breathing ability could prevent the spread of the poisonous gas. But now it seems that he was too naive. Damn it, you're going too far. If we meet in a battlefield outside the domain, I'll crush you to death. In fact, the fat man was confident that he could kill the opponent. After all, there were no weaklings among those who could enter the divine court. Each of them was a talented player among 10,000. However, he is not alone now. There are dozens of young juniors of the 3rd level who need his protection. If he let go and fought with the other party, he would have no extra energy to take care of others. The style that Kyushu has always advocated is mainly based on protection. The practice of sacrificing some people in exchange for a partial victory will only be done when it is absolutely necessary. Not to mention there is Zhang Feng here. The identity of Kamikaze is enough to make him pay extra attention and protect him. Of course, you should not be impulsive. The fat man took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and quietly made a decision in his heart. At this rate of attack, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out until support arrives, and it's unlikely we'll even last 10 minutes. If you really can't hold on, then give up on others and just protect Luo Qingxue and Zhang Feng. If all else fails, I'll just protect Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, the fat man quietly moved his position and came to Jiang Feng's side, ready to look for an opportunity to break out. The poison gas is accelerating again.
Everyone, try to find a way to slow it down. Quick! Don't worry, I'll do it. The guard was giving orders when he was suddenly interrupted by Jiang Feng. You coming?
Jiang Feng did not answer, but stretched out his arm with his palm facing down.
Rise!
At this moment, there was a loud rumbling sound from the ground, and the earth seemed to be cracking. Countless sand, dust, and stones were jumping violently.
This is, directly lifting the ground. This is too fierce.
The mud and sand in the sky surged and boiled in the air, driving the air along with it. As time went by, the wind grew stronger and stronger, turning into a huge tornado that swallowed up and blocked everything around it. Of course, that also includes the poisonous gases. In the field, with the help of several tornadoes, the spread of the poisonous gas was greatly reduced, and there was even a tendency for it to stagnate.
As for completely blowing away the poison gas, that is unlikely.
After all, these poisonous gases and mists are not ownerless, but are controlled by someone. They are infused with the power of magic and are not ordinary gases. Jiang Feng also smiled confidently. Although his mental strength is not strong enough to directly control air molecules, he can definitely drive the rotation of the wind through the movement of sand and stones. This is the correct way to use mental power to control objects. The spread of the poisonous gas slowed down, giving everyone time to catch their breath.
The fat man looked at Jiang Feng in disbelief.
This scene almost made him doubt his life. My goodness, you are a level 100 psychic, and your mental strength is already seriously exceeded.
Now you have created so many tornadoes.
Such a large piece of ground can be lifted up at will.
Where do you get so much mental strength? What a monster!
Boast to everyone, I was overwhelmed with trivial matters today.
8 ex-girlfriends came to my house at the same time and I couldn't handle it.
I also have to accompany them to have an abortion later, so I can only write 1 chapter. Main reason, an elder came to my house and asked me to go over and help with some things.
I can't refuse.
I promise you all, I will make up for the missing chapter tomorrow, and then add an extra chapter, for a total of 4 chapters and 8,000 words.
I mean what I say. Sorry. Chapter 56 Fatty's decision to break through. On the court.
Jiang Feng's actions bought everyone a lot of time, but the situation was still not optimistic. Barely delayed the spread of the poison gas. But there were still so many giant laser birds, constantly firing laser beams, and the lightning mage's lightning attacks, and 2 assassins were circling around, looking for opportunities to attack. The fat man observed the situation with a serious expression. He released so many beasts to fight at the same time, and the consumption of physical strength was terrifying.
He couldn't hold on for long.
As for Jiang Feng, no matter how strong or unexpected he is only a level 102nd level spiritualist after all. It is really too difficult to let him participate in the battle between the 7th level strongmen. The most important thing is that the opponent's attack can miss countless times. But Jiang Feng only needs to make 1 mistake.
There will be danger to life.
He didn't dare to gamble, let alone let Jiang Feng gamble.
We can't wait for support, we must find an opportunity to break out. Listen up, everyone. The other side has many strong men. If this continues, we will be worn down to death before we can even get reinforcements. I'm secretly controlling the burrowing beast to dig an underground tunnel. It will be open in 5 minutes at most.
The time is too short, and the underground tunnel is only long enough to escape the range of the poison gas.
I'll hold them back later. You can leave through the passage.
You can run towards Lincheng, where people are coming, or you can run towards Yangcheng, where a large number of guards are stationed.
Do you understand?
The fat man was apparently talking to everyone, but in fact he was mainly talking to Jiang Feng.
Boy, if I'm not mistaken, you are the kamikaze.
The fat man whispered, his voice was so weak that no one else could hear it. But Jiang Feng heard it clearly. Because the mental power he released was always aware of any movement around him.
He can immediately sense what others cannot hear or see.
Whether it was the fat man seeking support through the spirit crystal, or Watanabe too celebrating in advance that he had killed the kamikaze and was elected as the candidate for the priest of the Owazakura Hanatenkoku shrine. He heard it all clearly. Combining various information, he also made a rough guess. Those foreign assassins were coming for him.
Killing genius.
As for the fat man, it is most likely that he was sent by the Jojo camp to protect him. The fat man continued to explain in a low voice, revealing all the plans and intentions of the divine court.
Now you understand your importance. Remember, when the tunnel is opened, I will let you enter first. It's less than 10 minutes from here to Yangcheng. Seek shelter from the escort team as soon as possible. Is that clear?
Zhang Feng was slightly surprised when he heard what the fat man said. Originally, he just focused on his own development and didn't think too much about it. Now it turns out that he has become a thorn in the eyes of almost all countries in the world except Kyushu.
Boy, do you have to be so exaggerated?
It seems that being too strong is also a trouble. Zhang Feng thought for a moment, glanced at the fat man, and nodded slightly to indicate that he had heard it.
This is not the time to be pretentious.
Even without the fat man's words, he would prioritize his own safety. As for others, he would help if he had the conditions, but he wouldn't force them to help if they didn't, so as not to get himself involved. Besides, the other party's target is him. As long as he left, those people would probably not stay here to bother him, which would be equivalent to indirectly saving other people, killing two birds with one stone.
Time passes by little.
Normally, a minute would pass in the blink of an eye, but now every second feels like a year.
Everyone get ready. The fat man gave the order.
He jumped out, and at the same time, the beast taming space opened, and a strange-looking beast jumped out, with a huge body.
Night Shadow Frog, LV.886.
Description: a ruler living in a dark world, he loves the night and hates the sun. As the description says, the shadow frog becomes extremely agitated as soon as it appears. Without waiting for the fat man to give an order, it spit out clouds of black mist on the spot, blocking the surrounding light.
Soon, the black fog covered everyone, completely blocking each other's vision.
On the ground, a sharp tentacle suddenly emerged, revealing a passage hidden underground.
Now, go. Zhang Feng jumped down and left first, followed by the others.
Watanabe looked at the black fog surrounding the poisonous gas circle and frowned slightly.
What tricks are you playing? Tangerine Mulberry. New.
Tachibana responded and cast a spell with both hands, actually summoning a huge vortex above the black fog. The vortex opened, as if connected to another world.
A powerful suction force came from it, absorbing all the black fog.
As a mist mage, he can release and absorb quickly.
In just a few seconds, the black fog dissipated.
But in the sight, only the fat man's figure could be seen, and everyone else had disappeared.
Underground passage? They ran away.
Chase quickly.
At Watanabe Ichi's command, everyone ran towards the passage.
Because there was poisonous gas all around, they couldn't get through and could only chase out along the underground passage. Even though Watanabe Ichi, as the person who released the poison gas, had a way to detoxify it, he was unable to detoxify them in real time while they were passing through the poison gas. As for Zhu Zua, since he released too much fog, it would take some time for him to take it back.
Taking all factors into consideration, pursuing through the channel is the fastest method. But they ignored the existence of fat people. Boom! With a loud bang, the underground passage collapsed completely and the entrance was blocked. Want to pursue her? Have you asked my fatty?
If you dare to come to Jojo to cause trouble, leave them all here. Now, without the burden of others, he can let go and do his best.
Of course, the main purpose is to delay them and buy Zhang Feng some time to escape.
That's why he didn't leave with the others just now.
Come on.
I'm not in a hurry, fatty. I have plenty of time to play with you guys. Oh, I almost forgot, you people from Sakura Flower Country should be proficient in the art of escaping. If any of you can escaping underground, come out now. I'll make you dig 3 feet deep before I chop off your heads.
Is there?
The fat man stood in the middle, with 7 or 8 powerful beasts guarding him. No one dared to step forward rashly. Watanabe was so angry that his teeth were about to break when he saw the fat man's arrogant look. The poison gas and fog that were originally used to restrict the opponent's actions are now being used by the opponent and have become a restriction on their own people. In fact, they really have the ability to burrow underground, but the fat man is watching them, so they can't use it even if they want to.
Asshole! Come with me.
Watanabe Ichi gathered the others and wanted to lead them through the poison gas personally. However, before he could take any action, the fat man controlled the beast and spewed out a big fireball towards his position.
The raging flames directly blocked Du Bianjing's way. Do you think I, fatty, don't exist? You can just leave if you want to?
In fact, if the fat man really had to fight 7 people alone, he would still be under great pressure. After all, not only was he a genius, but the other party was also not an ordinary person and his strength should not be underestimated. But at this moment, he saw that the other party didn't dare to waste time with him, so he provoked him madly.
I knew you wouldn't dare to stay and fight me.
Watanabe became even angrier upon seeing this, and his eyes seemed to be blazing with fire. Ju-san, absorb the fog as quickly as possible and open a gap for them to escape.
It's already being done.
For how long? It released too much.
It takes 30 seconds to absorb a gap. 30 seconds? It seems I can't catch up, but...
Watanabe looked at the fat man, his previous anger gone, and his smug expression was filled with sinisterness.
Humph, you think you can save him by trapping us here? You're overthinking it.
As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a spirit crystal.
You never thought there were still my people waiting outside. Chapter 57 The Death Spell Master appears. Underground passage exit.
Everyone fled towards Yangcheng at their fastest speed. Only Jiang Feng stayed where he was.
Now that we're safe for now, it's my turn to fight back.
Jiang Feng was previously surrounded by poisonous gas, and the various bows, arrows, and lightning attacks made him breathless.
Anyone hit by any attack will be fatal.
Therefore, he had no time to take care of other things and could only prioritize dodging and defense.
But now, he is safe, so...
Thinking of this, Jiang Feng flipped his palm, and countless silver lights flew out from his palm, ready to attack the person in the poisonous gas. However, at the moment when he was about to make a move, he froze.
There's someone else?
His 10x mental enhancement card has 21 minutes left to take effect, and the maximum mental sensing distance is 11,500 meters, or 11.5 kilometers. At the limit of his sensing distance, 3 figures broke into his mental range and rushed here at an extremely fast speed.
Their location is right on the road leading to Yangcheng.
Jiang Feng used his mental power to lock onto their figures and activated his divine eyes.
Name, Mayafuji Nobuyuki Sakura Flower Country. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Level, LV.473 5th rank. Life, 950,000. Jiang Feng's pupils shrank slightly. Are there people setting up outside?
In addition to him, there are 2 others, one at level 6 and one at level 5, both of them are assassins.
What's even more terrifying is that there are more than just these 3 people. Even from the direction of Linchang, there were 3 figures approaching.
These people were even stronger, 2 were at the 6th level and 1 was at the 7th level.
Attack from both sides. As expected, those who are sent to Kyushu as assassins are all extraordinary and cunning. He even prepared a backup plan. Moreover, the 7th level strongman among them is also a LV.943 Death Curse sorcerer.
Hiss, this is troublesome.
Jiang Feng took a breath.
If it is other professions, such as warriors and assassins, he can also use the advantage of his long arms to continuously attack and consume the enemy. If 1 sword doesn't work, use 2 swords. If 2 swords don't work, use 3 swords. Relying on his super strong attack strength and distance advantage, he can always wear down the opponent. But the Death Spellcaster is not like that. Once in school, the teacher taught us some perverted professional skills, one of which was that of the Death Curse Master. The Death Spellcaster has an innate skill that is particularly unsolvable. As long as the target is lower than his level and appears in his field of vision, he can instantly pull the opponent's soul into the death space and imprison it forever. Until the other person's body rots and the soul disappears, he will truly die. This profession can be called a top assassin. As long as he glances at someone in the crowd and the other person is of a lower level than him, he can directly sentence the other person to death. Of course, this ability is not unlimited. Dead space can only hold 1 soul at a time. You can only move on to the next one after the soul has completely dissipated. There is a time interval of about 4 or 5 days. But even so, the opponent's skills are still abnormal. If Jiang Feng is also a 7th level spiritualist, of course there is no need to be afraid. But now, he is only at the 2nd level, and the gap between the 2 sides is too big. It's not something Jiang Feng can deal with at this stage. They even sent out such a rare profession just to kill me. What a huge expense. Looks like I have to leave here quickly, otherwise if he sees me, I'll be gone. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng immediately set off and flew towards Yangcheng. As for the fat guy, the best way to restrain the Death Spellcaster is to be higher level than him. He is level 990, which is higher than the opponent's level, so there is no need to worry. Besides, the fat man is not the target of these people, and his supporters are on the way, so he should not be in too much danger.
Did you see what just flew by? It seems to be a sword, a silver sword, so fast. And there seem to be a lot of them. Who is it? Is there another enemy? I don't think so. They must be one of our own, otherwise we would have died just now. Luo Qingxue looked at the shadows of the swords in the sky and felt more and more familiar. After thinking for a moment, her face was full of surprise. It turned out to be him, the big boss. The moment she turned around to search, Zhang Feng flew over her head on his sword. Luo Qingxue was stunned. He's not, how? Just now, when surrounded by poisonous gas, Zhang Feng stopped the enemy's arrows with a palm, and then casually lifted up a large piece of ground, creating several huge tornadoes. She always thought that Zhang Feng was a 5th level or even stronger boss. But now, when she saw the familiar sword, she realized that it was that person. But wasn't he still in the Gravel Valley a few days ago, at most level 100? Only a few days later, he's become so strong. No, it seems like he has always been strong. That's not right. The opponent just now was at least a 5th level expert. The more Luo Qingxue thought about it, the more unbelievable it became. The Gravel Valley, the Dragon Boss copy, and today, every piece of news related to Zhang Feng is so dreamy and shocking. If he had just come out of the Dragon Boss dungeon, he would be at most level 150. He was able to fight back and forth with such a powerful opponent. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Qingxue still couldn't believe it. After thinking for a long time, she gave herself an explanation. It's probably not the same person, they just happen to be using the same weapon. Towards Yangcheng, several kilometers away. The 3 assassins were moving forward quickly, their figures flashing constantly, and their speed was astonishing. I can't believe that guy is actually a psychic. Could it be that the captain made a mistake? I also think it's unlikely, but Captain Watanabe's judgment has never been wrong. Alright, let's stop discussing this. Regardless of whether it's true or not, just follow orders. I'd rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. Remember later, if you see anyone, block all directions and fight quickly. Don't let anyone escape. Yes. Speed up. After a brief discussion, the few of them quickened their pace. However, not long after, the person in front suddenly stopped. Wait, what is this? The other 2 looked up at the sky. I saw silver swords whizzing past, and the sword bodies seemed to be moving in a special trajectory. Before they could react, a powerful sword energy suddenly took shape. It's heart-pounding. Why do I feel like I'm being locked in? Who is manipulating this? Could it be that a powerful person from Kyushu has arrived? Crackle. The sword energy caused friction in the air, as if a meteorite fell from the sky, burning and boiling. A streak of scorching light streaked across the air, falling towards a locked figure. So strong. The opponent also realized the power of the sword energy and immediately mobilized all his defensive forces to protect himself. The other 2 wanted to help, but they didn't dare to step forward. They could feel that the power contained in this sword energy was extraordinary, and anyone who touched it would either die or be injured. Bang! The 2 sides collided, and a figure flew backwards, hit a tree, and coughed twice. Ahem, who on earth is that person? Could it be that we were really discovered by those guys from Kyushu? Miyato Nobuyuki stood up with difficulty. Although there were no wounds on his body, his vitality had been reduced by more than half. Life, 126,950,000. When a professional has enough health points, all damage will be borne by the health points. During this period, any injuries sustained will be automatically repaired by health points. Only when the vitality is exhausted will bleeding, chest piercing, etc. occur. Of course, the function of automatically repairing injuries based on health value can be turned off. Once turned off, the injuries on the body will no longer repair themselves, and the life of the professional will be equivalent to that of an ordinary person. Therefore, almost no one will turn off this feature. At this moment, Miyato Nobuyuki looked at the sword energy that was about to attack again from the sky, and a feeling of fear suddenly lingered in his heart. He had a premonition that if he was hit by another sword, he would die. What are you 2 doing? Help me! He shouted, but the other 2 didn't move at all. How can this help? If they were warriors, they could take the initiative to help, but now all 3 of them are assassins, the most fragile profession. Miyato-kun, I'm sorry. Amid the regretful cries of the 2 teammates, the sword energy fell again.
even though Nobu used various phantom skills and tried his best to change position and dodge. But the sword energy always locked onto his breath tightly, leaving him no way to escape. In the end, his body was cut in half by the sword energy and he died tragically on the spot. The other two looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep fear. A 5th-level assassin with 950,000 HP was killed by just 2 swords. This scene left a deep shadow in the minds of both of them.
I couldn't even muster the desire to fight back.
When the flying sword was about to attack again, the 2 men retreated.
Run!
At the same time, several kilometers away from them, Jiang Feng sighed.
These people's equipment is really good.
They can't be killed with just 1 sword. His return to 1 has a numerical damage of up to 1,216,000 points. However, the opponent relied on the damage reduction effect of his own equipment to reduce the damage to 824,000 points. About 33% damage reduction rate. It seems that I really need to complete the 3rd transformation as soon as possible, otherwise it will be a bit difficult to deal with these people.
If these foreigners see me, they'll think I'm easy to bully.
Thanks to the gloomy-eyed Fumino Sarazawa, Tauran who likes the lyrebird genus, username 9976-239-5249, Yoshinobu Satake of the Shocking Overlord Mountain, Sibugwanji, user 10112430, anonymous, Fengji is crazy, the end of the song is silence, Yenlingji, Nuonyuo who likes steamed glutinous rice chicken, the Supreme Elder of the Exploding Sky Gang Honglu, username 44438305636988, Jinyen, username 11101855-7926, user 11049363, Jowansui, Mowa, Jotsong who likes cold meat. Silver Moon Star Lord, the 6th among Lanling Kings, Sense of Ritual, Sunset Glow, Yijun, Zongheng Sanshin, Wu, Zimeng, as Siming as for their gifts.
Chapter 58 3rd Transformation, Endless Pursuit. Lin Cheng. In a room. Countless powerful people gathered here.
In the middle of the crowd, a young figure lay quietly on the bed.
Li Shang. It's been 3 days, why haven't you woken up yet? Don't be anxious, wait a little longer. With us here, those people won't dare to come in.
There's plenty of time, no need to rush.
Another 2 minutes passed.
The person on the bed moved a little, and everyone immediately perked up. After a simple life transfer, Li Sheng quickly recovered. On the side, a powerful person from the Divine Court quickly explained the situation to him and asked excitedly,
"Are you a kamikaze?"
Everyone looked at him expectantly, hoping to get a positive answer.
However, Li Sheng's words disappointed them greatly. "Kamikaze? I'm not." Someone frowned. "Boy, do you know how important your identity is to Jojo? Now is not the time to hide. Show us your faceplate."
Li Sheng looked around with an innocent expression on his face.
"I really am not."
As he said this, he showed his panel.
Name, Li Shang. Nickname, Monkey King 777. You're not kamikaze? How is that possible? That.
At this moment, everyone in the room was stunned, with awkward expressions and a deep sense of loss on their faces. They fought secretly with those assassins for such a long time, and guarded them for such a long time, but in the end, the person they were guarding was not kamikaze.
Alas, all this was in vain. The atmosphere in the room had reached its lowest point.
At this moment, a man walked in with an anxious look on his face.
Hu Lao Zhu has sent us a message, asking us to provide support as soon as possible. Everyone looked up and glanced at him. Old Zhu? Didn't you send someone to support him?
Tell him, they'll be here soon.
Isn't he even unable to clean up those little trash from Sakura and Flower Country?
The man swallowed and shook his head quickly. No, that was more than 10 minutes ago. I just received another message from him, saying that Kamikaze is with him and asked us to go quickly.
What? He said it was with him, is that true?
Everyone was excited when they heard the news, but obviously, the enthusiasm was not as high as before. After all, I just experienced a huge disappointment, and it is difficult to get emotional now.
Are you sure he really said that? Sure. You didn't say anything like suspected or possible? No, it's already been confirmed.
Although Lao Zhu is usually unreliable, he will not be careless when it comes to crucial issues like this.
Everyone, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. Let's go. Yang Cheng. After a series of identity checks, Zhang Feng successfully entered the city.
Originally, he wanted to notify the guard team to see if they could support or help the fat man. It's just that the guards seemed to be busy and scattered, and it was difficult to find someone with the final say.
If I continue searching, I will waste a lot of time. Just give up. After a brief inquiry, Zhang Feng came to the job change temple in Yancheng.
Nickname, Kamikaze, third job quest submission.
Check backpack mission certificate, completed. Testing mental power reserves, meets the standard. Complete a 5-star mission, all attributes increased by 30%.
Advanced mission completed, all attribute bonuses doubled to 60%. Stored experience released, congratulations to the player Kamikaze for reaching LV.120.
Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, spiritualist. Spiritual power, infinite. Spirit strength, 27776 plus 30%. Maximum dispersion distance, 1550 meters. Level, LV.120 third job.
Health, 135168 plus 30,000 plus 30%.
Strength, 19962 plus 20%. Defense, 9836 plus 1500 plus 20%. Agility, 714 plus 280 plus 30%. Stamina, 3456 plus 1100 plus 20%. Combat power rating, 672 stars. During the first and second transformations, the 60% attribute bonus was not very obvious. But now, at a higher level, the gap becomes apparent. Advanced job transfer completed. Your advanced job is being awakened. Please wait.
Seeing this prompt, Zhang Feng became excited instantly. He has waited for so long, and finally he is going to advance in his career. Only after completing the 3 transformations can a professional display his true professional characteristics.
It's a transformation that's like being reborn. Just like in the Dragon Boss copy, whether it is Bai Mian or Qing Tian. Their abilities are much more abnormal than Zhang Feng's. Because they had all completed 3 turns, while Zhang Feng had only completed 2 turns. Therefore, it would seem a bit difficult to fight against them. But now, he also has to complete the 3rd transformation. The true road to becoming a strong person begins now. However, just as Zhang Feng was looking forward to his advanced career, the sound of fierce fighting suddenly came from outside. There was a chaotic screaming sound in the street. Zhang Feng vaguely heard someone shouting words like fog, poison gas, and attacker. At this moment, his face suddenly turned gloomy. These guys actually chased here. P.S. There is another chapter, currently being written. Chapter 59, Advanced completed, Occupation, Phantom God. 4th update today. 3rd career advancement completed. A player with quasi-god qualification has been detected. You will be promoted to the only profession in the world, Phantom God. Obtain the exclusive power of the Phantom God profession, Ghost Eye. Zhang Feng received the information from the Ghost Eye in his mind, and his expression gradually became shocked. Ghost Eye possesses the power of infinitely realistic illusions, trapping the target within the illusion, preventing them from voluntarily breaking free. Damage sustained in the illusion will be synchronized with reality. Usage conditions: the player's mental strength is higher than the opponent's. Tip 1. Ghost Eye can be used against up to 3 people at the same time. Hint 2. All things in the illusion need to be constructed by the player using mental power. Hint 3. The trapped person can be awakened by a professional with a higher mental strength than the player. People are trapped in an illusion, and the damage caused in the illusion can be synchronized to reality. Is this the Phantom God? He really lives up to the word God in his job title. The most important thing is that as long as his mental strength is higher than the opponent's, there is no level requirement. Zhang Feng felt that this skill might be even more perverted than the ability of the Death Spellcaster. Tip: players have reached the 3rd level, and the golden wheel has been opened. A prompt sounded, and Zhang Feng excitedly opened the turntable page. Normal spinning wheel, remaining number of draws, 4. Golden wheel, remaining draw times, 5. Golden wheel lottery number of draws, increases once for every 5,000 accumulated spirit strength points. Golden wheel, lucky draw. The range of spiritual power extraction is increased by 50 meters, and the current maximum spiritual power divergence range is increased to 1,600 meters. I didn't expect the golden wheel would have such a reward. Theoretically, the range of mental power can only be increased by increasing the level. As a result, the golden wheel can now draw range rewards. This really surprised Zhang Feng. Continue. Extract 500 mental strength points, current mental strength, 28,276. Number of draws remaining, 3. Zhang Feng couldn't help swallowing.
I have to say that the golden turntable is indeed much more advanced than the ordinary turntable, and every reward is so perverted. The range of spiritual power extraction is increased by 50 meters, and the current maximum spiritual power divergence range is increased to 1660 meters. The range of spiritual power extraction is increased by 50 meters, and the current maximum spiritual power divergence range is increased to 1700 meters.
The last time. Extract the spiritualist's active skill, Spirit Puppet, automatically learned. Spirit Puppet, players can use their mental power to construct a spirit puppet. The puppet possesses all the player's abilities except this skill. Tip 1, Mental Puppet is immune to all physical damage. Tip 2, the maximum control distance of the spirit puppet equals the maximum divergence distance of the player's spirit power. Hint 3, the range of the puppet's spiritual power is not affected by the range of the original body's spiritual power. Zhang Feng read the explanation of the skills in detail.
The rest were easy to understand, except for the third tip, which was a little difficult to understand.
I should say,
if his mental power can only extend to a position 10,000 meters to the north, then his puppet is standing at the extreme edge of 10,000 meters to the north, and the puppet's mental power can continue to extend 10,000 meters to the north. Therefore, the extension distance of his mental power plus the extension distance of the puppet can reach 20,000 meters.
Direct distance doubled.
If used in conjunction with a 10x spiritual experience card, the distance can be directly increased to 20 times. His current distance is 1,600 meters, which has increased 20 times to 32,000 meters.
A distance of 32 kilometers. Given enough time and growth, he will be able to take someone's head from thousands of miles away. Golden Wheel, current number of draws, 0. Continue, normal turntable. 50,000 gold coins were extracted and automatically placed in the backpack. Draw unlimited random green equipment treasure chests 3. Draw 300,000 gold coins. Draw 10x Spirit Enhancement Card 3. Zhang Feng opens the skill panel. Skill panel.
Skill 1 passive, active double spirit, continuously active.
Skill 2 active, control everything with a single thought. Skill 3 passive, perception vision penetration, perceive everything. Skill 4 active, 10,000 swords return sword rain locks the sky, combines into one explosive kill. Special skills. Skill 1 active, Divine Eye information detection, completely secret. Skill 2 active, Ghost Eye opens an illusion, infinite trapping and killing. Skill 3 active, Mental Puppet same combat power, immune to physical damage. Zhang Feng looked at the skill panel inside. I thought Wanjin Guizong was a treasure back then, but now I realize I was just too ignorant. This is the skill a psychic should have. From today on, my profession is Phantom God. Chapter 60 Ghost Eye, First Battle. Old Zhu, where are the people? The fat man was slumped on the ground, and the surroundings were in a mess. It was obvious that a big battle had taken place. He didn't have any injuries, but he was completely limp and exhausted. Run. These bastards are really strong, damn it. I killed 2 of their shooters. As for the rest, I don't have the energy to chase them. A priest came forward and helped the fat man recover his strength. TSK. Old Zhu, I didn't ask you about the people from Sakura and Flower Country. I was asking where the kamikaze went. The fat man stood up with difficulty, took a long breath, and looked smug. Don't worry, I've already helped him break through in advance. I really didn't expect them to send out a profession of the Death Curse Master's caliber. If I hadn't been smart enough to let him leave early, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to save him. Calculating the time, that kid should have arrived in Yangcheng. Everyone frowned when they heard the words Death Spellcaster. It really is a huge investment. They even took out this kind of profession. Wait, Yangcheng? Suddenly, everyone present was stunned and looked at each other. Oh no, hurry up and go to Yangcheng. Everyone present was an elite from Kyushu and had dealt with foreign forces on a regular basis. If people from foreign countries try to assassinate Kyushu's geniuses, Kyushu will also send people to assassinate their geniuses. Naturally, he is clear about the code of conduct of an assassin. If you fail to seize the opportunity, you will have no choice but to go all out and end up in a desperate situation. Yangcheng is in danger. Yangcheng. Just as they expected. Countless powerful professionals have sealed off the entire city. The sky is surrounded by fog and poisonous gas, blocking it. Even underground, there are people who dig tunnels and then inject poison gas to block them.
It can be said that the entire city was completely enveloped by poisonous gas. People inside could not get out, and people outside could not get in. The poison gas was extremely toxic. Anyone who came into contact with it would instantly have their flesh and blood rot and turn into white bones. Not to mention ordinary people, even the Lord of Yangcheng, a 5th-level warrior, did not dare to try it easily. In Yangcheng, the range of the poisonous gas is shrinking rapidly, constantly squeezing people's living space.
City center.
Zhang Feng gazed across the sky.
8 figures stood on a towering building.
Watanabe Izumi, a 7th-level life mage, is proficient in the laws of life, but also in how to destroy life. This poison gas is his masterpiece. Zhu Zhua, a 6th-rank mist mage, releases a mist that has a disorienting effect. Once someone enters, they will lose their way and be constantly guided inside, never able to get out. Shan Muyi, a 7th-level death spellcaster, can imprison the soul of anyone below his level as long as they enter his sight. In addition to these 3 people, the rest are 2 5th-rank assassins, 2 6th-rank beastmasters, and 1 6th-rank shooter. Ju-san, it seems like this time, we will have to sacrifice our lives for our country.
But before that, the mission must be completed. Speed up the shrinking of the fog, the faster the better, and wait until everyone is almost gathered. Massacre the entire city. Don't spare a single soul. I know those monsters from Kyushu are on their way. However, by the time they get here, all they'll see are piles of corpses. Kamikaze? Keep running. I'll massacre the entire city and see where you can run. There was madness and a hint of excitement in Watanabe-I's laughter. At this moment, Tachibana slapped him. Watanabe-san, that guy seems to have come out on his own. Upon hearing this, Watanabe-I looked in the direction he pointed. It was Zhang Feng. Ah, good, very good. You feel guilty and don't want to be blamed for killing the whole city, so you took the initiative to stand up? Alas, these people in Jojo are always so indecisive and care about things that don't matter. Kill him. As soon as Watanabe Jing finished speaking, a 5th-rank assassin rushed out, holding a pitch-black dagger in his palm. The distance between the 2 men quickly narrowed, and the dagger in his hand also lit up, and in an instant it was covered with blood-red lines, like surging magma and flowing blood. Boy, if you're willing to die, don't blame me. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of Zhang Feng in an instant. The speed was so fast that Zhang Feng couldn't react. The dagger thrust out, and the sharp blade brought a gust of cold wind straight to Zhang Feng's eyebrows. Success! When Watanabe Jing and others saw this, the scene of Zhang Feng being killed appeared in their minds, and they couldn't help but start celebrating in advance. As long as he can return safely, he can become a candidate for the Lord of the Great Sakura Flower God Kingdom. Becoming a god is just around the corner. Tachibana-san, Yamaki-kun, prepare to retreat. Watanabe-I had already begun planning his retreat route. However, the scene before him made him doubt his life on the spot. The dagger pierced Zhang Feng's eyebrows and went straight through his body without stopping. The assassin was stunned. This is an illusion. He turned around, intending to verify it again. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly turned around, and his left eye instantly emitted a strange black light. In the dim light, a line emerged from the pupil, quickly spreading around, instantly filling half of Zhang Feng's face. The black lines were strange and mysterious, emitting a terrifying aura. Although Zhang Feng had no expression on his face at the moment, he exuded an evil aura against the backdrop of the strange patterns. Ghost Eyes, Phantom Tomb. Launch. Effect reference. Borrow the 2-column chart for reference. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Death Summoner takes action, Death Imprisonment. As an invisible force surged out, the dagger that was originally falling rapidly stopped in mid-air and could not move forward an inch. The assassin's whole body was stiff and motionless, like a statue. At the same time, he felt his eyes go dark, and he was sucked into an unfamiliar space like a soul floating in the air. That space was pitch black and boundless, and so quiet that it was frightening. Where am I? What is this place? Just as he was wondering, Zhang Feng's figure appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Welcome to the Phantom Tomb space. The Phantom Tomb, the Tomb of Illusions, is where souls are buried. Illusionary tomb space? What a rubbish thing. Stop playing tricks on me. It's just an illusion at best. What else can you do? Zhang Feng looked at him with a smile. What can I do to you? You'll know if you try.
Jiang Feng's figure floated backwards and then gradually disappeared.
The next moment, the ground of the entire space turned into magma, and the assassin fell into the magma. Humph, this little trick is, impossible. How can it feel so real? My legs. No, no. The moment his clothes came into contact with the magma, they instantly burned.
The extremely high temperature scorched his skin, making it bloody and even charred. It's over, I'm going to die if I keep going like this. Although he didn't believe what he saw was real, the pain was unbearable.
Call.
A pair of wings spread out and carried him into the air.
However, the sky also lit up.
He looked up, his face filled with horror.
Impossible. How can magma be suspended in the air? This is fake. This is all fake. Not only the top of the head, but the space on all sides was filled with magma. The magma gathered quickly and he was completely wrapped in it.
Along with a shrill scream, his life also ended.
In the real world. When Watanabe saw this scene, he was full of doubts. Kill him. What are you doing? Wait, his legs, how come they're burning out of nowhere?
Under the gaze of everyone, the flames gradually spread from the assassin's legs to his entire body. And he didn't even struggle, just like a walking corpse, allowing his body to be burned to ashes. Jiang Feng observed him like this and gained a certain understanding of the use of the ghost eye illusion tomb space. Simply put, in the illusion, he is like a creator who can create everything. He can create magma, monsters, and even countless 10th turn warriors out of thin air. Of course, this ability cannot affect the other person's soul itself. Because the opponent's soul is not under his control, nor is it part of the space, a sword cannot be created out of thin air in his soul body.
You can only use things you created to kill. In addition, all things are not created out of thin air, but require mental power to construct. After all, this is a spiritual world, and everything is made up of mental power. Of course, for Jiang Feng, this restriction has no effect at all. After building everything, if he attacks the enemy's soul, the damage suffered in the illusion will be synchronized to the enemy's body in the real world. In this way, it can be said that anyone who is dragged into the ghost eye illusion tomb by him is basically doomed. Of course, this skill also has limitations. On the one hand, Jiang Feng's mental strength must be higher than that of the other party in order to use it on him. On the other hand, the time in the phantom tomb is synchronized with the real time. Even if the killing is fast, it will always take some time, maybe 1 second, or 5 seconds, or even longer. During this process, if someone has a higher mental strength than Jiang Feng, he can use his mental power to pull out the other person's soul. It is very simple to solve these two limitations, that is to increase mental strength. Mental strength is the root of everything. At the scene, Watanabe watched his men die with a very ugly expression on his face. Humph, no wonder you command the Divine Lord's attention. You're so powerful. Then I can't let you live. Yamaki Koen. Ah. On the side, Shanmuyi responded, then took a step forward, making complicated hand seals. Spiritual Master, you have acquired a good skill. If I'm not mistaken, that move just now is the spiritual emptiness that is regarded as a magical skill by all spiritualists. Mental deification, a skill that allows one to use mental power to dematerialize part of one's body. The hollowed part is immune to any physical attacks. It can be called a magical skill of physical defense. It is a skill that countless spiritualists yearn for. But, before my spell, your spirit becomes hollow and is just a decoration. Shanmuyi quickly made countless complex hand seals with his hands, and a strange and bizarre power gradually emerged from his pupils. Spell, Death Imprisonment. AI Drawing Download, free gifts from time to time. AI Drawing Download, free gifts from time to time. I have been having troubles in my life recently, so I have to stop updating for a few days. Please forgive me. Thanks to the gloomy-eyed Fumino Sarazawa, Tauran who likes the lyrebird genus, username 9976-239-5249, Yoshinobu Sadake of the Shocking Overlord Mountain, Sibugwanji, user 10112430, anonymous, Fengji is crazy, the end of the song is silence, Yenlingji, Nuonyuo who likes steamed glutinous rice chicken, the Supreme Elder of the Exploding Sky Gang Honglu, username 44438305636988, Chinyen, username 11101855-7926, user 11049363, Jowansui, Mowa, Jotsong who likes cold meat. Silver Moon Star Lord, the sixth among Lanling Kings, Sense of Ritual, Sunset Glow, Yijun, Zongheng Sanshin, Wu, Zimeng, as Siming as for their gifts. Chapter 62 Mysterious Method, Puppet Clone. P.S. Sorry, due to the unexpected events these days, I really have no time to write. I will update steadily from today. Shan Mu-yi growled. Strands of dim light shot out from his pupils, and the entire sky was instantly dyed the color of death, black with a hint of red, as if blood was flowing. The dim light turned into tentacles and enveloped Zhang Feng. Prepare for endless pain, you troublesome boy. Witnessing his own masterpiece with his own eyes, Shan Mu-yi curled his lips into a cruel smile. No way, is this the legendary death curse? Once the soul is pulled into the death space by it, it will be more terrifying than death. Such a strong mental fluctuation. I just took a look and I felt dazed and confused. Get away quickly, don't let it affect us. What a pity for that young man. The living space of Yangchang was compressed to the extreme. Even though the residents of Yangchang were far away from the battlefield, they were still affected by Shan Mu-yi's death spell. Seeing the tentacles getting closer and closer, Zhang Feng stood there expressionlessly. A moment later, he was tightly wrapped by the tentacles. He deliberately allowed Shan Mu-yi to subdue this mental puppet. As the saying goes, if the old doesn't go, the new one come. This spiritual puppet has already appeared. Now that we have lost the initiative, there is little point in continuing the battle. It would be better to be killed by Shan Mu-yi and lower their vigilance. Anyway, my mental power is unlimited, and this kind of mental puppet can be condensed infinitely. Wait for the new spirit puppets to arrive, and kill them with one strike while they are immersed in the joy of killing themselves. Ha, as expected of you, Yamaki-kun. Seeing this, Watanabe Ichi on the side had already imagined the scene of Zhang Feng being tortured in his mind, and he couldn't help but celebrate in advance again. Tachibana-san, Yamaki-kun, prepare to retreat. Watanabe once again began planning his retreat route. Etc. Shan Mu-yi's expression was solemn, and his scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the front. Maybe we can't leave yet. This guy is not his real body. His soul doesn't exist in the dead space at all. What? What's going on, Yamaki-kun? The joy on Watanabe Ichi's face suddenly stopped, and he quickly walked to Yamaki-yi and asked. Shan Mu-yi did not say anything, but retracted all his tentacles. Without the tentacles, Zhang Feng's figure reappeared, but only a head remained. In an instant, even the head disappeared. At this moment, Ju-san, who was following behind him, shouted. Watanabe-san, that kid is over there. Upon hearing this, Watanabe Ichi looked in the direction he pointed. It was Zhang Feng's figure. Another clone, no wonder it has no soul. Shan Mu-yi narrowed his eyes and said hatefully. At the same time, Zhang Feng's attack also arrived, and silver swords whizzed past, and a silver dragon crossed the sky. It's heart-pounding. I didn't expect that the 10,000 swords returning to the origin skill used by this spiritual puppet is no weaker than my real body in any way. The river wind whispered. He originally thought that without the bonus of the silver dragon blade, the combat power of Wanjian Guizong would be much smaller. But he didn't expect that these swords made of mental power were not inferior to the silver dragon blades he carefully crafted. A sword transformed from chi, equivalent to a replica of the silver dragon blade. Zhang Feng originally wanted to conjure up more silver dragon blades, but 1,000 was already the limit. It seems that the silver dragon blade transformed by mental power is connected to reality. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel sorry. Otherwise, Wanjian Guizong should also be renamed. If there were no restrictions, he could have as many as he wanted. Combined with his infinite mental power, he can kill gods with just this one move. The two 6th rank beastmasters reacted quickly and quickly released giant laser birds. Several giant laser birds were thrown into the battlefield, and several laser beams shot towards the silver dragon controlled by Zhang Feng. Bite! The laser beam hit the silver dragon sword, making an anthropomorphic metal collision sound. The silver dragon moved forward courageously, and the giant laser birds blocking its way were smashed one after another. However, many of the silver dragon blades on the silver dragon sword were also damaged. But with the infinite replenishment of mental power, these silver dragon blades were quickly replenished. Ghost Eyes, Phantom Tomb. Two sneaky figures tried to attack him. Zhang Feng only needed one glance to make the two 5th rank assassins fall into an illusion. Ah! Ah! Two screams were heard. One person burned himself to ashes, and the other was frozen into an ice sculpture. 10,000 swords returned to their origin.
At this time, Jiang Feng continued to control the silver dragon to kill the 6th level fog master.
Save me, Watanabe-san.
Knowing that he could not stop the silver dragon, Tachibana had to run away desperately and shouted for help to Watanabe.
With me here, you won't be able to kill anyone again. As a 7th level life mage, Watanabe Jing can save the enemy as long as it is not a fatal blow.
When the silver dragon descended upon the mist mage, Watanabe Jing's life spell also struck him. A silver sword light and a green light, two completely different energies acted on Juzwa at the same time.
Ah!
The two energies repeatedly entangled in Juzwa's body, and his facial muscles were twisted together, looking extremely painful. But this pain did not last long. The silver sword light ultimately defeated the green light of life.
Bang!
After a loud bang, Juzwa's body was completely shattered by the silver dragon sword light. However, Jiang Feng's spiritual puppet was also killed by Shan Muyi, who came rushing over.
Damn it!
How can his sword light be so strong? Even my life spell can't save him. How can he, a 3rd level spiritualist, possess such profound spiritual power?
Watanabe, I seem to be going crazy.
He didn't understand why his blood recovering speed as a 7th level life mage was not as fast as the damage caused by this kid.
Shan Muyi was extremely shocked.
Not only did this kid condense several clones, but why were his attacks so powerful, continuous, and full of stamina? As a spiritualist, even if he is at the 7th level, he cannot have such sufficient spiritual power. Of the 8 powerful Sakura warriors, only Watanabe Jing and Yamaki are left.
At the same time, the poisonous fog released by Watanabe also spread throughout Yangcheng.
The living space has been compressed to the limit, and only a small area in the city center has survived. This place is home to all the residents of Yangcheng, and it is almost crowded. At the current rate at which the poisonous fog is spreading, it won't be long before even this last piece of pure land will be covered by the poisonous fog. By then, everyone gathered here will die.
Since you don't want to show up, you can't blame me. After Jiang Feng killed several people in succession, Watanabe Jing didn't even know where his true body was. In his Sakura country, when had Watanabe himself ever suffered such humiliation?
His face was extremely gloomy, and there was only murderous intent in his eyes, like a beast that had lost its mind.
Now, only by massacring the city can we vent our anger.
Only by massacring the city can Jiang Feng be forced out.
Just wait until the poisonous fog spreads completely in Yangcheng.
Whether Jiang Feng appears or not, he will die.
Chapter 63 The Divine Court has been infiltrated?
The poisonous fog was raging, and Watanabe had gone crazy. He kept waving the staff in his hand, and several clouds of black mist overflowed from his body. The poisonous gas, which was already extremely dark, was now so thick that it seemed like water was about to drip out, and it was extremely terrifying.
Kamikaze.
There's no point in hiding. If you get even a little bit of this poisonous fog, you'll be wiped out.
Ah, so refreshing.
All of you people from Kyushu deserve to die.
Watanabe laughed wildly, and his figure was everywhere in Yangcheng. Wow. Is there no one in Yangcheng who can stop the poisonous fog from spreading? Dad, I'm scared. This poisonous fog looks so scary. Don't be afraid, Daddy will protect you. Push in. Can't you see the poisonous fog is almost at your feet? I don't want to die. Why can people from Sakura country appear in Yangcheng? Just a moment. The poisonous fog was approaching the edge of the crowd.
At this moment, negative emotions such as panic, fear, and restlessness spread among the crowd.
At the critical moment,
a colorful gate appeared in the sky above Yangcheng, as majestic as a whale swallowing. All the poisonous gas turned into a long black river and was sucked into the gate. The sword hanging over the heads of the people in Yangcheng completely disappeared. The dark sky returned to its blue color, and the figures of the people in the divine court appeared in the public's field of vision.
No!
Seeing his last hope shattered, Watanabe's veins bulged all over his body and he let out an unwilling roar.
It was Yamaki who reacted quickly and pulled Watanabe Jing towards the horizon.
If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll never be able to leave. Jiang Feng was observing all this in the dark and breathed a sigh of relief. If the divine court had not arrived, he would have had no choice but to run away. As for the people in Yangcheng, he had no time to take care of them. But they are fellow countrymen from Jojo after all, and Jiang Feng still feels a little burden to leave them alone to survive. This burden is not based on any sense of justice, but on basic morality. Now that everyone in Yangcheng has been rescued, Jiang Feng can finally let go of the burden. With a flash of his body, Jiang Feng hid in the crowd.
Thanks to the help of all the adults, otherwise Yangcheng would be in trouble today.
The captain of the Yangcheng Guard is a strong man with a full beard. During the war, he was only at the 6th level of strength and could not get involved at all. At this moment, he was standing in front of everyone in the Divine Court, respectfully reporting everything that had happened today.
Including the heroic deeds of Kamikaze. You mean, Kamikaze alone killed 6 Sakura Hana people, including 4 rank 6 warriors and 2 rank 5 warriors? 2 clones, and they are so powerful. Why is the spiritual power of this divine wind so abundant? Old Zhu, is this the Kamikaze you mentioned?
His strength is too terrifying. Yes, it's only been a few days since he awakened, but his spiritual power has been cultivated to such a level.
This kind of talent is unique in the history of Kyushu.
When everyone in the Divine Court heard this, they all showed expressions of shock. If this person is truly a kamikaze, then we can only say that they have greatly underestimated the power of the kamikaze. As for Watanabe Jing and Yamaki-Yi, powerful people from the Divine Court have already gone to hunt them down.
How dare you be so rampant in Kyushu?
Not only these 2 people are going to die, I believe the top leaders of Kyushu have also made a decision, and Sakura Flower Country will inevitably have to pay a heavy price. But at this moment, Jiang Feng turned his attention to the people in the Divine Court. Apart from the fat man he knew, he didn't know the others.
Name, Wang Tianba Jojo. Occupation, Beastmaster. Union, Divine Court Level 9. Level, LV888 7th turn. Name, Duan Tianliang. Occupation, Fire Mage. Union, Divine Court Level 9. Level, LV1123 8th turn.
Jiang Feng was amazed in his heart. It was worthy of being the number 1 guild in Jojo. There were so many strong people here, and the lowest one was at the 7th level. However, when Jiang Feng was observing them, the information of 2 people suddenly caught his attention.
Name, Sakuraji Oki Sakura Flower Country. Occupation, Hidden Mage. Level, LV1111 8th turn. Name, Matsumoto Sakura Flower Country. Occupation, Space Beast Master. Level, LV1003 8th turn.
Jiang Feng, who wanted to show up on his own initiative, unexpectedly discovered that there were foreigners in the Divine Court. After experiencing this incident, he realized that this phenomenon was not normal.
Sir, both of them have been executed.
At this time, the powerful Shinting who went to chase Watanabe and the other 2 had also returned.
A slightly wealthy person in charge of the temple stood up. Zhao Wuda.
He looked out at the crowded crowd and shouted, "Kamikaze, I know you are among them.
Please come and see me.
We would like to know some specific details about the attack on you by Sakura Hana Country this time.
We hope to help you."
Jiang Feng, who was hiding in the crowd, did not move when he heard this.
This is not a good time to show up. Shinfeng, I hope to see you again.
I am the person in charge of this operation in the Divine Court.
Seeing no one answered, Zhao Wuda shouted again. After a long time, no one showed up. Old Zhu, what's going on? Could it be that Shinfeng has already left Yongcheng?
Helplessly, Zhao Wuda could only turn his attention to the fat man. He was the first person to discover the kamikaze, so he might have some clues. The fat man shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. After he sent the divine wind away, no one knew where it went. The scene fell into silence, and Zhao Wuda looked a little anxious. How can he escape with this divine wind in his hands? After a moment of stalemate, Jiang Feng broke the silence. He condensed a spiritual puppet, moved away from the crowd, and suddenly flew into the air and fled. At the same time, he looked at the fat man and said, "Let him come alone." The moment Jiang Feng appeared, everyone in the Divine Court noticed him and looked closely at this legendary genius.
Old Zhu, then you go alone. Whether Shinfeng can join the Divine Court depends on you.
In an instant, Zhao Wuda made a judgment and signaled the fat man to follow alone. Geniuses like this must be respected.
Outskirts of Yangcheng. Jiang Feng asked cryptically. Can foreigners also join the Divine Court?
The fat man frowned when he heard this.
What does this mean? Could it be? He looked at Jiang Feng, his eyes full of disbelief. Two of you are from Sakura Hana Country. Jiang Feng knew from his expression that the fat man didn't know either.
I just told Sakuraji Chi and Matsumoto the information directly. When the fat man heard this, his expression didn't change much, but huge waves were already surging in his heart.
How could he not know these two people?
They were not only elders of the divine court, but also comrades who had fought through life and death with him on the battlefield outside the domain. He is a meritorious official who has made outstanding military achievements and a hero of the people of Kyushu.
How could he be a traitor? Wait, how did this guy figure out that they were foreigners?
The fat man wanted to ask more questions, but when he looked up, Zhang Feng's figure had disappeared.
This guy has really weird abilities.
The fat man returned to Yangchen with a mysterious look on his face.
Zhao Wuda looked puzzled. What is Lao Zhu doing?
Pulling Zhao Wuda aside, the fat man told him everything. Zhao Wuda was also troubled when he heard this. How could these two people be from Sakura country?
I don't believe it either, but we have to be on guard against this kind of thing. The fat man looked serious. If these two people were undercover, the implications for Jojo and Shinting Union would be huge.
The two hid aside and talked for a long time, but ultimately ended up with nothing.
The fat man took a deep breath and exhaled slowly with a serious expression. What kind of tricks does this kamikaze have? He can even see through things like this. Chapter 64 New Magical Skill, Disguise.
After the Yangqing turmoil passed,
Tianyuan City returned to peace again. City Lord's Mansion, Conference Room.
Everyone in the Divine Court sat around the round table, discussions going on one after another.
The protagonist they were discussing was Kamikaze. There has been no news about Kamikaze since his last brief appearance in Yangcheng. Why doesn't Kamikaze dare to show up? Could he be a genius secretly cultivated by another guild? I don't think so.
If he was really a genius trained by another guild, they wouldn't have left him alone.
Even Sakura Hanakoku didn't have anyone to personally protect him during the assassination. But this Shinfeng kid is truly terrifying.
I'm afraid he's already reached the 3rd level.
Such talent is unheard of. Don't forget, he's a spiritual master. If he continues to cultivate so diligently and bravely, and eventually becomes a 9th level or even 10th level expert, will there be anyone in this world who can rival him? Everyone was talking, and even Sakuragi and Matsumoto would interrupt from time to time.
Only the fat man and Zhao Wuda looked uninterested and did not participate in any discussion at all.
Get to the bottom of it.
They have already focused their attention on the foreign undercover agents, so Kamikaze has to take a back seat for now. This foreign undercover agent was like a thorn in their throat, making them very uncomfortable. The fat man was conflicted and didn't know who to trust for a moment. On one side is the evil spirit Shinfeng, and on the other side are the elders of the Divine Court who have made great military achievements. No matter who he believed, the implications were huge, which made him unable to make up his mind for a while. So after he communicated with Zhao Wuda, the two agreed not to make it public for the time being, to keep their troops in place, and to investigate secretly. Once there is enough evidence to prove that the two are from Sakura country, they will be faced with drastic action.
However, how could the fat man bear the worry in his heart? Those wise eyes couldn't help but look at the two of them from time to time. A few more days passed. 10,000 years Snow Mountain LV 100 LV 200. Teleport. Arriving at the eternal snow mountain, Zhang Feng looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little cold. The whole world was covered with snow and ice, a vast expanse of white, which made Zhang Feng's eyes feel uncomfortable. I almost got snow blindness.
Zhang Feng stood in the snow, his black clothes standing out.
Boom! There seemed to be the sound of an avalanche.
Zhang Feng looked over and saw a gigantic creature rising from the ground and standing up.
Snow Mountain White Bear, LV 160. Life, 160,000.
Description: a species that lives in the 10,000 years snow mountain and enjoys freezing itself, transforming into a snowy mountain.
They dislike being disturbed and possess immense strength and destructive power. Skill 1, War Roar emits a roar, affecting the target's mind and weakening the target's strength by 30%.
Skill 2, throw ice cubes at the enemy, increasing strength by 30%. Skill 3, Fog of War breaks out snowflakes from the mouth, creating a snowy sky curtain that blocks the enemy's sight and conceals one's own form. The white bear looks similar to the polar bear, except that it is much larger.
From a distance, it looks like a mountain. Roar!
The white bear seemed to be awakened by Zhang Feng. It patted its chest and roared, then grabbed a piece of ice and threw it at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng flew into the air with his sword, his hands behind his back, his hair and clothes fluttering.
Summoning 1,000 swords out of thin air. 10,000 swords return to oneness.
In an instant, countless sword lights flashed, and the silver dragon suddenly rushed towards the Snow Mountain polar bear.
Bang!
The Snow Mountain polar bear exploded. There was no blood, only white snowflakes flying all over the sky.
Kill the Snow Mountain white bear LV-160. Gain 1,600 experience points.
After dealing with the snowy white bear, Jiang Feng immediately transformed into a spiritual puppet. The spirit puppet didn't stop, but turned around and fled in all directions. Kill the Snow Mountain leopard LV-173 and gain 1,730 experience points.
Snow Mountain white bear LV-155. Ice wing white eagle LV-178. Arctic snow leopard LV-169. Congratulations to player Kamikaze for reaching LV-166.
Jiang Feng and the spirit puppet fought for more than an hour before they finally killed all the wild monsters around them.
But there is still a lot of experience left before reaching LV-200. Shoot once and move to another place.
With Jiang Feng and the spirit puppet as the 2 points, it spreads out in all directions.
Suddenly, Jiang Feng's eyes fixed.
Not far away, there is a gathering place for polar bears on the snowy mountains. If he hadn't had sharp eyes, he really wouldn't have noticed it.
Die. Control all Snow Mountain polar bears below LV-166 and have them launch surprise attacks on the tribe. Roar! Roar!
The roars filled the sky, and huge monsters stood up and fought with each other.
Jiang Feng was not idle either, and he and the spirit puppet stood on different sides. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. 2 giant silver dragons rushed around, taking away one or even several wild monsters with each collision. It took 30 minutes and 8 seconds.
All the wild monsters within the range of his mental power disappeared, and he almost killed them all.
Congratulations to the player for reaching LV-200.
Level has reached the maximum. Please go to the job transfer temple to accept the 4th job transfer task. 10% of the excess experience will be temporarily stored and released after the job change.
Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, Infinite. Spirit strength, 44276 plus 30%. Maximum dispersion distance, 3,300 meters. Level, LV.200 3rd level. Health, 211968 plus 30,000 plus 30%. Strength, 31482 plus 20%. Defense, 15596 plus 1500 plus 20%.
Agility, 1098 plus 280 plus 30%.
Stamina, 5376 plus 1100 plus 20%. Combat power rating, 788 stars. Then open the system panel.
There are 16 draws on the regular wheel.
There are also 3 golden wheel draws. Smoke. Draw 300,000 gold coins. Draw 50,000 gold coins. Draw 10x Spirit Experience Card 3. Draw 50,000 gold coins. Draw 10x Spirit Experience Card 3. Draw 50,000 gold coins.
After 16 ordinary spins, except for 6 10x Spirit Experience cards, the remaining rewards are relatively ordinary. He turned his gaze to the golden turntable again.
Smoke. Extract 50 forging crystals. Extract 50 forging crystals. Extracted the world's only god-level skill, Disguise, automatically learned. Disguise, you can modify your class panel at world's only skill. Camouflage? Jiang Feng opened his personal panel and had a thought. Name, Angela. Occupation, Fire Mage. Level, LV 1510 revolutions. He just tried it casually, and his personal panel did change. What a magical skill. At this moment, Jiang Feng was amazed. Whoever let him show his panel in the future would be directly a LV 1500 10th turn strongman. Who dares to check? Invincible. Chapter 65 Rapid Development.
Sancher Blacksmith Shop.
Brother, do you think that boss will come back?
Shermu was in a low mood and kept pacing back and forth in the room.
Ishimori took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. His expression was just as stern. Yes, sir, good fortune will come. He will come. He had never imagined that the Sakura Flower Country would invade Tianyuan City. And his major financial backer happened to be at the center of the incident. Don't forget about the greedy Wolf Guild. The boss still has 2,000 swords with us. He will definitely come back.
Having experienced the jackal incident before, Lin was full of confidence in Zhang Feng.
Oh, I hope so. Ishimori sighed heavily.
During this period, in order to ensure that this batch of swords can be forged smoothly and delivered to the big boss within the specified time, the three brothers were really exhausted, not to mention leading the workers to work overtime.
Even during the period of centralized control in Tianyuan City, they never stopped working, toiling day and night.
They even took the time to visit several nearby cities and outsourced a batch of orders to other blacksmith shops.
Just when everyone was thinking about something,
suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door. When I pushed the door open, I saw the man wearing a white robe and a mask, so I couldn't tell what he looked like.
Sorry, we're closed today.
If you need anything, you can ask at another blacksmith shop, or come back later. After this incident, Ishimori no longer had the heart to receive customers.
How's the construction going?
When the three brothers of the Sure family heard the voice, they were shocked and hurried to the door to respectfully invite him into the house.
Boss, you're finally here. The familiar living room is only used to receive Zhang Feng.
The three brothers no longer looked nervous at this moment, but all looked surprised.
Where's what I want? Boss, I have lived up to your expectations and have completed everything. Look, how about we go get it now? Ishisan was very enthusiastic and led Zhang Feng to the warehouse.
In order to leave a good impression on the boss, Ishimori began to talk about the hardships he had experienced during this period. Boss, the three of us brothers put in a lot of effort to complete the mission.
We have to work day and night, and even go out of town to find a blacksmith shop.
Of course, this is what we should do.
What I want to express is that for your sake, no matter how hard or tiring it is worth it.
Ishimori smiled respectfully, not sparing his praise for Zhang Feng at all. Coming to the warehouse again, the dense silver light was flashing, which was extremely spectacular.
2,000 silver dragon blades.
After checking, Zhang Feng confirmed that there was no problem. With a wave of his hand, he put all the swords into his backpack. Then, he waved his hand again and took out the materials for 2,000 swords.
Same as last time.
Transfer 350-0000.
Transaction completed.
After watching Zhang Feng leave again, the three brothers of the Sure family were still shocked and speechless. Outside the blacksmith shop,
a member of the Divine Court is currently waiting and investigating here. Isn't this a kamikaze?
A masked man in a white robe walked out of the blacksmith shop, instantly attracting his attention. He dared not reveal his true identity, so he was most likely a kamikaze. If it really is a divine wind, I will have to make great contributions, and my position in the Divine Court will rise rapidly. He looked excited and quickly caught up with the figure in white robe. However, after turning a street, he froze in place, his face full of shock.
Strange. Where are the people? He was an expert in tracking, but he lost the person after following him for only one street? It's weird, so weird. See High Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Feng took off his white robe and put on a black robe. He still looks like an old man. However, his face was covered by his robe, so outsiders could not see it. Old man, do you have anything to auction?
Zhang Feng spoke in a low voice and showed the level 7 VIP token. You may originally felt that the person looked familiar, but it was not until Zhang Feng showed his VIP token that she realized what was going on.
Old man, you are here this time.
Zhang Feng directly took out 3 pairs of spirit crystals and said softly, "Help me auction them." When Yu Mei asked this question, she had already anticipated it. But when she saw the spirit crystal again, she still gasped.
Who on earth is this big guy? He managed to condense 3 pairs of spirit crystals in less than a week. This time, Zhang Feng did not choose the VIP room.
Zhang Feng randomly found an empty private room and went in.
The auction begins.
As usual, there were only some ordinary items in front of him, and Zhang Feng had no interest in them at all. 10 forging crystals, starting price 100,000, each increment must be no less than 10,000.
Bidding begins now.
The forging of crystals actually piqued Zhang Feng's interest.
This thing is exactly what he needs.
It would take too much time to play the dungeon, and he has no shortage of money now, so he might as well just buy it.
100,000. 110,000. 200,000.
This thing was not a special item, so Zhang Feng raised the price to 200,000 and successfully got the forging crystal.
The second floor of the auction house.
Yu Mei fixed her eyes on the private room where Zhang Feng was, and then a seductive smile appeared at the corner of her mouth.
New special item added, 500 forging crystals, sold in packages.
The starting price is 5 million, and each increment must not be less than 100,000.
Bidding begins now.
As soon as the host finished speaking, the scene suddenly became noisy.
How come this is the same as last time, with new items being added and sold in packages? Yeah, who would want so many forging crystals except for the blacksmith shop? Could it be that this is specially prepared for some big boss? In another private room, the fat man suddenly appeared. Strange, when did so many mysterious and powerful people come to Tianyuan City? Before, he was a mysterious 5th-level spiritualist, and now. Hiss. The auction started, and Jiang Feng decisively bid 5 million. Just like what happened, Jiang Feng knew that this was the Sihai Chamber of Commerce trying to show goodwill to him. Since there are benefits, Jiang Feng naturally has no reason to refuse. 5 million once. 5 million twice. 5 million 3 times.
Congratulations to the VIP in room 201 for successfully bidding at a price of 5 million. As expected, the item was successfully bought by Jiang Feng.
The following auction was unexpected yet reasonable, with 2 consecutive package sales. Jiang Feng took them all.
After the auction ended, you may rush to private room 201 and personally serve the transaction.
Pay the money and get the goods.
The 3 pairs of spirit crystals were auctioned for a total of 40 million, and the net profit was 36 million after deducting 5.2 million in expenses. This time, Jiang Feng obtained a total of 510 forging crystals, worth 30.8 million. On the other side, after the auction ended, the fat man kept staring at private room 201.
But even after Yume came out, there was still no sign of Shinfeng.
When the auction house was about to close, the fat man finally lost his patience and couldn't wait any longer. When he pushed open the door of private room 201, the scene inside made the fat man stunned. The clean and tidy private room was empty, and there was no sign of Kamikaze.
No way, disappearing out of thin air? What kind of trick is this? Chapter 66 God is hidden. God hiding in the world. Please confirm whether to create a union? Pay the creation fee of 1 million gold coins, success. Please set the union name?
Jiang Feng was operating the union page with a lot of thoughts in his mind.
Previously, changing one's face by disguising oneself could indeed conceal one's identity to a certain extent. However, when centralized control requires showing the personal panel like last time, Jiang Feng's information will inevitably be exposed. With the disguise skill, his personal panel can be changed at will, which is equivalent to having countless identities. As long as he doesn't want to be exposed, he can become anyone in the future, or even no one at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but think more. Generally speaking, players will choose to join a guild. With the identity of a union, it can bring considerable convenience to players in both future development and actions. With his qualifications, he immediately attracted the attention of the Divine Court, the first union in Jojo, as soon as he appeared. Sometimes, he also considered whether to join the Divine Court. With the help of the Divine Court, my identity is settled and it will be easier for me to act. But as soon as this idea came to mind, it was extinguished by Jiang Feng. The Divine Court seems to be riddled with holes now. Even the people of Sakura and Hua can make it to the top. The situation inside is probably not optimistic. The Divine Court cannot be fully trusted. In that case, Jiang Feng might as well create his own union. As for the union members, Jiang Feng was not worried at all. He alone is equal to thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Please set the union name? Jiang Feng thought for a moment and murmured, God of Hidden Abyss? That's it. For one thing, it's tied to his own name. On the other hand, it is also related to his original intention of establishing the trade union. The union needs to be mysterious and hidden in the dark, which makes it easier for him to act. Congratulations to player Kamikaze for successfully creating the guild Shinin. President, Kamikaze. Union level, level 1. Number of union members, 110. Union experience, 0-100. Warm tips: to upgrade your guild level, you need to meet 2 conditions, the personnel limit and experience. After meeting these conditions, you can challenge the guild's exclusive boss to upgrade. Experience gain conditions: complete guild missions. After the union is established. The first thing Jiang Feng had to do was to set all the union information to hidden. Only the union name, the president's name, and the union level remain public.
In addition, Zhang Feng also changed the union's personnel system to an invitation-only system. No one can apply to join unless Zhang Feng invites them himself.
High Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Feng was still dressed in the familiar black robe. Old man, you are here this time. Yu Mei stood beside Zhang Feng very respectfully. In a pair of charming eyes, there was a hint of doubt amidst the joy. Didn't this old man just leave in the morning? If he comes back in the afternoon, could it be that he is auctioning the spirit crystal again?
Just as her thoughts were racing, a light screen suddenly appeared.
Nickname, Black Setsu. Occupation, Spiritualist. Union, Hidden Level 1. Level, LV 1138th turn. This was exactly what Zhang Feng showed Yu Mei on purpose, in order to build momentum for Shanine. I'd like to get my ID verified. Is it convenient now?
The river wind was neither fast nor slow, and the sound was still low.
Yu Mei's pupils shrank and her breathing suddenly became rapid.
She originally thought that the old man was only a 5th-rank spiritualist, but she didn't expect him to be an 8th-rank spiritualist. You know, there is only one 8th-level spiritual master in the entire Jojo. Yu Mei had met that person once before, but they were not the same.
Then, isn't this old man the second 8th-level spiritual master in Jojo?
If this news were to get out, it would probably cause a sensation in Kyushu. Seeing this, Yu Mei lowered her posture and became more respectful.
That's convenient.
This way, old sir, please. A moment later, Zhang Feng walked out of the High Chamber of Commerce.
Watching Zhang Feng leave, Yu Mei couldn't hide her excitement. She had to report this news to the Chamber of Commerce's top management as soon as possible. This time, not only did they discover an 8th-level spiritual master. More importantly, she discovered that the president of Kamikaze was called Kamikaze. The most unparalleled evildoer in Kyushu.
Sancher Blacksmith Shop. Zhang Feng was wearing a white robe and had returned to his true appearance.
Boss, why are you here this time?
Shursen served Zhang Feng carefully. Zhang Feng directly showed a career panel.
Nickname, White Zetsu.
Occupation, Spellcaster.
Union, Hidden. Level, 1155 8th rank.
After seeing the panel, Ishimori was so shocked that he was speechless.
8 revolutions? He looks so young, how come he is already at level 8? Monster, an absolute monster.
Behind him, Sherlin and Shermu held their breath, their eyes dull. Shermu thought of what he said when he first met Zhang Feng, and felt a sense of fear in his heart.
I just saved my life from the hands of an 8th-level boss. Please, can you be so low-key?
Ignoring the shocked looks of the three brothers, Zhang Feng casually took out a spirit crystal and threw it to Shursen.
From now on, you will be affiliated with Shanine. As long as you do your best to help Shanine, Shanine will help you solve any problems.
Ishimori took the spirit crystal in a daze, and he still hadn't recovered from the shock.
No wonder.
The killing of the jackal was said so casually at the beginning, and even afterward the entire guard team was dispatched but could not find any clues.
This is just a piece of cake. 8th rank boss. So terrifying.
After a long time, when Shursen reacted, Zhang Feng had already disappeared.
Hiss. Tianyuan City, City Lord's Mansion. Shanine, that's a good name.
A staff member, chewing an apple, smiled at the people around him.
Wait, look at the hidden guild leader.
The person next to him looked anxious and pointed at the message of Shanine and spoke loudly.
Divine Wind? Could it be the divine wind that the divine court has been looking for?
The two looked at each other and left quickly. A few minutes later, in the conference room.
There are only 3 pieces of information known so far.
Except for Kamikaze, all the information about Kamikaze has been hidden. It seems that our previous guess was correct.
This divine wind must have been secretly cultivated by a powerful force. We are still a step too late. Not necessarily. Perhaps this is a divine wind trick used to deceive people. Alas, there is too little information. This Kamikaze is too mysterious.
At this moment, the spiritual crystals of everyone in the divine court lit up.
What? The High Chamber of Commerce said that the second 8th rank spiritualist appeared in Jojo. After so many years, Jojo finally has its second 8th rank spiritual master.
This person, my divine court must win over. No, the guild of this 8th rank spiritualist is actually Shanine.
Isn't that the guild of Shinfeng?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present stared in shock.
The second 8th level spiritual master. Disappearance. Could it be that there is really a powerful force behind this divine wind?
Everyone changed their minds and looked dejected. The divine wind they had been looking for so long turned out to be a genius secretly cultivated by other forces, which made them extremely disappointed. It's like a girl you've been pursuing for a long time suddenly tells you one day that her son is going to kindergarten. Alas, all this hard work has been in vain. But what force can cultivate such a monster? Yes, even though Shinting is the #1 guild in JoJo, we can't find a genius that matches him. As they chatted, everyone turned to talking about Kamikaze himself. But the more we talked, the more frightened I became. Combined with Shinfeng's performance during this period, the expressions of everyone in the Divine Court became increasingly solemn. Looking across the 9 provinces, throughout history, there has never been heard of such a powerful genius. The word monster seems so pale and powerless when used to describe him. Even the person who achieved the novice god achievement many years ago was far inferior to him. The gap between the two is huge. Chapter 67 Deterrence. The power of Shinin. I just don't know what the relationship is between this 8th rank spiritualist and the divine wind. Could he be its protector? Using an 8th rank spiritualist as a guardian is a big deal. The waters of Kyushu are too deep, and there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The people in the divine court continued to discuss. Not to mention the power and mystery of Kamikaze, now there is an 8th level spiritual master. My lords, a mysterious man in black robes has arrived and wishes to see you. Suddenly someone reported from outside the door. The mysterious black-robed man? He's most likely the 8th rank spiritual master. Please come in. City Lord's mansion, top floor. Everyone in the divine court is already waiting here. It can be seen that they value Jiang Feng, or the 8th level spiritual master. Meeting guests on the top floor is rare. Only people of extremely noble status can enjoy such treatment. Day. There was a sound of footsteps, and everyone in the divine court looked towards the door. Soon, a black-robed figure appeared in sight. Is this the 8th rank spiritualist? Quite mysterious. A black robe, which fits the characteristics of an 8th rank spiritualist. Don't trust the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce completely. It's still unclear whether it's rank 8. Everyone in the divine court looked him up and down, muttering in their hearts. However, they still looked extremely enthusiastic, and everyone in the divine court immediately stepped forward with a smile to welcome Jiang Feng in. I've heard of your great name for a long time, and now I see you in person. It's true. Yes, sir, you are now the second 8th rank spiritual master in JoJo. This is a great joyous event for JoJo. Sir, you are a great talent, and the whole country is lucky. Gentlemen. Everyone in the divine court spoke up one after another, and their words of flattery continued to ring in Jiang Feng's ears. I have longed to see the divine court for a long time. Meeting you all today, you are truly the best of the best. Jiang Feng was calm and said the same compliment. When everyone in the divine court saw this, their eyes lit up. This 8th rank spiritualist is quite good. After some polite words, Jiang Feng took the initiative to speak. I'm here this time just to bring a few words to Kamikaze. Shinfeng knows the deep love that the divine court has for him, but he dislikes being bound by rules. It can only be said that he and the divine court are not meant to be together. He has already attracted too much attention. If he joins the divine court, I'm afraid there will be more trouble. It's better to keep it a secret and develop on your own. Finally, he asked me to apologize to everyone in the divine court. When Jiang Feng said this, everyone in the divine court was shocked. Is this what Kamikaze means? Everyone hurriedly asked. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Sir, you guys are quite mysterious. Whether it's Kamikaze or you, sir, it seems like they appeared out of nowhere. It's not wrong to say that you have some ulterior motive. You are too powerful, and I don't know your true strength. I think you have seriously threatened the safety of JoJo. Everyone, I suggest taking this opportunity to capture this man, and then recapture Shinfeng to eliminate the hidden danger for JoJo. At this time, Sakuraji-chi and Matsumoto sang the same tune and spoke with ill intentions. As soon as these words were spoken, the people who had been silent were suddenly shocked. That makes sense. For the sake of the overall situation in JoJo, I suggest taking him down immediately. Many people have begun to waver and support Sakuraji and the other man.
I don't think it's appropriate. What Kamikaze said makes sense. You all must know that haste makes waste, lest you achieve the opposite effect. I think we should just do as Kamikaze says. The divine court is in the open, and Kamikaze is in the dark. We just need to play a supporting role. Because the truth about the undercover agent has not been revealed yet, everyone in the divine court is forced to split into two factions, and neither of them is willing to submit to the other. Seeing this situation, the fat man wanted to stop it, but his words could not convince the crowd, so it was useless. The only way to stop this situation is for Zhao Wuda to give the order. But today, Zhao Wuda is not here. Helplessly, the fat man could only watch the situation develop. Zhang Feng watched from the side, his eyes a little cold under his black robe. It seems that many people in this divine court dislike him. Get it? Obviously, more people support taking it down, and a major war is inevitable. Except for a few people who opposed being captured, almost everyone rushed towards Zhang Feng to kill him. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Zhang Feng was not polite either. The silver dragon came out and collided with the attacks of everyone. Bang! After a muffled sound, both parties were safe and sound. But this move really scared everyone in the divine court. What kind of monster is this person? He can block the attacks of all of them by himself. Also, what are the skills of the silver dragon? After a successful attack, Zhang Feng showed the Black Jew panel and directly disintegrated the mental puppet. When the people in the divine court were preparing to continue the attack, Zhang Feng was nowhere to be seen. He's truly an 8th rank spiritual master. Is this really the right thing for us to do? Before everyone could react, another figure in a white robe appeared at the same place. The man didn't say anything and just stood there. This is exactly what caused even greater pressure on everyone in the divine court. However, this situation did not last long, and one deadly move after another came towards the white-robed man. The man in white robe showed his faceplate, an 8th rank sorcerer, and then disappeared on the spot like the man in black robe. Then, a figure in a blue robe appeared. Faced with this scene, everyone in the divine court was numb and had no intention of continuing the attack. Nickname, Lan Ju. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Union, Hidden. Level, LV 1122 8th turn. After the panel was lit up, the blue-robed figure disappeared and was replaced by a red-robed figure. Nickname, Hong Ju. Occupation, Space Mage. Union, Hidden. Level, LV 1099 8th turn. 4 figures appeared and disappeared in succession, and they were all 8th level strongmen. The expressions of everyone in the divine court at this moment were as wonderful as they could be. Who is this Shen Feng? Why is the force behind him so powerful? There are so many 8th level strongmen like him, as if they are free. The system panel is controlled by the world's will, unless someone can change it, but is this possible? Not to mention making changes, even collecting player information is not allowed. Then there is only one possibility: these people are all members of the Shenin Guild, they cannot be fake. At this moment, Fatty knew his chance had come. He came up to the group and said earnestly, "What's wrong with you today? Why are you acting so impulsively?" Fortunately, Shen Feng didn't care. Otherwise, with those powerful warriors just now, do you think everyone present has the confidence to stop them? Don't have any more thoughts against Shen Feng, otherwise you will really push this peerless evildoer and the powerful people behind him to the opposite side of Jojo. Upon hearing this, the person who had just supported taking down Zhang Feng's expression changed. They all said that they were just impulsive. From now on, I will no longer target Kamikaze. The instigators of all this, Sakuraji Chi and Matsuji, saw that the situation was hopeless and had no choice but to make the same promise. After the dispute subsided, the fat man breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression remained solemn. A lot of thoughts came to my mind at once. Chapter 68 JoJo Order. Under one person, above 10,000 people. Job transfer temple. Still the familiar long-haired girl. Zhang Feng was wearing a white robe, exactly like Bai Ju. Hello, how many turns? 4th turn. The long-haired girl turned around as soon as she heard it. Her expression suddenly became dull and lifeless. She mumbled, "Room 6. I thought that an old man should have some strength, but I didn't expect that he was only at the 4th level." The girl with long hair just felt that her enthusiasm was directed at the wrong person. It doesn't matter if he's not strong, it would be nice to have some handsome guys to please the eyes.
Thinking of this, she looked like a fangirl, and the handsome boy who had come to visit her just now suddenly appeared in her mind.
Room 6.
Zhang Feng activated the magic stone for changing his job.
Nickname, Kamikaze, Occupation, Spiritualist, Level 200.
Accept the 4th job mission.
Check if the mental power reserve meets the standard.
Meet the conditions for the 4th job change.
The corresponding job transfer task is being generated for you.
The difficulty of the task is related to the player's strength to a certain extent, but it is not completely proportional.
Task generation. 5-star difficulty. Please go to the Sea of Hidden Dragons LV200 LV400 and kill a Deep Sea Thunder Dragon boss LV.400. Advanced reward. Kill 3 Deep Sea Thunder Dragon bosses to receive double the job transfer attribute bonus. Note, this task has a 3-day deadline.
If you fail to complete it within the allotted time, the system will reassign you a new job transfer task, and the difficulty will be reduced to 4 stars.
Would you like to accept the call? As expected, it was another 5-star mission. At the entrance of the job transfer temple.
As soon as Zhang Feng left the temple, he was discovered by the fat man who had been waiting there early.
The fat man had met Bai Ju at the city lord's mansion.
As soon as he saw him appear, he immediately went to greet him. He knew that squatting in this place was the right thing to do and he would definitely meet the missing person.
Excuse me, could you please convey a few words to Shinfeng for me?
I would like to apologize on behalf of Shinting for what happened yesterday. I promise that such incidents will never happen again.
The fat man looked extremely sincere.
But he didn't know that the person in front of him was Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng had already received his apology. Zhang Feng, masked, waited in silence for him to finish, then replied calmly, "You should first focus on the issues within the divine court." After saying that, Zhang Feng turned and left. But after a few steps, Zhang Feng suddenly stopped, turned his head and said coldly in a low voice, "If you follow me again, I won't mind killing you." The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became cold. Not far from him, in a hidden corner, several figures stopped, their hair standing on end, their hearts pounding.
How did he find out? I don't know. It's better not to follow them. Let's retreat first. I don't know if there are stronger people behind them. And I always have a bad feeling in my heart. If I follow them, I might really die.
The residual power of the 4/8 level strongmen in the city lord's mansion still lingered in his mind. The two looked at each other and their figures slowly disappeared. Not far away, there was a bearded man who was as ordinary as could be.
After witnessing the two people leaving, a smile appeared on his face.
With the spiritual puppet, Zhang Feng's style of doing things became more cautious and careful. When he was outside, he always used his clone to vigilantly observe his surroundings. The vast Kyushu may seem powerful, but in reality it is riddled with holes.
Every step you take must be taken with caution. External forces will eventually run out, and you'll have to rely on yourself.
The bearded man shook his head, feeling very emotional.
Zhengzhou, Tianwang City.
The headquarters of the Divine Court.
Are you saying that you not only secretly followed the people who were hidden from the gods, but also directly attacked them? Zhao Qiankuan's face looked grim, and he was on the verge of exploding.
He really couldn't understand why the Divine Court would keep such a bunch of useless people.
Do they all think that they are people from the Divine Court?
They are arrogant and do things without thinking.
If this is true, he thinks it is necessary to carry out a major purge of the Divine Court.
This bunch of good-for-nothings were the first to be kicked out.
A bunch of idiots.
Even the guild leader should treat such a monster with courtesy, yet you just attack him directly.
Do you know how many people in Kyushu are watching Kamikaze's every move?
Now, I'm afraid everyone is laughing at our Divine Court. It's a joke that we did such a stupid thing, trying to provoke a monster and become the public enemy of the people of Kyushu. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and Zhao Qiankuan wished he could go to Tianyuan right now.
Give those idiots a good lesson. Show us the utmost sincerity and apology from the Divine Court. Go to Kamikaze and apologize immediately.
While he was furious, Zhao Qiankuan was also thinking about how to repair his relationship with Shinfeng. Fortunately, after understanding the situation, Kamikaze only gave them a warning and did not do anything excessive. In this case, there is still room for remedy. Zhao Wuda's face was filled with fear and trepidation. But he was already burning with anger.
Not long after he left the city lord's mansion, such a thing happened.
Before he could take any action, he was immediately met with a barrage of scolding from Zhao Qiankuan. President, I've tried everything these days, but I can't find any trace of kamikaze.
Zhao Wuda's expression was solemn as he answered in a low voice. Ha, as expected. If you see him again, give him this token. As he spoke, Zhao Qiankuan took out a golden token.
The token is golden in color and engraved with 8 golden dragons, each with different expressions, looking very imposing. The words Jojo are written on it in vigorous and powerful characters, as if they were created naturally.
Jojo Order.
The highest level token in Kyushu, with authority second only to the supreme leader of Kyushu. Once this token is presented, no one except the highest authority will have the right to check. Anyone holding this token can travel freely within Kyushu. This palm-sized token makes the holder of it extremely powerful and noble. With this token, you can travel freely within Kyushu, and anyone who sees you will have to bow down to you.
President, isn't this a bit too hasty?
Kamikaze is indeed a demon, but after all, his identity is unknown and he has not grown up yet. Seeing this, Zhao Wuda looked hesitant and questioned.
He didn't expect that Zhao Qiankuan even took out the Jojo order.
There were only a handful of people who had this order.
This made him worry, wondering if it was a bit too much.
After all, there are some people who have achieved the God of Novice achievement, but no one has ever received this honor.
Will this affect the stability within Kyushu to some extent? Humph. How short-sighted.
Giving him the Divine Wind 9 Provinces order would better represent the importance our divine court attaches to him and our sincerity in wanting to make amends.
For such a monster, a small Jojo order is nothing. If it's any later, I'm afraid we won't even be able to deliver the Jojo order.
Zhao Qiankuan said with a look of disappointment. It seems that there are still many people in this divine court who don't know what the divine wind means.
A powerful person with a limitless future, who could even become a 9th or 10th level expert, isn't he worth this tiny Jojo order?
Chapter 69 Opening the game to challenge the boss, Zhang Feng's confidence.
Sea of Hidden Dragons LV 200 LV 400. Teleport.
The landing point was an isolated island, surrounded by deep ocean and countless deep-sea thunder dragons surging. There were flashes of lightning and roars of thunder.
The isolated island was full of people.
Zhang Feng just glanced with his divine eyes and found that the levels of almost everyone present were close to level 400.
It's a pity that I didn't get any scales in the last wave. I must seize the opportunity in the next wave. Who wouldn't want something as good as the Deep Blue Heart? I was lucky last time and got one. I'm so envious, brother. Can you share some experience with me?
The reason why the Sea of Hidden Dragons is so popular is that the deep-sea thunder dragons have a strange purple scale armor on their bodies, which is also called the Deep Blue Heart. It is extremely valuable. Not only is it necessary for those who change their jobs to the thunder type, but it is also a high-end building material. Whether sold for money or exchanged for other items, they are extremely popular.
I'm just lucky, I don't have any experience to speak of.
Yes, these deep-sea thunder dragons are extremely powerful, and they come in groups.
How can ordinary people be their opponents?
What's even more terrifying about the deep-sea thunder dragon is the lightning that bursts out of its body.
Even a LV 400 Thunder Mage can't withstand it. Well,
the deep-sea thunder dragon is so powerful, so you can imagine how difficult it is to obtain the Deep Blue Heart.
But there is still hope. Every hour, the deep-sea thunder dragon will release excess lightning in its body into the sky. At that time, the lightning on its body will disappear briefly and it will float to the surface. This process only takes 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, if you are lucky, you can steal some Deep Blue Heart back. Zhang Feng understood after listening to it. This lightning is physical damage, and the spirit puppet is immune to all physical damage. This is not just in time.
However, Zhang Feng's target is not these ordinary deep-sea thunder dragons. What he is looking for is the Thunder Dragon boss. After searching around, Zhang Feng didn't see any boss, so he patted a passerby on the shoulder and asked,
"Brother, why can't I see the boss?"
The person being asked was excitedly sharing his experience with others when he was suddenly patted on the shoulder and looked a little unhappy. However, when he heard what Zhang Feng asked, he was shocked.
"Brother, you're not crazy, are you? Why are you looking for the boss? You're so young, why are you so depressed that you want to commit suicide?"
Passers-by looked puzzled.
"Please let me know, brother. Thank you very much."
Seeing that Zhang Feng looked serious and didn't seem to be joking, the passerby spoke as a way to relieve his boredom, since the next wave was still half an hour away. The boss is in the deep sea 10,000 meters deep, so normally he won't appear.
However, there is one exception.
That is when too many deep sea thunder dragons die and it becomes enraged, and only then will it show itself.
After getting the information he wanted, Zhang Feng did not hesitate.
After saying thank you, he changed his appearance and quietly hid among the crowd.
At the same time,
a spiritual puppet in his own image flew on a sword and headed straight for the sea. This scene quickly attracted the attention of everyone present.
What does this kid want to do? Is he looking for death? The calm period hasn't arrived yet. Going out now would be suicide. Didn't anyone tell him that? Deep blue heart is a good thing, but you don't have to risk your life for it.
Everyone looked up at the sky in the distance and were shocked by Zhang Feng's actions.
But has anyone ever been so vigorous? However, in their opinion, Zhang Feng's move was undoubtedly a suicide mission.
I should have kept quiet earlier. I didn't expect this guy to be such a fool. The passerby who had just been questioned by Zhang Feng now had a dazed expression and a hint of regret in his eyes.
I shouldn't have said so much.
Zhang Feng had already reached the sea surface, standing in the air with his sword, facing the wind. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. In the sky filled with purple lightning, a silver dragon emerged from the river wind.
Deep Sea Thunder Dragon, LV 400. Life, 420,000.
Description: powerful creatures that inhabit the sea of hidden dragons. Their bodies are imbued with the power of lightning, and their bodies are covered in special scales. They possess exceptionally strong defenses and attacks, and prefer to act in groups. Skill 1: Source of lightning. Purify the lightning power within the body by releasing excess lightning. Skill 2: Thunder Whip. The power of thunder transforms into a whip, which not only has extremely strong attack power but also has a control effect. Skill 3: Thunder Sword. Lightning falls from the sky, like a divine punishment, gaining a 30% strength bonus. Kill the Deep Sea Thunder Dragon LV 400, gain 4,000 experience points, store 400 points, and obtain 3 deep blue hearts.
This kid is so brave.
He just wanted to steal some deep blue hearts, but he even dared to attack the Thunder Dragon.
This is really asking for death. The Thunder Dragon has begun to riot.
The onlookers were all puzzled and had incredible expressions on their faces. Zhang Feng's action has completely angered the group of Thunder Dragons. Thunder Dragons surged, and purple arcs of lightning flashed between heaven and earth.
Boom!
Countless thunder and lightning suddenly exploded in the sky, and the huge noise shocked everyone on the island into a trance. But Zhang Feng felt nothing.
Continue to control the Silver Dragon to kill this group of Thunder Dragons.
Kill the Deep Sea Thunder Dragon LV 400, gain 4,000 experience points, store 400 points, and obtain 4 deep blue hearts. Kill the Deep Sea Thunder Dragon LV 400, gain 4,000 experience points, store 400 points, and obtain 3 deep blue hearts. Kill the Deep Sea Thunder Dragon LV 400, gain 4,000 experience points, store 400 points, and obtain 2 deep blue hearts.
In an instant, the sea surface was littered with the corpses of Deep Sea Thunder Dragons, and the thunder in the sky was also killed by Zhang Feng, creating a blue sky.
How can this be so strong? Look at him, even when lightning struck him, he acted like nothing happened.
No wonder he's so confident. Yeah, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, so strong. Everyone on the island breathed rapidly and stared at Zhang Feng's figure intently.
What happened outside the island still seems like a dream, hard to believe. I thought he was a fool going to die, but I didn't expect him to be the god of war. The powerful and terrifying Thunder Dragon is now like a lamb to be slaughtered. As the roaring sounds continued, the number of Thunder Dragons on the sea surface decreased.
He is indeed strong, but if we keep killing him like this, I'm afraid the boss will appear. Someone frowned and whispered softly. If the boss really appears, can this kid really be his opponent? The boss is far more powerful than these Thunder Dragons. Once the boss shows up, this kid will definitely die.
Everyone shuddered at the thought of the boss's terrifying figure.
A long time.
The surrounding sea area was cleared by the river wind, and all the Thunder Dragons were killed. The sky returned to its original blue color. But suddenly, the situation changed. The sky was dark and the sea was turbulent.
Boom! A black lightning bolt shot out from the sky, and the entire sky instantly fell into darkness. A terrifying figure appeared on the sea.
It is huge, hundreds of meters high. Its entire body is covered with black scales, and from a distance it looks like a war fortress. This kid doesn't know how to stop, the boss appears.
Too strong.
I was already terrified just by looking at him.
I couldn't muster the slightest thought of resisting. This kid, it's over.
On the sea, Jiang Feng and the boss stood in the air. In front of its huge body, his figure seemed so small. But the tall and straight figure seemed so determined.
This guy, even at this point, is he still so confident?
Chapter 70, Chapter 74th Transformation completed, New Skills.
Deep Sea Thunder Dragon Boss, LV 400. Life, 823,000.
Introduction: The Sea of Hidden Dragons Boss, a thunder beast, its massive body contains the devastating power of thunder. Skill 1, Thunderfield. Black lightning fills the space within a 1 km radius, increasing all attributes by 30%. Skill 2, Thunderbolt. The tip of the tail stabs forward with extreme speed and destructive power.
Skill 3, Thunder Wings. Thunder power transforms into wings, agility increases by 30%.
Skill 4, Divine Punishment. Black thunder transforms into a divine statue, bringing down divine punishment, increasing damage by 50%.
Boom!
Accompanied by a loud bang, the black statue waved its hand and struck down a bolt of lightning, which went straight towards Jiang Feng. This lightning bolt was extremely thick, with an estimated diameter of over 100 meters. It would be more accurate to say that it was a pillar of lightning rather than thunder and lightning.
Bang! The lightning column struck the sea surface with a loud bang, instantly evaporating the seawater.
Violent thunder and lightning filled the air, and even the people on the island could feel its tremendous power. Everyone looked into the distance. The black lightning was still continuing, and they were afraid that the boy had already been completely destroyed. After a long time, the divine punishment stopped, the seawater flooded back, and the black lightning slowly disappeared.
How is this possible? How did he survive?
Even if you're immune to lightning, you can't possibly survive this terrifying attack.
My mind tells me this is impossible, but what is going on in front of me? Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank and they took a breath of cold air. The boy was surprisingly safe and sound, not even a corner of his clothes was damaged. Why does he look so relaxed and comfortable in the face of such terrifying thunder? This question has been lingering in the minds of everyone on the island.
10,000 swords returned to their origin.
When the boss appeared, Jiang Feng no longer hesitated.
He gathered the silver dragon blades together, and gradually burst out with a strong silver light.
The silver dragon appears.
The dragon head also became the tip of the sword, stabbing fiercely at the boss.
Bang!
The boss's head was pierced through instantly, and after his body shook, he fell to the ground. The huge body slammed heavily into the sea, causing huge waves.
Kill LV 400 boss and gain 4,000 experience points. Store 400 experience points. Drop job transfer quest certificate 1.
In the haze, the last image in everyone's mind was the scene where Jiang Feng killed the boss.
He died so quickly? Could it be that this boss is fake? Oh, fake? Go up and try it. Ha! Did this kid really kill a thunder dragon boss? On the island. Everyone's shocked expressions never ceased. Who on earth is this kid?
The things he does in a short period of time are more outrageous than the last.
Not to mention killing the boss, they didn't even dare to confront an ordinary thunder dragon head-on. This kid is great. Killing the thunder dragon is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Killing the boss is just as easy. The gap between people is too big. No. Run. Thunder dragon bosses appear frequently, and there won't be just one.
Someone in the crowd showed fear on his face and immediately started a 30-second teleportation bar to leave the instance. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone seemed to wake up and the scene suddenly became chaotic.
Just at this moment, roars came from all directions of the island at the same time. Looking again, 4 more bosses appeared on the sea. Asshole, this is going to kill us. Run quickly.
If a fight breaks out, the island will probably be shattered. Countless people began to read the teleportation bar and rushed to leave the copy. 10,000 swords returned to their origin.
The silver dragon ascended into the sky.
This time, the boss didn't even use any skills, but Jiang Feng killed it.
Bang! In a flash, 2 more bosses fell.
Jiang Feng did the same thing, and just as the last boss's skill was about to start, the silver dragon pierced his head.
Kill LV 400 boss and gain 4,000 experience points. Store 400 experience points. Drop job transfer quest certificate 1. Kill LV 400 boss and gain 4,000 experience points. Store 400 experience points. Drop job transfer quest certificate 1. Is this the end of the killing? Who the hell is he? Why is he so perverted here?
The crowd here was only halfway through the countdown, with panic frozen on their faces and disbelief in their eyes. Seeing everyone teleporting away, Zhang Feng felt a little embarrassed and turned around and said, "I'm sorry to have scared you."
It's okay, please go ahead. What are you talking about? Thanks to you, we can enjoy a feast of slaughter.
Everyone looked embarrassed and spoke awkwardly. Among the passers-by, there were some who were so frightened that they even forgot to activate the teleportation. Among them was a female player with a dull look on her face.
Frightened? Frightened? When did I?
After saying this, her pink little face suddenly turned red with embarrassment.
At the entrance of the job transfer temple, Zhang Feng saw the members of the divine court again, and the leader was the fat man. He ignored them and walked straight to the temple. They didn't go forward and just watched Zhang Feng disappear. I remember his name is White Zetsu, and he's not even level 1200 yet. Why is he here at the job change temple?
Maybe it has something to do with the disappearance of the gods.
Everyone in the divine court could only make random guesses like headless flies. Nickname, Kamikaze 4th job quest submission. Check backpack for job transfer certificate. Mental energy storage meets the requirements, job transfer mission completed.
Advanced task completed, attribute bonus doubled, increased to 60%. Stored experience is released, and the player level is increased to LV.210.
Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, Infinite. Spirit strength, 73342 plus 30%. Maximum dispersion distance, 3,650 meters. Level, LV.210 4th turn.
Health, 351149 plus 30,000 plus 30%.
Strength, 52171 plus 20%. Defense, 25853 plus 1500 plus 20%.
Agility, 1816 plus 280 plus 30%.
Stamina,
8901 plus 1100 plus 20%.
Combat power rating, 1314 stars.
You should know that the star rating of a general level 210 professional is only between 300-400, and the stronger ones can reach 500, but he is now at 1314. Zhang Feng's original health was 211,968, and after reaching level 200, it was only 288,768. After the attribute bonus of 60%, it soared directly to 351149. The 60% bonus of this job transfer task is really good, and the improvement becomes more obvious in the later stages. Congratulations to player Kamikaze for awakening the world's only god-level skill, Attribute Fusion. Attribute Fusion, the special attributes of multiple pieces of equipment can be combined and superimposed on one piece of equipment, unlimited times. Tip: equipment quality must not exceed the player's current wearable quality limit. After seeing the skill description, Zhang Feng held his breath and couldn't believe it. Fusion of special equipment attributes? Is there another way to play it? Chapter 71 Multi-Attribute Fusion. At the entrance of the temple. The people in the divine court are still waiting. Sir, he's out. When the fat man heard this, he quickly looked in the direction the person pointed. White Zetsu's figure appeared outside the temple. The fat man was excited and hurried to meet him. Just now, he received an order from Zhao Wuda to give the Kyushu order to Shinfeng. This is a hot potato. He didn't even know where Kamikaze was, so how could he deliver the Jojo order to Kamikaze? He refused at first, but Zhao Wuda was firm. He just thought that he was the only one who had a connection with Kamikaze, so he was the most suitable person to deliver the token. Brother Baiju, I'm bothering you again. Can you help me deliver this token to Kamikaze? This is the Jojo order. Anyone holding this order can travel freely throughout the Jojo region, and everyone must show respect to them. The fat man was very humble, took out the Jojo order and spoke respectfully. Yes, I will definitely pass it on to you, sir. Zhang Feng did not refuse, and replied in a low voice. Thank you very much, Brother Baiju. Please come visit Zhengzhou more often when you have time. Tianyuan City is still too small after all, and its resources are limited. It's a pity that a true dragon like Brother Baiju is here. Zhengzhou is where all the heroes gather. Heroes from all over the world gather here. Brother Baiju will definitely not regret going there. For a strong person like Brother Baiju, Zhengzhou can be considered a real stage, a place where one can display his talents.
We also welcome Shinfeng to visit Zhengzhou. A young talent like him needs a big stage to grow. Zhang Feng didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. He will definitely go to Zhengzhou, but not now. If he were to go, he would go under the identity of the Shenin Guild and would not go through the Shinting. Our president also asked me to tell you thank you for your help that day. Upon hearing this, the fat man immediately said in shame, No, I'm afraid you would have taken action even without me. Just one time at the city lord's mansion was enough to expose the 4 hidden 8th rank experts. How could the fat man dare to underestimate the power behind Kamikaze? Of course, even without him, Sakura Hanakoku would probably have died at the hands of Kamikakushi. If these people dare to plot against Kamikaze, Shinin will surely kill them with thunder. After they talked to each other for a while, Zhang Feng left the place under the fat man's respectful gaze. See High Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Feng hasn't paid attention to his equipment for a long time. The equipment he has is indeed in a lot worse condition, and it's time to upgrade it. Moreover, Zhang Feng also awakened the special attribute fusion of the magical skill. In this regard, Zhang Feng also wanted to see the effect after the special attributes of this equipment were integrated. I want to check all equipment with special attributes, only those of purple quality, and no duplicates. The minimum wearing requirement for purple quality equipment is 3 turns, red quality is 5 turns, black is 7 turns, and gold is 9 turns. There is no way. Zhang Feng is only at the 4th level, and can only meet the requirements of wearing purple equipment for the time being. Okay, this way, old sir. Yu Mei was shocked. Every time this person comes, he brings her a different shock. This time, the first thing he mentioned was all the purple special attribute equipment of the High Chamber of Commerce. These equipments are definitely not what this person wants. At least the 8th level equipment used are all black quality equipment. Then there is only one possibility. These equipments were purchased to cultivate the hidden genius. This person might be Kamikaze, or maybe someone else. Old sir, there are 43 pieces of purple quality equipment with special attributes. Excluding the 15 pieces with duplicate attributes, there are 28 pieces left that meet your requirements. Yu Mei works very quickly. In just a moment, 28 different pieces of equipment were placed in front of Zhang Feng. I want them all. Although she was mentally prepared, Yu Mei still couldn't calm down after hearing it with her own ears. This is almost half of the High Chamber of Commerce's inventory, and this person actually wants it all. But when I think of his identity as an 8th rank spiritualist, everything makes sense. This amount of money is nothing to him. In the end, Zhang Feng paid a total of more than 50 million and took away the 28 pieces of equipment. As soon as he got home, Zhang Feng couldn't wait to start the fusion of special attributes. Start by picking up a ring at random. Xian Yang Ring, purple quality. Type, jewelry. Occupational restrictions, none. Level limit, level 3. Attributes, health plus 4000, strength plus 30. Special attribute, when the player attacks, there is a 30% chance of triggering fireball, causing an additional 20% damage. Although it is purple equipment, its attributes are worse than the Ring of Spirit Wind. After all, the Spirit Wind Ring, after undergoing a perfect quality upgrade, is much stronger than ordinary purple equipment. Start fusion. The Xian Yang Ring transformed into a stream of red light, and eventually formed a red ball of light, tightly wrapping the Lingfeng Ring. This process did not last long, and the red light ball was completely absorbed into the Spirit Wind Ring. Fusion successful. Special attribute 124/7 alert to air movement within a 500-meter radius. If an object approaches rapidly, an alert will be issued immediately to the player. Special attribute 2, when the player attacks, there is a 30% chance of triggering fireball, causing an additional 20% damage. Although it is purple equipment, its attributes are worse than the Ring of Spirit Wind. After all, the Spirit Wind Ring, after undergoing a perfect quality upgrade, is much stronger than ordinary purple equipment. Start fusion. The Xian Yang Ring transformed into a stream of red light, and eventually formed a red ball of light, tightly wrapping the Lingfeng Ring. This process did not last long, and the red light ball was completely absorbed into the Spirit Wind Ring. Fusion successful. Special attribute 124/7 alert to air movement within a 500-meter radius. If an object approaches rapidly, an alert will be issued immediately to the player. Special attribute 2, when I opened the panel again, I saw that the Lingfeng Ring had indeed added the special attributes of the Xianyang Ring. This made Zhang Feng suddenly excited. Then he took out another piece of equipment and began to fuse it. Thick earth ring, purple quality. Attributes, health plus 5000, defense plus 40. This time, the ball of light that wrapped the spirit wind ring was khaki in color and had a heavy feeling. Fusion successful. Special attribute 3, when the player is attacked, there is a 35% chance of triggering an earth shield, reducing damage by 20%. Reintegrate. Aoki spirit ring, purple quality. Attributes, health plus 3500, stamina plus 40. The Qingmu spirit ring turned into a stream of light and wrapped around the spirit wind ring. Fusion successful. Special attribute 4, when a player is injured, there is a 30% chance of triggering the rescue mechanism, which will heal 20% of the injury in a short period of time. Zhang Feng was in high spirits at the moment, but there was only one piece of jewelry left. Water blue ring, purple quality. Attributes, health plus 4000, agility plus 40. Using the same method, Zhang Feng also decomposed the water blue ring and integrated it into the spirit wind ring. Special attribute 5, in combat, there is a 30% chance to trigger water ripples, slowing the enemy's movement speed by 20%. After everything was done, the basic attributes of the spirit wind ring remained unchanged, and now it has a total of 5 special attributes. The effect of each special attribute is huge. Carefully rubbing the spirit wind ring, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh at the abnormality of the fusion of special attributes. The spirit wind ring is probably the first equipment in the world to have so many items. Besides, the limit has not been reached yet. As long as there are more equipment with special attributes, the special attributes of the spirit wind ring will only increase. Chapter 72 accidents occur again. Immediately following, Zhang Feng then integrated the attributes of other equipment. Wind-proof boots, blue quality. Special attribute 1, not affected by deceleration buff. Special attribute 2, agility plus 30% in combat. Special attribute 3, shimmering wings, blue quality. Special attribute 1, consume 300 stamina to use flash once, teleporting to a designated location. The maximum teleport distance is 500 meters. The cooldown time after each use is 12 hours. Special attribute 2. Like the spirit wind ring, these are pieces of equipment that have undergone perfect quality upgrades. Even if it is only blue quality, the basic attributes are stronger than many purchased purple equipment. After the special attributes were integrated, these equipments gained a lot of special attributes. Open the panel again and take a look. Lucky wheel. Number of normal turntables, 2. Golden wheel number of times, 6. Ordinary turntable, lottery. Draw 300,000 gold coins. Draw 50,000 gold coins. Zhang Feng now has no expectations for the ordinary turntable. Golden wheel, lucky draw. Extract forging crystals 50. Draw 1 million gold coins. Extract forging crystals 50. Extract skill upgrade card 1. Skill sublimation card, can sublimate skills again. Skill upgrade card? Zhang Feng kept thinking in his mind how to use this skill card. With Wanjian Guizong, he has no shortage of damage. Even if the Divine Eye and Ghost Eye are strengthened, it will only be so-so. After all, the skills are still there. The only thing he lacks now is a way to save his life. When it comes to saving lives, we have to talk about mental puppets. The spirit puppet has the same combat power as yourself, so it's not a pity if it dies. After making the decision, I decisively used the skill sublimation card on the spirit puppet. Skill sublimation card detected, starting to sublimate the spirit puppet. New effect, during the release of the puppet, consume the same amount of mental energy as the skill, and the main body can instantly switch positions with the puppet. Zhang Feng received the effects of the newly added mental puppet in his mind, and his expression gradually became shocked. Usage conditions: players need to have sufficient mental strength. Tip 1, this skill has no restrictions. This skill is a bit perverted. With unlimited mental power, he doesn't need to worry about consumption at all. As long as there are puppets, he can change positions infinitely. As long as he is cautious enough and has the ability to change positions instantly, basically no one can hurt him. Tianyuan City, City Lord's Mansion. City Lord, you're finally back. You have no idea how much has happened in the city during the days you were away. Luoyu frowned, and her delicate face was instantly covered with frost. As the Lord of Tianyuan City, she did not expect so many things to happen in just a few days.
There were even people from Sakura and Hua country who sneaked into Tianyuan City and attacked the genius of Jojo in public. This can be said to be a dereliction of duty on her part as the city lord. On the other side, the fat man had given the Jojo order to Jiang Feng through by Ju. He also prepared to take everyone from the divine court back to Zhongzhou to report. But when he suddenly heard that Luo Yu had returned to Tianyuan City, he immediately gave up the idea.
Are there any results from the investigation?
The fat man immediately found Luo Yu and asked in a low voice with a serious expression.
Competition between countries has always been ongoing.
It is also common for countries to infiltrate each other. It is extremely difficult to be completely protected and avoid being invaded.
The main problem is that every country has large tracts of undeveloped wasteland.
Even if Kyushu has a large population, it is impossible to monitor all wastelands at all times. This gave some space mages an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and use long-distance magic channels to teleport directly into Jojo.
Of course, not only other countries can invade Kyushu, Kyushu can also invade them. This is a battle of invasion and counter-invasion.
Therefore, Jojo specially established an anti-invasion organization, which was dispersed to various wastelands for surveillance and investigation.
Luo Yu is a member of this organization.
She was originally not qualified to join, but because of the special nature of her abilities, the organization allowed her to join. As for what abilities they have, Fatty doesn't know very clearly.
This is personal information, so it's inconvenient to ask more.
Previously, the investigation organization was conducting a nationwide investigation, but this time, due to the divine wind, a group of people were urgently mobilized to investigate around Tianyuan City.
Luo Yu is the lord of Tianyuan City, so he happens to be on this list. We have made some discoveries. Several ultra-long-distance space channels have been discovered near Tianyuan City. Although it has been destroyed and surveillance equipment has been installed.
But judging by its energy decay, the construction time of this space channel will not exceed 3 days.
So, I'm afraid, there are still some people hiding around here.
Everyone in the divine court heard this. They all frowned, as there was something unusual about this matter. Logically speaking, it is impossible to successfully build such an ultra-long-distance transmission channel without the corresponding energy coordinates to guide it.
But since it appeared, it means someone is providing support in the wasteland. But several days have passed since the incident in Yangchang. According to Luo Yu, the passage was built within 3 days, which country's passage? The fat man had some guesses in his mind and asked quickly.
Sakura Flower Country. When the fat man heard this, he sighed slightly in his heart and looked at Sakuraji Chi and Matsumoto with a hidden look in his eyes. He had been wavering in his heart these past few days, but now it seemed that Kamikaze's words were more credible. He really couldn't think of who else in Tianyuan City, besides these two people, was the accomplice of Sakura Flower Country. The fat man and Zhao Wuda looked at each other, both of them thoughtful. After a moment, Zhao Wuda turned around and said to the people in the divine court.
There are too many potential dangers in Tianyuan City right now. It's not the right time to leave. Everyone should be on high alert.
So, the plan to return to Zhongzhou is put on hold for now.
The other side. Zhang Feng's puppet was wearing a white robe and walking on the street.
Hello sir, how do I get to the city lord's mansion? Suddenly, a voice came from beside me asking for directions. Zhang Feng turned around and saw two people standing together. They were both short and had pointed faces.
This kind of facial features is not common in Kyushu. The divine eye is activated.
Zhang Feng already had it in his mind.
Really? Name, Yamamoto Ichiro Sakura Flower Country. Occupation, Mage. Level, LV 855 7th turn. Name, Inashita Meiko Sakura Flower Country.
Occupation, Spellcaster.
Level, LV 777 6th rank.
Zhang Feng paused, secretly became alert, and ignored the two of them. The other party was not angry, but just smiled, and the two parties passed each other randomly. However, after taking a few steps, Zhang Feng suddenly felt a strange power quietly attaching to him. This is. Zhang Feng was stunned when he saw the special lines on his arm skin that were fading rapidly. He had learned this thing in school. It was a very special surveillance spell. It can affect the target's mental power, which is equivalent to obtaining the other party's vision. Whatever the person being affected sees, the owner of this spell can also see. If the person being monitored shows his or her personal panel, they will naturally be able to capture this scene. This achieves the purpose of monitoring the other party's career panel. What's even more terrifying is that this kind of spell can be made and stored in advance, and when used, it can be thrown out like a talisman. In this way, one can perfectly avoid mental detection within the city. If your mental strength is weaker than these two, you won't even notice if you're under this kind of spell.
But these two people chose the wrong person. The strength of his mental power is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Of course, while this kind of prefabricated spell has huge advantages, it also has a flaw: the user cannot control it remotely. The spell was cast out, like a monitor that transmitted information in one direction. If it is erased, the caster will not actively notice it. Even if the other party can judge that someone erased the picture from the change in the number of received pictures, they cannot be sure who it is. Therefore, Zhang Feng just wiped it off with his hand, and the curse mark that had attached to his skin and turned transparent was wiped off. The other party was completely unaware. Zhang Feng looked back and found that the two men had asked another person for directions, and at the same time, they had secretly placed the same surveillance spell on him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and sighed inwardly. Alas! This Tianyuan city is so restless. Chapter 73 Arrest? Tianyuan City, City Lord's Mansion. There was a brown box on the table in the conference room. The box was sent by a mysterious person. No one knows what is inside, whether it is a terrifying forbidden technique, or something beneficial to the Divine Court. To open or not to open? Everyone in the Divine Court was in a dilemma. Open. Seeing this, Zhao Wuda made a decision and decided to open the box immediately. His idea was simple: the box must be opened, but he also had to be well prepared. The box was brought outside the city, and after the people in the Divine Court cast countless defensive spells, the box was finally opened by a puppet. The box slowly opened, and everyone in the Divine Court felt relieved. There were only a few photos in the box. So mysterious, just to send a few photos? Someone saw the photo and asked in confusion. Zhao Wuda picked up the photo and turned it over. Following his gaze, a message was clearly written on the photo: the person in the photo is a foreigner who sneaked into Kyushu. The signature at the end is Shanin. I think we should take immediate action to apprehend the person in the photo. Since Shanin has gone to such great lengths, the information must be true. I agree. The situation in Tianyuan City is not optimistic. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Some hardliners in the Divine Court were agitated. Ha, you guys just believe Shanin's words? I don't think there's any rush. The news of this disappearance may not be true. It's better to wait and see. This matter cannot be rushed. It is better to return to the city and discuss it. Some indecisive and conservative people in the Divine Court said that this matter could not be rushed. Humph. If it were you, I should have taken him down right away. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much trouble today. Sakuragichi crossed his arms across his chest, a look of disdain on his face. Samu followed closely, pretending to think about it, and spoke in a low voice. That makes sense. This is just Kamikaze's one-sided statement. How can he be sure that the person in the photo is a foreigner? Fatty and Zhao Wuda glanced at Ingmu and the other man without leaving any trace, and they had a plan in mind. They immediately said, whether they are foreigners or not, we will know after catching them and investigating them. The nationality of a native of the country will not be displayed in the country, and will only be displayed when going abroad. This is where the problem lies. If the other party is of foreign nationality, the personal panel information cannot be changed, but it can be hidden. As long as the nationality information is hidden, the panel will be no different from that of a native. Therefore, if you want to confirm the other party's identity, you can only investigate their background. Cannot be directly confirmed. Catch him and investigate. Zhao Wuda said firmly. Some people wanted to speak, but were glared back by Zhao Wuda. That day, everyone in the Divine Court returned to Tianyuan City. Power erupted in many places in the city, and brilliant skills appeared above the city continuously. The capture of the Divine Court has officially begun. On a street, Zhao Wuda led the members of the Divine Court to block the people in the photo in the middle of the street and have brought them all under control. The operation went surprisingly smoothly. However, I don't know whether it was due to good training or it was really a mistake. These people didn't resist at all. Instead, he allowed himself to be arrested by the Divine Court. What does this mean? Attacking civilians in the street is the way of the Divine Court?
We respect you as a high official in the divine court, which is why we have dodged and avoided attacking you many times.
But you are going too far. Besides, there has to be a reason to arrest someone, right? Several people said angrily. Take away.
At Zhao Wuda's command, several members escorted them to leave.
Ha, everyone, look at this. This is Kyushu's top law enforcement level. No evidence, arrest people on the street.
Seeing this, several people looked calm and spoke in a strong tone, as if they were confident. There was a sudden discussion all around.
Yeah, what crime did these two people commit?
You guys are a bit too overbearing.
You're arresting people without even a charge. It's hard to believe this is law enforcement in Kyushu.
Tianyuan City is not safe to begin with, and the divine court is still at this level.
I'm a little disappointed.
Encouraged by several people, the onlookers began to stand up for him.
Don't listen to them. These people are foreign undercover agents, and we are here to arrest them.
Seeing that public opinion was growing louder and louder, Zhao Wuda had no choice but to start explaining.
Ah, brilliant. Just label us brothers as foreigners and you can capture us, right? Those people put on an angry and laughing look, their faces full of grievance. Yeah, who would believe you if you said that? It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. Is this the level of the divine court?
The emotions of the passers-by were aroused by a few people, and they did not believe Zhao Wuda's one-sided statement at all. In an instant, the scene became chaotic.
Stop it.
At this moment, a roar sounded. Just one sound shocked everyone, and the chaotic scene returned to calm. Following the gaze of the crowd, a man wearing the clothes of the city lord's mansion walked over. They are the law enforcement team affiliated with the city lord's mansion.
You've arrived just in time. The people in the divine court are so unreasonable.
As soon as they saw the law enforcement team, the arrested people burst into tears and complained about the tyranny of the divine court and their own bitterness.
Everyone, this is Tianyuan City. You've gone too far.
The captain of the law enforcement team was a middle-aged man with a serious expression at the moment.
Ever since these people from the divine court came to Tianyuan, does their law enforcement team still have any authority?
Everyone, let me come to your house to explain this matter later and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer.
Now, please let us take these people back.
Zhao Wuda bowed to the law enforcement captain, expressing his goodwill. The law enforcement captain stopped the members of the divine court and then presented the law enforcement order.
I think you're mistaken.
Arresting people is our law enforcement team's right, not yours.
Seeing the enforcement order, Zhao Wuda's face became solemn.
Although their divine court also has the power to enforce the law, it is in Tianyuan City after all.
Unless there are special circumstances, the law enforcement team still has greater priority. It's similar to the difference between police and SWAT teams.
Although they are all police officers, their rights are not unified. Of course, he could communicate with the higher-ups of the law enforcement team in advance. As the divine court, the law enforcement team must give this face. But now, after knowing the changes within the divine court, he was worried that during the application process, the internal undercover agent would have leaked the information, and it would be too late by then. This is why I had no choice but to take action directly.
We only look at the evidence. Show us the evidence, and these people will be with you. The law enforcement captain didn't want to have too much interaction with the divine court, so he said immediately.
Hearing this, Zhao Wuda looked embarrassed.
He couldn't produce any evidence.
But his intuition told him that he couldn't retreat.
For a moment, he was in a dilemma.
I told you not to trust Kamikaze's words, but you insisted on arresting him.
Okay. Now that we've made this embarrassing situation, are you satisfied?
As a key figure in the 9 provinces, you disregarded the laws of the 9 provinces. You have completely ruined the reputation of the divine court. Seeing Zhao Wuda being humiliated, Sakuraji-chi and Matsumoto acted righteously and began to blame Zhao Wuda and others.
You're talking nonsense. Don't think I don't know.
The fat man was furious and stood up to scold Sakuraji-chi and Matsumoto, but he took back the words when they were on the tip of his tongue.
In a small corner that no one noticed, a figure suddenly appeared.
Jiang Feng sighed, looking very sad.
You still have to do it yourself.
The people in the divine court are really not reliable.
Chapter 74 the support of the divine court.
Due to the intervention of the law enforcement team, the people in the divine court released the undercover agents and surrounded them. There are 6 people in total, 3 with 6 turns, 2 with 5 turns, and 1 with 7 turns.
But I couldn't do anything for a while.
The 3 parties were in a stalemate for a while. The Divine Court took care of the law enforcement team, and the undercover agent was surrounded again. Although the law enforcement team had the power to enforce the law, they could not do anything to the Divine Court for a while. At this moment, a figure in a white robe appeared on the scene.
He looked at the people in the Divine Court and said sarcastically, "You are indeed unreliable."
Upon hearing this, everyone in the Divine Court looked grim, but they still explained, "If it weren't for the power conflict with the law enforcement team, we would have taken these people away long ago." Seeing that Baiju would not pay any attention, the voices of the members of the Divine Court became smaller and smaller. Immediately, he lowered his head in shame. The way the Divine Court handled this matter was truly disgraceful.
To explain further would be deceiving oneself.
Baiju turned his gaze and came to the law enforcement team, saying in a serious tone, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Hearing this, the law enforcement team looked hesitant.
I've heard of this guy before, but could he kill people in public? Ignoring law enforcement orders? Ghost eyes, phantom tomb. Launch.
As Jiang Feng raised his head, an invisible force surged out, and the expressions of the 2 5th-level Sakura Hua people instantly became dull. Jiang Feng had already constructed the illusion space, and the 2 Sakura Hua people had already gone in to enjoy it.
At the same time,
a man was engulfed by flames, feeling no pain like a walking corpse, and was burned to ashes in full view of everyone. A man was surrounded by thunder, like a walking power source, with crackling sounds constantly heard.
Soon he was electrocuted and only some broken limbs and bones were left. What's going on? How come 2 people died suddenly, and their deaths were so tragic? Could it be him? It must be him.
The 2 died suddenly, and their deaths were so tragic. Everyone was stunned and shocked, and all turned their eyes to Jiang Feng.
Here, he is the only one with this motive. Moreover, he is the only one who has such terrifying means. After killing the 2 people, White Zetsu flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Woo woo woo.
At this time, Tianyuan City's mental monitoring device also sounded an alarm. Before everyone could come to their senses, a black-robed figure appeared in their sight again.
8th rank spiritual master.
As soon as Zhao Wuda saw Heiju, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With this person around, everyone present except him would probably be controlled by him.
As long as he is willing to take action, there will be only one outcome today. All undercover agents must be killed.
But killing an undercover agent in this way always means insufficient evidence and 2 serious consequences.
Even if the person who made the move was an 8th rank spiritualist,
it would be better for them to arrest the criminals and then let the law enforcement team provide further explanation. In addition, White Zetsu could have killed all the undercover agents just now, but he only killed 2 5th-level ones, which gave them an opportunity.
An opportunity to prove yourself and prove the Divine Court. If they can't grasp it anymore, it would seem that they don't know how to appreciate it.
Under pressure from Black Zetsu and his own pressure, Zhao Wuda loudly announced, "Capture him, take him away." After receiving Zhao Wuda's order, the pro-war faction became particularly active and rushed towards Wu as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Jiang Feng looked at this scene and praised calmly, "It seems that you are not stupid." Seeing the Divine Court taking action again, the law enforcement team rushed over to stop them. "You are blaspheming law enforcement and the laws of the 9 provinces." At this time, Zhao Wuda had a tough attitude and did not give the law enforcement team any chance to intervene. When it comes to strength, the law enforcement team can't compare to them. The 4 remaining undercover agents saw that the Divine Court was coming with such force that no one could stop them. Once they are caught, with Jojo's investigative capabilities, their undercover identities will definitely be discovered.
If you don't run now, when will you run?
The 4 undercover agents began to flee in 4 directions, east, south, west, and north. But facing the people in the Divine Court, escaping is just wishful thinking.
The strongest among them is only at the 7th level, how could he escape from the encirclement of the people in the Divine Court?
To be on the safe side, Zhao Wuda personally chased after the 7th turn expert. A moment later, the 7th level undercover agent was brought back first. Zhao Wuda is still very terrifying when he uses all his firepower. With 8 turns against 7 turns, he has an absolute advantage. If he can't be caught, Black Zetsu will probably kill him. The man was beaten beyond recognition and looked nothing like the same person before. During the arrest process, Jiang Feng just watched and did not take any action.
However, there was an unexpected incident on the other side. That was the direction Sakuragi Chi and Matsumoto were chasing.
When Sakuragi Chi was about to catch the undercover, he suddenly screamed.
Damn it, the old injury recurred at this time.
His sudden stop gave the person being chased a chance to escape.
Really?
Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuda felt a chill in his heart.
How could two 8th rank masters let a 6th rank undercover agent escape? Relapse of old injury? This reason. Snort!
Just as he was about to get up and chase after him, he saw countless swords whizzing past and killing him cleanly and neatly.
This is Shinin taking action. In mid-air, the man in black robe looked at Zhao Wuda and mocked him again, still indecisive. Do you want me to help you kill those two people?
Zhao Wuda's eyes were solemn. He knew that this was not the time to be hesitant and take too many things into consideration. After the two 6th level undercover agents were captured, Zhao Wuda suddenly jumped up, and with a unique force, he instantly controlled Sakuragi Chi and Matsumoto. Looking at this scene, everyone in the Divine Court was stunned for a moment, and their brains instantly crashed.
What does this mean? I suspect you are undercover agents. Please cooperate with the investigation.
Zhao Wuda said sternly.
Old Zhao, what do you mean? We are comrades in arms. You don't know me, how could I be an undercover agent? Old Zhao, have you forgotten how I saved you on the battlefield outside the domain? How could I have thought of this after so many years, old Zhao? Regardless of personal connections, I shouldn't have been insulted just based on my military achievements.
The two looked a little nervous when they were controlled, but then they relaxed. They thought what they did was perfect, and Zhao Wuda had no reason to doubt them. Relying on years of military exploits, friendship, and camaraderie, the two began to play the emotional card. The identities of these two people are so sensitive that even the people in the Divine Court began to speak up for them. Old Zhao, this is too much. They are all heroes of the 9 provinces and should not be treated like this. Old Zhao, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back. It's really embarrassing for the Divine Court to do this out there. I see them everywhere I look. I don't believe they are undercover agents. But no matter what these people said, Zhao Wuda remained expressionless and unmoved. He has hesitated too many times, this time he must be decisive. What's more, with Black Zetsu roaming nearby, he is even more confident.
Get it? After one order, Sakuragi Chi and Matsumoto were controlled even more tightly. Zhang Feng was hiding in the crowd.
Looking at this scene, he nodded. It seems that the Divine Court is not too pedantic.
Chapter 75 The Tower of God Fragments.
Seeing that the Divine Court was arresting even its own people, the law enforcement team did not dare to stop them. In addition, the identities of the previous few people were indeed exposed, so the other party must not be causing trouble out of thin air.
Just delegate power directly. And just like that, things finally settled down.
Zhao Wuda led everyone from the Divine Court and the undercover agent to evacuate.
Zhao Wuda could see that the mastermind behind this incident was Kamikaze.
But Kamikaze was unwilling to show up, so there was no point for them to stay here, and they couldn't find each other at all.
Tianyuan City returned to peace again. Lava altar LV.200 LV.400. Teleport. All you see is a sea of fiery red, with boiling lava flowing past your feet. There was no sign of life in the whole world, and one could feel the heat just by exhaling. Zhang Feng stood on a small hill and looked around. Bang! The boiling magma exploded, and huge waves rose dozens of meters high.
Zhang Feng looked in the direction of the sound and found a fiery giant standing in the lava, patting his chest vigorously. But judging from his appearance, it should have nothing to do with Zhang Feng's appearance. It scooped up a handful of lava with both hands, smeared it on its face, and then rubbed it with its hands.
Lava Monster, LV.380. Life, 401,203. Description: Giants living in the magma world rely on consuming magma for survival.
In the lava world, they are born to be the kings of fire. Skill 1, Lava Fist. Swing a huge fist to attack the enemy, gain 30% strength.
Skill 2, Extreme Heat Tornado. Controls magma to form a tornado, creating a powerful attack. Skill 3, Lava Escape. Sinks the body into the magma, gains 30% agility, and hides the body at the same time. Skill 4, Regeneration. Based on magma, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as it touches the magma, it can be quickly recovered, and even broken limbs can be regenerated.
The lava beast is made entirely of magma and looks no different from a human, except that its fiery red body looks extremely terrifying. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Without waiting for the lava beast to react, Zhang Feng took the initiative to attack. Countless silver dragon blades shot out from his palms, and a silver dragon streaked across the sky.
Bang!
After a loud bang, a prompt came from my mind that the monster was killed. Kill the lava monster LV.380, gain 3,800 experience points, and store 380 points. At the same time, a ball of fiery red light flew towards Zhang Feng.
Lava vest, purple quality. Type, armor. Professional restriction, mage. Level limit, LV.200. Attributes, health plus 20,000, defense plus 500. A small vest, much inferior to his equipment. Moreover, there are occupational restrictions. The higher you level up, the more experience you will need. The death of a lava monster is just a drop in the bucket for Zhang Feng's current upgrade needs.
Zhang Feng flew on his sword, shuttling over the endless magma, constantly searching for new monsters. After searching for a long time, I didn't see any trace of the monster.
10,000 swords return, sword rain.
Zhang Feng stood in the air with sharp eyes, and countless silver dragon blades began to attack indiscriminately. If the monsters don't come out, he will force them to show their heads.
Roar, roar. In just a moment, the originally peaceful world began to see magma rolling in terrifying roars rising one after another. Countless monsters appeared and looked towards Zhang Feng. Lava monster, LV.300. Lava monster, LV.400. Lava monster, LV.200.
A mental storm swept out, and those lava beasts whose levels were lower than Zhang Feng suddenly rushed towards other lava beasts.
Zhang Feng was not idle either. He and the spirit puppet also joined the killing feast. Two identical silver dragons rang out sword sounds and swept towards the group of lava beasts.
Kill, LV.330 lava behemoth, gain 3,300 experience points, store 330 points. Killed, level 377 lava monster, gain 3,770 experience points, stored 337 points.
Congratulations to player Kamikaze for reaching LV.260.
The screen full of kill reports made Zhang Feng's level increase rapidly.
Zhang Feng felt so happy.
His killing continued, and the huge bodies of the lava beasts fell one after another like wheat being harvested.
Kill, LV.400 lava monster, gain 400 experience points, store 400 points.
Congratulations to the player for raising his kamikaze level to LV.300. After killing for a whole day, Zhang Feng could no longer remember how many lava beasts he had killed.
Congratulations to player Kamikaze for reaching LV.360. When the last lava monster in sight fell, the kill announcement sounded. Only 40 levels away from LV.400. After killing for a whole day, Zhang Feng was a little tired. He looked around and decided to stop. The monsters in this area were basically killed by Zhang Feng. The best way is to combine work and rest.
If I try again tomorrow, I will definitely reach level 400. After killing for so long, Zhang Feng not only gained experience but also picked up a lot of equipment.
I opened the backpack and took a look.
There are at least 40 or 50 pieces of purple quality equipment, but they are all rubbish.
There are only 3 or 4 items with special attributes.
However, a golden object caught his attention.
Tower of God fragments, golden.
Description: essential for conquering the Tower of God, born from destiny, divided into 5 volumes, this is one of them.
At the same time.
World announcement: congratulations to the player Kamikaze from Kyushu for obtaining the gold scroll of the Tower of God, gaining one of the keys to controlling the power of the Tower of God.
The other side.
Everyone in the divine court was stunned when they saw the large golden characters on the panel.
Tower of God fragments? This Kamikaze is really restless. Just when we solve one problem, a bigger one comes along.
The Tower of God, the most mysterious place in the extraterritorial battlefield.
Whoever can control this tower will be able to gain powerful strength in the battlefield outside the domain.
There are only 2 ways to obtain the power of the Tower of God. One is to conquer the Tower of God with one's own strength. They are optimistic about Kamikaze precisely because Kamikaze has a great chance of conquering the Tower of God. Secondly, there is the fragment of the Tower of God that Zhang Feng obtained this time. This fragment can directly allow a person to control 1/5 of the power of the Tower of God.
Don't underestimate this 1/5 of the power.
Once Zhang Feng masters it, he will be able to roam the battlefields outside the domain without any problem, and even easily destroy some small countries. It can be said that the Tower of God is the lifeline of the entire world. No one in the divine court had expected that Zhang Feng would obtain such a divine object. But after thinking about it carefully, they frowned and their heads started to hurt again. When the world announcement was made, not everyone knew that Zhang Feng was carrying the fragments of the Tower of God. Outside of Kyushu, countless people were already wary of the divine wind talent and were ready to make a move. Now that the fragments of the Tower of God have been released, Zhang Feng is likely to become the target of public criticism. Thinking of this, everyone in the divine court looked grim. Once this news came out, Kyushu was about to be in chaos. In the past, countries only sent assassins to sneak into Kyushu to kill kamikaze, but this time they may have to launch a head-on war for the fragments.
Well. Chapter 76 Divine Skill, Release. The next day. Lava Altar, Zhang Feng appeared here again. Zhang Feng looked around and found that he was not the only one there yesterday. There are many other practitioners in today's Lava Altar copy. But most of them go in groups, and there are very few who train alone like him. It was about 3 miles away from him. A man with a wretched face was hiding in the corner, looking at Zhang Feng with ill intent. Hey, this kid is actually alone. Doesn't this make me rich? The man smiled stiffly and stared at Zhang Feng. He had already made up his mind that as soon as Zhang Feng left the crowd, he would follow him and give the kid a good beating. But the next scene made him feel cold from head to toe. Zhang Feng did the same. 10,000 swords returned to their origin and attack indiscriminately. Beneath the calm magma, countless hidden lava monsters were enraged. Roar! Before the lava monster appeared, its terrifying roar resounded through the sky. Is this kid crazy? Run! If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later. Damn it! Where did this fool come from? He's looking for death and still dragging us down. Everyone present was extremely shocked, with expressions of horror on their faces. They are all old men of the lava altar, and they know exactly what the roar means. A full-level lava monster. However, the scene before them refreshed their cognition again. As soon as the giant lava beasts appeared, they exploded and died. Swords burst out of their bodies out of thin air. Kill, LV.400 Lava Behemoth, gain 4,000 experience points, store 400 experience points. Kill, LV.370 Lava Behemoth, gain 3,700 experience points, store 370 experience points. Congratulations to player Kamikaze for reaching LV.361. This scene scared the passers-by who were about to be teleported away into silence. There was another person whose legs were trembling and his expression gradually became dazed. The man with the wretched face was trembling with fear and gasping for breath. Fortunately, he just had this idea and didn't take any action. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. After a long time. As a LV.400 lava monster fell to the ground. Congratulations to the player Kamikaze for reaching LV.400. Level has reached the maximum, please go to the job transfer hall and accept the first job transfer task. Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, Infinite. Spirit strength, 120842 plus 30%. Maximum dispersion distance, 8,400 meters. Level, LV.400 fourth turn. Health, 579149 plus 30,000 plus 30%. Strength, 89791 plus 20%. Defense, 42953 plus 1500 plus 20%. Agility, 2956 plus 280 plus 30%. Stamina, 14,601 plus 1100 plus 20%. Combat power rating, 1654 stars. Finally reached the maximum level. It's so hard to level up. Zhang Feng exhaled slowly and said with a sense of relief. He opened his personal panel. Number of regular draws 38. Number of gold lottery draws 10. Lottery. Draw 300,000 gold coins. Draw 50,000 gold coins. Draw 10x Spirit Experience Card 3. Draw 300,000 gold coins. Draw 10x Spirit Experience Card 3. This time it was pretty good, I drew 2 10x Spirit Experience cards. Zhang Feng now has a total of 16 spiritual experience cards in his backpack. Golden Wheel, Lucky Draw. Extract Forging Crystals 50. Extract Forging Crystals 50. Extract the world's only skill, Release, automatically learned. Release. Within the range of the spiritual power, the items in the backpack can be released at a designated location.
Generally speaking, items or equipment summoned from the backpack appear around you.
Cannot be specified. But this skill can actually specify the release location. Then, Zhang Feng's mind moved.
A dagger that had been covered in dust for a long time appeared out of nowhere 1,000 meters away in the backpack.
Driven by mental power, the dagger stabbed towards a lava monster nearby. The lava monster had no idea what was happening and its heart was pierced in an instant. It could never have imagined that a dagger would appear behind it out of nowhere. This skill may seem useless, but it's actually a magical skill. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Feng tried to summon the dagger out of the lava beast's body. Bang!
Accompanied by a stream of boiling magma, the dagger pierced directly through the chest of the lava monster and returned to Zhang Feng's backpack. In the distance, everyone who saw this scene was stunned.
Brother, hit me so I can see if I'm dazzled. Brother, you are not dazzled, because the lava has burned my feet.
Then, the person who spoke let out a scream. They thought this kid was outrageous enough, but they didn't expect his next move to be even more beyond their imagination.
Damn, can you do this? Just summon the dagger into the opponent's body to attack. This might be another magical skill. Zhang Feng was shocked. First of all, this attack is too covert for ordinary people to detect. Secondly, even if a person is a 10th turn strongman, he will be injured if not killed by a dagger. Next, Zhang Feng finished drawing the golden turntable. Everything is rubbish. Things like 50 forging crystals, 2 million gold coins, etc. Job transfer temple. Nickname, Kamikaze, occupation, spiritualist, level, LV.400. Accept the 5th job quest. Check if the mental power reserve meets the standard. 5th job transfer conditions met. The corresponding job transfer task is being generated in waning. The difficulty of the task is related to the player's strength to a certain extent, but not completely proportional. Task generation. 5-star difficulty, please go 300 miles south of Tianyuan City. A secret realm will appear here and will open in 1 day. Enter it to obtain a life stone. Advanced reward, obtain 3 original stones to receive double the job transfer attribute bonus. Tip, this task has no time limit. 300 miles south of Tianyuan City, it is already outside Tianyuan City. Also known as the Wasteland, it is full of dangers and contains many unknown creatures. Not only that, there are also bad professionals in this kind of place, even strong people of the 7th or even 8th level. The secret realm is even more complicated. The passage to each secret realm is unknown, and it is possible that each country has an entrance to it. It is simply a small extraterritorial battlefield where professionals from various countries compete with each other. Secret realm levels are generally divided into 5 levels. Level 1 is the lowest and level 5 is the highest. There is also an additional restriction, which is that players entering the secret realm cannot exceed 8 levels. Facing this job transfer task, Zhang Feng looks serious. Although he is powerful, he is not so conceited as to look down on others. In the secret realm, the situation is changing all the time. If he is not careful, he might get into trouble. Moreover, countless people in Jojo were staring at him, which made this journey to the secret realm even more dangerous. Regarding this mission, Zhang Feng felt that he still needed to plan it carefully. Despite this, he still has absolute confidence. The source of his confidence is his powerful strength in many means. Chapter 77 Entering the Secret Realm. After changing his appearance, Zhang Feng left Tianyuan City and headed straight towards the indicated location of the secret realm. At this moment, Zhang Feng is around. Even though they have left the city, there are still a lot of professionals. Along the way, he met quite a few professionals. Seeing the two of them walking together, Zhang Feng scanned them with his divine eyes. Name, Kong Yangnian. Occupation, Spellcaster. Level, LV.1023 8th turn. Name, Wan Tian. Occupation, Earth Mage. Level, LV.1134 8th turn. There are so many strong people here. I wonder what the situation will be like in the secret realm. Zhang Feng sighed in his heart, and his pace of travel gradually increased without realizing it. When Zhang Feng arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, it was already crowded with people waiting for the secret realm to open. It seems that the emergence of the secret realm has caused an overflow of power, attracting a lot of attention. Who said it wasn't? I thought I could make a small fortune,
But who knew so many people would come?
Judging from the overflowing power, this secret realm is at least level 3.
Various discussions could be heard from the crowd from time to time.
Moreover, Zhang Feng found an acquaintance here. Selling secret books. I have the latest and most comprehensive secret realm information here. Come quickly if you want to buy it.
The fat man set up a stall outside the secret realm and was shouting with all his might. Zhang Feng didn't care much at first, but he didn't expect that the fat man's business was surprisingly popular. Almost everyone present had a copy of the fat man's secret book in their hands. Seeing this, Zhang Feng also stepped forward and bought one. But because he was in disguise, the fat man didn't recognize him. I have to say, the fat man's secrets are still somewhat useful. At least Zhang Feng got a lot of useful things.
First of all, there are many monsters in the secret realm, which is very dangerous. Moreover, secret realms like this usually have some special rules. For example, you can't jump, gravity is reversed, you can't see water, etc.
But where there are dangers, there are generally also great benefits. There is a special resource in this secret realm, the Space Stone. The Space Stone has only one function, which is to expand the backpack.
The market value is extremely high.
Of course, if that were the case, so many people wouldn't venture into this secret realm.
This is because there is another extremely rare and precious material in this secret realm.
The rough stone of life. The life stone contains the power of origin and has a strong healing effect. At the 9th level or below, even if there is only one breath left, it can be saved.
It is equivalent to the existence of a second life.
In addition to these two types of stones, there are some other special materials in the secret realm.
Attribute stone, added when crafting equipment, it can generate special attributes 100%.
Stability stone, added when crafting equipment to improve stability and greatly increase the success rate of forging.
Etc.
More and more people came outside the secret realm, and the discussion became louder and louder.
Alas, the last time I entered this secret realm was half a year ago. I was unlucky that time and only got a space stone. You're lucky. My last time I was in the Air Force, I got nothing.
But this time, I've made a lot of preparations. At least 10 space stones.
If I'm lucky, a life stone would be nice too.
Zhang Feng was very low-key, his eyes always on the entrance to the secret book. But suddenly, he found that he seemed to be being watched.
Turn around and look. Are you a 7th level spiritualist?
The man stared at Zhang Feng without blinking or avoiding his gaze.
Divine Eye.
That person is an 8th rank sorcerer, and his level has reached the maximum level of 1200, and he is about to reach the 9th level. At the same time, there were 3 8th level strongmen beside him. This lineup configuration is extremely luxurious.
Don't be surprised.
I have a special spell that can sense the strength of other people's mental power.
You should be a rank 7 ultimate expert, half a step into the rank 8. The man smiled slightly and took the initiative to speak. How about it, are you interested in joining our team? We are all rank 8, and I'm about to enter rank 9.
Facing the man's invitation, Zhang Feng simply said calmly, not interested. Upon seeing this, the man immediately showed his profile page again. I'm from the Red Moon Guild.
As the second largest guild in Kyushu, Red Moon is definitely worthy of your joining. The man thought that if he told Zhang Feng the background, Zhang Feng would definitely agree. This is the Red Moon Guild, and many people are scrambling to join it. He just doesn't believe that this kid won't be moved.
But he was still disappointed. Zhang Feng refused again.
What, a 7th level spiritualist?
At this time, the team next to them also heard this and reacted. They all extended olive branches to Zhang Feng.
This is a 7th level spiritual master.
Having such a person in the team can save a lot of trouble when entering the secret realm.
Keeping vigilance for 24 hours, which team would not be tempted?
Brother, join us. We'll give you 30% of the secret realm's gains, and you don't have to do anything except keep watch.
Brother, don't listen to him. Join our team and we'll give you 50% of the profits. We'll also assign you 24/7 personal protection.
He also has 24-hour personal protection. I'm afraid he's putting my brother under house arrest.
Brother, 80% of the benefits will be paid to a designated person for personal protection.
The person who said this was a woman with fiery red lips and a hot body. And their team is composed entirely of women.
Slutty fox, my brother was the one seduced by you? You really underestimate my brother.
Brother, don't trust him.
This woman might eat you till there's nothing left of you.
Seeing that someone was going too far, the teams present were about to fight for Jiang Feng. At this time, the fat man licked his big face and squeezed in front of Jiang Feng with a smile. "Hello, we are the team of the Divine Court.
Brother, are you interested in joining?
I'm sure you've heard of the Divine Court.
Joining us is the best choice." Faced with the fat man's recruitment, Jiang Feng looked at the fat man and said nothing. If he wanted to join the Divine Court, he would have joined long ago. He is used to walking alone and doesn't like to be bound by anything. "No, brother, can you give me a chance and chat for a few minutes?" The fat man was extremely speechless.
In the past, when he was recruiting people, as long as he mentioned the name of Shinting, everyone would rush to join him. Ever since we recruited Shinfeng, people are becoming more and more arrogant, and the Divine Court is no longer effective. This made him fall into deep self-doubt.
Was it him or the Divine Court that was not good enough? Faced with the recruitment of many teams, Jiang Feng loudly refused. "Thank you all for your kindness, but I like to be alone, so I'm sorry." "Alas, what a pity."
Disperse, disperse. Brother, if you change your mind, we in the Kamikaze squad still welcome you.
After receiving Jiang Feng's rejection, the enthusiasm of the teams gradually faded.
The entrance to the secret realm returned to its original appearance, and everyone started chatting casually.
Jiang Feng was still standing in an inconspicuous corner.
Focus your eyes and wait for the secret realm to open.
Chapter 78 Mutated Slime. Half a day passed. The secret realm was finally opened, and everyone rushed towards the entrance. Suddenly the sky became dark and gloomy.
When Jiang Feng opened his eyes again, he unexpectedly found that everyone was gathered together and not separated. It was a desolate place, with stones floating in the air and the sound of stones colliding coming from time to time. This shows that there is no gravity here. However, you have to be extremely careful in this place, as huge rocks will fly through the air at extremely high speeds from time to time.
If it hit someone, I'm afraid he would die on the spot.
However, Jiang Feng was not affected. His powerful mental strength allowed him to discover these huge rocks in advance from a long distance.
It can even analyze the movement trajectory of the boulder so that you can react in advance.
This is also why psychics are so popular.
At this moment, a panel suddenly appeared above everyone's head. The panel shows a square map with skulls of different colors in each corner. Red skull.
It seemed to be exactly where they were. All this soon sparked discussion among the public.
This red skull should represent the entrance to Kyushu. Only people from Kyushu can use it. The yellow skull should be Sakura Flower Country. The black skull is Lan Tianhua. The blue skull must be from the Eagle Country.
It seems that the competition this time is very fierce, almost as fierce as the battlefield outside the domain. As a member of the Divine Court, Fatty must stand up at this moment to unite the people of Jojo into one. Only by uniting as one can we have an absolute advantage when facing foreigners.
Everyone, we are all from Kyushu. I just hope that you can all stand united against external threats.
Because of the interests involved, it's not realistic for everyone to stick together, but at least we shouldn't be too scattered so that we can look after each other. However, when the fat man spoke in an excited tone, Jiang Feng had already left. Jiang Feng flew on his sword, his mental power radiating outwards. After flying all the way, Jiang Feng soon reaped the rewards.
I perceive that there is an attribute stone not far ahead. Soon, a diamond-shaped stone that was almost fiery red appeared in Jiang Feng's palm.
It was hot at first, and at the same time Jiang Feng felt a strange power on it. After putting away the attribute stone, Jiang Feng flew away on his sword.
Not far away, a team of 4 people happened to pass by. Who is this fool who doesn't know that flying in the secret realm is very dangerous? That guy. Are all psychics idiots, or has meditation made me stupid?
This was the first time they had seen Jiang Feng dare to be so ostentatious. Jiang Feng also noticed them, but ignored them. Unlike their cautious appearance in the secret realm, Jiang Feng now seemed as relaxed as strolling in a garden. Over the next period of time, Jiang Feng continued to search for other materials.
One attribute stone cannot satisfy his appetite.
In addition, Jiang Feng has always kept the life stone in mind as a material for job transfer.
After a long time,
Jiang Feng received a lot of stones of various attributes, and even obtained 3 space stones. It's a pity that the stone of life has disappeared. During the flight, Jiang Feng's mental power suddenly detected movement in front. But when we got there, there was no trace of him. But the mental power did sense it. This thing was wandering in front like a ghost. Zhang Feng tried to identify it using the occupation panel, but there was no information except question marks. In that case, Zhang Feng used his divine eyes again.
Start up. Mutated slime, LV.666.
Description: the body flows, the speed is extremely fast, and it is a social animal. Skill 1, deadly venom. The body can transform into a strange venom that can be fired at the enemy. Skill 2, great wilderness starfall swallows up the debris in the surrounding space and spits it out. Skill 3, flashing light slime turns into a pool of liquid, and its speed is greatly increased. Skill 4, revenge of hatred. All tribes share a common mindset. When someone massacres a large group of slimes, it will attract a large amount of hatred from the tribe, causing full-scale revenge.
Jiang Feng's heart moved. Release.
A black gold dagger appeared inside the slime, instantly crushing its body and ripping it open. The slime's body tissue scattered and fell to the ground. However, in Jiang Feng's perception, the broken tissue of the slime was actually moving on its own.
Gradually recovered into a complete mutated slime monster.
The wounds on the surface of the body have completely healed, and the internal body has also returned to normal.
Jiang Feng wondered, could he be resurrected? Ghost Eyes, Phantom Tomb.
The ghost eye was activated, and Jiang Feng wanted to kill it directly and completely, but the Phantom Tomb found nothing.
What's going on? It seems, it has no mental power?
Jiang Feng was stunned.
How could he fight this? After being treated like this by Jiang Feng, the mutant slime also became angry.
It spit out clumps of green mud towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng dodged, and the mud fell to the ground with a sizzling sound, corroding a big hole in the ground.
10,000 swords return to oneness. Jiang Feng turned around and summoned countless silver dragon blades and began to fight back. The powerful attack hit the mutant slime, completely shattering its entire body.
But Jiang Feng still frowned and stared at the front. Under Jiang Feng's gaze, a piece of the mutated slime's fragments were slowly repaired until they returned to their original state. However, Jiang Feng also made some surprising discoveries during this period. The mutant slime can come back to life entirely because of a green stone in its body. It was this green stone that emitted amazing vitality, repairing the mutated slime's injuries one by one. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. This time, at the moment of breaking the mutant slime's body, Jiang Feng found the opportunity to peel off the green stone.
Really?
After being deprived of the green stone, the mutant slime's shattered body never recovered.
Jiang Feng put the green stone into his backpack and checked the information.
Broken life stone fragments.
Tip: 100 fragments can be synthesized into a complete life stone.
Jiang Feng was extremely excited when he saw it.
He came to the secret realm basically for the job change mission. Finally, I know the information about the Stone of Life. At this time,
a special fluctuation appeared in the space ahead, very similar to when Jiang Feng just discovered the slime.
In spiritual perception, this fluctuation is extremely terrifying. Just one look and Jiang Feng was shocked.
There were so many mutated slimes that it was impossible to tell them apart.
Jiang Feng even discovered a LV-1000 slime among them.
He wouldn't be able to handle so many mutated slimes spraying poison at him at the same time. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Feng released the puppet. The puppet is made of mental power and has no physical body. It easily passed through the slime group like a ghost. When the distance was almost the same, Jiang Feng had an idea.
Transposition.
The puppet instantly swaps places with the original body. The main body instantly arrived at an open space several thousand meters away.
The puppet was moved to the group of slimes. Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. Now, it's easier to fight. Chapter 79 slapped in the face.
Turning my attention, I saw that the group of mutated slimes here also attacked the spirit puppet.
Puff, puff, puff.
A group of mutated slimes surrounded the spirit puppet, spitting out balls of deadly venom as if they were free. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. The spirit puppet did not retreat but advanced, rushing towards the green venom. Silver dragon blades were summoned, indiscriminately attacking any mutated slime. At the same time, the mutant slime's venom also hit the spirit puppet. The venom, which should have been extremely corrosive, did not cause any harm to the spirit puppet.
Zzzz.
The venom passed through the spirit puppet and fell to the ground, making an unpleasant sizzling sound. The ground was instantly corroded and collapsed, forming a huge and dark hole.
Bang!
Here, the attack of the spirit puppet also arrived. With the experience of killing mutated slimes, the mutated slimes now fell one by one like leaks.
Broken Lifestone Fragment 1. Broken Lifestone Fragment 1.
The mutant slime had never seen such a situation before. Their all-powerful venom actually caused no harm to the boy in front of them.
Woo!
For a moment, the group of mutated slimes stopped and made a humming sound. It was as if he was asking for help from someone.
Roar! At this moment, a larger mutant slime appeared on the field.
It let out a crazy roar and rushed towards the spirit puppet.
Mutated Slime Boss, LV.1000. Life, 1020120.
Introduction: The King of Mutant Slimes. His massive size significantly increases the toxicity of his venom and greatly enhances his attributes. Skill 1, Deadly Venom. The body can transform into a strange venom that can be fired at the enemy. Skill 2, Great Wilderness Starfall. Devours the corpses in the surrounding space and then spits them out.
Skill 3, Flashing Light. Slime turns into a pool of water, and its speed is greatly increased. Skill 4, Devour. Slime emits a powerful aura that can devour the enemy's vitality. This tiny human actually killed so many of its people.
It was so angry that it was about to lose its mind, and had only one belief in its heart, which was to kill this damn human. Its body expanded rapidly, and then the spirit puppet felt a terrifying suction force. The spirit puppet stood still, allowing the slime boss to devour it.
Suddenly, the boss braked suddenly, turned around, and ran.
Previously, whenever he used the devour skill, humans would be sucked dry by him.
But how come this kid is fine? Run quickly!
Recalling the scene of the tribe's death just now, the boss felt a chill in his heart and wished he could go much faster. Seeing this, Zhang Feng flashed and followed immediately. However, the boss was very fast and he couldn't catch up with it for a while.
The other side.
A group of people are suffering inhuman torture from 5 level 800 plus mutant slimes. All kinds of venom, stones greeted crazily. Among them was the 8th turn sorcerer that Zhang Feng had met before, as well as 3 other 8th turn powerhouses.
But they are not in good condition at the moment.
Their bodies were covered with the venom of the mutant slime, making it extremely difficult for them to move. If there had not been a priest in the team, their injuries would probably be even more serious at this moment. But except for the 8th level sorcerer who still has combat power, the combat power of the others is really limited.
Damn it! What the hell is this thing?
All my spells are ineffective. The 8th rank sorcerer looked angry and was struggling to remove the venom from his body.
If it weren't for this annoying thing, they wouldn't have to watch the mutated slime resurrect again and again.
But he is an 8th turn expert after all, and these 5 slimes are nothing compared to his strength. Everyone's expression was resolute, and powerful skills were released one after another. The void roared violently, and powerful skills slammed towards the mutated slime with an aura of boundless terror. The 5 mutated slimes were killed instantly, and the broken fragments of the lifestone in their bodies were also separated. After a while, it was seen that the mutant slime did not resurrect. Finally, several people smiled with relief. Ahem! He's finally dead. Luckily he died, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Several of them looked pale and spoke with some strength. After continuously releasing powerful skills, they were extremely exhausted and suffered considerable injuries.
Let's take a break before continuing on our journey.
The 8th rank sorcerer's words were still on his lips when his expression changed the next moment. His eyes were filled with horror as he looked forward.
A large group of mutated slimes were flying towards them. 5 slimes almost killed them, let alone such a terrifying number.
Their legs were shaking and their faces were bitter. Having just escaped death, he is now in the tiger's mouth again. But they were so exhausted that they couldn't run anymore and could only watch the swarm of slimes getting closer and closer.
It's him! The next moment, they seemed to see something incredible.
The 7th level psychic was actually following behind the group of slimes.
The first reaction when seeing Zhang Feng was to run away.
They concluded that there must be more slimes behind Zhang Feng, otherwise why would he run so hard?
But the more I watched, the more something seemed wrong. Who is on the run?
When the slimes saw them, they not only did not attack them, but changed direction and moved even faster. It was like there was some great terror behind him.
Right at this moment,
Zhang Feng in the air pointed casually, and the slimes fleeing in front suddenly stopped, their bodies shaking continuously.
Immediately afterwards, countless daggers flew out of the slime's body out of thin air.
The slime looked intact from the outside, but the tissues inside its body had already been pulverized.
Bang! Bang! Like dumplings falling into the air, the swarm of slimes fell heavily to the ground. Is it that simple? Are we killing the same monster? How can he be so relaxed?
The four of them were all stunned.
Could a 7th level psychic be so powerful? It takes them half a day to kill one, and you only need 1 second?
However, after they recovered, they were also thinking about how the slime was killed. Where did those daggers come from?
Why did they appear inside the monster's body?
Yeah, what kind of means can be used to do such a perverted thing?
Discussions go on and on. There is never a result. This situation is beyond their understanding. No wonder they don't form a team.
It's normal for them to have this level of strength.
The profession of a psychic is truly perverted. Not only is it powerful, but it's also so mysterious.
The 8th rank sorcerer shook his head and said with emotion.
The other 3 people were speechless upon seeing this. You just called him an idiot. Chapter 80 low damage?
But my attack speed is fast.
Broken Life Stone Fragment 1. Broken Life Stone Fragment 1.
Zhang Feng killed the mutated slimes one by one, and the boss was getting closer and closer. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Zhang Feng stretched out his right hand, and a silver dragon streaked across the sky, slamming heavily into the boss.
Woo!
The boss let out a painful wail, its body swelled rapidly, and with a bang, it was blown to pieces in an instant. Among the scattered pieces of flesh, 3 green glowing stones stood out.
Open the backpack and take a look.
Zhang Feng has obtained 50 broken pieces of lifestone. After killing the boss, he disappeared into the depths of the secret realm in a flash. Along the way, Zhang Feng encountered many lone mutant slimes. As soon as he killed one, he noticed a team not far away.
Divine Eye. Lantian Kingdom.
Zhang Feng whispered, his eyes gradually becoming sharp.
The Lantian Kingdom is powerful and has had fierce conflicts with Zhou.
It is considered one of the hostile countries. Relying on its strong power and the support of more than a dozen small countries, Lantian Kingdom is causing trouble everywhere. 5 years ago, Lan Tianwu took the initiative to cause trouble on the border of Zhou, causing thousands of casualties in Zhou. Afterwards, not only did he refuse to plead guilty, but he insisted that Zhou was the first to attack. The people of Zhou still remember Lan Tianwu's ugly face at that time.
3 years ago, Lantian Kingdom entangled with several countries in the extraterritorial battlefield and suddenly attacked Zhou.
On that occasion, Zhou was attacked from both sides, and the casualties were even greater, at least tens of thousands of people. The reason they gave afterwards was that they had recognized the wrong person. Such an absurd reason caused great outrage among the people of Kyushu. Zhou quickly launched a thundering counterattack, causing Lan Tianwei to lose tens of thousands of professionals.
What the hell is this?
The people of Lantian surrounded a group of slimes and released various skills continuously. No, my spell won't work at all. A blond young man opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief.
Damn it, I was able to break it, but it came back to life in an instant.
The person who was speaking was tall and had extremely thick body hair.
He didn't believe it and swung his staff forward heavily.
Flame shot up to the sky, and a fire tornado formed instantly, rushing towards the group of mutated slimes.
No! This is impossible! The man let out a desperate roar.
Following his gaze, the mutated slime was burned to charcoal, but it returned to its original state in the blink of an eye.
Ha! Who is it? A hot woman suddenly sensed a special aura behind her.
She turned around and saw a man standing in an open space not far from her.
Die! This person is obviously not from Lantian country.
Without hesitation, she slashed forward with the giant sword.
Bite!
The giant sword slashed through the spirit puppet and cut into the ground beside it. The spirit puppet was immune to all physical attacks, and the giant sword did not cause any damage to him.
Is this an illusion? The woman was stunned.
This was the first time she had seen such a situation.
Ghost eyes, phantom tomb. The eyes of the mental puppet emitted a terrifying black light like the abyss.
The mental power created a bottomless abyss, which was extremely dark and only had the roar of monsters.
The souls of 3 Lantian people were pulled in. What's going on?
The woman gasped, trying hard to control her fear. Following her gaze, she saw 3 Lantian people attacking each other and dying at each other's hands.
Let me try.
A deep voice sounded, and a wave of energy swept out from the body of a 6th-level spiritual master.
Useless? He's at least a 7th-level spiritualist, or even higher.
The 6th-rank spiritualist exclaimed in surprise when he saw that the spiritual puppet was safe and sound. Seeing this, the remaining people of Lan Tian Kingdom took action.
Countless skills were suddenly used, and their power was terrifying.
Faced with so many attacks, the spirit puppet did not dodge or evade, but put his hands behind his back with a calm expression. With just a single finger, all attacks were broken by a silver dragon. Seeing this situation, the people of Lan Tian Kingdom were not panicked, but were expecting something. Behind the crowd, there was the figure of an 8th-level sorcerer. His hands kept forming seals in front of him, erupting with terrifying power fluctuations.
I didn't make any move just now because I was preparing for this ultimate move.
Now that the energy has been accumulated, it is time to take action.
At the same time, the spirit puppet just waved its hand.
A black gold dagger mysteriously shot out from the sorcerer's heart.
Puff!
The sorcerer spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned extremely pale in an instant. But he didn't die, and his heart was slowly repairing. This is because when a professional is injured, he first consumes blood to recover from the injury. But once the blood volume is exhausted and then fatally injured, it will be real death. Just like the sorcerer at this moment, if this happens a few more times, he will definitely die.
What kind of method is this? Why is it so strange? With such a strange body and such strange skills, is he really a human? Hurry, retreat quickly, he's too scary.
The sorcerer's face was solemn as he was thinking about how to deal with the enemy.
Countless silver dragon blades shot out from his body one after another, leaving him no chance to think. Devil! He's the devil! Please, spare my life? Is this a human or a ghost? How come it's even more perverted than that monster just now?
The people of Lan Tian Kingdom watched helplessly as the sorcerer died before their eyes, and his death was so miserable. At this moment, they were really scared.
I only want the fragments of the life stone. The spirit puppet's voice was low.
He didn't want to go through so much trouble, but if he killed the professionals directly, the things in their backpacks wouldn't explode.
I'll give you everything, please let me live. I'll give you everything too.
Hearing this, several people who were frightened out of their wits took out the fragments of the stone of life from their backpacks.
Coward! What's there to be afraid of?
Listen to me, everyone, attack together.
I don't believe he has no weaknesses.
But there were also those with defiant looks who spoke fiercely.
Puff!
The spirit puppets were not polite to these people who were dancing happily and sent them away with the same method. Witnessing their teammates' horrific death once again, the remaining people of Lan Tianguo were terrified, fearing that if they spoke another word, they would suffer the same fate.
Now, no one dared to object anymore.
They handed over the spiritual fragments in their hands. Just when they thought they were safe, countless swords shot out from their bodies one after another.
One person kills a team.
This method is indeed incredible, but it also has flaws.
The damage per hit is a bit too low. The opponent can use their health to repair it.
To kill a stronger person, this method must be used several times. Zhang Feng looked at the scene coldly and sighed in his heart.
But it doesn't matter. Low damage? But I have a fast attack speed. Chapter 81 Appetizers, playing. Open the backpack.
Broken Lifestone Fragments 105.
Can be synthesized into Lifestone 1?
After a lot of killing and looting, Zhang Feng finally got a complete piece of Lifestone.
Not long after Zhang Feng left, a team of 7 or 8 people came here.
Judging from the way they speak and act, they should be from Kyushu.
Which team is this? They're too strong. Amazing.
Being able to kill so many mutated slimes, this team shouldn't be unknown. The corpses of the mutated slimes were scattered everywhere. This scene deeply stimulated the nerves of the team members, making them stunned for a moment.
Is this still the monster they are dealing with?
No, look, except for a few that are completely unrecognizable, the rest of the mutated slimes are actually intact. These mutated slimes died because their bodies were damaged.
Someone frowned, noticing something unusual.
It doesn't look like he was killed in a siege, but rather in a chase. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at the person who spoke. Immediately, they showed expressions of fear. After careful analysis, the battlefield was indeed as he described.
What country do you think did this? Could it be people from Kyushu? Someone asked. Sakura Flower Country is unlikely.
They like to use some shady tricks that are not presentable.
This kind of scene is not something they can pull off. Eagle Country is unlikely.
As for Lan Tiangua, it's possible, but I haven't heard of any powerful people from them.
Everyone expressed their opinions. At this time, the first person to ask the question said, "What do you think? Could it be that the 8th rank sorcerer from JoJo did it?"
After these words were spoken, everyone thought about it and felt that it made a lot of sense. After all, spells are the most bizarre, and no one can cause physical damage except through spells.
Oh, what a pity! Why didn't we team up with them in the first place? Why are you feeling sorry? That person took the initiative to invite me back then. Some people feel regretful, some people feel indignant. Coincidentally, the 8th rank sorcerer happened to be passing by here with his team. This made everyone who had just learned of his heroic deeds feel like they saw the dawn of hope. Brother, you are so strong, why didn't you tell me earlier?
The person who had just expressed regret couldn't wait to rush up and said with a smile on his face.
Brother, I didn't realize you're so strong. You're too low-key.
Someone took the initiative to come forward to say hello and praise.
What does this mean?
The sorcerer and his team members were all confused.
These people came out of nowhere and started praising him. Brother, you're wrong to be so modest. Do you dare to say that everything around you wasn't done by you?
The man pointed around and joked. The sorcerer looked in the direction he pointed and was equally shocked. I only heard him mutter to himself, "It really isn't me, I wish I were that powerful." Everyone present, especially the team that guessed it was the sorcerer who did it, were stunned.
If it wasn't him, then who else did it? Could it be that guy?
The sorcerer's eyes lit up and he suddenly thought of someone.
Captain, you're not talking about that 7th level spiritualist, are you?
The members of the sorcerer team also recalled the figure that left a deep impression on them.
Him?
That 7th level spiritualist you invited to join your team, you must be kidding me.
Hearing this, everyone shook their heads, indicating that it was impossible.
Even the sorcerer himself doesn't have enough confidence.
That person is strong, but not to this extent? The other side.
In addition to searching for the mutated slime, Jiang Feng also harvested a lot of materials and attribute stones. Unknowingly, he had approached the center of the secret realm. And right in front of him, 3 teams were confronting each other.
This slime swarm was discovered by my JoJo first. What qualifications do you 2 countries have to fight for it?
An irritable old man from Kyushu, his voice was as loud as thunder.
Ha, it was clearly our Sakura Flower Country that discovered it first, and you little bastards from Kyushu dare to take credit for it? The Sakura and Hana people have taken shamelessness to the extreme. JoJo is indeed a bit too much.
This group of slimes was clearly discovered by us, Lantian and Inghua, together.
What does this have to do with you, JoJo?
The people of Lantian looked shameless and gradually moved closer to the Sakura Flower Country. Seeing this scene, the people of JoJo were shocked.
It seems that Lan Tian intends to join forces with Inghua to deal with JoJo.
Jiang Feng was hiding in the dark, seeing everything. His eyes narrowed, and his mental puppet transformed into the appearance of a Sakura Hua countryman, secretly hiding behind the Lan Tian kingdom. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. The terrifying power poured out in an instant, catching the unprepared people of Lan Tian off guard. By the time the person who was attacked reacted, the silver dragon had already pierced his body and was dead beyond death.
Who? Damn those Sakura Hua people. They actually launched a sneak attack. Brothers, kill them. The people of Lan Tian Kingdom were extremely angry and immediately attacked the spirit puppet. But they couldn't find any trace of it, so they pointed their spearhead directly at Sakura Flower Country. No. It wasn't us. Sakura Hana was frightened by this sudden scene and explained immediately. Damn it, we thought we were blind and that person was from your Sakura Flower Country.
Either hand over the murderer, or hand over the 3 people to pay for their lives, otherwise don't blame me, Lan Tian, for fighting you to the death. When the Sakura and Flower Kingdom heard this, they were also outraged.
It's fine if they're wronged, but do you really treat them like fish on the chopping board that can be manipulated at will?
The people of the 2 countries fought each other in an instant, and their power looked terrifying, but upon closer inspection, they maintained a sense of propriety. After fighting for a long time, there were no casualties. After all, JoJo is eyeing them covetously. They were quite restrained with each other. At this time, the spirit puppet also changed into its appearance when it first entered the secret realm.
It's him. Everyone in Jojo recognized the spirit puppet. At the same time, Lan Tianhua and Yinghuaguo also reacted.
It turned out that this was all the work of the people from Jojo, and they instantly stood on the same side again.
Go ahead and kill all these damn Kyushu people. The leader of Lan Tianhua roared and rushed out first. Seeing this, everyone in Jojo frowned. You are so short-sighted. You have already caused conflict between the two countries. Why do you still show up? It's all because of you that the two countries have united again to deal with Kyushu. Are all psychics idiots? Have they ruined their brains from meditating all day?
Seeing that the situation had changed in an instant, the people of Jojo began to blame Jiang Feng. But Jiang Feng seemed not to hear it, and even his expression did not change.
Still looking calm and composed.
After all, even if a conflict is provoked, the two countries are unlikely to really start a war.
The little trick just now was just a prank. Now let us start the main course. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. I said I was dead, do you believe it? One person is enough?
I haven't seen such an arrogant Kyushu person for a long time.
I wonder if it will be your words or your body that are tough later. They say people from Kyushu are not very smart. Today I believe it. The people of Lan Tianhua and Yinghuaguo looked at the spirit puppets as if they were fools. As if this was the funniest joke they had ever heard. Arrogant fellow, I wonder if you can withstand one of my attacks.
A short man from Sakura Hana University sneered as he showed off his strong muscles.
Puff.
His words were still stuck in his mouth when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground in pain. He had a ferocious look on his face and covered his chest tightly. His body felt like it was being cut by a knife, and his internal organs were shattered.
Yamamoto-kun. What happened? Where did this dagger come from? Damn it, it must be that Kyushu guy who did this. Yamamoto was suddenly and mysteriously hit hard, shocking the people of Sakura and Hana. Did you see clearly? No. What kind of method is this? Everyone in Lan Tian Kingdom was also stunned. This psychic is quite powerful. No wonder he's so confident, he's really strong.
On the Jojo side, the person who had just been blaming Jiang Feng opened his mouth for a long time before he could utter a few words. I thought the psychic had lost his mind, but I didn't expect that he would seriously injure Sakura Hanakuni right away. On the other side, the severely injured Yamamoto slowly straightened up. His eyes were filled with anger, and he roared, "Brothers, his move is not very damaging, and he won't die for a while.
Follow me."
Yamamoto had just finished speaking when two extremely fast people from Sakura Flower Country and Lan Tian Country rushed towards the spirit puppet in two directions. One of them held a dagger and the other held a long sword. In just a moment, the weapons in the hands of the two men stabbed fiercely at the spirit puppet.
Humph.
This time he's finally dead. I thought it was so powerful, but it's just like this.
A clown is just trying to scare people. In the eyes of the people of Sakura Flower Kingdom and Lan Tian Kingdom, it was too late for the spiritual puppet to hide even if it wanted to.
They all showed disdainful expressions and mocked.
Hurry up and save them. Hurry up, we can't let him get killed. Although people in Jojo do not have a good impression of spiritualists, as fellow Jojo people, they must uphold justice.
But as soon as they set out, they were stopped by people from Sakura Flower Country and Lan Tian Country.
Get out of my way. If you block me, you will all die.
Everyone in Jojo tried to break through, but the Yinghua Kingdom and the Lan Tian Kingdom pressed hard and they couldn't get out for a long time. The anxious crowd could only watch as the spirit puppet was forced into a desperate situation by the assassin.
Ghost eyes, phantom tomb.
The moment the sword approached, a faint light flashed in the eyes of the spiritual puppet. The two assassins' eyes instantly became blurred, their attacks deviated from their original trajectory, and they stabbed each other's necks fiercely.
How is this possible? How did they kill each other? Who on earth is he that he can't be killed even like this? The people of Sakura Flower Kingdom and Lan Tian Kingdom were immersed in the joy of impending victory 1 second ago, but their fantasy was shattered the next second. I thought I had a sure win, but I didn't expect that my own people would kill me. This outrageous thing made it impossible for Sakura and Lan Tian to accept it for a while. Is the psychic really that powerful? What skill did he use this time? I've never seen it before, and I don't understand it.
The people of Jojo who were still trying hard to break out were once again shocked by the performance of the psychic.
His performance has obviously exceeded ordinary people's cognition.
On the other side, the people from the Sakura Flower Kingdom and the Lantian Kingdom, who had failed one after another, looked extremely corrupt. When they attacked the mental puppets, weapons appeared in their bodies, constantly causing damage. In order to repair the injuries, his vitality continued to decline and he could not hold on for long. They have been pushed to the brink. Lan Tianhua, a burly middle-aged man, led the group.
He suppressed his discomfort and roared, "Don't wait, attack together. I just don't believe it. This guy is really invincible."
The people from the two countries, who had been tortured for a long time, rushed towards the spiritual puppet all at once. The people of Jojo wanted to provide support, but they were still held back and their progress was very slow.
Thousands of fire snakes. Flames shaped like small snakes instantly bit the spirit puppet.
Then with a bang, flames in the sky engulfed the spirit puppet.
Shoot with great precision. As soon as the flames dissipated, a delicate cry was heard. A blonde, blue-eyed beauty from Lantian Kingdom pulled a silver bow taller than a person, shooting out several rays of silver light. Endless arrows shot towards the spirit puppet. Roar!
Several beastmasters summoned various powerful beasts at the same time, and let out earth-shaking roars.
Deadly poisonous fog.
The poisonous wizard shot out a ball of emerald green mist, which enveloped the spirit puppet.
It's over, it's all over.
Hey, with so many people attacking at the same time, no matter how strong he is, he won't survive. The people in Jojo who were blocked shook their heads and felt sorry for the spiritualist.
But in a moment, they became stunned.
After all the attacks dissipated, the spirit puppet stood there intact.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Engaged by my flames, why does he look like nothing happened? How come my sharp arrow didn't even scratch his skin? No one can withstand my poison's ninth transformation, but he.
Seeing that everyone had lost their fighting spirit, a sorcerer from Lantian Kingdom snorted coldly and took decisive action. His eyes turned blood red and his hands kept forming seals.
Mind strangulation. He whispered, and a terrifying mental pressure spread out, and invisible waves attacked the mental puppet. Bang! Although it can withstand physical damage, the mental puppet cannot withstand mental attacks.
A boundless mental storm raged, and the mental puppet exploded to pieces. The spirit puppet was killed, and Jiang Feng, who was hiding in the dark, felt bad too. My brain feels like it's been pricked by needles.
It really hurts a bit.
Jiang Feng cursed inwardly.
But it doesn't matter. Continue.
On the other side, the people from Death Sakura and Lantian were so excited that they went crazy and vented their emotions to their heart's content.
You rubbish. You thought you wouldn't die. Fuck, if you don't have the ability, why are you so arrogant? The weak people of Kyushu are so vulnerable. Kyushu trash, get up and keep pretending. This is what will happen to you if you dare to provoke my great Sakura flower country. When had they ever suffered such humiliation, being attacked and killed by someone, and having no way to deal with him? If it weren't for the sorcerer, I'm afraid all of them would have died here. But the death of the mental puppet alone was not enough for them to vent their anger. And you, the people of Kyushu, go die too. Looking at the people from Jojo who were blocked, they had ferocious expressions and roared wildly. But just as I was about to start, a familiar, ghostly figure of a spirit puppet suddenly stood between them. Chapter 83 Thousands of slimes, attracting hatred. This time, Jiang Feng did not give the sorcerer any chance to attack. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. A fierce aura burst out from his body, and countless silver dragon blades turned into silver dragons, suppressing the sorcerer fiercely. Boom! The sorcerer's whole body was shaking, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Bang! The sorcerer was knocked away by the silver dragon and was blown to pieces in mid-air, deader than dead. Before the people from Sakura Country and Lantian Country could react, Jiang Feng controlled countless daggers and instantly appeared in everyone's body. Puff! Puff! Streams of blood spurted out from everyone's chest, and in an instant their eyes became dull and they slowly fell to the ground. In a short while, all the foreigners were killed. Corpses were scattered everywhere and a bloody smell filled the air. Did we just see things? I remember him being dead, didn't I? He's terrifying. It turns out one person is enough. I never thought that so many people from the Sakura Flower Kingdom and the Lantian Kingdom would die at the hands of a 7th-level spiritualist. Is the psychic so powerful? Everyone in Jojo also thought that Jiang Feng had been killed,
but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, both Inghua and Lantian were dead.
Boss, you are too strong. Boss, if it weren't for you today, we might. Boss, can you tell us how you killed them? We can learn from you.
Facing the praise and compliments from the crowd, Jiang Feng ignored them and walked straight towards the cave. Jiang Feng killed two groups of foreigners, one was the kamikaze from Kyushu, and the other was for the mutated slime in the cave.
Don't rush in, boss. There are a lot of slimes in there.
It's very dangerous to go in rashly.
Everyone in Jojo looked surprised and couldn't help but remind them. Although the boss is very strong, the slime is also difficult to deal with. Jiang Feng stood outside the cave entrance.
With a thought, he quickly attacked with the black gold dagger.
What's that noise? Could it be that the slime has rushed out?
Someone leaned forward, frowning, as if he heard something.
As soon as the words fell,
then I heard the strange howling of the slime in the cave. Just as everyone was slowly retreating, a green light flew out of the cave. The flowing light suddenly stops at the river breeze. Looking closely, they were all broken fragments of the original Stone of Life.
This scene surprised everyone. They couldn't help but go into the cave to explore.
As soon as I entered the cave, I found the ground was covered with the corpses of mutated slimes.
And the way of death is the same. Was this done by the big boss? That's a bit too scary. These are mutant slimes.
It takes us half a day to kill one, but the boss kills them all with just a wave of his hand?
Everyone looked at each other in surprise.
They had been fighting for a long time, all for these fragments.
Unexpectedly, I didn't get any.
But thinking about the boss's demeanor just now, although I was depressed, I had to admit defeat. After all, not everyone has the strength to challenge teams from two countries alone. When he came out of the cave, he saw Jiang Feng collecting the last piece of debris and preparing to leave. There were some smart people among the crowd who spoke out to persuade him to stay.
Boss, can you stay? Let's team up together so we can look after each other. Yes, boss, you are so strong. We will be more confident when we encounter Sakura Flower Country and Lantian Country.
Jiang Feng ignored him and only left behind a handsome back.
He helped Jojo repel powerful enemies because he was also from Jojo. But that doesn't mean he has to be a babysitter for these people and be responsible for their safety. Jiang Feng's departure made everyone in Jojo feel extremely lost. Everyone was feeling a little down.
No wonder he rejected the invitation of the 8th rank sorcerer.
Yeah, now it seems there is really no need for this.
After Jiang Feng left the cave, he started his journey of hunting mutant slimes again. The longer the time, the fewer mutant slimes there are. Until half a day later, Jiang Feng found it difficult to find another slime. During this period, he did not gain much. Apart from some fragments of life stones, there are some other materials, like space stones, attribute stones, and so on.
Open the backpack.
Space stone, used to expand the backpack capacity of professionals. One space stone expands one grid.
Number of collections, 330.
330 quick space stones are equivalent to 330 backpack slots. Although the quantity is small, due to its special nature, it is in short supply. This thing is a necessity even for a 10-turn boss.
Xiaohu bot documents are protected from piracy. If you are looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable. Don't step into traps. Great value.
Attribute stone, when crafting equipment, add it to generate special attributes.
Number of collections, 88.
There are many types of attribute stones, such as fire, water, dark, etc.
But basically their functions are similar.
For example, if you add a fire attribute stone when crafting equipment, the equipment will gain a fire attribute bonus. Then the equipment with dark attribute stone can get dark attribute bonus.
However, those who usually add dark attribute stones are assassins and dark attribute mages.
Stabilizing stone, added to crafting equipment to improve stability and increase forging success rate.
Number of collections, 46. The one who loves stable stone the most must be the blacksmith. Just by adding it when making equipment, the success rate of forging can be greatly improved.
You should know that the materials of high-end equipment are very valuable, and the losses caused by failure in production are immeasurable. The cost of stabilizing stone is much cheaper than equipment materials.
Original Stone of Life. Number of collections, 3 fragments, 5.
There is no need to say much about the Stone of Life.
Just look at the terrifying vitality of the mutated slime and you will know.
While its functions are powerful, its market price is destined not to be too low. According to Zhang Feng, it was in the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. The starting price of a life stone is at least 20 million. And each price increase must not be less than 1 million. This means that the raw stone of life is destined to be in short supply and can often be sold at a sky-high price. Zhang Feng gained a lot from this trip to the secret realm. Now I have completed the job transfer and advancement task perfectly and also gained a lot of valuable materials. In addition, he had been in the secret realm for quite some time, so he was wondering whether he should consider leaving. And after searching for so long, he had almost killed all the mutated slimes.
I'm afraid if we continue searching, we probably won't get much.
Just as he was lost in thought, a system prompt sounded from the secret realm. Because the player Kamikaze killed too many mutant slimes, the hatred value was too high, and now he has been marked as an enemy by the mutant slimes. Attention, all mutated slimes are moving closer to the player Kamikaze. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was very surprised.
This kind of thing can still happen.
He looked up and saw dense swarms of mutated slimes running towards him from a distance.
I thought that was all.
There is no reason for Zhang Feng not to be tempted by something as active as the life stone.
There's no harm in getting a few more. This is not rushing to give him benefits. Chapter 84. Does anyone think I'm dead? What's going on? Why is the mutant slime going crazy?
In the secret realm, a small team from Lan Tian Kingdom is advancing slowly. Someone in the team looked up at the sky and said in confusion. It seems someone has attracted the slime's hatred.
This is a good opportunity. Let's catch up. There's a saying in Kyushu, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it.
In the center of the team was a brown-haired man, dressed in gorgeous clothes, showing his style. He spoke coldly with an indifferent expression.
The secret land is in the extreme west. Hurry up and follow me, this is a good opportunity.
The two Sakura and Flower Country teams gathered together and were chasing the group of slimes.
We can't let others get there first, let's go.
The Eagle Country team also decided to follow the slime group.
The central area of the secret realm.
A team from Kyushu is fighting against slimes.
Lao Zhang, are you ready for the spell?
In the team, a man dressed in black with sharp eyes was shouting loudly.
Okay, get out of the way.
Lao Zhang formed seals with his hands and pushed them forward. A terrifying energy instantly poured out and rushed towards the slime.
Bang!
A huge explosion sounded, and smoke and dust rose up, covering the sky in an instant.
Ha, Lao Zhang is really good at this.
When the smoke and dust cleared, the slime was bound tightly in place, unable to move. Lao Zhang's spells don't do much damage, but they have extremely strong control. Looking at this scene, everyone in the team smiled. Just as they were about to step forward and completely end the slime's life.
Woo woo woo. Woo.
Suddenly, the chirping of slimes could be heard from all directions.
Oh no, hide quickly. As the captain, the man in black made an instant decision that this slime must not be killed. Although the team felt it was a pity, they had no choice but to give up and retreat. Because they are too familiar with this voice. Who did this?
So many slimes are rushing towards one place. The team hiding behind a huge rock felt their scalps tingling instantly when they saw the slimes all over the mountain. To reach this level, at least a few hundred must have been killed to arouse hatred.
I wonder who is so strong.
Seeing this, the man in black's pupils shrank slightly and he muttered to himself.
Let's go. Follow and see.
After the slimes went away, he made a decision. Now all the slimes are concentrated in one direction.
If you follow them, you might get some rewards.
Almost at the same time, all the teams in the secret realm were attracted by the movements of the slime group and rushed towards where Zhang Feng was.
The other side.
Zhang Feng summoned a spirit puppet, which moved through the slime group like a ghost.
Transposition.
After sensing the safety of the spirit puppet, Zhang Feng decisively switched places with it to ensure the safety of his real body.
At the same time, several teams from the Sakura Flower Kingdom and the Blue Heaven Kingdom also arrived here.
Incredible, I'm afraid all the mutated slimes in the secret book are here.
Don't get too close, or you might be spotted.
The newcomers stood on a mountain top, looked down, and gasped. The sky and the ground are full of mutated slimes. Countless stones were thrown out, and the venom corroded the earth with a sizzling sound.
Bang! Not far away, a small hill was hit by countless rocks and collapsed with a loud bang.
The noise startled people from both countries.
Looking at the besieged people again, Sakura and Lan Tian showed surprise in their eyes. People from Kyushu? As Kyushu's enemy, they frowned.
The fact that there is such a powerful person in JoJo is not good news for them. But after a moment, they all showed a look of gloating.
Being surrounded by so many slimes, I'm afraid I'll be dead.
At this time, Kyushu's teams also arrived one after another.
It's him again. Many people exclaimed when they saw Jiang Feng.
He had already mysteriously killed over 100 slimes before, and now he's causing such a big commotion. Someone smiled bitterly and looked at Jiang Feng with emotion.
Yeah, he's just a little arrogant.
As soon as these words were spoken, people came forward to describe what they had seen and heard about Jiang Feng before. I was originally planning to help him share some of the pressure, but in this situation, I can't do anything at all. The JoJo team is relatively united, and they immediately thought about sharing the pressure with Jiang Feng. But when they saw the number of slimes, they all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Now all the mutated slimes are in a state of hatred, and as long as someone attacks them, the hatred will be diverted. If there are not many of them, they can help Jiang Feng share some of the pressure. But given the current situation, if they take action, they will not be able to bear the consequences. Only when the hatred disappears can they kill the mutated slimes one by one as before. Therefore, the teams present could only watch and were afraid to take action. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, the slimes surrounded the spirit puppet and spit out venom together as if they were organized.
With so much venom, not to mention its horrific corrosive power, I'm afraid even the saliva alone would drown him. Yeah, it's horrible to watch. The onlookers stared with their eyes wide open, not daring to breathe. This scene really shocked them. However, this is also a good opportunity for us.
Yes, while their hatred value disappears and they gather together again, kill them quickly. Otherwise, once they scatter and hide in the cracks in the ground, it will be difficult to find them. Everyone's eyes flashed and their hearts were burning with excitement.
As long as Jiang Feng has a little help, these mutated slimes that have eliminated hatred will become popular.
Looking again, the place where the mental puppet was located was already covered with venom. But Jiang Feng's figure had long disappeared. Green venom emitted bubbles as big as fists, and the ground was corroded and slowly collapsed. However, no one dared to act rashly, and everyone was waiting for others to take the lead. Although they already thought that Jiang Feng could not survive.
But what if? After a long time, no one dared to step forward. Finally, the Sakura Flower Country team couldn't help it. A bunch of cowards. There's no way this kid is going to survive.
A team from Sakura and Hanako, led by a scar-faced man, attacked a group of mutated slimes.
Woo woo woo.
As soon as they took action, they attracted the hatred of dozens of mutated slimes.
He whimpered, then turned and rushed towards Team Sakura.
Scarface and the others who had taken action were so frightened that they stood there in a daze.
Ah!
Soon, one person died tragically on the spot.
Scarface's team was awakened by the painful roars and fled.
The other teams that did not take action secretly felt lucky that they were not the first to take action.
But the slime's mutation shocked them again. Why hasn't the hatred value disappeared yet? Could it be that the guy is still alive? Chapter 85 Unprecedented Operation. At this time, Scarface's team was also caught up by the mutated slime. Boom!
Huge rocks fell from the sky, blocking the way of Scarface and others.
Puff, puff, puff.
From behind, balls of venom were spat out and hit Scarface and his men.
Ah!
There was no room to hide at all, and Scarface and his men could only watch helplessly as the venom drowned them. As soon as the venom touched their bodies, several people let out painful roars, heart-wrenching. Then, the sound became smaller and smaller, until finally there was no sound at all.
A small team from Sakura and Hana country was wiped out just like that. This mutant slime is fighting to the death. It seems that guy is really not dead. How is that possible? We've all experienced the power of that venom. He was completely submerged, and he could still survive? It's indeed outrageous, but the mutated slime's hatred value is still there. Everyone was puzzled and didn't understand why Jiang Feng could survive in such a situation. A Kyushu man who was closer to the battlefield suddenly noticed some movement in the venom. He narrowed his eyes and bravely moved closer. The venom poured out like a torrent, and a silver light suddenly appeared in the torrent. Then more and more came, and the silver light was soon filled with venom. This. He covered his mouth and his eyes widened. Rub.
In an instant, a silver sword shot out from the venom and stopped in front of the man.
Oh my god.
The sudden change scared him.
What kind of method is this, an illusion? A psychic can't create something out of nothing. It must be an illusion. Everyone saw this scene and started talking about it.
The silver sword did not stop, but quickly turned around and rushed towards the group of mutated slimes.
Puff! Every sword strike would bring up a trail of blood.
The sword was getting faster and faster, like a silver lightning, galloping through the air. The ground was covered with slime corpses that had been cut beyond recognition.
At the same time, in the torrent of venom, a figure rose up and hung in the air. He is still alive. Such an attack didn't kill him? I couldn't believe it, but he did it. I don't believe it. Is there really someone in JoJo that strong? Strong. Too strong. We have this man in JoJo, these foreign barbarians are nothing.
Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the spirit puppet, and their faces had different expressions.
They simply couldn't understand why Zhang Feng could survive.
The spiritual puppet stood in the air, fixed its gaze, and then swooped down. 10,000 swords returned to their origin.
Release.
After using all possible means, the mutated slimes fell down in large numbers, and their numbers decreased sharply.
This is?
In the crowd, a Sakura Hua countryman saw a green glowing stone on the ground and had a different idea in mind.
Name, Matsushita Oro Sakura Flower Country. Occupation, warrior. Level, LV.1022 8th turn. Life, 210-0202.
Matsushita Dalon looked up at the spirit puppet who was fighting hard to kill, and confirmed that he had no time to take care of anything else. Only then did he muster up the courage to reach out to the fragments of the life stone on the ground.
Life stone fragments are not equipment and cannot be collected automatically.
If he wanted it, he had no choice but to take the risk and pick it up.
Matsushita Dalon was very excited when he got the fragments. Suddenly,
silver rays of light shot out from behind him, piercing his heart.
10,000 swords return to oneness.
The smile froze on his face, and the next second his eyes gradually became blurred, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Feng's current strength is 52,151, the silver dragon blade adds 1,500, and the strength gem increases it by 20%. The total strength has reached 64,405. 1,000 swords slashed out at the same time, and each strike dealt 644,0500 damage. Even if Matsushita Dalon had 2.1 million health points and other defensive damage reductions, he could not withstand this attack. Zhang Feng's move could almost kill him 3 times.
So powerful. Even the 8th rank expert didn't have time to react.
He's truly a strong man who could survive such a situation.
If you want to touch his things, you'd better think twice. That's not right. Why are there 2 of them? While everyone was still shocked by Zhang Feng's powerful strength, someone had already noticed something wrong. The spirit puppet was clearly still fighting the slime, so who killed Matsushita Dalong? It must be an illusion. Then the one who killed Matsushita Dalong is the real one.
Combined with Zhang Feng's previous performance, everyone became more convinced of this. Surviving such a horrible venom is simply inexplicable if it is not an illusion. Previously, the JoJo team rescued by Zhang Feng was also in the crowd. They also reacted at this time. No wonder, I said no one could withstand an attack like that. It turns out it was an illusion.
If it's an illusion, considering his identity as a psychic, it's not surprising. But why did he reveal his true form? Isn't that stupid?
Now the other countries might be ready to rival him. The person who spoke was very puzzled and looked at Zhang Feng in the air in confusion.
As expected, some foreigners have already started to attack Zhang Feng.
One person took the lead, and the others also attacked Zhang Feng. Spells, fireballs, arrows, assassinations and other means were used to kill Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng's performance just now alone has become a major concern for these foreigners.
Everyone in JoJo reacted quickly and rushed forward to help Zhang Feng resist. But they were outnumbered, and only a small part of their skills were blocked, while the rest still killed Zhang Feng.
The other side.
Seeing that various skills were approaching him, Zhang Feng decisively switched places with the spirit puppet. As expected, all skills passed through the spirit puppet and did not cause any damage. When the skill disappeared, Zhang Feng decisively changed it back.
What's going on? Is this also an illusion? Absolutely impossible. Even if he is a spiritualist, he can't create such a realistic illusion.
Besides, the damage done to a slime is real.
It can't be faked. It can't be an illusion.
It must be some unknown method. Those who attacked were all shocked by Zhang Feng's move. Their skills were ineffective against him. Their first reaction was another illusion. But this idea was instantly overturned. There were also psychics among them who knew something about illusions. Under normal circumstances, illusions are nothing more than deception and mental attacks, and are simply not capable of causing such powerful physical damage.
And, even more incredible is,
their skills went straight through each other. This is the weirdest part. After thinking for a long time, everyone at the scene looked at each other with serious expressions. The other side can attack them, but they cannot attack the other side.
How can we fight this? Chapter 86 The Divine Wind's Deterrence.
After seeing what happened just now, the scene fell into a deadlock. Zhang Feng spoke in a calm tone, "Whoever still wants my things, just come and get them."
The death of Matsushita Dalon cast a shadow over everyone's heart.
No matter how tempting the fragments of the Stone of Life are, no one dares to touch them.
The opponent can kill them in seconds, but they can't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. How can they dare to reach out?
They might die without knowing how they died. Without any external disturbance, Zhang Feng focused all his efforts on dealing with the group of mutated slimes. The massacre far exceeded the previous one, making the number of mutated slimes increasingly smaller. Countless broken pieces of the original Stone of Life were scattered everywhere.
So many fragments of the Stone of Life quickly aroused everyone's most primitive desires. In the Sakura Flower Country team, everyone's breathing began to become rapid as if they had pink eye. Takashita-kun, how about doing a job?
There's nothing to be afraid of, just pick it up and run. Just two simple sentences made Takashita feel extremely hot in his heart. He shook his head, bared his teeth, and looked extremely irritated.
He said impatiently, "Don't call me. I don't have the courage yet."
After saying this, he seemed to have lost all his energy and became listless.
The person who just asked the question was short and his name was Doi-Daiha.
When he saw that Takashita refused, he didn't even turn around and took the initiative to look for new partners.
At the same time, he said disdainfully, "Can you be a little braver? Yamaki-kun?" Soon, he approached another Sakura Hana countryman and asked with a smile.
Seeing this, the person being questioned hurried away, fearing that he would get into trouble.
Doesn't he want to get the fragment of the life stone?
But as soon as he saw that person's figure, he decisively suppressed the desire in his heart.
Inoue-kun? Tanabe-kun?
Without exception, although everyone was extremely envious, they were afraid of Zhang Feng's power and no one dared to cooperate with him.
Don't ask. If you're brave enough, just pick it up and run.
After seeing Doi-Daiha repeatedly hit a wall, Takashita, who was mocked by him, now started to sneer.
Let's go. Doi-Daiha became ruthless and prepared to take action. But at this moment, he accidentally met the eyes of the puppet Zhang Feng, and this look frightened him so much that he screamed, "I didn't do anything. Don't kill me."
At this moment, his face was filled with fear, and he crawled back to the Sakura Flower Country camp. This scene undoubtedly added a lot of fun to everyone in such a depressing atmosphere.
Ha ha ha.
Look at how much he has accomplished.
As a native of Sakura Country, people don't dare to laugh too wildly.
But the Kyushu team was not polite and burst into laughter. After the laughter, everyone in JoJo had to admit that they were also tempted. But after all, they still maintained basic rationality and no one chose to do this. Whether they are the people of JoJo who have great righteousness in their hearts, or the people of JoJo who are afraid of Zhang Feng. At this moment, I can only watch and swallow my saliva. Gurgle. If we were to say which country's people are suffering the most right now, it would be Lan Tianghua. They are closest to the battlefield, so this feeling is more intuitive. Countless fragments of the original Stone of Life lay quietly on the ground not far away. Gurgle. Seeing the fragments of the life stone rolling at his feet, a red-haired man in the Lan Tianghua team couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His eyes were fixed on the fragment, and he couldn't bear to move away. When the red-haired man thought about how he had tried his best but failed to get a few pieces, the desire in his eyes almost overcame his reason. But when he looked up and saw the man, he felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over him from head to toe. He woke up instantly and took a few steps back unconsciously. I never dared to look at the fragments of the Stone of Life again, as if they were a death warrant. But the fragments of the Life Stone seemed to have recognized them, and many fragments rolled to the feet of the people of Lan Tian Kingdom from time to time. How annoying.
I want to go somewhere quiet. Some people seemed extremely impatient. Who knows how it feels to be able to only look but not touch? Many Lantian people paced back and forth, trying their best not to look at the fragments on the ground, for fear that they would have thoughts that they shouldn't have. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Zhang Feng is now becoming more and more proficient in this move. The sword light around him was so bright that he looked like a peerless sword god. The silver dragon wrapped itself around itself and then suddenly swooped down towards the group of slimes. Click! The heaven and earth shook, and the void roared. The silver dragon exploded and turned into thousands of sword lights to reap the life of every slime. Not only that, black streaks of light streaked across the battlefield. The black gold dagger was also taking the lives of the slimes. Multitasking. The killing lasted as long as the crowd watched. Woo! Finally, with the last humming sound, all the mutated slimes were killed by Zhang Feng alone. The puppet Zhang Feng waved his hand, and a green torrent controlled by his mental power instantly swept towards him. Countless fragments of the life stone went into his backpack. A rough look reveals at least several thousand. World announcement: congratulations to player Kamikaze for completing the hidden gold achievement, Cheats Massacre. Mystic Realm Massacre: kill over 3,000 Mystic Realm creatures in a single Mystic Realm trial, and your Mystic Realm rewards will be doubled. Everyone was suddenly stunned because a world announcement came to their minds. The protagonist of the announcement was none other than Kamikaze, who had not appeared for a long time. What? He's a kamikaze? The first thing they did was subconsciously turn their attention to the puppet Zhang Feng. After all, they witnessed thousands of mutated slimes being killed by the person in front of them. Impossible. Can he be so strong? Some people shook their heads, not believing that the person in front of them was Kamikaze. No matter how powerful Kamikaze is, he is just a professional who has just awakened. Even though he accomplished many incredible things and did many shocking things. But this person is definitely not a kamikaze. It's really impossible. Kamikaze must have carried out the massacre in the first or second level secret realm. That's a more reasonable explanation. I also don't think the kamikaze is that strong. Are you stupid? That guy just killed at least 3,000 mutant slimes. If kamikaze is really in another secret realm, there should be 2 world announcements. At this point, everyone was completely shocked. Kamikaze? It's really him. So much time has passed and there is no new announcement. What does this mean? This means that the massacre was completed by one person. Is the divine wind so strong? I've only been awakened for more than 2 months. You have to know that this is a level 3 secret realm, and the slimes are all level 8, over 1,000. He just killed an 8th rank warrior, whose HP was over 2 million. When did Kamikaze become so terrifying? Everyone was still in shock, but finally realized the point shortly afterwards. Kamikaze is here. But when they looked back, Kamikaze was nowhere to be seen. Thousands of meters away, Zhang Feng was moving quickly, speechless. I was hiding it well, but it was exposed by your world announcement. It's a rip-off. Thanks to the lukewarm Yenhe, Larbird Loving Taoran, username 111018557926, Yen Lingji, Asiming S, Mechanical Supreme, Jiuwan Shui, Gaosu 12, the lukewarm Yenhe, Chi Chi Chai Xiao, username 40810140490800471, username 3914720059329390, Long Wushwang, 1 Wind and 2 Dragons, Jia Tian Gangsweeper, Sakura Peach. Dodoyu, who loves to eat, Beyond the 5 Elements and 6 Paths, Xiaogu, who loves ginseng soup, Invisible Dragon, username 1406970532997485, Jilajili, Dangu, who loves daffodils, Tang Jiaju, who loves home-cooked fish stew, username 1222254908940445 for their gifts. Chapter 87 Hunting Game. Shocking reversal. Chase quickly, this is a good opportunity to kill Kamikaze. Someone growled, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Everyone has long heard of the name of Kamikaze. In just a few months, it rose at an incredible speed. But after meeting him today, I still underestimated him. Even an 8th rank expert couldn't defeat him in one move. I can't imagine how powerful he would be when he fully grows up. I'm afraid that by that time, the world order will have changed because of this person. Even if we catch up to him, can we really be his match? When I think about how so many people attacked at the same time just now, they couldn't hurt Kamikaze at all. Some people were shaken and thought that chasing after him would be suicide. What's there to be afraid of? He just killed so many slimes, I'm afraid his mental strength is almost exhausted now. Someone sneered disdainfully. No matter how powerful Kamikaze is, can his mental power be infinite? Now is the best time to kill him. Where would Kamikaze go now? No matter where he hides, we will go directly to the Red Skull portal and wait for him. If Kamikaze wants to leave the secret realm and return to Kyushu, he must leave through the Red Skull portal. All they have to do is sit back and wait. Doing this is indeed risky, but compared to the merit of killing Kamikaze, it is nothing. As soon as these words were spoken, the worries of the people in the three countries of Lantian were instantly dispelled. As long as Kamikaze is killed, any risk is worth it. With the same goal, Sakura, Lantian and Eagle decided to cooperate. If you want to be faster than Kamikaze, you must build a space channel leading to the Red Skull's portal. Excuse me, Lantian was space teleportation mage. Among the Lantian nation crowd, one person had a somewhat smug expression on his face and replied calmly, "It's only a few dozen miles, leave it to me." Although he said that, you could still tell he was a little nervous when he touched his nose inadvertently. There are two types of channels. One type is the ultra-long distance type, over 1,000 kilometers, which requires someone to locate the target location. One is short distance, no more than 100 miles, no positioning is required, but the mana consumption is huge. This is the short distance channel. The space teleportation mage came to an open space with a serious expression. He took a deep breath, then drew a line in the space in front of him. A spatial ripple unfolded, revealing a pitch-black entrance. The space teleportation mage's expression immediately tightened, his breathing suddenly became rapid, and his face gradually turned pale. No, stop him. The people of Jojo who saw this scene roared and wanted to go up to stop it. Ha, you still want to destroy the space channel with us here? That's wishful thinking. Just wait for the news of Kamikaze's death. Why struggle? At this time, foreigners led by Sakura Hanakuni stood in front of the people from Kyushu with a sneer. Rush! The fat man roared and led everyone in Kyushu to kill the foreigners. The importance of Kamikaze to him and to the divine court is self-evident. Of course, he couldn't just watch these foreigners take the space channel to kill Kamikaze. At this moment, he was extremely brave and his momentum was like a rainbow. Even the two Lantian people who stepped forward to stop him were startled. Although the people of Kyushu were very powerful, the foreigners were equally determined to stop them. For a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. However, Jojo is not without a backup plan. Jojo also has a space teleportation mage. If you can create a space channel, you can naturally destroy it with blocking spells. But this takes time. How long will it take? Hurry up! Seeing that the space channel had been built and the transmission had begun, everyone became extremely anxious and asked loudly. Wait for the good news of Kamikaze's death. When an Eagle countryman stepped into the space channel again, he looked at the people of Kyushu with a smirk on his face. In just a short while, more than a dozen people were teleported away. Everyone in Jojo saw it and was worried. Even if the blocking spell is not good, this person has already been teleported to kill Shinfeng. After more than 30 people were teleported away, the people of Jojo finally heard a long-lost voice. Alright. The Jojo space teleportation mage wiped the sweat from his face full of joy. His blocking spell was finally completed. Who? Hearing this roar, everyone in Jojo burst into laughter. You bunch of rubbish are still so arrogant. You are so cowardly and you still want to kill Kamikaze. You don't even need a Kamikaze. I, your fat grandpa, can kill you all by myself without leaving a single one alive. There are still more than 300 people in the three kingdoms of Sakura, while Kyushu has only half of that number. But the fat man was still extremely arrogant. You want to die, right? Even though he was insulted like this, Sakura-san still didn't dare to take action and could only curse viciously. It's no wonder they are timid, because Kyushu's combat effectiveness is simply too strong. No matter in terms of level or strength, they are superior to them. If they did not have the advantage in numbers, they would not dare to confront Jojo like this. Red Skull Channel. Jiang Feng was only a few miles away from the exit. But suddenly, his brows furrowed and the hairs on his body stood up. Danger! In spiritual perception, there was a group of 8th-level strongmen crouching at the entrance. He retreated quickly, turned around, and ran. Facing so many 8th-level experts at the same time, at this distance, is too dangerous. There are many powerful people at the 8th level who can teleport thousands of meters away. The only way he could be safe was to keep his distance. This group of people seemed to appear at the exit suddenly, otherwise, with his mental strength, they should have sensed it long ago. Jiang Feng discovered the people who were chasing him, and they also discovered Jiang Feng. The passage was destroyed and they were furious. Jiang Feng's appearance instantly ignited this anger. Kill! Dozens of murderous figures quickly chased after Jiang Feng. 10x Spiritual Experience card. Jiang Feng used it decisively and summoned a spirit puppet at the same time. The troops split into 2 groups and fled separately. You guys go after that, and we'll go after this. The foreigners who were chasing saw 2 figures of Jiang Feng. To be on the safe side, choose to split it into 2 and chase both. The puppet Jiang Feng escaped extremely fast and was even able to counterattack. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Countless silver dragon blades rose up, gathering immense power in the air. Ah! A few pursuers came too close, and they only had time to let out a scream before they had no chance to fight back. After running away for half an hour, the puppet Jiang Feng thought the time was right and stopped. Run! Keep running! The foreigner who was trying hard to catch up mocked angrily. 10,000 swords return to oneness. Jiang Feng did not respond, but raised his hand to attack with a killing move. Hurricane Blade. Faced with Jiang Feng's attack, the pursuers also fought back. But Jiang Feng didn't care at all and rushed towards him directly to meet his killing move. His attack was ineffective against the puppet Jiang Feng, and he was pierced through the body by the silver dragon. Before he died, his eyes were filled with rage as he roared, "He is a puppet." Chaos Storm. Hearing this, one of the pursuers quickly stepped out, and a mental wave quickly appeared. With the lessons learned from the previous incident, the pursuers brought a sorcerer with them this time. Otherwise, they would be waiting to die facing the mental puppets. The pursuers all stepped aside and watched the show. This puppet can't withstand any mental attack. Jiang Feng's mental strength has been increased 10 times, so this kind of mental attack can't shake him at all. Ghost Eyes, Phantom Tomb. 2 whirlpools quickly formed in the eyes of the puppet Jiang Feng. An illusion filled with poisons and miasma was created. The sorcerer was sure of victory, but unexpectedly he appeared in a mysterious space suddenly. As a sorcerer, he is very familiar with illusions. The first thing he did was to try to use his mental power to break through the space. But all my efforts were in vain. No! Don't kill me! He looked terrified as he watched with his own eyes all kinds of poisonous snakes and insects crawling onto his body. Outside world. What's wrong with the sorcerer? Why is he standing there motionless? They should be fighting. The pursuers laughed and discussed among themselves. But little do they know that their end is about to come. Seeing that the sorcerer had sunk into the illusion, the puppet Jiang Feng directly attacked the pursuer beside him. 10,000 swords return to oneness. Before the pursuers could react, Jiang Feng's attack had already arrived. Bang! Bang! Loud noises were heard, and the pursuers fell one after another. Soon, the only one left on the field was the sorcerer covered in blood. The other side. The people who were chasing him had gloomy expressions and stared at Jiang Feng, who was running away in front of them. Just now, they learned about the puppet news from the spirit crystal. Therefore, it is confirmed that the one being pursued is the real body. Let's see where you can run this time. Kamikaze must die today after killing so many of our brothers. Everyone's speed is getting faster and faster. In front, Jiang Feng smiled implicitly. Transposition. The main body instantly switched with the puppet dozens of kilometers away. Run? You are the ones in danger now. Chapter 88, The Secret Realm Massacre shocked the world. The scene of the 4-nation confrontation. Kamikaze will definitely die this time, don't harbor any more hopes. The death of Kyushu's most powerful evildoer is exciting just thinking about it. The people of the 3 kingdoms were extremely confident, and when they said this it was as if Kamikaze was already dead. Are you so sure? Perhaps all your men were killed by the Kamikaze. It's not impossible. The fat man couldn't tolerate the arrogance of foreigners and immediately retorted. If he had known that something like this would happen today, he would have transferred more people from the divine court and kept all these foreigners with evil intentions here. Is that possible? If Kamikaze is so powerful, how could he escape secretly? The man from the 3 kingdoms said with a smile, looking sarcastic.
More than 300 people can defeat kamikaze, but more than 30 people can only be used to deliver food. The fat man said in a cold and disdainful voice. Although he said this, he couldn't help but feel nervous about kamikaze in his heart. After all, Shinfeng's awakening time was too short. He could still believe that he could deal with one or two of them with some special skills, but it was unrealistic to deal with so many 8th turn powerhouses at the same time. The people of the three kingdoms remained silent. As long as they waited for the pursuit team to return, the truth would naturally come to light. Seeing that the people from the three kingdoms no longer provoked him, the fat man was too lazy to waste any more words. But the two sides were deadlocked for a long time, and no one came back. Logically speaking, the pursuit team should have returned by now. Build a space transmission channel and we will go directly to the scene. The people of the three kingdoms were getting impatient and had a bad feeling in their hearts. Could it be that what the fat guy said came true? This time, Jojo did not stop it, and also built another space transmission channel. They also wanted to check the situation. A few minutes later, people from the 4 countries arrived at the vicinity of the Red Skull Passage one after another. They searched around following the scent in the air and soon made a surprising discovery. Impossible. The people of the three kingdoms looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The shattered battlefield was littered with corpses of people from the three kingdoms period. At this moment, they were stunned. More than 38th level warriors chased after Shinfeng, but all died in the end. How could this be believed? I just don't believe it. After paying such a huge price, kamikaze didn't die. Hurry up and search nearby. Kamikaze must be dead too. The people of the three kingdoms were furious and tried to find kamikaze's body to prove that they had not completely failed. But the result was definitely disappointing, as kamikaze's body was nowhere to be found. Seeing this, everyone in Jojo breathed a sigh of relief. Kamikaze is safe, perhaps he has returned to Tianyuan City by now. But the shock that the kamikaze brought to them was no less. I thought the power behind kamikaze was powerful, but now it seems kamikaze himself is equally powerful. In this way, the two groups of people left the secret realm with their own thoughts. Zhengzhou, the headquarters of the Shinting Union. After Zhao Qianquan hung up the phone with the fat man, he was still in shock for a long time. Not only him, but everyone present was also shocked. A massacre in a secret realm, and it's a level 3 secret realm. I entered a level 3 secret realm once before and was chased and beaten by the monsters inside. It's really infuriating to compare yourself with others. So many rank 8 warriors died at the hands of Shinfeng alone? Could it be that old Zhu is deliberately exaggerating? This guy loves to brag. That's impossible. Lao Zhu usually likes to joke around, but he wouldn't treat something this important as a joke. Besides, it wasn't just him who saw it, there were many other people there as well. Damn, that sounds like a fairy tale. Shinfeng's growth rate is too fast, so fast that it's almost impossible to react. You have to know that the person who also won the title of Novice God back then was only able to complete the second level mission after 2 months of awakening. No wonder kamikaze has been avoiding us. With such strength, why would they need protection? This shows their absolute confidence in their city. Everyone was discussing the matter heatedly and paid no attention to Vice President Zhao Qianquan. A monster as powerful as kamikaze is truly beyond our comprehension. Whether it is strength, level, or combat record, etc., it is simply not something a novice professional can do. Zhao Qianquan listened to the discussion of the crowd and slowly came back to his senses. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that giving the Divine Wind Kyushu order to make friends was probably the most correct thing he had ever done. Fortunately, he took remedial measures in advance for such a monster, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Zhao Qianquan no longer expected Shinfeng to join Shinting, he just hoped that Shinfeng would be on good terms with Shinting. Regarding kamikaze, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, kamikaze's development is really too terrifying. Tianyuanqing Street. As people came and went, the sound of the word kamikaze was heard everywhere. Did you see that announcement? I heard kamikaze completed the Secret Realm Massacre achievement. Not only that, I heard it's a 3rd level secret realm. Wow! It's him again. This kamikaze is terrifying. It's only been a short time, and he's already achieved so much. Who says it's not true? I remember when he achieved the Novice God achievement, I almost died in the 1st level secret realm, but now he can complete a massacre in the 3rd level secret realm. Regarding kamikaze, I have even more explosive news. As soon as one person brings up that name, someone else will immediately follow up with the conversation. The word kamikaze has become almost a household name. Sancher Blacksmith Shop.
Is our president so powerful? He can easily slaughter people in the third-level secret realm.
The three brothers of the Shur family gathered around the table, and Shurmu said with a look of surprise.
That's our president.
I didn't expect him to be so strong. If we were to say who is the happiest among these three brothers, it would definitely be Ishimori.
They are now helping Shinin.
Although they have not officially joined, they can be considered as Shinin's members.
With such a powerful president, business will be smooth sailing in the future. Not only that, I also heard that the president has killed many foreigners.
As the person who pays the most attention to kamikaze, Sherlin is the most informed about some gossip. For example, he learned this news from someone in the city lord's mansion.
Tell me in detail, what happened? Shursen and Shurmu came up to Sherlin, their faces full of curiosity. This third-level secret realm has more than just one entrance from Jojo.
This time, the people entering with the president include not only the experts from Jojo, but also experts from the other three countries. When they learned that the president was a kamikaze, they formed a partnership and began hunting him down. Sherlin said this with a look of indignation on his face.
He was extremely angry about the actions of the three kingdoms.
After a pause to recover, he continued, but these people were killed by the president, causing heavy losses to the three kingdoms. Ishimori and Ishiki were originally nervous when they heard this, but when they heard that the president had actually completed the counterattack, they were both excited.
This is their president. From today on. The name of kamikaze truly shocked the world. Chapter 89 Shocking Event. Auction of Rough Stone. Job Transfer Temple. Nickname, Kamikaze, 5th Job Quest Submission. Check Backpack Mission Certificate, completed. Testing Mental Power Reserves, meets the standard. Complete a 5-star mission, all attributes increased by 30%.
Advanced mission completed, all attribute bonuses doubled to 60%. Stored experience released, congratulations to the player Kamikaze for reaching LV.410.
Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual Power, Infinite. Spirit Strength, 196347 plus 30%. Maximum Dispersion Distance, 8,700 meters. Level, LV.410 5th turn. Health, 928638 plus 30,000 plus 30%. Strength, 144665 plus 20%. Defense, 69724 plus 1500 plus 20%.
Agility, 4829 plus 280 plus 30%. Stamina, 24361 plus 1100 plus 20%. Combat Power Rating, 2731 stars. As soon as Zhang Feng walked out of the 5th transfer room, the long-haired girl at the reception desk immediately came to greet him.
Sir, the highest level of stone in Tianyuan City is only 5. If you want to level 6 in the future, you can only go to Zhongzhou. Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment. He had never paid much attention to this matter. With his upgrade speed, it won't take long for him to reach the 6th level. It seems that the schedule for going to Zhongzhou needs to be advanced. He smiled and thanked the long-haired girl. Thank you, I understand. Sancher Blacksmith Shop. How's the equipment going? Zhang Feng, dressed in a white robe, asked in a low voice.
Sir, 1,500 swords have been made, and 500 are left to be made.
Hearing this,
Zhang Feng frowned. He was not very satisfied with the speed. Seeing this, Shursen looked anxious and immediately explained, there's nothing we can do. We've recruited all the blacksmiths we can from Tianyuan City, but the number of people in this profession is really too small.
The speed of adding forging crystals to equipment cannot keep up, so the output is so small.
After saying this, Ishimori looked at Zhang Feng cautiously.
He was feeling uneasy at the moment.
No matter what the reason was, they had not completed the mission after all. If the boss no longer cooperates with them because of this incident, he will have no place to cry. The good days won't last for a few days, and I'm afraid we will return to our previous poor state.
Zhang Feng pondered for a moment.
He not only has to forge these silver dragon blades, but he also plans to entrust the subsequent quality improvements to 3 people.
But they can't do it at this speed.
After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng came up with an idea.
Since there are not enough people, let us recruit more. See High Chamber of Commerce.
Yumei held a cup of steaming tea and handed it to Zhang Feng with both hands with a respectful look on her face. She moved very carefully, fearing that she might do something wrong and make the person angry. Ever since I learned that he was an 8th rank spiritualist and a member of the Hidden God Guild, both she and the top management of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce have treated him as the highest level VIP. No matter when or where, as long as the other party comes to her door, she must go to greet him as soon as possible.
Zhang Feng was wearing a black robe.
He took the tea, took a sip, and placed it on the table beside him. Congratulations to Guild Master Shanin for accomplishing such a feat in the secret realm. Yumei spoke softly, a look of surprise appearing on her charming face.
Zhang Feng was not surprised to hear this.
As a senior member of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Yumei naturally knows more than the outside world. Moreover, he had not deliberately concealed the fact that he had single-handedly killed many 8th rank warriors, so it was not surprising that she knew about it. Zhang Feng took out a green life stone and said softly, "The president is naturally powerful, but this time I came here to auction a life stone." Yumei gasped when she saw this. She originally thought that Mr. Black Zetsu would still auction the spirit crystal, but she didn't expect him to sell the life stone. The life stone, after 9 turns or less, is equivalent to having a second life and is an extremely precious item.
Old man, why don't you keep this for yourself? Are you really going to auction it off? This thing is in high demand. If you want to auction it, the price is not a problem, but if you want to buy it, it will be difficult.
Yumei has been running the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Tianyuan City for so long, but she has never seen anyone bring the life stone to auction. Life stones are basically born in secret realms of level 3 and above. Such secret realms are rare, and most of them are hard to come by. Even if you are lucky enough to enter the secret realm, the conditions for obtaining the life stone are still quite difficult. Therefore, generally, precious items like this are kept for one's own use.
It's an auction, but not now.
Zhang Feng handed the life stone to Yumei and said lightly. Yumei subconsciously took the life stone, looking a little flustered, and immediately put it away.
So you mean?
When Yumei heard Zhang Feng say this, she had a rough guess in her mind.
Yes, it's a pre-sale. We'll release the news first, and then the official auction will be held in 7 days.
Zhang Feng glanced at Yumei, then said, "And there is an additional condition.
Only blacksmiths are eligible to bid." Hearing this, Yumei was a little confused. The life stone is extremely valuable, and no blacksmith can afford it.
If this auction threshold were really set, the price of the life stone would be much lower.
Thinking of this, Yumei couldn't help but say, "How about canceling this auction threshold? Otherwise, I'm afraid the result might disappoint you."
Zhang Feng waved his hand.
"Just do as I say."
To be honest, Zhang Feng doesn't care who auctions the life stone or how much it sells for. He used the life stone as a gimmick and stipulated that only blacksmiths could auction it. His purpose was just to solve the problem of staff shortage in the Sanshire blacksmith shop. When the auction started, he just took the opportunity to recruit more people under his command.
Forging the silver dragon blade is not a problem. Moreover, with the attraction of the life stone, how could there be no force tempted?
By then, there will definitely be countless people cooperating with blacksmith professionals.
Okay, I'll arrange it right away.
Yumei nodded and replied respectfully, with a different look in her beautiful eyes. After all, the boss was unwilling to explain too much, and she didn't dare to ask any more questions. She admitted that she had never seen through either Mr. Black Zetsu or the Kamisama Guild. At first, when Black Zetsu came to auction the spirit crystal, she thought that Shanin lacked funds to cultivate geniuses. But now they are putting up the fragments of the life stone for auction, and specifying that only blacksmiths are eligible. She has no idea what Shanin is trying to do.
Or perhaps, what Kamikaze wants to do.
The first time the life stone was taken out, she thought of the recently famous Kamikaze. After all, Kamikaze killed a lot of mutated slimes in the secret realm.
Now that the matter had been settled, Zhang Feng gave Yumei some instructions and then left the Sihai Chamber of Commerce.
After watching Zhang Feng go away, Yumei regained her cool demeanor and ordered in a cold voice, "Spread the news of the life stone auction immediately.
The more sensational, the better." Chapter 90 Kamikaze's big move.
With the operation of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, the news that the life stone would be auctioned in 7 days spread throughout Tianyuan City like wings.
Even the life stone is being auctioned? What a huge sum of money.
An 8th rank expert was purchasing goods at the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, but unexpectedly learned about the life stone. But after looking at his balance, he could only shake his head helplessly.
Only blacksmiths can participate in the auction?
Quickly find a blacksmith, give him the funds and let him auction. The reward is not a problem.
Tianyuan City, Zheng family in the west of the city.
The head of the Zhang family is an 8th level LV.1200 mage. The importance of the life stone to him is self-evident. As the pillar of the family, he did not dare to complete the 8th job change task because of his family concerns. But now, if you get the stone of life, he would no longer be burdened, and it would be easier for him to complete the mission and break through the 8th level as soon as possible.
I must get this life stone.
This way, I will have a better chance of reaching the level 3 secret realm. A professional who suffered a crushing defeat in a level 3 secret realm, he whispered softly.
Ahem.
My old illness has relapsed, and I don't have much time left.
I must obtain the life stone.
An old man was coughing, his face looking extremely painful.
Logically speaking, the injuries suffered by professionals should be repaired by vitality.
But he was different. His vitality seemed to be locked up, and his injuries could not be repaired at all. He had already lost all hope, but at this moment, his hope for life was rekindled. The life stone undoubtedly caused a huge sensation in Tianyuan City, and even several surrounding cities had sent blacksmiths to participate in the auction.
See High Chamber of Commerce.
You may listen to her subordinate's report. The pupils of her beautiful eyes shrank slightly, her dark eyebrows raised slightly, and she said with a little surprise, I didn't expect that the reaction caused by the life stone would be much better than I expected.
Now, the old man should be satisfied.
The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and her pretty face was filled with a smile, radiating an extremely confident light. At this moment, she truly acted like a strong woman. However, this is just the first step. If we want to get this done well, there must be no mistakes in the auction in a few days. Yu moved her delicate body and took seductive steps to arrange the specific matters of the auction.
Zhengzhou.
The headquarters of the Xinting Union.
Is there anyone in Tianyuan City auctioning off the life stone? This thing is rare in Zhengzhou. Yeah, to be honest, I'm a little moved. Even in the divine court, the preciousness of the life stone is self-evident.
Although Zhao Qiankuan was surprised, he immediately felt that this matter was related to kamikaze. As far as he knew, Shinfeng had obtained a lot of life stones in the secret realm.
Apart from him, I guess no one else would be willing to put it up for auction.
But this auction restricted blacksmiths from participating, which confused him for a moment. He wanted to see what Shinfeng was going to do, so he turned around and ordered, notify Lao Zhu and have him keep an eye on it. On the day the news was released,
the people sent from the surrounding cities have quickly arrived in Tianyuan City.
At this moment, the gate of Tianyuan City was as busy as a vegetable market, with teams of 3 or 2 or more people entering the city in an orderly manner. If you look carefully, you will find that these teams have something in common. That is, there is obviously one person in the team whose temperament is very different from others. The rough hands make people think of the profession of blacksmith. Sancher Blacksmith Shop. The 3 brothers of the Sher family were also shocked by the news.
A boss is a boss. His way of solving problems is completely different from that of ordinary people. Ishimori shook his head, an expression of disbelief on his face. Yes, I know a little about the life stone. It's priceless, and I'm afraid the price it fetches this time will be sky high.
Sherlin also sighed at this time. The more Sherlin learned, the more he felt the horror of the disappearance of the gods.
What kind of force can achieve this?
And Shermu's words were just one sentence, Big Boss is awesome. However, the 3 brothers understood it in their hearts. The boss restricted the blacksmith auction. Isn't this just to solve the shortage of staff in their blacksmith shop? The boss said he would find a way to solve the staff shortage, but this method of solving the problem was too shocking. Who would use the raw stone of life to recruit some blacksmiths? It's like selling candy with gold wrappers. It's really a bit too much. The boss is trying to find a solution, so we can't just sit there and do nothing. Double the workers' wages and have them quickly craft the remaining 500 swords. At this moment, Shursen felt his blood boiling. He thought it was right to follow the boss.
Boom, boom, boom.
At this moment, there was a quick knock on the door. Who would knock on their door at this time? After all, the blacksmith shop hasn't taken any other orders for a long time.
Ishimori opened the door with doubts.
As soon as the door opened, 3 people quickly came to the 3 brothers of the Sher family and said, I guess you have also received news about the life stone.
Then let's get straight to the point. I'll give you 300,000 and you'll help us attend the auction. As long as the auction is successful, all rewards will be multiplied tenfold.
The three brothers of the Sure family looked at each other. They didn't expect that someone would come to their door so soon. Sure did not agree immediately, but instead asked, "Judging from your appearance, there should be many people from Tianyuan City.
Then why don't you find a good blacksmith in your own city and come here?"
The three of them explained, "We three brothers were in the secret realm before. When we came out, the blacksmith had already been picked up by someone.
There's no other way. I can only try my luck in Tianyuan."
After hearing this, Ishimori didn't know how to respond. But in order not to delay the boss's business, he could only reluctantly say, "Okay, I promise you." When the three saw Ishimori agreed, they were overjoyed. But as they turned around and left the blacksmith shop, all three of them showed malicious smiles.
Their purpose is not to auction, but to steal.
"Brother, the life stone is very precious.
If you succeed this time, you can rest for a long time."
A tall and thin man among the three rubbed his hands at this moment, his face full of excitement.
"That's what I said, but we must take this seriously. If we can't succeed, we'll leave immediately."
Among the three, a short but dignified middle-aged man spoke in a serious voice.
"This time, there are costs involved. If we fail, we will lose money."
The last person had a look of extreme pain on his face.
"They spent 300,000 yuan just to get in. When have they ever done something that loses money like this?"
After all, no-cost business is the best way to go. Their main job is to travel around various cities and engage in illegal activities. Such people are also called wasteland hunters. The three brothers used their unique magical skills to steal countless treasures from the Seihai Chamber of Commerce.
This time is no exception. Chapter 91 Danger? I only see experience everywhere. The auction is being prepared and it will take time. Zhang Feng continued to level up monsters without any haste. Mechanical Castle LV.400 LV.600. "Captain, this mechanical boar's attack is too strong. I can't handle it anymore." A dark-skinned man was holding the shield with trembling hands, and he shouted loudly through gritted teeth.
He took the impact of the mechanical boar and was almost knocked to pieces.
"Xiaolan, help Heizi with his treatment."
"I'll take care of him first." The team leader has a very young face, but his weathered eyes show that he is a man who has experienced many battles. At this moment, he kept waving the staff in his hand, and all kinds of skills that could be cast instantly were thrown out at once.
Fireball.
Water ripples.
Extremely hot firewall. 9 water wave combos.
As a dual-element mage of water and fire, his combat power is the strongest in the team.
He released these skills without expecting to kill the mechanical boar.
This was in the hope of holding them off for a moment, buying them some time to evacuate.
"Captain, my mind control didn't work on them."
At this time, a slightly low voice sounded.
His heart instantly plummeted. He cursed as he unleashed his skills. "How can we defeat this? It has powerful attacks, invincible defense, and is incredibly fast, yet even mental attacks can't do anything to it. What kind of justice is this?"
If we say that their team is a perfect team that integrates attack, defense, control, and assistance, then the mechanical wild boar in front of them is a perfect monster that is stronger than them.
"Run!" The captain's eyes suddenly lit up.
He didn't expect that the release of the water and fire dual skills could create water vapor and make the mechanical wild boar lose its way.
He would not miss this good opportunity.
After using 2 skills, he turned around and shouted loudly to everyone. But before they could run a few steps, the mechanical wild boar attacked them again. Seeing this, the captain used his dual skills of water and fire and changed direction at the same time.
After countless attempts, they finally escaped the mechanical boar's pursuit. Call.
Everyone in the team was breathing heavily, looking like they had survived a disaster.
At this time, Zhang Feng also happened to be teleported in. "Why did you come here alone? You should find a team and try again. The monsters here are not easy to deal with."
Seeing this, the captain couldn't help but speak up to persuade them. They are all helpless against the machines here, so this man is just asking for death.
"Thank you for your kindness, but I am enough on my own." Zhang Feng smiled, said thank you and turned forward. Mechanical boar, level 550. Life, 603,023.
Description: a strange mechanical life form, entirely made of metal. It is powerful, but its behavior is no different from other monsters. Skill 1, Stinky Fart Cyber Fart, fused with toxic chemicals, just one breath can stink to death. Skill 2, Powerful Pig Whip Cyber Pig Whip, made of all metal, extremely hard and flexible, usually twice its body length, with immense destructive power. Skill 3, Savage Charge. The 4 legs are mechanically transformed into 4 giant wheels, increasing speed by 100%. Note, skills 1 and 3 can be used together. Strength increased by 50%, speed increased by 100%. Skill 4, Wild Boar Soar. Cyber Boar. Adding wings is not too much, the new hybrid power can directly fly into the sky. Note, skills 1 and 3 can be used together. Flight altitude increases, flight speed increases. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng encountered the first monster before he took 2 steps.
Brother, run! You are no match for him.
The appearance of the mechanical wild boar shocked the team members and they all started counting down to prepare for the transmission.
The kind captain looked worried and did not forget to remind Jiang Feng.
This mechanical wild boar has been chasing the team for so long that its patience has long been exhausted. As soon as he came up, he let out a big fart, and his 4 legs turned into wheels and rushed towards Jiang Feng. A yellow smoke followed the mechanical wild boar, which looked very much like car exhaust.
What skill is this?
The team members stood there in a daze.
How come they hadn't seen the mechanical wild boar before after fighting it for so long? Jiang Feng reacted extremely quickly and flew into the air with his sword to avoid it. He didn't want to smell such a stinky fart. 10,000 swords return to oneness.
No matter how thick the mechanical boar's skin is, it cannot compare to an 8th level strongman.
The silver dragon descended like a divine punishment from heaven. Bang! After a loud bang, a big hole appeared on the ground. There are also several parts of mechanical wild boars in the big pit. He's dead now? The captain couldn't believe it. Was this still the mechanical wild boar they fought?
Kill the mechanical boar. LV.500, gain 5,500 experience points, and store 550 points.
This is not the end yet. A new mechanical monster appeared in Jiang Feng's sight. Mechanical Tiger, level 600. Life, 660,000.
Description: the entire body is made of special metal and can change shape. Skill 1, Transformation from an animal into a tiger chariot equipped with machine guns and various firearms. Skill 2, Tiger Fong. Tiger form is a powerful cold weapon, chariot form is a gunpowder-filled missile. This time, Jiang Feng directly summoned the mental puppet. In such a battlefield, puppets that are immune to physical attacks are invincible. The mechanical tiger first pounced on the puppet's arm like a hungry tiger, opening its big mouth and biting it hard.
But he bit into nothing. Roar!
It exhaled a breath of hot air in pain and changed instantly.
The next second, a brand new tiger tank appeared in sight. Tiger Missile. 2 missiles, swaying with hot air waves, shot straight at the puppet. Boom!
2 missiles passed through the puppet and exploded loudly on the distant mountains.
This is outrageous. Missiles are coming.
The mountain collapsed with a loud bang, and the dark-skinned man looked at his shield silently, then put it away.
Can this thing block missiles? Joke. 10,000 swords return to oneness. The same move, but the mechanical tiger was completely destroyed. Mechanical Locust, level 500. Life, 1. Description: War Machine. Skill 1, Invincible Defense. Skill 2, Rapid Speed. Skill 3, Find the target, then self-destruct. In an instant, the overwhelming swarms of locusts launched a suicidal attack.
Others might be scared of this thing, but Jiang Feng just wants to have fun.
Boom! Boom!
Explosions continued to sound, sparks were already flying from the puppet's side, and mechanical locusts kept exploding.
Damn it! Who can stand this thing?
Alas, what a pity for that brother. The team members were counting down at this time. Before leaving, they looked at this scene and felt sorry for Jiang Feng. It's impossible to survive being in the center of such a violent explosion. However, just before they were about to teleport away, a figure flew out from the smoke and dust. It's Jiang Feng. At this moment, the entire team froze.
This guy, what's going on? Chapter 92 Golden Divine Suit.
The later the game progresses, the slower Jiang Feng upgrades.
After grinding for a whole day, I finally reached LV.480.
A lot of purple equipment dropped during this period, but their special attributes were not very good. Even if Jiang Feng has attribute fusion, it is basically useless.
4 days later.
The mechanical castle has almost become a ruin, with broken mechanical parts everywhere.
Congratulations to player Kamikaze for reaching LV.600.
Level has reached the maximum. Please go to the job transfer hall to accept the 6th job transfer task.
Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, Infinite. Spirit strength, 253347 plus 30%. Maximum dispersion distance, 14,400 meters. Level, LV.600 fifth turn.
Health, 120-2238 plus 30,000 plus 30%.
Strength, 185705 plus 20. Defense 90244 plus 1500 plus 20.
Agility, 6197 plus 280 plus 30%.
Stamina, 31,201 plus 1100 plus 20%. Combat power rating, 2,988 stars. After reaching LV.600, Zhang Feng's maximum divergence distance has reached 14,400 meters. If combined with a 10x Spirit Experience card, the spirit range can reach 140 kilometers. With the addition of mental puppets, it is entirely possible to take someone's head from 280 kilometers away. If he met those people from Sakura Flower Country, Zhang Feng could easily kill them. Zhang Feng opened the system panel. Number of regular draws, 40. Number of gold draws, 26. As always, the regular turntable is drawn first. Draw 300,000 gold coins. Draw 50,000 gold coins. Draw 10x Spirit Experience card 3. Draw 50,000 gold coins. Draw 10x Spirit Experience card 3. I drew 40 times and only got 10x Spirit Experience card twice. I have to say that the drop rate is really low. Golden Wheel, Lucky Draw. Extract Spirit Strength plus 2000. Extract 50 Forging Crystals. Draw 100 Forging Crystals. Extraction of the farthest divergence range plus 500. Draw 3 Gold Equipment Upgrade cards. Gold Equipment Upgrade card, upgrade any piece of equipment to gold quality, no restrictions, and the attributes are the highest value of that quality. Directly upgrade equipment to gold quality. Hiss. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. Was this really a change of fortune? Is he so lucky now? Knowing that his equipment was not good enough, I just took action in one step. 5 more draws. This time the luck was even better. Extract Spirit Strength plus 2000. Extraction of the farthest divergence range plus 500. Draw 100 Forging Crystals. Extraction of the farthest divergence range plus 500. Draw 3 Gold Equipment Upgrade cards. 6 Gold Equipment Upgrade cards are enough to replace all his equipment. Zhang Feng first stopped the lottery and then opened his backpack. Taking out the upgrade card, he planned to upgrade the Spirit Wind Ring first. Gold quality is the highest quality of equipment. He wanted to see what kind of improvement would be achieved by upgrading these rags on him to gold quality. Spirit Wind Ring, Purple quality. Type, Jewelry. Occupational restrictions, none. Level limit, 3 transfers. Attributes, Health plus 6,000, Agility plus 50. Special attributes. The golden upgrade card turned into a golden stream of light and slowly penetrated into the Spirit Wind Ring like a wisp of smoke. The originally light blue Spirit Wind Ring was now enveloped in a layer of light golden light. Zhang Feng felt a warmth on his ring finger, which was caused by the Lingfang ring absorbing the golden smoke. After a long time. Only after the golden light was gradually absorbed did the warmth on the ring finger slowly fade away. Spirit Wind Ring, Gold quality. Type, Jewelry. Occupational restrictions, none. Level limit, 3 transfers. Attributes, Health plus 150,000, Agility plus 1,000. Special attributes. After finishing the product, Zhang Feng was stunned. If the Spirit Wind Ring were put up for auction, it would probably fetch a sky-high price. After being upgraded to gold quality, the attributes of the Spirit Wind Ring have been greatly improved. Another thing is that there is no restriction on the occupation of the wearer, but the most terrifying thing is the level limit. It can be worn after 3rd turn, and it will make a novice invincible if he gets it. Immediately following, Zhang Feng started to upgrade other equipment. Windproof boots, blue quality, gold quality. Attributes, Agility plus 80, Stamina 300, Agility plus 3000, Stamina plus 15,000. Ancient Stone Armor, blue quality, gold quality. Attributes, Health plus 24,000, Defense plus 1,500, Health plus 800,000, Defense plus 60,000. Chain of Pure Heart, purple quality gold quality. Type, necklace. Occupational restrictions, none. Level restriction, none.
Attributes, defense plus 500, health plus 10,000, defense plus 30,000, health plus 300,000.
Special attributes, if a mental attack is detected, the warning function will be triggered instantly, and a mental barrier will be formed to resist the attack.
Jiang Feng had long since abandoned his original necklace, and the chain of purity was his new equipment.
Black gold dagger, blue quality gold quality.
Attributes, strength plus 1,000, strength plus 50,000. Special attribute, bleeding continues bleeding after causing damage, 10 seconds, causing total damage strength 5. After using 5 of the 6 golden divine cards, Jiang Feng's equipment was all brand new, and his own attributes were greatly improved.
Open the panel again. Nickname, Kamikaze. Occupation, Spiritualist. Spiritual power, Infinite. Spirit strength, 257347 plus 30%. Maximum dispersion distance, 15,000 meters. Level, LV.600 5th turn.
Health, 120-2238 plus 1250000 plus 30%.
Strength, 185705 plus 20. Defense, 90,244 plus 90,000 plus 20%.
Agility, 6197 plus 9,000 plus 30%.
Stamina, 31,201 plus 35,000 plus 20%. Combat power rating, 6,100 stars.
With a strength of 185,705, the damage of 1,000 swords is as high as 18 million. Even a 10th turn warrior with a damage reduction of up to 60% can still cause 7.2 million damage. As long as the opponent's health is less than 7.2 million, he can be killed instantly. If there are 10,000 swords, the damage is as high as 36 million. 1,000 swords is 100 times the damage, 10,000 swords is 500 times the damage. Even if a 10th turn expert comes, he will be killed instantly.
This injury is truly horrific.
Thanks to Yuhuan, Taoran who loves lyrebirds, username 111018557926, Yenlingji, S. Simingus, Mechanical Supreme, Jiwatsui, Gaosu 12, The Lukewarm Yanhe, Chichi Chai Xiao, username 40810140490800471, username 3914720059329390, Long Wushwang, Ifomir Long, Jatian Gang Sweepers, Sakura Ji Tao, Dodoyu who loves to eat, Beyond the 5 Elements and 6 Paths, Xiaogu who loves ginseng soup, Invisible Dragon, username 14069705329974885, Jilajili, Dango who loves daffodils, Tang. Jiaju who loves home-cooked fish stew, username 12222254908940445 for their gifts. Chapter 93 God Level Skills, Element Manipulation, All Attribute Mage. The draw times have not been used up yet. Continue. Extract 50 forging crystals. Draw 20 million gold coins. Extracted the world's only God level skill, Elemental Control, automatically learned. Element Control, mental control is further refined to the point where it can control elemental attributes. New skills? Jiang Feng sensed the fire element in the air, then lightly hooked his finger, and a ball of flame appeared out of thin air.
This. Jiang Feng was surprised and then tried to control other elements. Boom! In Tianyuan City, thunder roared in broad daylight. There was a flash of lightning, followed by a loud bang. This made the residents of Tianyuan City look surprised and confused.
Then, Jiang Feng tried to condense a ball of water out of thin air and then freeze it into ice.
Hiss! Isn't this the same as a mage's skill?
And more importantly, all elemental attributes can be controlled, and unlike a mage, it does not require casting time.
His flames or lightning are almost instantaneous. Jiang Feng couldn't quite believe that he, a spiritualist, had the abilities of a full attribute mage. Outrageous.
Draw 100 forging crystals.
Draw random purple equipment treasure chests 3. I didn't get anything good the next few times. But Jiang Feng was still very satisfied with the overall lottery. This time he is truly the European emperor. After everything was over, Jiang Feng prepared to go see what was going on at the auction house. See High Chamber of Commerce, 3rd floor.
Jiang Feng in black robe did not inform Yu Mei about his visit this time and took the public passage.
At first glance, there were huge crowds of people.
If I had known earlier, I would have reserved a spot in advance.
Why would we have to squeeze into the crowd like this? Anyone willing to sell me a spot? I'm willing to pay a high price. Excuse me, please let me go in first. You're crazy, why should I let you go in first? The place was bustling with people and unprecedentedly lively.
The venue has a limited capacity, so early entry is by appointment only.
Most of those still standing outside the door did not have a reservation. There are two reasons for this grand occasion. First, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce has good marketing.
Second, nature is the charm of the raw stone of life. You should know that the life stone can only be obtained in secret realms of level 3 or above. Most people don't have the strength to enter, and even many 8th level strongmen have failed to make it after entering many times. So, these people can only rely on buying. Another quota has been released, hurry up and grab it. Like igniting a bomb, this sentence instantly caused everyone present to boil.
I want to buy one. Stop pushing. You're almost squeezing people to death. Give me one first.
Hearing the sound, he looked over. Zhang Feng saw a huge screen that said there were only 100 admission spots left and the auction was underway. And those who want to buy tickets in front of the screen are almost scrambling to get them.
Each of them is extremely brave and no one gives in to anyone else.
Zhang Feng saw this scene and nodded.
The auction hasn't even officially started yet, but the demand for auction spots alone is already so high.
The number of people attending the auction a few days later would probably be even greater, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the streets would be deserted. As expected of the head of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, he's using hunger marketing to maximize profits. Zhang Feng had contact with Yu Mei several times and had to admit that this woman was very smart.
Regardless of what happened on the day of the auction, the ticket revenue was already a huge profit. After looking for a while, Zhang Feng was very satisfied and prepared to leave.
As soon as he turned around, Zhang Feng suddenly discovered 3 figures with different attributes.
Ishimori. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be making equipment for our president?
Zhang Feng spoke in a low voice, as if he was accusing someone of something.
There aren't enough blacksmiths to forge the silver dragon blade, so how can there be time to buy a spot? Then what's the point of all my hard work organizing this auction?
Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's face became a little gloomy. Ishimori was just about to rush to buy a spot when he was startled by the sudden voice.
Ha? The boss's people? It's like this, someone asked us to help him auction it.
Then we were afraid of disrupting the president's plan, so we agreed to his request. At this moment, Ishimori was a little panicked. The boss seemed very dissatisfied with them, and he hurriedly explained. If the president thinks that they have neglected their duties, the good days of the 3 brothers will be over.
After all, they also knew the real purpose of this auction. If the president misunderstood me, I might die without knowing how I died.
He knew exactly how the jackal died. Although the other boss usually gets along well with them, that's only when things are done well. Not only did he fail to do his job, but he was also accused of deceiving the boss. His life would be in danger.
After hearing this, Zhang Feng said unhappily, "Isn't this delaying the creation of the president's equipment? Where are those people? They asked me to participate in the quota auction and get an admission spot. We will meet at the blacksmith shop in the afternoon."
Ishimori spoke quickly and matter-of-factly. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Go back, I'll take care of it." When Shursen heard this, he felt relieved. He didn't want to get involved in this mess in the first place, but now that he has the boss's guarantee, he should just run away. Sancher Blacksmith Shop.
In a corner 100 meters away, there were 3 sneaky figures. As long as I get the admission qualification, I can hide in the shadow of Ishimori and follow him in. By then, with my stealing skills, the life stone will be in my pocket.
A short middle-aged man, looking determined to win.
This skill is his signature skill.
Just the initial integration takes several hours and requires a cooperative person to complete. In the past, the people he cooperated with were his 2 brothers.
But this time, due to the limitations of the blacksmith profession, they had to find Ishimori. Brother, you're brilliant. With you here, it'll be easy to capture them.
The tall and thin younger brother complimented with a fawning look on his face.
Of course. The 3 of us brothers are invincible and have never failed.
The short middle-aged man was quite pleased with himself.
The performance of the 3 of them is truly brilliant. In such a vast country like Kyushu, who wouldn't he have a headache when seeing them?
Just hearing the names made him panic, fearing that the 3 of them would visit him.
Of course I recognize Big Brother's kung fu. Nothing will happen with you around. As long as I can accomplish this, I can live a carefree life for many more years. The second brother also said with a smile on his face. Afterwards, the three of them got together again to discuss the specific details. Finally, draw a conclusion. To them, this plan is just 2 words. Perfect. The three of them were extremely excited, as if they had already obtained the Stone of Life. However, the joy didn't last for many minutes. They suddenly saw that Ishimori had returned. Didn't the quota auction start in the afternoon? Why are they back? Strange. Chapter 94. You've messed with the wrong person. Brother, the quota auction will start in the afternoon, why are you back now? When Shirlin and Shirmu saw Shirsen returning home, they immediately stepped forward to ask what happened. Don't say that. I've been waiting in line for a long time and no one can get in. When he thought of the crowded scene at the Seahai Chamber of Commerce, Shirsen felt suffocated. As a blacksmith, he usually has a hot temper and is impatient. He feels uncomfortable when encountering such things. So you're back? Shirlin's face was full of confusion and he was very puzzled. Just because of waiting in line, the eldest brother quit his job. This is not his style. No matter how impatient he is, he has to finish queuing. That's not the case, because I met another big boss who has disappeared. He told me to come back and forge the silver dragon blade and not to worry about the auction. Also, don't worry about the person who asked us to participate in the auction. The boss said he will take care of it. Ishimori said as a matter of course. Shirlin and Shirmu nodded and said, now that the big boss has come forward, we brothers can rest assured. Anyway, I think it's better not to get involved in this matter, and now I have a reason. The next moment. 3 wasteland hunters appeared at the blacksmith shop, walked up to Ishimori, and asked, the quota auction will be this afternoon. Why are you back now? Sorry, the deal is off. I can't do this. Please find someone else to do it. Also, here's your trading card. I'm returning it to you now that we're even. The 3 brothers looked righteous and confident. Ishimori took out the trading card and answered proactively. What kind of logic is this? If you say you won't do it, then don't do it. Where can I find someone now? The 3 wasteland hunters looked puzzled. What was wrong with this Shirsen? Why did you stop doing it? If the pay is too little, can you triple it? The short middle-aged man asked with an unfriendly tone and an ugly expression. This time, the 3 brothers of the Shir family did not respond and were busy with other things. Seeing this, the 3 wasteland hunters were completely furious. After preparing for so long, they were stood up by a small blacksmith at the last minute. How could they bear it? Besides, where else could they find a blacksmith now? Ishimori's refusal was undoubtedly a death sentence for their perfect plan. Fuck, you're shameless, right? The short middle-aged man had a gloomy expression on his face and signaled his 2 brothers to prepare to take action. Brother, they should have been killed long ago. Indeed, when have we 3 brothers ever been treated so humiliatingly? The 3 men were all desperate criminals who didn't care about any city rules and immediately decided to kill. At worst, if the truth comes out, I can just run away. If you dare to offend us, you must be prepared to die. The tall and thin man grinned and punched the 3 brothers of the Shir family hard. Run! The 3 brothers of the Shir family did not expect that they would dare to kill people in Tianyuan City, so they ran away. But they could not be faster than the tall and thin man. Just when they thought they were going to die. Ah! The tall and thin man suddenly caught fire and let out a painful roar. In just a moment, it was burned to ashes. What is going on? It must be the boss, yes. It must be the boss who saved us. The 3 brothers of the Shir family were stunned. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. But they soon realized that it was the hidden boss who took action. The other side. The short middle-aged man looked panicked and trembling all over, wanting to leave. Ah! Suddenly there was another scream, brother, save me. Seeing his second brother also die of spontaneous combustion, the short middle-aged man ran out of the blacksmith shop like a madman. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Outside the blacksmith shop, there was a guard team on patrol. Hurry up and save me. Someone is killing someone in the street. The short middle-aged man ran towards the guard team as if he had seen a savior. What's going on? Who wants to kill you? The guards did not believe each middle-aged man at first, but instead kept a certain distance and asked.
My lords, the three of us brothers were forging equipment at the Sancher blacksmith shop. Unexpectedly, two of my brothers were burned to death in the shop. I suspect it was done by three brothers from the blacksmith shop, teaming up with a powerful fire mage. The short middle-aged man was crying and snotting, looking extremely miserable. Seeing this, the guards followed him to the blacksmith shop and looked for any trace of the fire mage. The three brothers of the Schur family stood aside, somewhat gloating. Who is there? You know the consequences of lying. Humph, you still want to turn the tables, but don't you see who is standing behind them? Even a hidden boss can be found by a few guards. Despite the protection of the guard team, Zhang Feng was still not going to let this man go. In full view of the crowd, the short middle-aged man also caught fire. Ah! Help me! In an instant, he became a man of fire. He struggled painfully and asked the guards for help, but all he got was alienation. In this situation, who would dare to rescue? This person looks familiar. One of the guards rubbed his chin, looking puzzled. It's them. As avid wasteland hunters, the three were naturally wanted. After checking the files, the identities of these three people were immediately known. Forget it. He's a wanted criminal anyway, so if he dies, he dies. Let's pack up. When the guards saw that he was a wanted criminal, they were too lazy to do anything about it. No matter who killed the person, they didn't want to pursue the matter further. After all, they had eliminated a threat to the people. What's more, the words of this wasteland hunter are not credible. It is possible that these street rats were the first to take action because they were tempted by money. However, I still need to report this matter to the captain. The method of casting spells from a distance is still a bit terrifying. If this person intends to harm Tian Yuan, we have to be on guard. The guards discussed it and immediately left the blacksmith shop. During this period, they also ignored the three brothers of the Schur family. Call. Brother, to be honest, I'm still a little nervous. After the guards left, Schur Muhan said with a smile. Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that the guards will find the boss? Sherlin felt a little funny when he saw his third brother looking so frustrated. Please, that's a big boss who has disappeared. How could a few guards find it? Luckily, the boss is here this time, so we can be safe. Let's keep a low profile in the future. Speaking of this, the three brothers looked relieved. If the big boss hadn't been here today, they would probably have been used to make swords. Look! Shermu's scream immediately attracted the attention of Shursen and Sherlin. Following the crowd's gaze, four large characters made of flames appeared out of thin air in the space in front of them, forging at full speed. Seeing this, the three of them looked serious and said in unison, Follow the boss's instructions. Chapter 95 Unprecedented Auction, Lifestone. 2 days later. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce was even more popular than the auction 2 days ago. In the huge auction site, in addition to the blacksmiths who came to participate in the auction, there were also many accompanying people. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes and looked arrogant. They were obviously the people who hired the blacksmith to auction the goods. Although these people were not eligible to bid, they were allowed to watch. They wouldn't even be willing to let the blacksmith do the auction himself. Whether it is themselves or the forces behind them. I am determined to obtain this rough stone of life. Amidst the noise, the host officially took the stage. Everyone, I declare the auction officially open. The host's passionate opening remarks completely ignited everyone's enthusiasm. I can't wait any longer. Don't auction off the items mentioned above, just auction the life stone directly. Where's the stone of life? Take it out and let us see it. Someone's face flushed and he shouted at the top of his voice. Be smart and follow my instructions. Just quote me when I tell you to. Some people looked solemn and immediately gave instructions to the blacksmith next to them. Seeing this, the host smiled slightly. This is a special auction for the life stone, so please rest assured. The stone of life is here, everyone, please keep an eye on it. As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar slowly rose in the center of the stage, with the green stone of life sitting on top of it. Sparkling and extremely moving. Combined with special lighting, it looks even more beautiful. The starting price is 50 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 5 million. Now, the auction begins. As soon as the auction started, countless people began bidding frantically. 60 million. Someone couldn't wait to raise a sign and shouted loudly. You want to buy it for 60 million?
That's unrealistic. Offer 80 million. Someone sneered and asked the blacksmith to make a bid. 90 million.
Then, a calm quotation voice raised the price by another 10 million.
It's over.
I thought I could get it with 100 million, but now it seems I have no chance. The starting price is 50 million, and I only brought 50 million.
How can I bid on it? Forget it. Some people smiled bitterly and shook their heads.
They had originally wanted to try their luck. But unexpectedly, their hopes were completely extinguished as soon as the auction began. I only have 150 million yuan with me.
There's no hope of winning if I slowly raise the price. I might as well give it a try. Some people lowered their heads and pondered how to successfully photograph the rough stone of life. 150 million.
The man raised his head and directly quoted his low price.
Success or failure depends on this wave.
Directly raising the price to 60 million did shock many people who wanted to bid, and the scene fell into a brief period of calm.
150 million once. 150 million twice. 153 million. Just as the host was about to drop the hammer, a familiar voice rang out, 200 million. In box 303.
The fat man was lying comfortably on the sofa, and the sky-high price of 200 million was exactly what he quoted.
200 million 3 times, deal. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box 303.
As expected, the stone of life was eventually taken by the fat man. In the past, he showed goodwill to Kamikaze in order to recruit and train him. It can be said that it was a kind of kindness from an elder to a younger person.
But it's different now. Now showing goodwill is a kind of respect, with a little flattery.
Kamikaze grew so fast that he accomplished countless great feats in a short period of time. His first appearance was to obtain the Novice God achievement, which was also the first time that Shinfeng entered the site of the Divine Court. Then, he counterattacked and killed the assassin of Sakura Hanakuni in Yangcheng, and also told him that there was a traitor in Shinting. Then, some time ago, he completed the Secret Realm Massacre achievement and killed countless 8th-level strongmen. The power of Kamikaze had already changed his mentality. The life stone was taken by Fatty, and the auction naturally ended.
Everyone has started to prepare to leave.
At this time, Yumei, wearing a purple cheongsam, slowly walked onto the stage, twisting her slender waist.
Wait a minute, everyone. I'm sure you're also wondering why a blacksmith is required to auction something. Now, Xiaoye will tell you the answer.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was about to leave sat back in their seats.
Because they are also very curious about the reason. But the more time went on, the more Yumei kept the secret. Tell me, what's the reason? Someone asked doubtfully.
Yumei smiled lightly and did not answer the question directly, but spoke instead. Now, please welcome a level 10 VIP from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. He is also the owner of the Life Stone. After saying that, Yumei stepped down from the stage, and Zhang Feng in black robe stepped onto the stage.
What? Level 10 VIP? Are you sure? I've only seen level 6 VIPs. Their treatment is enviable. I can't even imagine what level 10 VIPs are like. How big is Tianyuan City? How could there be a level 10 VIP? I don't believe it. Yeah, even the vice president of Zhengzhou Divine Court is only level 9.
I only heard that the 8th rank spiritualist in Zhouzhou is level 10.
The people in the audience were shocked.
But besides being shocked, after rational thinking, I felt it was unrealistic. A level 10 VIP is using the Lifestone as a gimmick to get us blacksmiths to participate in the auction.
What's his motive? Tell me, is there a possibility that this level 10 was made up by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, or just said it casually? It's very possible, but then the question arises, what is the Sihai Chamber of Commerce for?
Everyone was confused and had no idea what the Sihai Chamber of Commerce or this level 10 VIP was trying to do.
This is...
Someone stared at Zhang Feng in black robe, trying to guess his identity.
Could it be that this person is the 8th rank spiritual master?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was completely enraged.
Countless discussions arose one after another. If this person was really an 8th level spiritual master, then he would be amazing. No matter what his purpose is, they would do anything to get such a relationship.
Zhang Feng raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet, then he said, "The purpose of gathering you all today is simple. Join us, Shanin, and help our president forge equipment."
Gods of Hidden? What is this? A union? Who is the president? Everyone was confused and started asking 3 questions in a row. There's no way around it. As a newly created level 1 guild, it's normal that Shinin isn't well known. Let me check. The president of Kamikaze is called Kamikaze.
Someone had already started checking the panel and was muttering softly.
Kamikaze. When it comes to Kamikaze, everyone is very familiar with it. Kamikaze, isn't he the one who achieved the God of Novices? Didn't he also kill the Yinghua people in Yongcheng?
I heard he recently completed a secret realm massacre, and it was a level 3 secret realm. The more they talked, the more excited they became, and the scene suddenly returned to the lively scene of the auction. I heard that in the secret realm that Kamikaze went to, there are many life stones.
Then, isn't the one put up for auction the one that Shinfeng obtained in the secret realm?
After a long time, the discussions died down and the scene returned to calm.
What benefits will there be if we join? Someone bravely asked.
Although the Kamikaze is strong, people die for money and they will not do anything that does not benefit them. Jiang Feng said in a deep voice, of course.
Chapter 96 Tempting conditions, rich and powerful.
I'll provide all the forging materials.
300,000 per month for each person willing to join.
As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of all the blacksmiths present were burning with excitement. With an income of 300,000 a month, that's a lot of commission.
Who says it's not true?
Our own shop is very busy, and business is also good and bad. A monthly income of only 50,000 to 60,000 yuan.
It sounds very exciting, but... Many people looked embarrassed and shook their heads helplessly. Although they were tempted, not many of them were willing to join Shinin.
After all, the blacksmith's usual income is enough to live comfortably, so there is no need to earn too much. Besides, working for others is not as comfortable as being your own boss. But the most crucial point still comes from the taboos within their industry, or it can be said to be the taboos among ordinary people. Just don't have too much contact with combat professionals and related things. After all, in this world, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Maybe this person said something nice, but changed his mind once he got there. This amount of money is not worth the risk. Seeing that no one signed up, Jiang Feng understood the concerns of these blacksmiths.
He then said, I know everyone's concerns. Please rest assured that I will ensure the safety of each and every one of you.
In addition, I will also put out some life stones for auction. Those who join can continue to participate in the auction, while those who do not join will lose their eligibility. This was said, firstly, to reassure the blacksmiths, and secondly, to the forces behind them. After all, many blacksmiths work in cooperation with some families and trade unions, so it still depends on the intentions of these forces.
If you want to deal with them, the stone of life is the best thing. As long as they nodded, the blacksmith had no room to think.
After these words were spoken, the blacksmiths had not yet reacted, but the forces behind them could no longer sit still.
This is a good opportunity that cannot be missed, you must join. Oldly, you've been working with my Wang family for quite a while now, right?
You know how important this life stone is to my Wang family. Well, I'll give you 1 million at once, and you'll join Shinin and help my Wang family auction the life stone. The Wang family in the west of the city is also a famous big family. The one coming to the auction this time is Wang Laohu, the second son of the Wang family.
Wang Laohu looked sincere and was patiently persuading the blacksmith beside him. Lao Zhang, the union has been pretty good to you. Can you? Of course, we won't let you suffer any loss. We will definitely give you what you deserve. The president of the Fengshu Union was now earnestly advising his blacksmith. You name the price, as long as you're willing to join Shinin, I'll accept it. 1 million?
1 million is too little, then 2 million. Many of them were blacksmiths hired on short notice, and they were the most impatient at the moment.
After all, why would someone who has no relatives or friends help you?
So they had to promise generous rewards in the hope of impressing these blacksmiths.
How many rough stones can you produce? Although everyone was jealous, they still had some common sense. If there is only one life stone, there is no need for so many people to fight for it.
After all, it would take a lot of effort to find these blacksmiths who had been cooperating with them for many years. Jiang Feng said calmly, 50 pills.
How much? How much?
If there really are 50, then our chances of capturing one are very high. Hearing these words, everyone in the room was extremely shocked. Each one is a rare item, but you asked for 50. Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't throw out all 50 of them at once. If these people took pictures of them and did nothing, he would suffer a huge loss. Build equipment for me and auction one piece every day until all 50 pieces are sold. The scene was very lively, but some people also raised doubts. Do you have so many lifestones? You are not just bragging. Jiang Feng didn't say anything. He waved his hand and scattered 50 lifestones into the air. Powerful mental force controlled them to be arranged in an orderly manner in the air. Holy crap! He really does. Where on earth did he get so many lifestones? If all these lifestones were mine, wouldn't that mean I'd have 50 more lives? Wouldn't that mean I could die a few more times at night? Some people are amazed and envious, but some people harbor evil intentions. In the corner, a professional from Yangcheng showed a greedy smile. Maybe we don't need to go through so much trouble. We can be bolder and cause chaos first, then take a few of them while the chaos is going on. There are so many of them, and if they start a riot, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce will not be able to control them. At that time, the man in black robe had no time to care about him. After all, he won't be the only one taking action when the time comes. Not far from him, a middle-aged man stared greedily at the black-robed figure on the stage. Don't you understand the principle of not showing off your wealth? Then don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. The greed in his eyes turned into murderous intent, and he did this many times. So many of them were about to fight over a lifestone. As a result, the man in black robe took out 50 of them. How can you not be tempted by such a great temptation? After thinking for a while, Jiang Feng felt that it was almost done and said, "Okay, everyone, think about it yourselves." Also, Buzz. Jiang Feng directly showed the system panel. Nickname, Black Setsu. Occupation, Spiritualist. Level, LV.1199 8th turn. If anyone is not afraid of death, feel free to come and rob. At this moment, countless people held their breath. 8 revolutions? Those people who had evil intentions just now fell silent and lowered their heads for fear of being seen. There is no need to even think about how strong the mental power of an 8th level spiritualist is. They all showed some dangerous expressions just now, and if they are investigated, they will be in trouble. But the others don't have this concern and say whatever they want to say. 8th rank spiritualist? Could it be that person? That person should not be the one who went to the outer battlefield to carry out a mission. Then this person must be the second 8th rank spiritual master of the 9th rank? Oh my god! This news is absolutely explosive. As expected of a level 10 VIP, you're truly more powerful than I could have imagined. Good fellow, an 8th rank spiritualist, forget it, I can't afford to offend him. You may have been watching from the backstage. When she saw the time was right, she returned to the stage and said, "Anyone who wants to join, please come to me and get the token." Hearing this, the crowd in the audience rushed forward. "I'll be the first one, give me the token first. I'm coming. I want to join Shanin. Master Wang, you must keep your word. I'd like to sign up too." The blacksmiths were all very enthusiastic because of the huge benefits they were promised. No one would want to miss this kind of opportunity. Chapter 97 Expanding Scale and Making Rapid Progress. Sancher Blacksmith Shop. It has changed from its former deserted appearance to become the most lively place in Tianyuan City. The clear sound of forging never stops, day and night. Lao Zhang, this time I've really opened my eyes. I've never seen such a scene before. Who says it's not true? The blacksmith shop I opened before was only a small space, but now this forging table is probably bigger than that. You know what, I've learned a lot in just a short time here. We took a lot of detours before. Countless blacksmiths sweated and were full of energy. Looking at the bustling scene in front of them, they all sighed. The small workshop of the past now has a large number of employees and has expanded several times in size. Outside the blacksmith shop, a long line of people coming to apply for the job formed early in the morning. Among these people, except for a few blacksmiths, most are ordinary people from other professions. Even if you can't be a blacksmith, being a handyman is also good. The salary here is much higher than outside. The three brothers of the Sher family are so lucky to be able to hang out with such a big boss. There's no comparison. These three are now on a meteoric rise, soaring to the sky. The death of the jackal some time ago must have been caused by this Shanin. Of course it is. It's not that easy for Shanin to kill a jackal. The onlookers were also talking to each other. Sancher Blacksmith Shop was only slightly famous before, but now it is very famous. With Shanine's background, regardless of whether the business is good or bad, at least safety is greatly guaranteed.
Blacksmiths like them are not very strong, and if they really encounter unreasonable combat professional customers, they will have no way to deal with them.
I can only suffer this loss in silence. Like the jackals before, the three brothers of the Sher family had no way to deal with them.
Xiaoyao Tea House, top floor.
From here you can overlook the entire blacksmith shop, and it is also the best private room in the tea house. At this moment, 3 figures were sitting in it.
Is this divine wind really as magical as you say?
Luo Yu frowned slightly and asked in confusion.
She had been away for some time and didn't know much about kamikaze.
No matter how powerful the fat man described kamikaze, she still remained skeptical.
Ha ha. It's much more amazing than what I described. You can't even imagine that kind of scene.
He alone not only killed all the mutated slimes.
He even played those foreigners around.
He killed dozens of them, but he managed to kill them all. The key is that his methods are too strange, and no one has figured them out yet.
Those people died inexplicably, it was horrible. When it comes to kamikaze, the fat man talks endlessly. As the first person to pay attention to kamikaze, he couldn't help but feel a sense of honor when talking about kamikaze.
As Luo Qingxue listened to her uncle's description, she couldn't help but imagine the scene of the divine wind killing everyone. But the next moment he said with some disappointment, "What a pity, he is not there. It would be great if I could see kamikaze." At the same time, she couldn't help but think of that figure, who was also killing everyone. But she quickly rejected the idea, the probability of such a coincidence was too low. Hearing what the fat man said, Luo Yu's expression became serious, and he said in a serious tone, "If he is really that powerful, then I must see him." Seeing that the fat man was sincerely praising Shenfeng, Luo Yu had no choice but to believe it. The fat man immediately rolled his eyes.
How could they see the kamikaze whenever they wanted? Even he had to find connections to ask for help in sending the Jojo order. If he could see her, would he still be able to sit in this tea house and drink tea peacefully? The other side. Many famous figures outside Tianyuan City also came here to visit.
They came here for no other reason than to see kamikaze.
Master Wang, I didn't expect to run into you in Tianyuan City. It seems I, Yang, have really good luck.
A plump and well-built man was greeting others with a smile.
No, brother Yang, are you here for the divine wind too? The visitor also complimented.
Scenes like this are happening all the time outside the blacksmith shop.
Nice to meet you. Are you here to visit kamikaze as well? Who among you here isn't one of you? We've heard of your great name for a long time, but it's a rare opportunity to see you.
I don't think your motives are so pure, are they? Of course, it would be even better if we could obtain a life stone.
Of course, but being related to kamikaze.
More and more people gathered, and there were always some who couldn't wait to visit kamikaze. Ishimori stepped forward, stretched out his hand to stop them, and said lightly, "Sorry, no one is allowed to enter without the permission of Lord Shinin.
We are all kamikaze worshippers, why can't you let me in?"
Yeah, why?
At worst, let the members of Shinin speak. Why are you, a blacksmith, so arrogant? Before the dissatisfied person could say a few words, there was a loud bang.
A bolt of lightning struck directly in front of them.
Several people were frightened and turned pale.
They dared not speak and could only escape from the crowd in shame.
Sure enough, they dared to take action without regard for city regulations.
This is the first one, and the strength is too strong.
It's just as the rumors say.
Passers-by who came to visit were shocked when they saw this scene. It seems that this boss has a bad temper, so you'd better queue up honestly.
Brother, the boss is indeed all-powerful and is always keeping an eye on us.
Sherlin said in surprise.
Yes, since the boss is so protective, we must do our best to serve him and not make any mistakes.
The 3 brothers of the Sher family were deeply moved. It turned out to be the right thing to do to follow the boss.
Xiaoyao Tea House.
The fat man showed a disdainful expression and said, "They are all pig-brained. He killed 8 people as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, and he still doesn't know how to restrain himself.
If they don't even dare to offend the divine court, what can they do?
After what happened just now, everyone who comes up to ask questions is very respectful.
Then may I ask, when and where can we meet the president?"
Before Ishimori could speak, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared and said calmly, "The president is not seeing anyone, please go back." After saying this, Zhang Feng in black robe walked into the blacksmith shop.
Ishimori had already prepared 2,000 silver dragon blades. Yes, this is the material for another 5,000 swords. How many days will it take to complete?
Zhang Feng praised him and casually took out the remaining materials for making the silver dragon blade.
Boss, 2 days will be enough. Due to your help, we are now fully staffed and it won't be long.
Zhang Feng nodded upon seeing this, and then his figure disappeared out of thin air. This move shocked the three brothers of the Shi family again.
The door was immediately closed and production began.
On the other side, Zhang Feng was lying on the sofa at home, muttering to himself, "That's pretty fast. Looks like I need to prepare the materials to upgrade the quality of my equipment."
Chapter 98 Amazing Ability, Clearing the Map at Will. Mechanical Castle LV.400 LV.600.
The team that Zhang Feng met last time was teleported into the dungeon again. With the experience from last time, the team leader was very vigilant this time, always on guard against the sudden appearance of mechanical monsters. But after observing for a while, he couldn't help but frowning, his eyes full of doubts. Not only him, but the team members as well.
Captain, where are the mechanical monsters here? The dark-skinned man couldn't help but ask.
He was ready to take damage for his teammates, but he didn't notice that there was a mechanical monster in the dungeon.
Someone must have cleared the wild monsters.
As the only girl in the team, Xiaolan was more meticulous and immediately gave her own analysis based on what she saw.
I think no one else can do it except that person.
The team leader stroked his chin and said with admiration in his eyes. The mechanical wild boar that almost killed them was like a toy in the boss's hands and broke into pieces at the slightest touch. All the monsters in the mechanical castle disappeared, and he subconsciously thought of the big boss.
Alas, I can only wait until tomorrow.
Everyone shook their heads helplessly and teleported out of the copy one after another. The training map has mysterious rules and wild monsters will be refreshed every day.
If they want to kill monsters, they can only wait for new monsters to appear. Dark Knight Ruins LV.400 LV.600. What's going on?
The monsters are all going crazy today, killing each other.
I've never seen it before. Is there a bug in the world's will? The professionals who entered the dungeon today witnessed a scene that they will never forget.
All the wild monsters seemed to have lost their minds and were killing each other crazily.
The equipment flew away after it fell. This is the automatic pickup function of the backpack.
This situation must be caused by human error.
A spiritualist? That's unlikely. How can I have that much mental energy to control so many monsters at the same time?
As he spoke, the roar of the wild monster grew louder and louder, and the ground beneath his feet was shaking. Several bosses appeared, and they looked like mortal enemies as soon as they met.
Roar! Roar! He let out a roar and then suddenly rushed towards the other party.
Such scenes occur in every corner of the Dark Knight ruins. Hurry up, it might be dangerous if we stay any longer. I'm afraid no one will believe it if I tell them.
Death Mountain LV.400 LV.600. Countless people were stunned and looked up at the white figure hanging high in the sky.
Below him, countless wild monsters were rushing towards him. There were so many that it was hard to tell, at least hundreds of thousands, or even millions of wild monsters. In the sky, Zhang Feng stepped on the silver dragon blade and swung it casually. Flames burned all over the sky, with the power to destroy the world.
In an instant, the mountains became a sea of fire. Countless wild monsters didn't even have time to resist.
They were instantly reduced to ashes after just a little contact.
What method can be used to gather so many wild monsters?
It feels like the wild monsters have gone crazy, committing suicide without hesitation. I think only a psychic can do this, but with such a large number, even a psychic would have a hard time dealing with it. The passers-by who had not killed any wild monsters were extremely shocked when they saw Zhang Feng killing everyone.
This is the Death Mountains, where LV.400 wild monsters can fight against LV.600 professionals.
But now the situation has been reversed. The once powerful wild monsters are rushing to die one by one, and they die so easily.
Even if he has such a strong mental power, how do we explain this fire spell?
This scale and intensity can only be achieved by a rank 10 fire mage.
Passers-by were very puzzled. This kind of thing definitely could not be done by one person.
In this world, there are many people who have awakened dual professions. But these people often have a combination of life and combat professions.
Even the few who possess dual combat professions cannot upgrade both professions to such a powerful level. It can be seen from this that in order to create this effect, there are at least two of them,
One is the fire mage hanging high in the sky, and the other is the spiritualist hiding in the dark. The flames all over the sky not only killed all the wild monsters, but also scorched passers-by and forced them to retreat. As time went by, all the wild monsters in the training map gathered together. One after another, they rushed into the sea of fire as if they were willing to die. The areas covered in red are all equipment dropped by wild monsters after their death. Weapons, jewelry, etc. were scattered everywhere, and in some places they were even piled up into small hills. Passers-by were dazzled and envious.
With so much equipment, let's not even talk about whether it's suitable or not. I wonder how much it would cost to sell it. With so much equipment, the backpack must be so big to hold it. He can only carry a few thousand squares at most. I hope the boss doesn't tick the box when he comes, so we can take advantage of the opportunity. Some people shook their heads and sighed, falling into deep self-doubt. We're all at level 600, how can the difference be so huge? I can't even think about it. It would be hard for me to kill a few of them. They kill LV.400 wild monsters, and they have to be careful when hunting in a team. Even those who are strong at LV.600 can only deal with a few wild monsters at the same time, and have never seen such a scene. It is true that people cannot be compared. Tianyuan City. Many people have reported that the wild monsters in the training map have been cleared, and the number of people is still growing. In less than half a day, the news had spread throughout Tianyuan City. People did some rough statistics and found that the wild monsters in more than a dozen LV.400-600 training maps had been cleared out. The streets and alleys are full of discussions about the training map. Is this what we think, or is there something wrong with the world's will? Brother, you're too behind the times. It's already been confirmed, but the person's identity is still a mystery. Based on the time we saw, this must be an organization operating. It is definitely impossible for one person to do it. Organization? Only the big guilds in the Divine Court have the potential. The others probably don't have that capability. No, someone has already asked, and the major unions have all denied it was them. If it's not him, then who else could it be? Passers-by looked thoughtful, trying to guess the man's identity. Tianyuan City, who on earth could be so awesome? Someone's eyes immediately lit up, and they excitedly said, could it be Kamikaze? After all, he's the president of the Divine Court, so he must be strong enough. It's possible. Isn't he looking for a blacksmith to make equipment? He must need a lot of materials. It should be him. But I'm confused. Isn't all this equipment enough for him to build? How much equipment does he need alone? Chapter 99, trying my best to make friends. At night. The Sea Chamber of Commerce is brightly lit at night, just like daytime. Just because today is the special auction for the raw stone of life. The auction hall was already bustling with people and the sound of bidding was endless. Its popularity was even greater than last time, and everyone wanted to get one of the 50 life stones. Those who did not participate last time are also searching for blacksmiths this time and offering huge profits just to get a chance to participate in the auction. 100 million. A quiet bidding sounded, but it didn't seem to cause much response. 150 million. Soon, a slightly arrogant voice was heard. It is rare to see a bid being raised by 50 million at one time in an auction. This gentleman has offered 150 million. Is there a higher price? The host shouted loudly with excitement on his face. The auction had just begun, and the price of the life stone had been raised to 150 million. He had a premonition that tonight's auction would create history for the Sea Chamber of Commerce. You know, the last life stone was only 200 million, and after only 2 rounds of bidding, it's almost caught up. This time the auction was no longer about the blacksmith, but rather the person in charge of the power behind him, and their bids were absolutely reasonable. A cold laugh came from the private room on the second floor. You want to take the life stone for 150 million? I'll give you 200 million. What a joke. You dare to sit in a box for 200 million? I'll pay 250 million. 300 million. 400 million. Suddenly, a slightly harsh voice was heard. Everyone looked sideways and found that an unremarkable man in the audience had just put down his hand. 400 million has already exceeded everyone's expectations. Last time, this was enough to auction 2 life stones. 400 million once. 400 million twice. The host dragged out the last line of his voice, glanced around, and was still waiting for someone to make a quote.
The crowd in the audience was whispering, but no one stood up to make an offer. Seeing this, the host was still unwilling to give up and continued to ask, "Is there no higher offer than this gentleman's?" For a long time, no one spoke. There are 50 life stones in total, so there is no need for them to fight to the death over this one. 400 million 3 times, deal.
Congratulations to VIP number 33.
The hammer fell and the host announced loudly. Everyone was a little surprised that it was sold at a whopping price of 400 million, but they didn't seem surprised at all. The last preparation was very hasty and many people did not have time to mobilize funds. Most of these people are from other cities. They have enough time and sufficient funds this time. For example, these 33 distinguished guests are from other cities. But there is another reason, which is to meet Kamikaze.
Miss Yume, please stay. I wonder if that person is here.
The man who won the Stone of Life hurried forward and asked Yume with hope on his face. I'm sorry, I haven't seen that adult either. Because, every time it was the black-robed master who delivered the life stone.
Yume smiled apologetically and said softly. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked sideways. Everyone knows that the Lord in Black Robe is an 8th rank spiritual master, the second 8th rank spiritual master in JoJo. Is Kamikaze so powerful? Even rank 8 spiritual masters have to run errands for him.
Zhengzhou, the headquarters of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. President Qian Sihai frowned, his shrewd eyes constantly scanning the crowd of people whispering below.
Everyone, tell me what you think.
Qian Sihai spoke lightly.
President, I believe that if we want to befriend that rank 8 spiritualist, we must first win over Kamikaze. Hearing this, Qian Sihai's brows slowly relaxed.
After all, there are still some capable people under his command. An 8th rank spiritual master in JoJo has been won over by the Divine Court.
They must not miss this. Tell me, how do you win them over?
As far as I know, the Divine Court has tried to win them over many times, but they haven't even seen the people. After this statement was made, senior officials of the Chamber of Commerce expressed their opinions.
Be direct and give me money, how about that? Use your brain a little bit.
He runs such a large-scale foundry, with countless blacksmiths and workers to support.
The cost is enormous. Do you think he has no money? How about giving him some equipment?
After all, his level is not high.
Let's give him a set of perfect golden equipment.
Forget it, he can kill people at level 8, so I don't think it's difficult to get a set of gold equipment.
Then use the beauty trap?
The matter is already settled, and we can ruthlessly control Kamikaze.
Since many methods were ineffective, someone couldn't help but come up with an old method. Honey trap? Upon hearing this, Qian Sihai did not refute, but looked thoughtful. Considering the feasibility of this approach. This method is feasible, but who is the candidate for the beauty? Qian Sihai spoke slowly. Old Zhang's daughter. She's only 3 years older than Kamikaze, and a powerful dual-element ice and fire mage. She's also beautiful. I think she's a perfect match. Go. Why don't you let your daughter go? There was a man sitting in the corner, pretending to be angry and cursing. In fact, I had already been thinking about asking my daughter whether she agreed or not. Old Zhang, don't be so ungrateful. If I had a daughter, I would have let her go long ago. If Kamikaze really becomes your son-in-law, you can be secretly happy. Someone said indignantly. Why should Lao Zhang's daughter go? I think my daughter is good too. Her idol has always been Kamikaze. Forget it, Lao Wang, your daughter is only a little old. Just when everyone was arguing for a long time and couldn't come to a conclusion, someone sneered, let's take a break. You're really looking for a son-in-law. Don't you think about who Kamikaze is? He would be in need of a woman, right? Do you need us to send him one? That's right.
Hearing this, everyone calmed down and began to think of new countermeasures. They have no shortage of kamikazes that they can deliver.
Moreover, they thought about it and it seemed that Kamikaze was not lacking anything. Forging materials. Have you all forgotten the purpose of auctioning the life stone? Just as everyone was thinking hard, someone's eyes lit up and he quickly spoke. Good idea, he happens to be in need of high-grade forging materials. Hurry up and take out all the high-grade forging materials we have in stock, pack them up and send them to Kamikaze. Qian Sihai rolled his eyes and gave orders. Catering to people's needs is the way to do business. President, who will deliver these materials to Kamikaze?
Everyone was confused about who should deliver the materials. Those with average identities are not suitable, and there are few who are qualified. Who will go? It's definitely not realistic for the president to go, and the Chamber of Commerce can't do without you. Let the vice president go. Isn't he the head of the Tianyuan City branch? He is more familiar with the place than we are. You may is his direct descendant, so his chances of coming into contact with Shinfeng are much greater than ours. That's feasible. I think it's the vice president. The call for vice president was very high, but Qianxi shook his head and said, "No, I will go in person." Chapter 100 Face is determined by strength. 2 days later, at Sancher blacksmith shop. There is still a constant stream of people waiting outside the door to visit. In the foundry, Ishimori has already completed the production of 5,000 silver dragon blades, and is just waiting for the boss to come and inspect and take delivery. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Zhang Feng in a black robe appears out of nowhere. "Boss, your sword is all ready." Seeing the boss appear, Ishimori hurried forward and said respectfully. 5,000 silver dragon blades were neatly placed on the shelves. Zhang Feng glanced around and nodded. It seemed that Ishimori was quite reliable. He immediately took out the 5,000 silver dragon blades and a lot of materials and asked, "How long will it take to upgrade all 10,000 swords from green quality to blue quality?" 3 days. Ishimori said with confidence. Improving quality is much easier than forging. 3 days is enough. Ishimori Ben continued to speak, but there was no sign of the boss in front of him. The other side. After Zhang Feng left the foundry, he couldn't help but sigh. Improving the quality of 10,000 silver dragon blades at the same time is really not a small project. I still have to continue to make equipment and materials. Open the system panel. Zhang Feng was about to continue clearing the map, but suddenly he was stunned. There was a letter from a stranger on the panel. All I heard was him mumbling to himself, "Sihai Chamber of Commerce?" Outside Sancher Foundry. Xian Sihai was alone, wearing an elegant robe, with a youthful face and white hair, and a deep gaze. He had the demeanor of a master, and everyone around him was in awe of him. Who is he? Someone who was watching the excitement suddenly saw Qian Sihai and didn't understand why everyone was so respectful and made way for him. He said in confusion. President Qian? Why is he here? President of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce headquarters, why would such a big shot come to the tiny Tianyuan city? There are also people of the highest status and far-sightedness among the crowd. The moment Qian Sihai appeared, they recognized him as the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce at the Zhengzhou headquarters. Could it be, for the divine wind? Besides that, I really can't imagine why President Qian would come to Tianyuan. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Even a figure like President Qian has to come to visit, so what is the point of them waiting outside the door? I wonder if Kamikaze will appear. Someone couldn't help but ask. They can't see Kamikaze, but Kamikaze shouldn't ignore a figure like President Qian. Xiaoyao Tea House. The fat man looked down with a look of disdain. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce wants to snatch someone again, but it's too late. If you ask me, they are all a bunch of hindsighters. My divine court is already half a month ahead of them. Qian Sihai's arrival made him the focus of the entire audience. Everyone is looking forward to what he will do next. Qian Sihai walked steadily to the door of the foundry under the gaze of everyone. He paused, bowed to the void, and said loudly, "I have often heard that the president is brave and extraordinary, and is the peerless genius of our Jojo. Qian has admired me for a long time. I wonder if we will have the chance to meet today. It's a blessing to meet you." Qian Sihai was indeed the big boss of Zhengzhou. He spoke with such vigor that the echo lingered for a long time, lingering over the foundry. After the sound fell, the scene was silent. There was no response for a long time. No way, Kamikaze won't even give face to such a big boss? President Sihai has come in person, and his attitude is extremely humble. I think this shows a lot of sincerity. Doesn't even Kamikaze want to meet him? I remember there was a genius who acted arrogantly in front of him. He was immediately blacklisted by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and no other chambers of commerce would open doors to him. This shows the influence of President Qian in Jojo. No matter how powerful this Kamikaze is, he should come out and express his stance. After all, President Qian is also a senior. I'm afraid President Qian will be furious if you don't give me face like this. I think this is Kamikaze's own fault. It is impossible for the people waiting to not feel resentful after being left out like this by the divine wind. With the big boss Qian Sihai around, they all shook their heads and spoke sarcastically. Everyone was ready to follow Qian Sihai to fight against Shenfeng, but unexpectedly, Qian Sihai was not angry at all. Instead, he waited very patiently. A few minutes later, Qian Sihai was full of energy and repeated what he had just said. This time, after the sound fell, the black-robed Zhang Feng really appeared. He slowly took off his hat, revealing a face as sharp as a knife. His eyes were extremely sharp, as if he was born with the temperament of a king, majestic without even being angry. Qian Sihai has done so much, it would be unreasonable for Zhang Feng not to show up. The other party lowered his posture and was very respectful. He must respond with due respect. Besides, he can change his appearance at will. He has countless identities, so it doesn't matter if one is exposed. Qian Sihai was also shocked when he saw Zhang Feng appear out of nowhere. Seeing the black robe lineup, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. That look is truly sharp, and it carries an unparalleled confidence, similar to that of the 8th rank spiritualist. Could he be the second 8th rank spiritualist? Qian Sihai collected his thoughts and smiled slightly, saying, "You must be the 8th rank spiritual master. I came here today just to give the president a little gift. 10,000 pieces of purple equipment, 10,000 pieces of red equipment, 100,000 forging crystals, and a golden trading card worth 10 billion gold coins." Qian Sihai didn't know how much material Shenfeng needed, but it would always be okay to send more. As a level 10 VIP of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, the president deserves this treatment. Qian Sihai spoke in a humble tone. I thought President Qian would be furious. Who could have imagined? This is quite an honor. I'm afraid even the president of the Divine Court doesn't get this kind of treatment. It really is true that people are different. The fat man at Xiaoyao Tea House was gritting his teeth in hatred. As expected of a businessman, they are all experienced. The timing of sending this first-hand material is perfect, and they are really willing to spend it. These equipment, including materials, are worth more than 100 billion yuan. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce really spent a lot of money to win over Shenfeng. When Zhang Feng heard this, to be honest, he was moved. When clearing the map normally, the probability of purple equipment dropping is very small. I have only just reached 1,000 pieces after clearing 3 maps. If this continues, it will affect the forging progress. In addition, the number of scrolls in the forging crystal copy is even smaller. This is also a limitation. These materials were exactly what he needed. Moreover, it is definitely worthwhile to make friends with such an influential force as the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Immediately, Zhang Feng said politely. The president has something urgent to attend to and cannot come at this moment. But he had received the news of your coming, and told me to wait here, and I accepted the things. On behalf of the president, I would like to thank the Sihai Chamber of Commerce for their kindness. I will pass on the message. Also, our president will be visiting Zhengzhou soon, and I will definitely visit him in person. Seeing this, Qian Sihai smiled and laughed heartily. Of course, I will treat you well when the time comes. I will be waiting for you in Zhengzhou. At the same time, Qian Sihai waved his hand, and a hidden space shielded everyone except the man in black robe. In the space, Qian Sihai handed everything to Zhang Feng. After a moment, the space dissipated and the 2 figures disappeared. Everyone who witnessed this sight and said, "No wonder we waited so long and didn't see it." Alas, it turns out that the level is too low. Chapter 101 Throwing out the atmosphere, 44 life stones. 3 Stone Foundry. Zhang Feng in a black robe appeared out of nowhere, and his eyes quickly locked onto the 3 brothers of the Shi family. Boss, I've finally got you here. Live up to expectations. All 10,000 silver dragon blades have been upgraded to red quality. When the 3 brothers of the Shi family saw the black-robed Zhang Feng suddenly appear, they were excited and hurried to greet him. Yes, you have worked hard during this period. Zhang Feng nodded and said lightly. This time, the resources Qian Sihai gave him really helped him a lot. At the current Sanshur foundry, forging speed is not a problem at all. The only limitation is the resource issue. Originally, according to Zhang Feng's speed, even if he cleared the map and killed monsters, he could only obtain more than 3,000 pieces of purple equipment and more than 200 pieces of red equipment in a day. It would take at least 2 months to upgrade all the silver dragon blades to red quality. But with the support of Qian Sihai's resources, the 3 brothers of the Shi family completed the task in just 7 days. Boss, this is what we should do. Ishimori rubbed his hands and said with a silly smile. Boss, you are too polite. The three of us brothers have gained a lot of benefits during this period. Yes, sir, it's our honor to serve you. Sherlin and Shermu spoke with sincere expressions. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't say anything. After a brief silence, he put all the silver dragon blades into his backpack and disappeared directly into the Sanshur foundry.
Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Auction House. You mean to auction off all the life stones?
Yume looked at the black-robed old man in front of her, her voice trembling slightly.
Yes.
Black-robed Zhang Feng nodded lightly. He had promised to give 50 life stones. Now the forging task has been completed ahead of schedule, but he will not break his promise.
Are you sure?
Those are 44 life stones. If they were auctioned off all at once, their value would be greatly reduced. The calmer Zhang Feng appeared, the more frightened Yume became.
Just take pictures, why ask so many questions?
Zhang Feng said somewhat unhappily.
Yes, Xiaoye will do it right away. Auction site. Have you heard? All the remaining 44 life stones will be auctioned tonight. I've heard about this a long time ago. We really have to thank President Qian for this.
If it weren't for the resources he sent, the Shanin Guild leader wouldn't have finished forging the equipment so early.
Yes, President Qian is such a good man. I actually think Kamikaze is pretty good.
He's already finished forging, so there's no need for him to care about us. But he still kept his promise and auctioned off the life stone.
He truly is a heroic young man.
There is no doubt that the news that dozens of life stones were to be auctioned drove everyone participating in the auction crazy. The first set of life stones, auctioned in packages of 5, no low bids, starts now. As the host's voice sounded, the auction officially began.
50 million. 60 million. Everyone in the audience was excited.
They didn't expect that the auction would be conducted in a packaged manner. Okay, congratulations to VIP number 88, you won the first set of life stones at a price of 460 million.
The second group, still 5, starts now.
The host's passionate tone pushed the atmosphere of the venue to another climax.
Have the funds been transferred? The second group has already started the auction. I have to get this second set.
Who knows what kind of exorbitant price it will fetch later? The audience all had red faces and shouted excitedly. Congratulations to VIP number 31 for winning at a price of 500 million.
Congratulations to VIP number 55. Congratulations.
The auction lasted a whole night, and the price of the last set of 4 life stones was fixed at 450 million. This auction that caused a sensation in Tianyuan has officially come to an end. The life stone that Shanin promised has been auctioned off.
We are about to leave Tianyuan and head to Zhongzhou.
Zhang Feng in black robe came on stage and spoke lightly. The people in the audience who had not yet left the stage were all shocked, and then relieved. Only Zhongzhou can accommodate a genius like Shinfeng. Bless the god of hidden, bless the god of wind. Someone shouted loudly, and then everyone shouted together. For a moment, words of blessing filled the entire hall. Alas, once the boss leaves, this forging team will be disbanded. The 3 brothers of the Sher family sat in the audience, with their heads hung, and said dejectedly. They knew the news of Shanin's departure during the day. The boss also asked them if they wanted to develop in Zhengzhou, but they refused. After all, Zhengzhou was a mixed bag, and it was easy to get into trouble. They just needed to stay in Tianyuan City and live in peace. However, they also earned a lot during this period, from various benefits, adding up to at least 10 million gold coins.
Be content.
Zhengzhou, the headquarters of the Shinting Union.
Kamikaze is coming?
Zhao Qianquan's expression changed and he asked in surprise.
It is big news that Kamikaze is coming to Zhengzhou. Perhaps we can see it. We still don't know the true appearance of Kamikaze.
Zhao Qianquan's tone changed and he said with some regret.
I'm actually more interested in that rank 8 spiritualist.
Next to Zhao Qianquan, an old man with white hair and beard said with a gleam in his eyes and a smile.
He is the first 8th level spiritual master in Jiuzhou Luchangkong, the headquarters of Sihai Chamber of Commerce. President, do you think the grand ceremony needs any improvement?
A tall middle-aged man, holding a stack of documents in his hand, asked Xian Sihai who was working in the office. Hearing this, Xian Sihai was stunned for a moment, then slowly said, "Stop for now."
Stopped? As Qian Sihai's assistant, the middle-aged man was surprised and asked subconsciously. Yes. Stop now and prepare for the kamikaze welcome party. Xianxihai said with a serious expression and in a firm tone. President, I think we can proceed at the same time. There's no need to stop the grand ceremony, right? The assistant looked embarrassed and was still making a final effort. The grand ceremony was the Chamber of Commerce's signature event, and its suspension was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Chamber of Commerce. But this did not dissuade Xianxihai from thinking, so he immediately said, "Forget it, I will personally take charge of the welcome party, you can transfer all the staff back. Also, the exhibition hall for the grand ceremony has been set up, right? This will serve as the welcome hall." Xianxihai also knew that it was not appropriate to stop the ceremony, but it was obviously still far worse than welcoming Kamikaze. But at the same time, he was also a little nervous, because Kamikaze had promised him that he would come back to visit the Chamber of Commerce. But if they break their promise, their Sihai Chamber of Commerce will suffer a huge loss. All the grand ceremony activities have been stopped. If the divine wind does not come, it will be like losing both sesame seeds and watermelons. But when he thought of what Kamikaze had done in Tianyuan, Xianxihai felt relieved again. Since he has made a promise, he will surely not break it. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 The most dangerous place, the wasteland. Outside Tianyuan City, two figures, one black and one white, were rapidly shuttling across the wasteland. Although the route from Tianyuan to Zhengzhou is safe, it is in the wilderness after all. Even Jiang Feng had to be extremely alert. The puppet is in front, and I follow behind. With the combined abilities of the two, mental power can extend to dozens of kilometers. The scenes within a radius of dozens of miles appeared in Jiang Feng's mind one by one. 3 kilometers to the east, a group of strong men surrounded a weak woman. He kept swearing and looked like he was trying to control the woman. "Girl, you can suffer less if you obey the brothers." "Brother, you're wrong. How can that be called suffering? That's enjoyment. Ha ha ha." As soon as these words were spoken, the strong men burst into laughter. The woman lowered her head and said nothing, but her eyes were already extremely cold, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Since you're silent, it seems you've agreed. Brothers, get in line." Seeing that the girl had given up resistance, the strong men relaxed their guard and walked towards her. In their eyes, the girl was like a lamb to be slaughtered, at their mercy. "Hey, baby, here I come." The burly leader opened his arms and lunged forward. Forehead. The next second, his eyes widened with anger, one finger pointed at the girl, and the other hand tightly covered her neck. Blood flowed down his fingers, and soon his body went limp and fell down. "Big brother." The strong men's smiles were still frozen on their faces, but then they looked frightened and turned around and ran away. "Can you escape? You dare to rob me? You really don't know how to write the word death." The girl raised her head and smiled disdainfully. With a flash of his body, the bloody sword in his hand quickly slashed across the throats of the strong men. Bang! The bodies of the strong men fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. After doing all this, the girl calmly took out a silk scarf and wiped the sword. A dozen kilometers to the northwest, there was a huge melee involving hundreds of people, with all kinds of skills flying everywhere and making a huge noise. Even if Jiang Feng doesn't use his mental power, his movements can be sensed. "Brothers, kill them! Charge!" A clear voice came to his mind, and Jiang Feng subconsciously observed it with his divine eyes. It turned out that two unions were arguing for a battle. Originally, the two unions should have been in a cooperative relationship, but due to the long-standing problem of uneven distribution of interests, this big fight broke out. In a short moment, Jiang Feng just swept casually, and at least dozens of people died. "Damn it, brothers, we must kill all the people from the Black Bear Guild today. I've been fed up with these old white bears for a long time. Brothers, kill them mercilessly." It is obvious that the two sides have become really angry and it is a fight between one person and the other. Countless skills were released, and the area within a radius of several kilometers became their battlefield. The movement was so loud that Jiang Feng could feel it without using spiritual detection. He frowned and changed his direction. 5 kilometers east. Damn it, where did the beasts come from? This is a government road, how could there be so many wild beasts here? On the broad road, a small team was trapped by a wolf pack, and everyone's face showed despair. There were only a few of them, but there were at least hundreds of wild beasts. They were careful enough and took the marked safe routes, commonly known as official roads. I didn't expect that I would be surrounded by wild beasts even like this. Looks like there's no escape today, so kill one and it counts.
The team leader was filled with terrifying murderous intent and took the lead in attacking the beast. Seeing this, Zhang Feng lost interest. The fate of this team seems to have been decided.
At this moment, 3 unfamiliar figures appeared in Zhang Feng's sight. Name, Wang Dali. Occupation, warrior. Level, LV.388 4th rank. Name, Zhang Shaoer. Occupation, mage. Level, LV.401 5th job. Name, Li Laosan. Occupation, beastmaster. Level, LV.588 5th rank.
Occasionally in their conversations, the 3 of them were squatting in a second-level secret realm that had not yet been opened. Zhang Feng had no interest in this. Before they had walked for a few minutes, several figures passed by Zhang Feng. They are all women, and they wear the same clothes.
Name, Qin Rong. Occupation, water mage. Level, LV.879 7th turn. Name, Lan Lan. Occupation, fire mage. Level, LV.9017 7th turn. Name, Wang Yu. Occupation, beastmaster. Level, LV.912 7th turn.
Seeing these people dress like this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but guess in his heart, they must be carrying out some kind of mission, otherwise they wouldn't be so ostentatious.
Wait, have you seen a girl in red? Just then, a female voice suddenly came from behind you.
Zhang Feng turned around and glanced at a few people, then replied calmly, "No.
Take this. If you come across it, please let us know. We will reward you handsomely."
The woman took out a positioning spell and handed it to Zhang Feng, then warned him solemnly, "Just see the location, don't get close to her, it's very dangerous."
After saying that, the woman led everyone away. Zhang Feng put away the positioning talisman and didn't take it to heart.
The woman in red and the locator had nothing to do with him. His only goal is Zhongzhou. But the speed of travel has become faster. When passing a small hill, Zhang Feng saw a strange scene. A group of people sat together, but no one spoke and the atmosphere was very cold. It was as if no one knew each other, and they all kept their heads down, minding their own business.
Divine Eye.
With just one look with his divine eyes, Zhang Feng realized something was wrong. These people didn't move at all, as if they were asleep. This made Zhang Feng have a bold guess in his mind, that is, these people were dead. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but quicken his pace and quickly came to these people.
"Hey, brother! Which direction is Zhongzhou going?"
Zhang Feng walked up and patted someone on the shoulder, pretending to be questioning. But the next second, the man did not react at all, and fell to the ground after being lightly touched by Zhang Feng.
"He's really dead."
Zhang Feng checked the conditions of the rest of the people and found that they were exactly the same as that man, all dead. Looking at the dead bodies on the ground, Zhang Feng frowned. These people died as if they were sleeping, without any wounds on their bodies. When Zhang Feng thought of someone who could cause someone to die like this, the first person he thought of was a psychic.
Only when the spirit is destroyed can the body remain unharmed.
Zhang Feng snapped his fingers, a flame fell, and all the corpses were instantly burned to ashes.
"I just left Tianyuan, and I didn't expect such a strange thing to happen. It seems that this wasteland is more terrifying than I imagined." Chapter 103 Red-dressed woman, dead? We're finally here.
Zhang Feng looked up at the 100-meter-high city wall and couldn't help but smile.
He finally walked through the wasteland and arrived in Zhongzhou. It is also the most central city in Zhengzhou Longcheng.
As soon as he arrived in Dragon City, Zhang Feng went straight to the Job Change Temple. He was dressed in white and looked like a handsome young man. As soon as he stepped into the Job Change Temple, Zhang Feng's eyes fixed and he instantly felt the atmosphere change. There are many patrol personnel in the temple, the lowest level is the 6th level, and the patrol captain is even a strong man who has reached the 8th or even 9th level.
Name, Li Li. Occupation, necromancer. Level, LV.1123 8th turn. Name, Yi Chun. Occupation, beastmaster. Level, LV.1203 9th revolution. Name, Yang Outyin. Occupation, Knight Templar. Level, LV.1232 9th revolution. Zhang Feng had not taken a few steps when he ran into 3 patrolmen. Take another look.
The temple hall is several hundred meters in radius and is full of patrol guards.
It is much more strict than Tianyuan City.
All the professionals present were in awe and did not dare to make too much noise. When I arrived at the counter, I saw a white-haired old man dozing off.
Sun Run. Nickname, disrespectful to the elderly. Occupation, Soul Beast Master. Level, LV.13 49th Revolution. Don't be fooled by the old man's unremarkable appearance, his true identity is actually a 9th level expert. Aha! Zhang Feng coughed, waking the old man up. Young man, if you are below the 6th level, please go to another job transfer temple. Don't waste my rest time. The old man rubbed his sleepy eyes, responded casually and prepared to go back to sleep. I know, but I'm a 6th level cultivator. Zhang Feng's voice was not loud, but it aroused the old man's suspicion. You? 6th rank? You're too young to be a 6th level cultivator. Don't waste your time with me. The old man laughed and said with a faint smile. He could tell at a glance what these young people were thinking. It's just for the sake of face of those young people, they brag in front of their friends and say that they have reached the 6th level. Presumably, his friend was secretly watching from some corner of the hall at this moment. Seeing that the old man didn't believe him, Zhang Feng took the initiative to open the system panel and show his level. When the old man saw that Zhang Feng was level 600, he was suddenly shocked. This kid is really level 600, it's a bit scary at this age. He had been in the job transfer temple for so long, but he had never seen such a young 6th level expert. The youngest people who can come here to change jobs are all middle-aged or young. None of the teenagers, except those who came to play, were level 600. But to be on the safe side, he still said, please show me your badge of honor. Meritorious badge? Zhang Feng looked puzzled. What was this thing? He had never heard of it before. Could it be that the 6th job change in Zhongzhou requires some special items? The old man saw that he looked confused and knew that he was from another place. He casually threw a manual to Zhang Feng and said, read it yourself. Zhang Feng opened the manual and quickly browsed through it. It took him a moment to figure out what the merit badge was. You know, if you want to be a full-time professional above level 6, you must come to Zhongzhou, which means that Zhongzhou controls and monopolizes the high-level career transfer channels. If you want to change your job to a higher level, you need a certain amount of merit badges to change your job. The merit badge can only be obtained by making contributions to Kyushu, as expected of the center of Kyushu. With just a small trick, it has already kept most of the powerful people in Kyushu. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Then he flipped through the manual and quickly got the information he wanted. 6 turns for 10 pieces. 7 turns for 30 pieces. 8 turns for 50 pieces. 9 turns for 100 pieces. 200 pieces for 10 turns. If Zhang Feng wants to complete the 6th job transfer task, he needs 10 merit badges. How to obtain the merit badge is also introduced above. 1. Participate in the 15-day education course at Kyushu Academy and obtain 10 badges. All professionals must receive Kyushu Academy education. 2. Kill an enemy in the extraterritorial battlefield, 1 head, 1 badge. Note, to enter the extraterritorial battlefield, you need to have a college graduation certificate. 3. Accept missions, hunt, investigation, etc. Different missions have different rewards, ranging from 1 to 10. Note, to accept missions, you need to have a college graduation certificate. 4. Other significant achievements. As for other major achievements, we can put them aside for now. Even if Zhang Feng achieved such a great feat as helping the Divine Court catch the traitor, he would only be able to obtain 1 or 2 merit badges. Then, Zhang Feng only had one option left, which was to enter the college. Because all ways to obtain merit badges basically require certification from the college. Seeing this, Zhang Feng almost burst into curses. We've already arrived in another world, but they're still setting academic qualifications as the threshold. A few hours later, Zhang Feng arrived at the gate of Longqing College. There was a constant stream of people coming and going, almost blocking the entrance to the academy. With just a quick glance with his divine eyes, Zhang Feng discovered one thing in common among the people present. That is, no one's level is lower than 600. Brother, what do colleges usually teach? Zhang Feng stopped someone and asked curiously. The man was not angry when he was stopped, but kindly said, it's very simple, I just want to tell you about some major battles that Zhou had in the battlefield outside the domain. To put it bluntly, it's patriotic education. After listening to this, Zhang Feng understood and agreed with the teaching content. If one's pursuit of power is not guided and controlled, it will indeed cause panic in Kyushu. Isn't the wasteland the best example? Blood and killing are everywhere in the wasteland. Besides, who among those who can come to the academy is a weakling? If these people really have some bad intentions, it will be a catastrophic accident for Jojo.
As far as Jiang Feng knew, something like this had happened before. The college was also established at that time.
Okay, thanks.
Jiang Feng thanked him, turned around and walked into the academy. Anyway, the education will only last 15 days, so he just needs to cooperate.
Half an hour later. A classroom is already packed with many professionals.
Those who are eligible to come here are those who have passed the wanted list. Only if they are confirmed to have no criminal record will they be eligible to become students of the academy. These people's faces were filled with curiosity.
Like Jiang Feng, they entered the academy on the same day.
As soon as Jiang Feng arrived at the classroom, he found an empty corner and sat down.
As soon as I sat down, I saw a woman in red being brought into the classroom.
Jiang Feng was shocked when he saw it with his divine eyes.
Because the divine eye did not see any information, the woman in red was blank. No information? Then there is only one possibility, the same as those people in the wasteland. She is dead.
Chapter 104, Powerful Alliance, a single thought can reach the sky, control life and death.
Sorry, my strength is not good enough, the writing is broken, it's not the combat power, it's the plot.
I piled up all the plots and exciting points I wanted to write at the beginning, leaving me with nothing to write at the end.
It's just like a normal person eating.
No matter whether they like the dish or not, they will just pick it up with their chopsticks. As for me, I picked out the ones I liked and ate them first, and I couldn't eat the rest.
There is nothing to argue about. As an author, I feel ashamed of my lack of ability.
Just read the previous chapters and treat it as a relatively short and refreshing novel for beginners. If I were to force myself to write about the later plot, I wouldn't be able to come up with anything interesting.
I'll put the follow-up outline below, which can be considered an ending. The real name of the woman in red is Lu Hongyue.
She is from Jojo and is a powerful criminal wanted by the whole world. But the fundamental reason was not how big a mistake she made, but because she was in possession of the fragments of the Tower of God and refused to hand them over to the Kyushu officials, choosing to keep them for herself.
Because the top management of Jojo has been corrupted and there are undercover agents from outside.
Her profession is a sorcerer who can cast spells on the dead and control their bodies. After Jiang Feng and she met in college, a fight broke out between them, and neither of them was able to kill the other. Because the person the woman is controlling is already dead. Then the woman disappeared. After successfully graduating from Jiang Feng College, he visited Xianxihai and was invited by Shinting again. Then go to the extraterritorial battlefield, participate in the battle, and obtain equipment enhancement stones.
Used to enhance gold quality equipment. The higher the enhancement level, the stronger the attributes provided by the equipment.
After several battles, he displayed his prowess and strength, not inferior to a 10th-turn strongman. Afterwards, Jojo sent him to a remote place in the outer battlefield, wanting him to subdue Lu Hongyue, saying that she was crazy and slaughtered countless powerful people in Jojo. Because Lu Hongyue can control the dead, millions of dead people in the battlefield outside the domain are controlled by her. The corpses have the abilities they had when they were alive. Countless 8th-turn and 9th-turn powerful people are under her control, and no one can get close to her. Only Jiang Feng still has a glimmer of hope.
After hearing the mission, Jiang Feng felt a little confused. What was the motivation for doing this?
When they arrived at the battlefield outside the domain, just as they expected, Jiang Feng moved forward fearlessly. With the blessing of infinite mental power, no matter how strong the woman in red is or how many puppets she has, they cannot stop him.
Finally, the two met. Lu Hongyue is not very old, very young, and very beautiful.
She still had the strength to resist or escape, but she chose to show up. Lu Hongyue revealed the secrets of the Jojo high-level officials and handed him the fragments of the Tower of God.
Kill me if you want.
Even if I escape, you will find me sooner or later. But I'm afraid Kyushu is finished. Jiang Feng didn't kill her because he had just entered the extraterritorial battlefield and reached the 7th level.
He obtained the props from the Supreme Turntable. Memory card can read other people's memories. After reading Lu Hongyue's memories, he discovered the hidden person in the upper echelons of Jojo.
It does not belong to any country, but is an organization on an extraterritorial battlefield. They used mysterious means to invade the consciousness of that higher-level person. This means that the high-ranking official was originally devoted to Kyushu, but his consciousness was later invaded, causing Kyushu to be in danger. The same situation occurs in various countries. So, the biggest boss is this mysterious organization, not other countries. The top powers of countless countries around the world are under each other's surveillance, but there is a lack of a reasonable opportunity to guide the countries to a war. Thus seizing the Tower of God. Tower of God, similar to the power center of the entire world, controlling the Tower of God is equivalent to controlling the power of professionals all over the world. Zhang Feng learned about this situation. Directly joined forces with Lu Hongyue. Both of them are powerful men with extraordinary strength.
Zhang Feng pretended to have killed him and returned to Zhou. Collaborate with Lu Hongyue in various ways.
After this, Lu Hongyue became a powerful person who could control all the corpses and was powerful enough to rival a country. Zhang Feng becomes a god whose spiritual power covers the whole world, whose thoughts can reach the sky and dominate the life and death of all people. Even though the mysterious force controlled 60% of the power of the Tower of God with the 3 fragments, it was still no match for the 2. The story ends. Lu Hongyue was the original female lead, but she wasn't written into the role. It's very difficult to write a book on tomato. Whether there is a female lead or not, it will be criticized, and even more than just criticized.
This is a clever way to avoid it. The female lead is mentioned in the outline, but not in the main text.
It can be considered as a story with only one female lead, but also without a female lead.
Okay, now that the outline is out, the story is over. No excuses, this book is a waste. It can't even be considered a bad ending because there is no ending.
Instead of forcing the subsequent plot and writing it like crap, it's better to start the book over again, learn from the lessons, and strive for improvement. Although the plot is short, at least it allows readers to relax for a few hours, so it is not written in vain. Thanks to all the brothers who voted for gifts, read the book, and urged for updates.
Chapter 105. Chapter 105. One thought can lead to heaven, one thought can lead to a funeral. Final chapter. Extraterritorial battlefield.
Zhang Feng looked at the corpses rushing towards him like a sea, his expression calm and not afraid at all.
Can Lu Hongyue control corpses? He can also manipulate people.
At this time, he had reached the peak of the 8th level and his level had reached an astonishing 1200, making him the strongest spiritualist in the world.
It can also be said to be the strongest profession.
The range of mental power dispersion reached 120-6400, a full distance of 120 kilometers. Coupled with the double stacking of the spirit puppet and the tenfold amplification of the spirit experience card, Zhang Feng can control all living and non-living things within a radius of 2,400 kilometers with just one thought. Of course, Lu Hongyue's dead body is considered a non-living thing. Under the control of non-living things, spells obviously have a higher priority than mental power. After all, spells are a differentiation or enhancement of mental power. Although it is not as comprehensive as mental power, it is superior to mental power in terms of simple control.
Buzz. Invisible mental power fluctuations continued to emanate from the air.
One figure after another emerged.
It is the strong ones from other countries.
Under Zhang Feng's control, they continued to gather, and their number was no less than the dead bodies of Lu Hongyue.
Zhang Feng waved. Countless powerful men launched a charge under his control.
In the end, Lu Hongyue was defeated.
The moment Zhang Feng saw the true identity of the woman in red, he learned a terrible secret from her. 1 year later. The center of the extraterritorial battlefield, the Tower of God. This is a towering and magnificent tower. There are 5 lighthouse-like devices on it. Each Tower of God fragment corresponds to a control beacon. Currently, Zhang Feng has 2 volumes in his hands, and the Bai organization has 3 volumes. Each side controlled 40% and 60% of the power of the Tower of God respectively. This kind of power is not simply destructive power, but a power that can control professionals. It sounds very consistent with the professional ability of a psychic. In other words, the end of the spiritualist's career is to replace the power of the Tower of God and become the new ruler. The greater the power, the more difficult it is to obtain. Therefore, the development of psychics is very slow. Even Zhang Feng, with the blessing of infinite mental power, was still stuck at the peak of the 9th level. Because his 10th job requirement is to obtain 3 fragments of the Tower of God. Zhou?
It is indeed very strong, but you can't. The leader of the Bai organization said in a deep voice.
Zhang Feng smiled indifferently. Are you sure?
As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinates behind leader Bai Yi suddenly attacked him. He was confused. These were all his loyal subordinates, and each one of them was a peak 10th turn expert.
How could they be controlled by him? In fact, Zhang Feng really couldn't control them.
After all, he was only at the peak of the 9th level, while the other party was at the 10th level, so there was a level gap. But that doesn't mean he can't kill. In the previous few fights, Jiang Feng killed his opponent effortlessly. Afterwards, he used Lu Hongyue's ability to perfectly control corpses to obtain several puppets of 10th turn peak powerhouses. Therefore, the subordinates behind him were not controlled by Jiang Feng, but by Lu Hongyue. The people of Kyushu were still as cunning as ever. This little girl in red, leader Bai Yi sighed, then prepared to activate the Tower of God. After all, he possesses 60% of the power of the Tower of God, so he has nothing to fear even if his subordinates betray him. However, Jiang Feng did not give him this opportunity. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. This time, the 10,000 swords were not released from the outside, but from within his body. Although he possesses the powerful repairing ability of the Tower of God, Jiang Feng cannot kill her. But it's enough to delay for a while. While he was frantically replenishing his vitality, it was also the time for the Tower of God to return the power. Not only that, even if they awaken, most of them are life professions, and combat professions are really rare. Donglu because occupational information is unique and cannot be changed. But for Jiang Feng, this rule is completely useless. He released a puppet, which simulated all of Chief Bai Ye's professional information and stood in front of him. Instantly intercepted all the power of the Tower of God. All 5 fragments belonged to him, and finally formed a complete Tower of God scroll. Congratulations to player Kamikaze for breaking through 10th level. Congratulations to player Kamikaze for obtaining the only hidden black achievement, God of all creatures. In an instant, Jiang Feng's thoughts became clear. His job level was broken through, and the power of the Tower of God was also intercepted by him. At this moment, the coverage of mental power directly reached the entire world. A thought can decide anyone's life or death. Jiang Feng guides his power to stimulate Lu Hongyue's potential. Her profession also broke through from the peak of 9th turn to 10th turn, and no materials were needed at all. And her abilities have also undergone a qualitative change. Congratulations to player Red Moon for obtaining the only hidden black achievement, Death. Lu Hongyue came to Jiang Feng's side, one in white and one in red. Together we achieved the name of God. One thought can reach the sky, one thought can lead to a funeral.